Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fanfiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was overpowered arcane prodigy? Harry X Maravels, Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op Stories, ALS. Oh, adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. 1924, London. Rebirth. Such an amazing concept. It has been mentioned in almost every religion and language alive. Punarjanam in Hindi, Marathi, Sanskrit, and a few other Indian languages. Reincarnation in English, and isekai in Weeb. But until recently, it was just that. A concept, with no proof, only speculations, and a lot of fantasies. Humans are weird, and it just brings forth a big question. How bad must reality be, that so many people love to imagine living in the fictional worlds of their choice? Sometimes, some people would even prefer the fictional, but special worlds that they hate, over this current reality. But, back to my monologue, I said, until recently. Why? Well, because, recently, just a few days ago in fact, I slept as a 25-year-old Indian man. Hopelessly failing in the game of life, and woke up as an orphan 5-year-old boy. In an orphanage, in 1924, London. No heroic deaths, no sudden appearances by Truck-sama, and no getting hit by lightning. Heck, I don't even remember seeing anyone or anything I'd categorize as an ROB. But it was my 25th birthday, so there's that. I just slept as one person, an adult, and woke up as another, a child. Thankfully, both sets of memories, of the adult me, and the child me, merged together, instead of one taking over the other. It was like, the child slept, dreamt a whole lifetime for himself, and then woke up. Keeping those memories, which allowed me to instantly understand what both of my personalities went through in their lives. And boy, did I have a bad life before I came. Confusing, I know, but sometimes it be like that. An orphan living in the Stockwell's orphanage for boys and girls, Mason Avs i.e. me, was a really quiet kid. Just 5 years old, Mason didn't have much in the way of intelligence. Nor was he especially strong. What he did have, was curiosity. Despite being quiet, he was observant, and curious about almost everything. If he heard, or saw something he did not understand, he would mostly keep it to himself, but pay attention to it happening again. But sometimes, he would ask one of the friendlier sisters about those things. Why do we sleep? Why do we not have these parents that the kids from stories have? Why does Timmy not like me talking to Sister Claire? Why does Tony not like me talking to anyone? Once, he heard Sister Laura, an older caretaker, mention how he was very similar to his mother. And so, for once, he took initiative, and asked questions about her. Turns out, Marigold Avs, his mother, was once a resident of this very orphanage. Brought as a 1-year-old child, by her own father, in 1891, she was practically thrown in Sister Agnes's arms for being useless. Sister Agnes did not know how a 1-year-old baby could be categorized as useful anyway. And neither did the other sisters of the time. The father just left her with her name, Marigold Avs. Marigold was a nice girl, according to the older sisters, Agnes, Laura, and Amelia. These three were the only ones remaining from the time Marigold was a baby. When Marigold was a teenager, she went to the local finishing school, and then studied nursing under Sister Agnes, who herself was a member of the National Council of Nurses. Once the Great War began, Marigold, like thousands of other women around the United Kingdom, volunteered as nurses, to help out in the war, in their own way. She was even a proud member of the Queen Alexandria's Imperial Military Nursing Service in the later parts of the war. Once the Great War ended, Marigold returned to the orphanage, to take care of the young. Unfortunately, the good part of her life ended there. One day, in the last days of November 1918, a 28-year-old Marigold came home, crying a lot, and mostly isolated herself. And then, almost 9 months later, on August 28, 1919, Mason Lucas Aves was born. Alas, Marigold died while giving birth to him, due to some complications, having already decided on the name. While the sisters did not inform Mason of why Marigold had returned crying, once I and Mason had merged, I knew. She was raped, and I was the product. It was sad, knowing that you're a product of rape. And here begins the story of Mason Lucas Aves. Mason took a lot from his mother's stories, and most of it was that she liked to take care of others. And he liked her. Therefore, he decided to try and emulate her. So, he helped the sisters out in taking care of the children younger than him, sometimes older too. He would help them clean up, take care of the chores, etc. Old also read the picture books to the babies, which helped improve his reading, as a fortunate side effect. He also tried to protect the weaker kids from the bullies. Alas, he was one of those weaker kids, and got beat up most of the time. I hit the door, he would tell anyone that asked. But by the face Sister Laura made the last time he gave that excuse, she did not believe it. He did give as much as he got, or tried to. But he was still young, and hence, weak. He wasn't bullied too much, thankfully. His loneliness helped him there too. But one side effect was that despite the fact that he helped the kids whenever they needed it, and whenever he could, Mason was quick to be discarded by those same kids. Because of their fear of the bullies. Oh, they would play with him, sure. Cricket, football, and even catch. He was allowed to participate. But it was known that he was not a favorite amongst the kids. But he never gave up trying to become like his mother. It was after one such beating, where he fell on some sharp rocks and got a cut, that he decided. As Sister Agnes, the head caretaker of the orphanage, was bandaging him up, he decided to become a doctor. And he almost never lived to see that day. A few days ago, as he was sitting under a tree, reading a simple book, some of the older kids were playing football in the only ground within the orphanage grounds. Unfortunately, it was not his lucky day. The football, kicked by a 13-year-old boy, hit by its full force, right on Mason's face. While the football hurt by itself, a lot for a 5-year-old, Mason's head snapping back and hitting a knot on the tree behind him, undoubtedly hurt more. He had a headache for 2 straight days. And then, when he woke up on the 3rd day, he woke up with additional memories. I was both the British child Mason Aves, and I was the Indian man, Chinmay. And I had to believe it, with all my heart. The alternative is that either I am Mason, with 24 years of additional selective memories, meaning that I'm crazy. Or I'm a 24-year-old man in the body of a child, again, crazy. Both of them are not something I can even start believing. So, yeah, I'm both. I'm me. My old story wasn't interesting in the least. I was entirely mediocre, having succumbed to the societal pressure for excellence, added on to by my family. Despite having a master's in physics, I was jobless, and helped my dad out at his shop. That's not counting the fact that our shop was practically useless in the trying times of COVID. Who the hell needs sweets during a pandemic? Anyway, I've been me for 3 days now, and I have to say, I'm enjoying my life so far. Haven't been bullied these 3 days at least, so there's that. Sure, the times were hard, because of the Great War having ended literally 6 years ago, but our orphanage wasn't suffering much. Mr. Stockwell, the owner of the orphanage, was a small-time noble, but big-time rich. He, along with the very generous people of the British royal family, kept the orphanage stable with enough funds. And there were the various donations too. Books, grains, food, money. People would find a few good parts in their heart a lot. Other than that, the kids in the orphanage, those older than 7, were allowed to seek jobs outside, and half of the wages went to the orphanage's funds. Was it right? No, but these were trying times, you know. What do kids even need the money for anyway? As what the adults said when I asked once. Back to me, other than helping out during the chores and gardening, I've been just lazing around, reading books. I know that the Great War Meaning the World War I has ended 6 years ago, in 1918. And if this world is anything similar to my old world, then World War II will begin right as I turn an adult. Giving me an opportunity to fight for the country that's currently enslaving my own. Joy. Like, come on, what are the chances that I will actually be born in one of the fictional worlds and not the past of my actual world? Pretty close to zero, I'd say. But that wasn't my actual problem. I barely know anything about this era. Heck, I didn't know when WW1 ended, or who participated, before I was actually reborn here. I rally don't know anything other than Nazi Germany bad, US UK France good, about WW2. I know Italy, Russia, and Japan were somehow involved, but fuck if I know which side they were on. Well, Japan I can guess. Hiroshima and Nagasaki being two giant clues. I just didn't care about it before. I wasn't a history buff. India wasn't actually independent until after WW2 ended. And I'm a Maharashtrian, if it isn't about the Maratha Empire. We literally don't care about history. That's a flaw about myself I intend to correct as soon as possible. Which is why I've been reading history. Correction, trying to read history. It's boring as fuck. Thankfully, it's just been 3 days. Maybe I'll get over my repulsion of history someday. Thankfully, the orphanage library wasn't lacking in history books. Heck, there was a Sanskrit book about ancient India somehow. If only I could read Sanskrit, then I could ignore the book like I did the English history books. But I was still an MSc physics graduate. The world is mine for the taking. I don't bloody care about the butterfly effects and all that crap. I'm shitting scientific innovations as I go. Oh, what's this? You still use gramophone. See here a tape recorder. Your trains use coal. Savages. I use electricity only. Well, as you can tell, my plans need a lot of working on. It's still a rough draft. Give me a break, I've been here for literally 3 days. But don't worry, I'll still take this entirely normal world by storm. Or so I thought. Food. That rat looks very tasty. It will keep me full for days. Stay there, rat, don't move. Hearing a smooth voice. While working in the garden, alone, I turn to the right. And see nothing. Once again, I hear a voice whisper, right there. Don't move. This time, following the sound, I turn my head downwards. There, in front of me, was a pitch-black snake barely a foot long, poised to attack a rat a few paces away, while turned away from me. The first thing is, I definitely heard the voice coming from the snake's direction. And I still hear it whispering clearly, while coiling itself, ready to strike at the rat, and with a fast snap, it sinks its fangs in the poor rat's neck. Gross. The second thing is, this rat is literally a young rat, at most as big as my palm. Meanwhile, the snake is barely as thick as my finger. The finger of a 5-year-old. If the snake swallows it, then it'll probably be able to carry the snake for a few days. And the main point is, I can hear the snake talking. Snakes. Talking. In English. Queen's English, now that I'm a British person. Wait, not Queen, King's English. But still, oh, shit, I mumble, slowly understanding the situation I'm in right now. Hearing my voice, the snake freezes, and in a snapping motion, turns around. It tilts its head, almost cutely, starts slithering towards me. And asks, a speaker. I wished for so long to meet one of your kind. Ever since the fiery one told me about you. Nice to meet you, speaker. Oh, shit, I whisper, again, this time in English. Looking at the honest-to-God, excited snake, which was talking to me, from the ground a foot away from me. This cannot be happening. This cannot be happening. Am I happy? Of course I am. But the consequences of this reveal are also a lot more unbearable in the long run. I was content with it being the normal past, heck I was looking forward to it. But this, I never expected this. Speaker. Can you understand me? Maybe he's not a speaker after all. Well, better get out of here before he kills me, the snake says, and turns its back to me, moving to go towards the suffering rat. Wait, I whisper shout, pointing my hand towards the snake, who immediately stops. And how do I not know that it's a different language? I can't even feel myself speaking another language. Aha, so you are a speaker. The snake says, straightening up, and slithering back towards me. It raises its head, and continues, "Did you not want to talk with me, speaker? Is it because I'm too young? No wait, it's because I'm black, isn't it? I knew it. The fiery one did say lighter humans don't like darker skins. I should have expected it applies to snakes too. By God, do you ever shut up?" I finally shout, stopping its racism rant. I didn't even know snakes can be activists. This time, when I spoke, I actively tried to see if I was speaking anything other than English, but nope. Still looked, felt, and heard all English. I quickly snapped my neck around to see if anyone was watching me work. Seeing no one, I keep my head focused on the ground, continuing with my gardening, and say, "Quickly finish your food. We'll talk after." "As you wish, speaker. I'll be right here," the snake says, excitedly, and moves towards the suffering rat. I turn away from it, as it swallows the rat, not wanting to see. And continue with the garden work. Talking snake, speaker, parcel tongue, Harry Potter, 1924. Holy shit, I was related to Voldemort. He could talk to snakes too. Damn it, my memories. They're not as good as they used to be. It's been ages since I actually read the original books. What was that thing they used to do with their minds? Occlumency. That's it. I need to learn that. ASAP. Maybe that'll help me write some of the books I'd read as Chinmay, and even discover some new knowledge. The snake finished its eating, more like swallowing, within the minute I was overthinking. And trying not to be overwhelmed, and came and flicked its tongue, licking the back of my hand. I snap out of it, and pull my hand away. "Can you not do that?" I ask, snapping at the snake. The snake tilts its head, and says, "You were daydreaming. The others wake me up when I'm daydreaming. I did too. Now, are we talking, or what?" I look at it in suspicion, and ask, "You're a weird snake, aren't you?" "I'm a smart snake," it corrects me. It says, "No other snake, other than the fiery one that visits us sometimes, can talk as much as I can. I'm magical," he said. Again with that fiery snake. I shake my head, and look around. No one was there in the ground, and it was still too early for the kids to come out to play. I lay my hand down, and say, "Climb up, and hide near my stomach. We'll talk once we're inside." It looks at me hand weirdly, and says, "You're one of those perverts, aren't you? For fuck's sake, just get in. I'm 5 years old, you dumb snake, and perverts are usually older," I shout, slapping my hand down, hard enough to make it hurt me. "Usually. You just said, usually. And that's not the kind of language I expect from a baby human," the snake says, but still goes up my arm, and inside my shirt. I stay silent, ignoring the talkative snake, and get up, walking towards my room. I do not want to be accused of witchcraft before I even begin my education. I want to live on my personal island as a rich man. Not in a jungle as a poor sod. Thank God for orphanage hand-me-down clothes. Or hiding the snake wouldn't have been possible. Let's interrogate the snake now, and see what he knows. Maybe I'm just going crazy, and there's no wizards here. Hope so that they are, though. 2 days, that's how long I kept on with the soft interrogation of Sly, the newly named snake. That I picked P after finding out I could understand it. I asked him a lot of questions about this new world I'm in, and also looked up for what type of snake he is. Sly is a South Asian black cobra. And 3 guesses as to how he came to Britain. If you guessed smuggled or stolen, then you're only partly correct. His mother was brought here some 10 years ago. Sly, however, was born in London itself a couple months ago. As for the questions, he did answer a lot of them. Some, he didn't know the answer to, while some, he didn't even understand the question. To be fair, though, Sly is barely a couple months old. This just makes me appreciate his intelligence even more. He can speak way more than I'd expected of a snake. Back to the questions, again, I asked him about magic. He didn't know much, but he knew a snake, the fiery one. Who knew much more about magic? I really need to meet this fiery snake. The rest of the questions were useless when asking a 2-month-old snake, so I was just content with waiting until I meet this fiery one. I did ask Sly where he met this fiery one, and he had said that there was a bush somewhere near my orphanage, where snakes gathered. The smarter snakes would share gossips and general information there. This fiery snake was sort of the unofficial leader of the group of snakes, as he was the smartest, and he was the only source of information on wizards. He would bring whatever news he listened to the other snakes. So this fiery one also probably understands common English. So, I asked more questions. Turns out, there is a magical community, just like I expected. Centered around London, and hiding all over the world. One of these magical humans, I think, had smuggled Sly's mother from South Asia, and used her eggs, or baby snakes, in potions. Sly didn't exactly tell me that, but I gathered it from the things he did tell me. Don't ask. Sly himself only survived by hiding away in the owner's coat, on his mother's advice. After which, when the human left the house, Sly escaped. That was a few weeks ago, and Sly has been living in that bush ever since, surviving off the rats. Well, that ends now. You're living with me now, I say, picking up Sly gently, and looking him straight in his golden eyes. Damn, it's still creepy. At least he's cute. Sly just stares at me, tilting his head, and says, "You don't even look big enough to feed yourself, how will you feed me, human?" I wave my hand, and say, "Plenty of rats in the orphanage, Sly. Don't worry, you'll have free rein to travel through the walls. Although, I'd appreciate if you don't appear in front of any other humans. They'll kill you, and then they'll burn me. Probably. I should research when which burnings stopped, if they did. Priority should be that, to be frank. I still don't trust you, human. I will return to my burrow, and think before coming to live with you." Sly says, after a moment of thinking. What did I say? He's smart, unnaturally so. It's probably something related to magic. Of course, my home is open to you, should you agree. I consent, with a nod of my head. There were more questions, burning in my mind, but they'll have to wait until I actually meet this fiery one. Speaking of, could you bring this fiery snake here? Directly to my room is preferable. I have some questions that I need to ask of him. Sly shrugs, how does he do that? And says, I will ask. But the fiery one is a busy snake. He comes to us only once every few days. The last time he came, I was smaller. Nodding, I say, fine. Pausing, I sniffle a bit, sad at having to let Sly go, and say, I'll miss you, Sly. Be careful of humans. Goodbye, human, Sly says, slithering down my hand. Goodbye, Sly. Don't forget, if any other magical snake wants to talk to a speaker, you can bring them here, but only if I'm alone. And one by one. Don't bring them all at once. I won't speak if someone is in front of me, and that can get you killed. I say, repeating it after having told him this yesterday too. Seriously, I did not want any snake dying, simply because it came to meet me at the wrong time. The snake waves his tail to me, and starts climbing down. He says, yes, I know, human, I'm going now, I'll be back. You humans are really weird. And be careful of perverts. Chuckling, I wipe my eyes, I let Sly slide off my hands, only to see him disappear under the wall. Hiding him was a chore for these 2 days. Thankfully, he was small, but the sisters are really too vigilant for being caretakers of an orphanage. I simply watch it go, with a sad face, and start crying. I'm 6, alright, give me a break. My mind, while having adult memories, has hormones of a child's. And I just lost my first pet. I'll miss you, Sly. Wizard. I'm a wizard, hopefully. Point in favor being that I can talk to snakes, as proved by Sly. Even if I cannot distinguish between the snake language and the human one. It all sounds English to me, which is really weird, considering that I could speak to 2 more languages just as fluently. Hindi and Marathi, for those curious. Point against it, is that I distinctly remember that Mirop Gaunt, who was either a squib, or close to a squib, could also speak to snakes. So I still could be a squib. Speaking of Gaunts, I realized something when I spoke to Sly. My parcel tongue has to come from somewhere. Either my mother's family, or my father's. My mother's father was fairly rich. From what Sister Agnes told me, so it can't be the Gaunts. Which leaves my father. 2 Gaunts. Tommy Boy's uncle, and grandfather. And one of them raped my mum. Uncle's more likely than grandpa. Considering that the grandpa must be old now. But can't dismiss him completely, even if Morphin, I think Gaunt is the more likely rapist. Well, he's dead, he just doesn't know it yet. Even if I find myself to be a squib, I will find them, and kill them. Using Muggle methods, like guns, just to spite them even more. And what is it with the Gounts and raping? Tommy's mother potioned his father and raped him. Or will do it in the future. My father raped my mother. And I don't know who the grandpa raped, but I'm thinking she was related to him. Bloody gits. 9 days later, as I'm on my way to bed after a long day, I see something that makes me, a Hindu, almost scream out for Jesus Christ. There, curled up in the corner behind my cot, was Sly, accompanied by what could only be the fiery snake. It was hidden well enough, under my cot, but unfortunately for the snake, it gave out a small amount of red light. The snake was 3 feet long, and about 2 inches wide. However, its skin wasn't normal. Its skin looked like it was burning, thankfully without harming the wooden floor underneath it. There were a few reddish embers showing through the skin, along with the fire-orange eyes that were staring at me, creepily. Hello, I say, shutting my door and locking it, automatically switching to parcel tongue as soon as my eyes land on the 2 snakes. I still couldn't consciously distinguish between the normal tongue and the snake tongue, not could I switch without the snakes present. Sly comes forward, and I bend down to pick him up. As he rests on my shoulder, he says, "Hello, human. We meet again. I brought the fiery snake to you, as you asked." "Greetings, wizard," the burning snake says, lifting its head up to my knee level. That's enough of a confirmation for me. I'm a wizard, woohoo. Dropping down, I sit down in front of it, legs folded, too excited to think it through, and say, "It's wonderful to meet you, fiery one. I am so excited to meet you, and I didn't think you'd actually come." I didn't even think Sly was going to return, when he was absent for a week. That was a tearful week. The little one told me that he met a speaker, and I did not believe it. "I wanted to see you for myself," the fiery one says, and then crawls closer to me. Caution thrown away as soon as I'd seen the burning snake, I allow it to approach me, and hence do not react when it climbs on my knee. Thankfully, somehow, the snake's burning skin does not harm me either. Now at me eye level, the fiery one says, "The little one was correct. You are a speaker, and a wizard. Now, why did you want to meet with me?" Giddily, I asked, "I have so many questions. Are there more wizards? Where can I find them? Do they have apprentice masters or schools? Do I really have magic? Do you think you can teach me any magic?" I do not necessarily need answers to any of these questions, but I do need confirmations. Is this actually the Harry Potter universe? Or am I just in another magical world that just has snake tongue and magic? But is nothing like the HPU. Quiet, the fiery one hisses, making me snap my mouth shut. Nodding, seeing me become silent, the snake says, "One by one, wizard." Yes, there are more wizards. They live in communities, or alone, it changes from wizard to wizard. But there are places, like our bush, where different wizards gather to share stories, or meet. Pausing, to make sure I'm listening, which I am. It continues. There are something called schools, which you can only get into by invitation. Other than that, I do not know. Yes, you have magic just like the wizard who created me. Why else do I call you wizard? And lastly, I'm a snake, an impressive snake, but snake all the same. I cannot teach you anything the human wizards know of. Idiotic. Wizards. Well, no need to be so rude about it. I'm just making sure. At least I got the second additional confirmation from this snake, that I'm a wizard. Nodding, I say, "Can you lead me to the place where the wizards meet? I might not go there yet, but it's better to get at least some information about a world before entering it at 11. Not yet. Soon. I will lead you there, or have the little one lead you once I show him the place. But there is no guarantee that we will," the fiery one says, nodding his head towards Sly. Sly, who was silent throughout our conversation, nods, still on my shoulder, and says, "Sure. If I decide to live with the human, I will do it." I open my mouth, but immediately close it, hearing the sound of footsteps. Panicking, I immediately say, quickly, "Leave. My caretakers are coming for their rounds. I'll speak whenever you return." Nodding, the fiery snake coils around itself, and hisses at Sly to come to it. Once Sly touches the fiery snake on its burning scales, the two get covered in bright red flames. Even before I can panic again, the fire goes away, showing an unblemished wooden floor, and the two snakes nowhere to be seen. Wicked, I whisper, looking wide-eyed at the place the snake disappeared from. Magic, definitely magic. Hearing the sounds of opening doors around my room, I silently unlock the door, and go to sleep on my bed. My door opens, as I pretend to be asleep, and wait until Sister Mary's gone. She was annoying, and the only one that was like that. Once she leaves, closing my door, I open my eyes back again, and think over all the things I need to do. My mind is weak, currently. I cannot remember much of the books related to this world, but I do know one thing. Occlumency. It'll definitely help. And what does all mind magic start with? Meditation. Closing my eyes, I lay still. And breathe in. Then out. In. Out. I'm gonna be a super powerful wizard in a few years. Focus. Mason. Meditate. Okay. It was time. It was finally time. In the past month and a few days, I have read 4 books on psychology, 2 on meditation, 2 of Sherlock Holmes chapters which describe the Mind Palace, and I remember the sole instruction Snape gave to Harry. Clear your mind. Thank God for the generously donated books in the library. I'm an expert in this already, in everything but practice. You can do this, Mason. Do it. It was 8 in the evening, and I had already had dinner. Sister Mary had also gotten her rounds over with, so no one will be coming to my room for 9 more hours, after which they'll come to wake me up if I'm not already awake. So, I sit on my bed, folding me legs, with my back straight. And the back of my wrists, on my knees. This position has a name, but I'll only remember it after getting an adequate mastery of my mind. During this 1 month, other than reading books on mind, I also had a few more visits from Sly and Ash, which is what I named the Fiery One. Admittedly, Fiery One was already an awesome name, but calling him that was getting tiring, and so I named him Ash. Sly still didn't agree to live with me, which I was thankful about, after a lot of thinking. I'm not infallible, far from it. One single mistake, one glance of Sly, and I'll definitely be branded a witch. And Sly will be killed. Snakes are a sign of the devil, you know. Snake pets, even more so. So, Sly is still staying at the bush. I found a few more things about Ash, during these days. Like the fact that he wasn't a natural snake. Yup, he was a crossbreed. Don't know which 2 snakes, as I don't remember much about the books, but one of them has to be a type of dragon, I think. Ash can travel through any flames, and take anyone with him. Doesn't matter if the fire was created by him in the first place, which was what he did during his flame teleportation, or flaming. One other thing he told me, was that no matter what type, fire doesn't harm him. Not even magical flames do. Conversely, he's a little bit more susceptible to water, and hence cannot swim. At all. Such knowledge, while impressive when coming from a snake, was still something I could dismiss, considering that I have the entire 7 books, and only 7, in my head somewhere, along with literally thousands of fanfictions. There's bound to be something there that can one-up Ash. Which is why, I was trying to meditate before this tangent. Back to work. Inner breathe in, peace breathe out, repeat, do this until you succeed. Or fall asleep. I did this, for who knows how long. I had to restart, because my excitement wouldn't allow me to focus on clearing my mind. My thoughts, as are normal for a 5-year-old, went everywhere. At first it was as simple as going from Occlumency to I'll learn every book by heart. But then, it went from Occlumency to, I wonder if Luke Skywalker went through. All this troubles, which make no sense. Finally, after a few months of failure, just when I was going to quit trying, something happened. I felt something in my guts. Okay, no, it was just a fart. Sorry guys, false alarm. Anyway, I still did the same routine for months on end. Each night, for a few hours, before sleeping. And what do you know? My sleep became better. I woke up fresher than milk in the morning. So, I kept on doing it. I did want to try using my magic, but decided otherwise. I remembered that accidental magic happened because of intense emotions, and mostly during distress. I could mimic it, Or force it during one of the bullying sessions, but would it be worth it? If I got used to using my emotions to use magic, will my magic get used to using emotions to use magic? That was the question 5-year-old me asked himself. I still met Sly though. So, good news. And he even brought some of the snakes to visit me, most of the time with Ash accompanying. They come once a month or so, to just chat. And Sly brings different snakes for me to talk to. But my favorite was still Sly, followed closely by Ash. Ash's accent was Scottish, for some reason, and he talked like a drunk old person. I'm thinking it all depends on the owner. Anyway, while he didn't bring much news, he did tell me something. His breed, or one of them, apparently, was Ashwinder. Ashwinder. I remember that snake. It had something to do with fire, which is not unexpected with all the burning look he has. Fuck. Still can't remember the books. Anyway, the Ashwinder said that the other breeds of snakes it knows are something called an okami, and magical breeds of vipers, boa constrictor, and even a king cobra. Bloody English. 7 months after I began my meditation, I was still meditating, before I inevitably fall asleep. When something changed. No, seriously this time. Something's changed. I was so focused on trying to bring a clarity to my mind, that I did not even notice the clarity appearing. My thoughts were suddenly much clearer than before. For me, or my representation in my mind, it looked like I was floating in an endless void, surrounded by my various thoughts. B-U-W. Here before these thoughts were all jumbled up, now I could distinguish individual thoughts. It took 2 more weeks of constantly trying, to be adequate enough to clear my mind, which was what Snape was trying to tell Harry. Fucker simply skipped the introduction, table of contents, and the first 4 chapters. 2 weeks after attaining a clarity of mind, a single-minded focus, I managed to focus on only one thought at a time. I followed that single train of thought religiously, until I fell asleep. 3 days after that, I managed to neglect even the final thought I used to focus on, without bringing all the other thoughts crawling to the forefront. And 5 days after that, I was finally there. I had attained inner peace. Thank you, Master Oolong. Or is it Ogway? Well, one of them. The other is a disguising pig from Dragon Ball. See, this is why I need occlumency. No noise could distract me now, if I was in the Zen. My mind was so clear, and focused, that I could read a book, and you could play jazz music. And I won't even bob my head. It was in a complete state of Zen. It completely shocked Sister Agnes, when she came to wake me up in the morning, and found me sitting up on my bed, still sitting since last night. Completely immersed in my thoughts. Not at all asleep, nor was I feeling even a bit sleepy. I was simply at inner peace. After my daily tasks of school, cleaning, playing with the kids, and reading again. Along with having food in between, I ran up to my bed, at precisely 8 p.m., and read again, until Sister Mary made her rounds, after which I went to sleep. On CE I was back in my daily position of back straight, folded legs, and wrists on my knees, palms up. I quickly went into the Zen again, and this time, it was easy as fuck. 0 thoughts, no wandering mind, no train to follow, or keep track of, but this time, I had a motive. I was going to view Chinmay's life, from the end, to the start. If this was Harry Potter, and I'm now pretty sure it was, I needed to have as much of the Harry Potter knowledge as possible. Which is in Chinmay's memories. It doesn't matter if it's simple things like what side Harry's scar was on, or what color his eyes actually are, I needed everything. So, once I attain the Zen, and manage to maintain it, I begin my next step. Calling forth memories. Now, memories are tricky things. One memory is always connected to another, and another, and another. Let's say, you want to remember the memory of your previous birthday, your mind immediately wanders to who were there with you. Then, what relationship you have with them. How close are you? What's the best thing they did to you? What's the worst? What's the most memorable moment you had with each of them? And many more thoughts invade your mind as you begin to view a single memory. Your own mind doesn't listen to you. I got that from the psychology books. And the same thing happened to me, when I had first tried it. I said to myself, oh, occlumency. How hard could it be? View all my memories. Store them in a computer, with a digital thumbprint, optical password like the fanfictions used to say, and imagine all manners of creatures to guard your mind against invasion. BZZZ. Wrong. Your mind is not a computer, nor does it necessarily have enough imagination, or capability, to imagine a computer system, and give it different unlocking mechanisms. Sure, you could imagine creatures to defend your mind, but you need to focus on those creatures completely, or they will probably dissipate. Heck, even memories dissipate as soon as I lose focus, and they're already mine. So, I had to attain Zen first. Once I had that down, I was ready for the next step. Which brings us to now. I slowly imagined an empty shelf forming on my side, while my train of thoughts was empty. Yes, I'm imagining a library. I'm starting with the basics, just to sort the memories first. Once the shelf was formed, and looked good enough to my inner eye, I pointed a hand at it, and willed it to stay. It took a while, but I could sort of feel it being fixed to the ground. Then, with one eye on the empty shelf, and half focusing on keeping myself in the zen, I called a memory forward. The memory of me having my first kiss. It tried to bring a lot other memories of me talking with the same girl, and then failing to woo her properly even after the kiss, but I pushed them back down. I only wanted the memory of the kiss. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the memory got free, and I could view it in front of me, like a widescreen holographic TV. Once the memory was viewed again, I slowly moved the memory to the shelf. With as gentle movement as possible, I keep the memory on a compartment of the shelf. And I am shocked. First of all, the memory got turned into a page, which placed itself on the top of the shelf. Secondly, I could remember it very clearly, each and every second, and down to the last detail. I remember how her lips felt, how she tasted. I remember how hands felt on my chest. I even remember the softness of her wonderful. Ahem. You're 6, Mason, control yourself. Ahem. So I remember everything about that incident. So at least I know I was going on the right track. This is one heck of a beginner's luck, even if I get tired after a while of doing this. And so, I kept doing this new routine, of adding new old memories to the shelf, while also focusing on keeping the shelf intact. Every new old memory went to a new page, after playing itself, and stacked itself on a place depending on the timeline of those events. Older memories were at the bottom, while the newest were at the top, meaning, my solid-state device's paper, which I failed thrice, was kept near the top, even if it was deemed unimportant by my brain. I was simply sorting them according to the timeline. My magic, which I'm guessing was helping out, did not care for the embarrassment those memories give me. Each night, I sorted close to a couple months of memories, for 3 hours a night. This went on for another year and a half, which is how long it took for me to sort all of my memories, both new and old. There were, obviously, separate shelves for Chinmay's and Mason's memories. Of course, I had to bring in the extra shelves I needed for Rahul's 24 years worth of memories, as compared to a single half-filled shelf of Mason's 7-year-old memories. And now, after sorting all my memories, it was finally time for the next step. Mind Palace. The sorting, while can come under building a mind palace, there are some more steps I need to go through before I can safely begin building a mind palace according to what was described shortly in the Sherlock Holmes series. If I had begun building it, before sorting and storing my memories in a temporary location, the shelves, I would have had to deal with trains of thought, that were a lot harder to get rid of. Which is why I went my way. Well, actually it was the book's way. How to Build a Mind Palace for Dummies by J. Watson, helped me with the steps. As such, I spent in all about 2 years and a few months, of training the mind arts, until I could begin with Legilimency properly. 1st of November, 1926. It was a usual morning for me. I was just laying on the ground outside, pretending to read a book, while building a literal mind palace inside my head. I was under the same tree that I always was, which I had claimed as mine. Although my eyes were open, and moving on the page in front of me, my brain was busy imagining bricks, so I can build a home for my memories. And it had to be done that way. I couldn't just imagine a house, and get it. Magic, to make sure it sticks in my brain, needs to do it step by step. Which means, bricks, windows, doors, foundation, hidden entrances. I have to imagine it all one by one. And wait for the brain to acknowledge that, yes, that's been recorded. Place it and move on. I had just placed my 7th brick of my house, while consulting the Civil Engineering book in front of me for plans, when a ball hit me on the head. Only this time, it was a cricket ball. A season ball. Have you ever been hit by a season ball on the head? Well, try it if you have. It fucking hurts. As soon as it hit me, my concentration was gone, and the brick I was holding fell down, crumbling to dust, along with the 6 other bricks I was working on. I was hurt, yes, and crying in pain. But my head injury did not hurt as much as losing 2 days of hard-worked bricks did. I got so angry, at me, at the kids, and the situation, that something within me lashed out. It was the first time I felt magic consciously, and used it, and it felt amazing even through all this pain. My anger, along with my occlumency practice, made my magic react instinctively, and it threw the season ball at the one that hit me. The ball hit the 14-year-old Timmy in the guts, dropping him, and then moved on to John, who was laughing at me, and hit him in the guts too. They all screamed, all 6 of them older than me, and ran. But no one believed them when they said I threw the ball at them with magic. Of course no one would. Magic is preposterous. It's evil and it doesn't exist. After nursing me back to health, Sister Agnes simply patted my head, and said, "They're bullies, Mason. You don't have to take out your anger at them. They won't learn if you fight them." But I was not focused on the words she was saying. I was focused on the words she didn't say, but I still heard. They were, "Boys. Playing always goes too far. Magic. Preposterous. There's no demons in this institution, and if there is, then it's definitely not poor Mason. Oh, poor boy." I could see her mouth move, and hear her words out loud. But I could also hear some other words, right from her head. Legilimency. My mind supplies immediately, and I clamped down on new giddiness, not wanting to pull something in my head wound. Focusing on my zen, I closed my mind off to any and all distraction, even my own. Which somehow proved successful in stopping my mind from picking on her thoughts. I shrugged at Sister Agnes, and went back to my room without replying to her statement. I was already a loner. What's one more mark on my lonely record? Once back in my room, I opened my mind up again, to immediate noise. Noise from the next door. I'm going to beat Timmy up tomorrow. Because of him, I had to take spankings from Sister Emma. The one next to it, "Oh, sweet Laura. I love you." The one across mine, "Yes, Ms. Stockwell. I'll help you come out of the laundry machine." The one above my room, and the one above that. I could suddenly hear noises from all directions, with a 2-room radius. And suddenly it clicked. Legilimency. The reading of minds. I must be some kind of natural legilimens, or something. If I can read thoughts without eye contact. In the next few minutes, I learned how to turn my natural gift, on and off. Which was all I could do, as of yet. I could listen to all the thoughts 25 yards around me in any direction. Or I could listen to none. And it was only the surface, current thoughts that I could hear. Not their deeper memories. I didn't even know where to start with that. But this was just a start. I was just 7 years old, and not expected to even know how to listen to thoughts. At least, I could turn them off and on back again. Which was as good a start as I can get. But ultimately, Timmy helped me a lot. He allowed me to feel how using magic felt like, and he allowed me to speed up my mind arts training, as there's nothing more distracting than a hormonal young adult sister. Who wants to bang the orphanage owner's daughter? I'll have to do something nice for him, later. I meant Timmy, by the way. Progress. Finally. It's been a few months since I awakened what I first called natural legilimency. When the shock and excitement of the awakening had decreased, I had realized something. It wasn't as easy as I'd thought, listening to thoughts. For starters, I could only listen all the thoughts 25 yards around me, or none at all. Thankfully, I could also only hear their current thoughts, what they're most focused on currently. But even still, 25 yards full of people thinking loudly, or as loud as minds can get, wasn't as majestic as I'd first felt. It was headache-inducing, and painful as fuck. The first time after the incident, that I'd gone to school, I had Spent whole 10 minutes wincing and rubbing my head, when I'd made the mistake of turning my Legilimency on. Never again, in such a public place, and not in a school full of children. Never again. Thankfully, it had one good side effect. Whatever made me able to listen to the current thoughts of everyone also gave me one benefit. My mind palace building had sped up tremendously. 1 month after having begun building my mind palace, I had only managed to place the foundation, and a few bricks above the ground level. 4 months after that, my mind palace was almost done building, and only the additional changes were left. Like adding secret doors, a lot of them, and more secret entrances. I'd thankfully remembered everything about the life of Chinmay, which includes a lot of media. Books, comics, manga, anime, movies, TV shows. And best of all, fanfiction. Why am I calling fanfiction the best? Because it is. While the canon media are good, it's the fanfictions that bring more imagination. I can get more inspiration from fanfictions than I can from the canon media. As for my second gift, my magic was as helpless as my Legilimency was in the beginning. No matter how hard I tried, I didn't get a feel for my magic like most fanfictions portray it as. I know what I felt when I threw the cricket ball at Timmy and John, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't replicate the telekinesis-like effect that I'd used that day. At least not at the same degree. Not even now, 4 months after the incident. I'd tried glaring, pointing my hand at the pebble, putting my 2 fingers on my forehead, on one side and both, and heck. I even tried pleading with the pebble. Multiple times. But nothing happened for 2 months, after which I only managed to make it tremble without touching it. Veer said that once you get a feel for it, it'll be easy, must be kicked in the balls, along with the ones who think that magic could be sensed immediately after using it once. I'd tried meditating, searching within the mind palace. And meditating within the mind palace. Nope, it didn't happen. There was no sudden flow of energy, no warmth in my heart, tummy, navel. Nothing, not even when I willed the pebbles to tremble in their place, could I feel anything. I even tried the simple spells, like the Lumos Charm, Reparo, Alohomora. All of which a first year could cast within a few days at most. But still, nothing. Even the spells failed to form in the beginning. The one good thing to happen to me, was that Sly finally agreed to live with me. Hooray! I have a pet snake whom I can talk to. Call me a pet one more time, and I'll kill you in your sleep. Sly hisses, as he was sitting on my shoulder, his fangs dangerously close to my neck. Gulping, I fearfully look at Sly from the corner of my eye, and say, I was just monologuing, Sly. I didn't mean any of it. You're my friend, and I'm the only human you can talk to. You won't kill me, right? Not moving from my neck, Sly says, I'm considering it, human. Pausing a few seconds, he drops down from my neck, and once again curls up over my shoulder. Preparing to sleep once again, he says, maybe later. You are the only entertainment I have. Sighing in relief, I think over the enigma that was Sly. I've met a lot of magical snakes, most of them excited to meet a speaker. But Sly was definitely the smartest, if I leave out Ash, the Ashwinder. He was also the one who grew the least amongst the snakes. Sly was 6 months old, and he was still just 1.5 feet long, and barely a couple inches wide. Ash was young too, a couple years old at most. But his growth was visible during these months. Sly, not so much. Getting up, I sit on the chair near my desk, and start with my homework. Annoyingly, school was compulsory for everyone from the ages of 5 to 14. Thankfully, it was free, and we had to pay nothing other than for our stationery. This was the era of the Great Depression, you know. If it wasn't for the udwill of the orphanage owner, we wouldn't have even gotten 3 meals a day. Also thankfully, the school we went to was right next to our orphanage, so we didn't have to take anything to eat with us, the other kids bring potatoes. Us orphans would just come back to the orphanage, have lunch, and then go back to school, to study the annoyingly easy stuff. Except geography. European geography wasn't something I was an expert in. Fortunately, I won't have to suffer this for long. I'll be going to Hogwarts anyway. 2 years later. London, July, 1928. 4 years, it has been, since I had my rebirth, and 2 years, since Sly came to stay with me. I've kept him hidden all this time, with no issues to speak of. My pay friend was as pleasant as he used to be, only bigger now. Sly was now about half as big as I was tall. I am 4 feet 4 inches, while Sly is 2 feet even. But thankfully, there was a surprising ability that helped us hide him. Invisibility. Not me. Sly. Sly could turn himself completely invisible. Not camouflaged, invisible. No one, not even I could see him when he's invisible. Well, not like I have special vision or anything, but my mind is really hard to trick. I think, why only he could do it, and not any other snake, I don't know. Not even Ash could replicate it, and he tried it. A lot, so did the other magical snakes, funnily enough. A chance to impress the speaker wasn't something they were willing to give up. It was probably something about Sly's father. Yup, when he becomes invisible, there's not even a hint that he's there. Well, there are hints, like the depressions on the bed if he's sleeping there, or if he moves. But other than that, nothing. He awakened this power a year ago, and he used it extensively, whenever he wants to come with me, outside, or if someone comes unannounced. Which didn't happen much, thanks to my telepathy. I can always hear their thoughts before they enter my room. And yes, it is telepathy. Or I'm calling it that, at least. Natural legilimency is definitely not what I have. Legilimency, I realized after rereading the Harry Potter books and fanfics in my mind, includes entering the mind, and browsing through the memories. My telepathy only allows me to listen to the current thoughts, not memories, and it's only what they're most focused on, at that moment. Maybe, with enough practice, I could browse memories like Legilimency, but it hasn't happened yet even after a lot of trying. What I can do, however, has improved by leaps and bounds, if you discount the Legilimency thing. In these 4 years, I've managed to upgrade my telepathy, so I can listen to the thoughts of just the people I want, without getting a headache. At first, it was just one person at a time, and I had to be looking at them at the time. After which I slowly moved on to one more, then another, and another. Now, I can select the minds whom I want to focus on, while keeping the other minds silent. And I don't even have to stare at them, or focus too much. I can also speak into the minds of people, like Xavier, and make them forget some stuff. I have to confess that I had a lot of fun while I was bored in school. I would speak the names of my target, in their mind, causing them to jump in fright almost always. And then leave them alone. One target was only scared once, unless they piss me off, of course, and never when I'm going to be even suspected. Thankfully, I can think to them using any voice I want. And not just my own. I'd be branded a witch before I can even say, it wasn't me. Of course, my range hasn't improved much. Passively, I could hear around 10 meters around me, which means that I don't strain my brain by using my telepathy in that range. I can also keep it active at all times, while only listening if my mind catches some key words. For now, key keywords are all the different crimes, money, Mason, and magic. Yeah, it's too broad, I know. I don't always catch criminals, whenever someone thinks a crime word, but it happens. Okay, it happened twice, in all this time. What I do then, is use another power I got thanks to my telepathy. Short-term mind control. I take over the minds of these criminals, and force their bodies to confess their crimes in front of a police. And then, I get the hell out of their bodies. No need to risk being in the body of a serial killer, or God forbid, rapist, and then awaken the Legilimency part of my telepathy. Actively, I can increase my range to about 1 kilometer, to search for a specific mind, or while searching in a specific direction. And it almost always strains my mind if I do it for too long, or try to go too far. Straining means I get a headache that could stay for as long as the entire week. But, it is fun, listening to thoughts, even if it's not exactly moral. I don't do it for personal gain. Nor do I do it out of any maliciousness. Well, other than the scaring people part. I either use my telepathy to gain knowledge, or to get a warning about danger to me. But it's not all fun. Are some amazingly racist minds in London. The richer they are, the more racist they are. And there are the truly disgusting ones, like hardened criminals. Well, it is 1928. But at least, this was also a time of innovation. There were some amazing minds in London right now, and searching for physics, maths-related thoughts was a good hobby of mine. One of them, at least. It kept my brain active, and stopped it from becoming stagnant when it comes to education. Done with homework for the week, I stretch a bit, and shut the curtains tight. After shutting the window close, I then place my hand on the desk, palm up, and just look at it. It was Saturday night right now, and the time was about 10 p.m., which was way past my official bedtime. But it was also the only time that I get enough privacy and peace to do this. Staring at my palm, I think hard on what I want to happen, using my superb control on my mind to stop all other thoughts. Occlumency, baby, keeping an image of a big ball of white light forming above my palm in my mind, I whisper, Lumos. A glowing white ball of light forms right above my hand, making me immediately smile. Concentrating again, I will the orb of light to change colors. Blue, green, purple, red, orange, yellow. The orb keeps cycling through those colors, and I keep at it for 5 minutes, which is my current limit of using magic continuously. I had cast my first successful spell a few months after Sly threatened me that day for calling him a pet. Lumos, a spell to create light at the tip of your wand. When I cast it first, the tip of my middle finger lit up for a few seconds. And then it blinked out of existence. That, I took, for magic giving me the middle finger and then laughing at me. At first, I was obviously excited, and then tried it again. And again, and again. Slowly, I managed to gain more control on my magic, and I could now do a lot more. 2 years of such practice later, I could create an orb of light independent of my body. Change its colors to be any I can think of, and move it around within a short range of 20 meters. Magic wasn't just staring and saying the spell. You need to have intent, willpower, and magical power too. The wand motions were necessary for some spells, but since I wasn't using a wand, I didn't even try to do that. I didn't know much wand movements other than the ones mentioned in the books. Wish and flick for the levitation charm for one. And so, I didn't try and invent wand motions for Lumos, which was supposed to be the easiest spell to cast. Can't mess what you don't try. Other than Lumos, I could also cast the Alohomora unlocking charm, Wingardium Leviosa, levitation charm, the Reparo mending charm, which repairs stuff after physical damage, within limits, the Accio summoning sea harm, which obviously summons stuff towards you, and its polar opposite, Depulso banishing charm, which throws stuff away from you. Thank God for Occlumency. The summoning charm was a surprise to me, as I knew that it was a 4th to 5th year level spell. But, considering that the other spells I could do were also from the charms category, I concluded that I must be a bloody genius in charms. Disregarding the initial failures, that is, what I did just now, was what I do every day. Even if I know that not all fanfics were correct when it comes to magic, I know one thing, both from fanfic and my own experience. Practice makes perfect. The more you use it, the better you get at it. I did not manage to change colors of my light orb by just sitting on my hand. I practiced daily, every day, for the last 2 years. I cast all the spells I knew at the time, until I could feel myself get tired. At first, it was just Lumos, and I could barely hold it for a few seconds continuously. I could do it again after that, but the time would be decreased. Slowly, I increased the time to 5 minutes of the spell, after which I need to rest for 2 minutes in the least. I still couldn't feel my magic within me, so I have no idea why only 2 minutes rest was enough. After those 2 minutes of rest, I would practice every other spell I knew for 5 minutes each, and then try new spells. So, after resting for a couple minutes, I begin with the next spell on my list. The unlocking charm. There was a drawer on my desk, which had a lock and key. I had to nick the key from Sister Mary to lock the drawer, before I could practice unlocking it. But it was easy enough to do when everyone was asleep. Touching the lock with my right palm, I whisper, Alohomora. The expected click sound happens, making me giggle internally. And I use the key to lock the drawer again. This time, since I couldn't exactly cast continuously, I lock and unlock the drawer for 10 minutes, which was still not enough to tire me out, but I stopped there anyway. Don't get me wrong, 5 minutes of continuous casting is all I can do. But, unlocking a drawer takes barely a second, and then a few seconds to lock it back up. My guess is that if there is a magical core, then it fills back up slower than I use my magic. If there isn't a core, then a human body must have a limit over how long it can channel magic from wherever we get it, varying from wizard to wizard. So, continuous usage, like the Lumos, is something I can only do for 5 minutes before the core starts experiencing strain, and I begin feeling tired. I'm not stupid, to completely dry out my core, if it exists, so I stop as soon as my limit approaches. After 10 minutes of Alohomora, and 2 minutes of meditative rest, it's time for the next spell, the Mending Charm. It was simple for this one. I had a twig that I'd picked up from the ground this evening, before dinner. I break it, and then use the reparo to fix it back up. For 10 more minutes, I haven't uked in casting the Defindo Severing Charm yet, so until then, I have to do it by hand. And there are limits to the reparo charm. I cannot fix if more than 30% of the broken object is missing. Up to that, my magic somehow creates the stuff that's missing. But if more than that is missing, then nothing happens. I also cannot use it on anything that was at any time alive. So no using reparo to fix bones or heal cuts. There are different spells for that, but they're too far above my level for now. After 10 minutes of casting the Mending Charm, it's time for the next spells. All together. For that, I use my pillow and place it near the door, which is about 5 meters away from my desk. Pointing my palm at it, I do the motion of swish and flick, and whisper, Wingardium Leviosa. Once the pillow starts floating up, I whisper, Accio, and the pillow zooms towards me. Before it can reach me, I whisper, Depulso, and it is thrown away from me, back towards the door. Again and again, I summon the pillow towards me, and then banish it back, while the levitation charm keeps it afloat. As the 7th minute of holding the pillow afloat, and moving it back and forth again and again, as I begin to become tired, I finally feel it. My magic. In my hand. I could feel it. The pillow drops down on the ground, the charm having been uncast, and the sound of the pillow hitting the floor snaps me out of my shock. Sly. I can feel my magic. I whisper, shout, too excited to realize that I've probably woke someone up. Sly, who was watching me from the bed, lifts his head up, and says, "Oh, you'll finally stop whining about it every 5th day then, I hope." I pout at him, completely involuntarily I assure you, and say, "I don't whine every 5th day." "Fine. 2nd day, then. Have you finished with your magic yet? I need the warmth of your leg to sleep peacefully," Sly says, and stretches on my bed. I open my mouth to say that yes, I'm finished for now, but suddenly my mind hears something else. What in the blazes is he doing up this late today? Disturbing the sleeps of honest working women. I should spank the little brat until he's red, says the ever-pleasant voice of Sister Mary, thinking furiously to herself. Oh crap, my pillow fell on the floor. Sister Mary lives in the room right underneath mine. And she's coming up, snapping my head towards Sly. I hiss, quick. Go invisible and get off the bed. Complain about the cold later, Sly. I add the last part when I see him start hissing in irritation. Sly does as he says, knowing that I probably heard someone coming up. Quickly, I lay down on the floor itself, summon the pillow towards me, and take my cover, throwing it haphazardly over myself. Opening my mouth slightly, I shut my eyes close, pushing them slightly deeper to imitate a sleeping person, and pretend to be asleep, on the floor. Thankfully, my homework was closed up, and the twig was kept away before I began with the 3 charms together, so when Sister Mary opens the door and sees me laying on the floor, right beside my messy bed, I practically hear her make her conclusions. The little cunt fell down. Fuck's sake, I wanted to punish the brat. Well, let him sleep on the floor and catch cold, that'll teach him to wake me up in the middle of the night. And then, my door closes, and Sister Mary starts going back to her room. Once she's in her room, I make sure no one else is going to come back, and get up. Bloody bitch, I whisper, climbing in my bed, and laying down. Wonder why she's a sister, if she's like this. More importantly, who do the other sisters tolerate her? The scowling female was scowling a lot today. You should mate with her and get rid of that scowl, Sly says, climbing in the bed with me, and cuddling near my legs. I scowl at him, and say, mating is not the solution to everything, Sly, no matter what Horny might tell you. Besides, I'm 9, and she's a sister. I told you, they practically worship celibacy. Horny was horned serpent that Ash brings with him sometimes. My naming sense is not that creative, sue me. Horny, like his name, is too focused on mating, as he would say. I'm not even 3 years old and I've mated. You're just using it as an excuse. Sly says, purposefully flicking his tongue on my soul. I'm a human, and not grown yet, so it's different. No, don't say anything, just sleep, I say, and shut my eyes. Thankful that my hissing isn't that loud. I could hiss in a crowded room, and unless someone the room is entirely silent, no one other than those within an arm's length from me will hear it. As you wish. I still say you should mate with her. Size isn't that much of a difference when mating, you know. Sly says, and finally goes to sleep. Magic. I can feel my magic now. How fucking cool is that? Too cool, that's how much. This does bring a smile to my face. Time skip. The 28th of July 1930. 2 years, it has been, since I first managed to feel the magical energy within me. Usually, it's just there. No hint of it could be found if I don't actually go looking for it. But, when I want to actually feel for it, it's warm. Flowing alongside my blood, my magic is warm, and everywhere. That's all I can say. Hair, nails, skin, bones, blood, tissues, etc. Everything that is a part of my body has traces of magic flowing through it. It is the densest in my heart, followed by my blood. I can then call the magic to my hands. Both of them, to perform my spells. But, despite being second, my blood doesn't have that much magic. It is enough for me to feel it, but not at all enough to power even a Lumos. I can, though, consciously call the magic from my heart to wherever I want like some anime protagonist. After 2 years of regular training, that is. Unfortunately, it didn't work like I wanted. And I didn't get super strength or something like that after sending more magic to my hands. Nor did I get heat vision, or X-ray vision after sending magic to my eyes. So disappointing. What even is the point of having some mystical energy source within you, if you can't even get super strength? I also can't heal my wounds faster by sending my magic to it, which was a bummer. But, I managed to awaken something else after almost a year of messing around with my, for lack of better terms, magic cultivation. Metamorph magic. I'm a bloody metamorphagus. I did not awaken my current metamorph magic powers at once, though. 10 months after the awakening of my mage sense, pardon my poor naming sense, I could only change my eye color. Then, I could change the eye powers, allowing me to make my eyes nearsighted. Far-sighted, or just perfect. No spectacles for me, baby. Slowly, I progressed to my hair, of which the size, color, texture, thickness, everything was now under my control, and then to my skin. I didn't mess much there, other than trying to see my previous face once again. That was just 3 months ago. Anyway, moving on, a lot of experiments later, I found out that my metamorph magic does not change my weight, at all. Nor can I affect my bone structure in any way, other than on my head, for some reason. This does not stop me from growing nails like claws, or changing the shape of my face. For some reason, I also practiced my mage sense a lot, to see what casting spells felt like, and what else used my magic. My parcel tongue does, which was expected, and so does my metamorph magic. It feels like humming whenever I use any of them. Parcel tongue feels like warm humming near the inside of my lower jaw, while metamorph magic feels like soft humming on whatever part of my body I'm using it on. Hopefully, I'll get used to it. Surprisingly, my telepathy does not use magic. Occlumency does, no doubt there, but the thing that makes me able to listen to thoughts is definitely not magic. So where did my telepathy come from? A puzzle for another day, I think. As much as I want to say that my progress after having sensed my own internal magic was exponential, I can't. I only managed to master a dozen spells in all. Along with the spells Lumos, Reparo, Alohomora, Wingardium Leviosa, Accio, and Depulso, I managed to master Colivaria, color-changing charm, Diffindo, severing charm. Finite counter spell for most charms. I've noticed Petrificus Totalis, body bind spell, Stupefy, stunning charm, and the very most identifiable one, Expelliarmus, which I don't really need to define. And I have actually mastered them all. It wasn't easy, but thanks to my meditation, I could have a full night's sleep within 6 hours and practice magic for at least 3 hours a day. For an almost 11-year-old, it was an impressive thing. But, even after all these spells, my curiosity wasn't completely satisfied. My imagination was running wild almost all the time, but since I don't know what effects wrongly casting spells can have, I kept it to simple spells. Heck, as I knew that charms were kinda easy for me, I kept to charms, leaving the transfiguration, curses, and hexes far away. I know the names, incantations, and pronunciations of many other spells, but I haven't even tried most of them, thanks to not having the detailed theory that the books don't have. I know that even these spells aren't the exact charms, other than the 3 telekinetic spells. It's just me using my magic to forcefully imitate the actual charms, while just saying the incantation. And my magic doesn't exactly work more accurately even after my mage sense awakened. Even if I can feel the magic, and manipulate it inside my body, the same doesn't happen for the spells dealing with the outside. So, yes, I can take my magic from my heart, and move it everywhere around my body, making me feel the warmth moving around. I can increase the amount of magic I send to my body parts, sure, nothing happens when I try to send the magic outside my body to cast spells. There died my dreams of learning self-levitation to fly around. And I couldn't even use my occlumency to find out some mystical magic core that doesn't exist. My magic is focused around my heart, while my occlumency is just around my brain. Speaking of occlumency, my mysterious telepathy proved a lot helpful there, so much so that I have a spherical shield all around my mind palace to defend it. You see, occlumency isn't at all what I believed it to be, but since this is a self-taught version, I can't be sure. OCC. Lumency is the study of diverting the attacker, while protecting your memories. That way, not even the attacker is aware that they're being tricked, if you succeed that is. What I did, was place the ed of distracting false memories outside my telepathy shield, making it the first line of defense. And kept my actual memories and thoughts inside the shield. And there are a lot of thoughts and memories out there, ranging from the boring life at the orphanage, to the Tom and Jerry episodes. I even put some of the really disgusting porn I had the misfortune of watching. That'll distract them all right, but someone more experienced can definitely maneuver around the distractions, and almost every Legilimency user is just that. More experienced than me. Remember, I cannot yet use Legilimency, D can't even use my telepathy to mimic Legilimency. Well, not without harming my victim beyond healing at least, so I'm not even trying. Until I have the knowledge of it. And that is why I have a shield around my mind palace. So, if anyone tries to enter my mind, and I just know that I will experience it sooner or later, the shield will stop it, if worst comes to worst. Of course, if anyone reaches that far, I'll realize it. And I can fight them off right here itself. Me not having much experience in entering another's memories does not mean my mind isn't my own. In here, I'm the highest power. I'm the daddy here. Anyway, right now, I was just laying on my bed, reading Agatha Christie's Murder on the Orient Express. It is an interesting read, far better than the movie at least. Oh, the movie wasn't bad. But the book is leagues better. It was a calm, warm Saturday afternoon, and it was just about time for lunch. Soon, the bell will ring, calling me down to the dining room. While reading, I was thinking about my progress so far. Out of the literally hundreds of spells I remember reading about, either in the main books, or the fanfictions, I could cast 12. Not an impressive number, considering that I can do that wandlessly, and sometimes even without actually pointing my entire fucking hand at the target, it was good enough. Better than expected even. I was at least way better than what my Hogwarts classmates might be, and even better than some of the current students. Knock, knock. A knock on the door to my room sounds, bringing me out of my self-praise, about how amazing I am at all my powers. Thankfully, Sly was away on a visit to the bush, so he didn't have to turn invisible. Who the hell could it be? Sister Mary and Sister Agnes simply enter the rooms without asking. One because of her hating me, and the other because she trusted me not to do anything too bad. Walking towards the door, I open it up, and look at who was knocking. It was Sister Agnes, along with a man, who looked in his 30s. He was wearing an ugly gray suit, with purple trimmings of all things, and had half-moon glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Drive, Watson," I mumble out loud, by mistake I assure you, as soon as I see that man. Before Sister Agnes can even say anything, Sister Agnes shakes her head, and asks, "No, Mason. This is Professor Albert." Before she can continue, the Jude Law lookalike comes forward. Interrupting her, "Albus, Sister Agnes, may I," he says, correcting his name. As Sister Agnes nods, blushing a bite at her error, Jude Law says, "Hello, Mr. Avs. My name is Professor Albus Dumbledore, here to talk to you about an opportunity. May I enter the room, please?" I look at Dumbledore like he was a creepy pedo, which knowing my luck, he probably was, and refrain from sending out my telepathy. I look him over, very slowly, say, "I don't want to buy anything," and shut the door in his face. That felt awesome. I don't know which version of Dumbledore this is, but I already love pissing him off. The look on his face. If only he'd tried holding the door open, then I could have kneed his balls too. Wait, no, his shin. I am not touching him there, even with my knees. The door rattles a few times, and then opens up, showing an angry Sister Agnes. She strolls right in, ignoring my wide-eyed look as I'd continued reading my book, and pulls my ear. "Ow, ow, OWW. Sister Agnes, that hurts." I yell out, thanks to her pulling my ear. "Young man, you just spoke to the professor of a prestigious school for the gifted. And you shut the door in his face. Have I taught you nothing?" Sister Agnes says, pulling a bit more, making me wince. "Okay, all right, I'm sorry, Sister Agnes, I'm sorry," I scream, honestly terrified for my ear. She smacks my head, and points to the amused man standing at the door. I scowl at him, and say, "I'm sorry, you look like a hobo." It's my turn to be amused, while Dumbles is scowling at my disrespect. Sister Agnes simply raises her hands to show she's serious, while glaring at me, so I backpedal, and say, "I'm sorry, Professor Albert. You wanted to talk to me. What for, may I ask?" Dumbles simply raises an eyebrow, and his lip twitches upwards a bit. Maybe he's not an evil Dumbledore, but I'm still staying careful. Plus he hasn't tried to read my mind yet. That's a point in his favor. He strokes his beard, which was not even close to being as impressive as the HP movie Dumbledore had, and says, "Again, my name is Albus. You called me Dr. Watson. From Sherlock Holmes." I nod, and say, "You simply look like the image I have of Dr. Watson. Exactly the same. Well, except for," I just vaguely point towards his clothes. That, while better than what the movies showed, he did not fit in. He was wearing a gray suit, with purple trimmings, a purple hat, with stars on them, purple boots, and thankfully, plain black tie. Dumbles says, and nods. He looks towards the glaring Sister Agnes, glaring at me that is, and says, "Sister Agnes. May I speak to young Mr. Avs? Alone if you please." Sister Agnes hesitates, and looks towards me. I nod and smile brightly. I say, "Don't worry. If he tries anything I'll scream, stranger danger. I have my whistle here too." I proudly show her the whistle, removing it from my pocket. It's Dumbledore's turn to be embarrassed now, while Sister Agnes just looks relieved. Tells you something about the opinion she has on Dumbles, if she didn't even scold me for my disrespect this time. She nods at him, and walks out while saying, "If you need anything at all, I'll be down in the kitchen preparing tea." Dumbles nods, while I wave at her. I won't bore you with the details. Dumbledore spoke vaguely about magic, and then showed me the proof of its existence. By waving his plain black wand and transfiguring my bed into a tiger, and back. I was confused for a second, wondering why he didn't have his iconic naughty wand, and then remembered that he hasn't won it yet. Then he explained about Hogwarts School, the subjects taught there, expectations from students. He also mentioned the muggles once, explaining what they are when I questioned him so. I acted all kinds of surprised and shocked at the appropriate moments. I even got in a, "What the fuck is that?" when he showed me a transfigured hippogriff, while throwing my pillow at it. Obviously, he explained only briefly, along with, "You'll learn all this, and more, when you get to Hogwarts. But, you should know that this kind language is not allowed there." So of course, I agreed, and accepted the Hogwarts invitation letter from him. I stare at it, and keep staring at my name, and the Hogwarts logo. Mason Lucas Aves, Room No. 22, 2nd floor Stockwell Orphanage, London. How many years have I waited for this? 30, 35, more, probably. I've been waiting for this letter ever since the first movie came out. So, math. Opening the letter, I briefly read it, and then switch it for the list of things I'll have to buy. And then, I frown. Where will I even get all of this? How will I pay for this stuff? I mumble out, because that's the only thing that's bugging me. I don't have money. We don't get pocket money. Thanks to the US stock market crash last year, and I wasn't about to work on someone else's farm for £1 a month or something. And I don't think goblins will appreciate me messing with their heads. I also can't afford to believe everything the fanfictions believes to be true, inheritances and all. I think I remember something about an orphans fund that Tommy accessed, but I can't be too sure that it exists here. In this iteration of the Harry Potter universe. And I don't think my rapist family has any cash in their vaults. I don't even think they have vaults left at this point in time. Bloody wankers. Dumbledore smiles at me, not creepily, and says, "Your stay at Hogwarts will be free of all costs, and even the food will be provided by us. As for buying supplies, Hogwarts will provide you with enough money to buy your supplies. Granted, you'll have to buy a few books and clothes second-hand." I immediately drop my shoulders, thinking up how much money I can steal in a week or so, both muggle and wizarding, and how I can do it most efficiently. I don't want to stick out like a sore thumb with second-hand supplies. Fortunately, Dumbledore speaks up, bringing me out of my future in an unlawful life. And says, the muggle government has funds set aside for the education of young orphans such as yourself. I think Sister Agnes will be agreeable to letting a few more notes come your way. I smile widely, not exactly for the reason Dumbledore was thinking. He just gave me a brilliant idea. I'm definitely robbing the rich, and giving to the poor, ergo, me. If the need comes, that is. He chuckles at my facial reactions, and says, "Easy there, my boy. I'll come here the day after tomorrow to take you shopping for the school year. Why don't you talk to Sister Agnes, and have her call her superiors?" I nod at him, as he moves to walk out the door. Before leaving, he says, "Do tell them, that the boarding and tuitions will be paid by the government directly, and the school will provide money from the orphans fund for the supplies. What they will provide you with, will only be added to our funds that we've set for you." Saying that last word, he closes the door, and leaves. And I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God I stopped my habit of using telepathy to scan my visitors. That would have been a very uncomfortable conversation, for him. I'd have just thrown everything at him and run. Street smarts. Anyway, Diagon Alley, Monday. Talk with Sister Agnes, now. After Dumbledore had gone away, I spoke with Sister Agnes about this exciting opportunity. Dumbledore had already told her most of it. How I'm a special student that's been admitted to a school for gifted children by the government itself. I told her that the tuition and staying fees were nil. Meaning we don't have to pay them anything, and that the school's orphan fund provided most of the money for the supplies. I did not lie to her, but did say that he funds will barely be enough to buy poor quality stuff. And not at all enough to spend anywhere else. And since I am a favorite of Sister Agnes, she agreed to talk with Mr. Stockwell on my behalf, to apply for some extra funds. You see, the orphanage is funded by the royal house, and the number of charities aren't any lesser despite the hard time our country is going through. That is what allowed us to live happily, if not frivolously. And even after all that, the greedy Mr. Stockwell would still manage to save more than quarter of the funds that he was responsible for, which then mysteriously disappeared. Everyone knew about it, but since he so graciously allowed us all to live here, no one said anything. Well, at least his daughter's hot. So, when Sister Agnes said she'll talk with him, I took it to mean, all. Convince him to part with more than enough money, don't you worry. She might not look it, but she's scary. You see, after the children's expenses, monthly salaries, some treats for children, and miscellaneous expenses of things, the orphanage could still manage to save anywhere from £1,000 to £10,000 a year. That's not counting the other businesses that Mr. Stockwell owns. Nope. He is rich, but depression was hitting the orphanage a bit hard, even if not openly. Where in 1921, the orphanage had managed to save £20,000 of the total donations, which was frankly mind-boggling. This year, the numbers were down to £3,000. But old Mr. Stockwell had kept most of that money aside, so that the orphans have something to fall back on. And so he can evade taxes. But I don't particularly care about that. What I do care about is the fact that Sister Agnes talked with Mr. Stockwell, who said he'll talk with Professor Dumbledore when he comes to take me to buy supplies, so they can work the right amount out. Sure, they could give me some £50, and said, piss off. But there's no guarantee that £50 will be enough for supplies. Probably not, which is why all four of us, including the lovely Ms. Stockwell, the old bastard's gorgeous daughter, were waiting for Dumbledore to come pick me up, with 5 cups ready and the tea on the stove. Finally, sharp at 0900, as the Great War veteran Stockwell would like to say. Dumbledore was shown in by Sister Lena. She glances at the lovely Monica Stockwell, controls her blush brilliantly, and then leaves. Casually, I glance at Sister Lena, a young 25-year-old sister, and hear what she was thinking, and immediately grin. By God, what are those thoughts? Remember your vows, sister. Wait, does lesbian relations even count as breaking the oath of celibacy? I shake my head at the dirty-minded, and apparently closeted Sister Lena, poor girl, and bring myself back to the meeting. Will be enough. Are you sure? Mr. Stockwell asks, in disbelief, looking at Dumbledore. Huh, what? How much? I was not listening. How much dough are you giving me, old man? Say the number again. I did not hear. Dumbledore, looking at my frustrated face, chuckles, and answers Mr. Stockwell, yes. Mr. Stockwell, our school grows our own food, in our own farms. We have a lot of workers under contract, so you don't need to worry. Say the amount. You old bastards. Mr. Stockwell lets out a sigh, making the others sigh too. Sister Agnes was crying happy tears, but I don't want to find out why exactly. Is she happy I'm gone, or is she happy I won't stick out as poor in my new school? He says, very well, I will give young Mason £300, but are you really sure it'll be enough? £300. I'm getting £300. For a year. That's awesome. Now I know why he's so worried. £300, while being way more than enough for me, is very less for the adults. Plus, they probably expected something like £1,000 or £2,000 per year, just for supplies. Heck, I expected they'd give me £20. I can make do with £300. And I'll steal some from the rich snobs if I'm desperate enough. My practiced summoning spells will have to be used somehow, you know. I look at Dumbledore, who says, well, it's not my decision to make either way. The average amount needed for the supplies for our school is £600 for the first years. The school provides young orphans with £550, so most of the supplies are easily bought, albeit second-handed. It gets a little bit easier, and cheaper, for the next years, as a lot of supplies are reusable. So, yes, £300 is more than enough for young Mr. Avs to spend his year, comfortably. Wait, if £300 is so much, why are you giving it to me? Wouldn't it be better to give me just enough for the supplies? I ask, loudly, before I even realize that I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth. Idiot. Mr. Stockwell looks happy, and is about to say something, but Sister Agnes stomps on his foot, glares at him into submission. You go, sister, and says, you will take the money, young man. You won't be home for an entire year. £150 is about what we would have spent on you here anyway. Mr. Stockwell sulks, not able to accept me lowering the amount, and I internally sigh in relief. And so it was that I left the orphanage with Professor Dumbledore, £300 richer, but the money in Professor Dumbledore's custody. He had apparated us, from an alley near the Stockwell Park Road, to S. Omar I know as near Charing Cross Road. Apparating was an experience. I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be even a little bit comfortable, for anyone, but people just got used to it. It felt exactly like what I expected it to. I was standing in an alleyway near my orphanage a few seconds ago, then spent a few seconds getting thrown around by the forces, while confined to a narrow pipe, and then I was here, on my hands and knees. I had to dry heave for a minute, before I could walk straight again, after the disorienting experience, and the evil Dumbledore was amused at that. What was that? I snarl, looking up at him. After gaining my balance back, Dumbledore's lip twitches upwards, just a bit, and he smiles at me. He says, that, Mr. Avs, was apparition. You will learn about it in your 6th year of Hogwarts. But it is one of the methods us wizards use to get around. Well, I hate it already. I mumble, and kick a stone away from me. Gods, pretending to be a normal kid is exhausting. I had to say that sentence, while also planning on researching apparition as soon as I'm in Hogwarts, and as soon as I get a good guess of which spells will be suitable at which age. Shaking my head, I walk beside him, as he moves towards where the magical district is. So, are you sure you know where we are going? I ask, breaking the silence, after about 5 minutes of walking a straight line. Dumbledore turns towards me, and smiles, his eyes somehow sparkling. He says, why, Mr. Avs, we're already there, and motions towards an area actively avoided by everyone walking around. This is London. There's very little space to even walk around. Yet, that one area was pretty much as uncrowded as it can get. I look up, and see a board, naming the establishment as The Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron, seriously, what's next? Top hats, and cackling potions. I ask, looking at the bar. While we do have hats and potions, which we'll buy today, you won't necessarily have to use them all the time. Dumbledore says, and starts crossing the road, walking towards it. I look around, and notice something. Just like the pub, people were actively avoiding us. I ask, why are the people avoiding us? Or even that bar? Well, first, that's an inn. It serves alcohol to adults, yes, but it's an inn first. Secondly, I am using a piece of magic that enables one to move without anyone noticing themselves, in this case, us. Of course, if someone really wants to find me, they definitely will. This piece of magic is not all powerful. Dumbledore says, as we walk inside the Leaky Cauldron. This is way better than what I'd remembered from the movies. Even the books made it sound like it was the most dreary place in the world. But this place is actually cool. The bar, and it is a bar, no matter what he says, was filled with patrons. There were about 10 to 12 round tables, and 2 bigger rectangular tables, most of them occupied, with either families or just friends. Then, there was the actual bar. There were stools, and only a few were occupied with morning tea drinkers. Mornin' Albus, the barkeep says, nodding his head at Dumbledore, while a boy, about my age, but a little older, was cleaning the cups with a towel. Thankfully, the towel looked clean. Morning, Rupert, young Tom, Dumbledore says, greeting them. He turns to me, and says, Mr. Avs, these are Rupert Dodderidge and his son Tom. They're the owners of this establishment, and their family has managed it for close to 400 years now. Rupert, Tom, this is Mr. Mason Avs. He's joining Hogwarts this year. I shake their hands, while Mr. Rupert speaks up. Nice to meet ya, lad. My son, Tom goes to Hogwarts too. It's his 3rd year now. If ya need anything, be sure to find him. Nice to meet you, too, sir. And I will, I say, nodding at Tom, and memorizing his face. Dumbledore speaks up, tipping his hat. Well, we should be going. Lots of stuff to do, and lots to buy. I'll be by for lunch later, Rupert. I'll be here even if you don't. Rupert says, and chuckles, with Dumbledore joining him. We go towards the back, as I follow him, and contain my excitement as much as I can. But, judging by Dumble's face, I was failing. Oh, piss off. Like you'll manage to stay completely calm when entering a magical world that you're a pretty huge fan of. Once we're in the back, Dumbledore brings out his wand, and says, look carefully. Once you have your own wand, you should be able to do this too. Tap your wand in this pattern, and it'll open the doorway to the magical district of Diagon Alley. Watch. I nod simply and stare. As he taps 3 bricks one after the other. All 3 of those bricks are easy to reach even for me. As he tapped the last brick, the bricks in the wall began to move and shift around, like it was a puzzle that needed solving. And once it was done, the way was opened, showing a colorful alley, filled with magic. I gape at it, and keep looking at the various views, right in front of my eyes. Birds of different types were flying around, along with what looked like fairies or pixies. I don't know. Then a few kids were flying in the air too, on brooms. I laugh at that, wondering what possessed them to make brooms the vehicle. On the ground, there was a cobblestone path, of all things, which split up and led everywhere. Bookstores, pet shops, artifacts, bags, clothes, everything, and more. And it was just at the entrance. I still had to actually walk in. Welcome, Mr. Avs, to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore says, waving his hands like he just did an amazing presentation. Well, he kinda did. This is beautiful, I whisper out, looking at everything. And it is beautiful, absolutely amazing. He begins walking, so I speed up to follow him, all the while looking at the different shops, trying to see everything. I also did not remain idle. I knew, this was the first of the many chances I had, to try and see if wizards can detect my telepathy. So, I widened my mind, and kept my telepathy contained to 30-meter diameter. So I can hear only within the alley. My passive range was just about 50 meters now, but slowly increasing. 20 meters of range increase wasn't much, but it was enough for me, for now. I purposefully avoid going anywhere near Dumbledore's mind. Say what you will about him, from what I know, he's definitely not a weak wizard, and definitely has a strong mind. Nope, not risking it. My first victim turns out to be a simple man, buying something in the jewelry store. Yup, Diagon Alley has a jewelry store. So, I focused on his mind, and went in. Nothing. Literally nothing. No, I heard his thoughts pretty clearly. I meant nothing was in my way. I literally had an open door to hear everything. He was going to propose in a few days, and wanted to buy a ring for that. Good man. Good luck, mate. Next victim, the lady selling fish. She was going to swindle the rich-looking lady, and get more money than the fish was worth. Well, what can you do? Business. Only 12 minds. In the 40 I tried to listen to had something even resembling a shield. But even those shields were not enough to stop me, obviously. I went inside their minds, and came out, both undetected. Cool. Either occlumency is a tough art to master, no one learns it anymore, or I'm severely overestimating wizards. Can't make conclusions before actually studying occlumency, which I will, only by the wizard's methods. By now, we had reached the steps to Gringotts, Dumbledore unaware of my jaunts through minds. How do I know? Psychology, bitches. If he'd have even suspected I was doing something with the people's minds, he would have reacted. It could have been something major, like blowing up at me, or something minor like twitching hands, and a passive mental scan. He did none of those, so yes, I'm sure he did not detect what just happened. And it was barely a minute-long jaunt through the minds. I did not stay inside their minds, I just heard their loudest thoughts. Anyway, we walk inside the Gringotts doors. And then come to another set of doors. This was not in the movies. This is from the books. The Dumbledore is from the movies, Gringotts building from the movies, but this door from the book. Wonder what type of world I'll find this one to be. This second set of doors had the vaguely threatening poem we all know. I read it, as I'm a normal human being, and we enter the bank proper. The bank lobby looked like a bloody reception lobby of a 5-star hotel. There was gold everywhere, probably just golden-colored stone or something, but still. It shone brightly. As we walk inside, on both sides of us, were high dais-like tables, with what I recognize as the goblins from the movies, sitting behind them. They obviously used high chairs, so they can use the dais properly. I can't help but notice that the chairs were just high enough, that wizards had to just look up a little to talk to the goblins. Absolutely crafty. There were about 20 of them on both sides. And one right in front of us. There were boards on their daises, with their names, position, and what the purpose of coming to that particular goblin should be. A few I read were inheritance tests, validity tests, key renewal, general inquiries, currency exchange, money withdrawal, and many more. The one in the middle was the one that dealt with money withdrawal. There were a few goblins, for subjects related to loans, either taking them, or paying for them. There were even a few goblins for buying and selling stuff, including houses. And the one which I was most interested in, but no one else was, funnily enough, was miscellaneous services. That was so vague, that even I, an almost 11-year-old, knew that it was something that's not supposed to be known openly. So mercenary woe, RK and all would probably be found there. Oh, how my mind is itching to try hearing the thoughts of the goblins, but since my very passive telepathy doesn't catch anything, I'm assuming that they have at least some protection. So, I kept my wandering mind to myself. Don't want to die on the first day in the wizarding world because there were some laws about reading minds in Gringotts or something. There were even about 20 to 30 goblins standing near the walls, some of them moving between the podiums. They were probably the runners, meant to guide the patrons to their vaults, or go take a message to the higher-ups, or something. Along with that, were just as many guards, armor and all, and a few trolls. How they control the dumb trolls, I have no idea. Dumbledore walked us towards the right side, third from the one in the center, where the currency exchange podium was. The line was only 2 people long, and it looked like they were both together. So it took us barely a minute to exchange the £300 that Mr. Stockwell had given us, and get 75 galleons, 9 sickles, and 18 nuts G75, S9, K18 with the current exchange rate of £3.97 per galleon. Along with the G150 that the school gave for me, that makes me worth G225. Nice. Not enough, but I'll manage. Right after I understand how much a galleon is actually worth. Yes, I know it's worth £3.97, but what can I buy with it here, in the wizarding world? Do books cost like G5 each? I don't know, and I have to wait to find out. And so, after me snickering at the goblin saying 18 nuts, Dumbledore says, I will need a pouch with it, please. 5 sickles. The goblin says, and immediately takes 5 silver coins from my stack, and offers Dumbledore a small pouch. I look at the pouch the size of my fist, and then at all the coins kept on the dais. Turning towards Dumbledore, I ask, are you, I don't know, 25 more of those pouches? The goblin opens his mouth, and moves his hand to take some more of my money, when Dumbledore waves his hand at the goblin, stopping him. He says, there's no need for that. 1 bag will be enough. Bloody goblin wanted to take my money and give me 25 more pouches. Okay, be careful with what you say here. Got it. He then turns to me, says, watch, Mr. Avs. And waves his right hand. In one single file, all the coins lift up from the podium, and start going into the pouch, and keep going, until all of those coins vanish into the bag. Okay. First of all, brilliant. That was unexpected, but not unappreciated. Wandless magic, like mine, just with more flow. So at least I was going the right direction with my own training. He hands me the pouch, which I thoroughly examine from all directions, and says, that pouch has an extension charm cast on it. That means, the space inside the pouch is much bigger than the size of the pouch itself. This one is yours. Take care of it. I nod, and whisper out, brilliant, with my eyes wide. Sure, I've used my spells and telepathy a lot. But this was an extended space. A new spatial dimension. The laws of physics inside the bag are definitely different than the ones outside it. It's amazing. Still amazed, we walk out to begin our shopping. I mean, my shopping. 1 hour later. Okay, I know I'm excited for Hogwarts, but this is too much. I've been either walking or standing for an hour now, and I'm tired. First we went to get a trunk, because wooden trunks are awesome, and easier to enchant than those muggle suitcases. I spent 10 minutes in that shop alone, choosing a trunk for myself, while Dumbledore gave advice. Finally, 10 minutes later, I walked out with a simple trunk, made of wood, and a lock so no one but I can open it. It cost me G37, £148 for a trunk. Dumbledore disapproved, but I didn't budge. Security is important, you know. And it's not like I bought the gold-embroidered 13-compartment trunk, or the kitchen trunk. Anyway, after wasting 3 more galleons on a book bag, we went to the clothing store, WHER. I wasted another 5 minutes just for them to take measurements and send me out. They'd called me back in an hour, to collect my uniform. That uniform cost me G50. Well, 50 for the whole collection. 3 sets of uniform, 2 pointed hats, a winter cloak, and 2 sets of plain black robes for everyday use. It was a good sale. For them, that is. Next, time passed smoothly, collecting the telescope, cauldron, files, and everything I might need for potions, including the ingredients, dragon hide gloves, and scales. Scales. I was a millennial who used digital weights for literally everything, and now I'm going to be using scales. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The next stop was Flourish and Blots, where we got the first year set, and I also added a few more books that I liked. Introduction to Runes, History of the Whole Wizarding World and Not Just Britain, and yes, that was the name of a book. After adding these books, my new pouch became lighter by a whopping 30 galleons. A rip-off, I tell you. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was a book that I immediately tried to read, but Dumbledore closed it and put it in my trunk with the rest of the stuff. He said, "You can read that at home. For now, let's get your shopping over with." And yes, all of that stuff fit in my trunk. When you open the trunk, you see 7 different compartments, about half a foot wide each. When you insert your hand in any one of those compartments, the specific compartment extends to cover the whole trunk's space, and only that much. As I said, it was expensive, but not too expensive. And now, finally Dumbledore says, "Let's have lunch before continuing. You look tired." I have been, for the last half hour, but thank you for noticing, Professor. I say, snarking at him. Dumbledore ignores the snark, and says, "You're welcome," and sits down on a seat outside an ice cream parlor. Ignoring his annoying behavior, I sit down in front of him, dropping my trunk next to me. Thankfully, it felt lighter than it actually was. Due to one of the enchantments on it. It was still heavy, and a chore to carry around, but not as much as it should be, after all I put into it. Waving air to my face, I look around. We were sitting outside the Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. There were 2 rectangular tables, connected to each other, and 2 of those giant umbrellas floating above us, giving us shade. 2 chocolate sundaes, and pretzels, Florine, Dumbledore says, waving at the server, but judging by the name, he was also the owner. "Right away, Professor," Florine says, and goes inside. "You're famous," I note looking at Dumbledore. I mean, sure I know he was going to become famous when he defeats Grindelwald. But even now, he has a lot of connections. Literally everyone we met knew him by name, and a lot of people nodded at him while just crossing us. Of course, I've been teaching for 27 years now, switching between Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Many of the Opal here have either had me as a professor, have their kids as my students, or they were my classmates. Like old Rupert, back in the Leaky. He was 2 years below me. Florian's father, when he was alive, was in my class. And was a good friend of mine. Dumbledore says, and then thanks Florine, who just brought the pretzels and ice cream. He then says, "You should know, Mr. Avs, that the wizarding world is very small. While only 0.1% of the total population are wizards, most of the wizards know each other." 0.1%, I ask, widening my eyes. That was more than I expected. He nods at my question, so I ask, "Doesn't that still mean that there are like 39,000 wizards in the United Kingdom alone? Do they all go to Hogwarts, or are there other schools?" Dumbledore smiles at the question, points at the food in front of me, and answers, "You know a lot of things, Mr. Avs. It shall help you, later in life, I'm sure. Yes, they all go to Hogwarts, or at least the wizards and witches do." The population is not just wizards alone. Those 39,000 also include squibs, meaning non-magicals born to magicals, those who have already left Hogwarts, those who are yet to join Hogwarts, and those that aren't allowed to join Hogwarts. Like werewolves, or vampires. Werewolves and vampires. I whisper, acting the shocked kid, and shudder. I take a bite of another pretzel, after dipping it in my ice cream. I'm a kid, sue me. He continues, that leaves some 400 to 600 children, between the ages of 11 and 18, who go to Hogwarts each year, with each class having an average of 70 students. But the number varies due to various factors. I nod sagely, and say, adults not getting horny enough, or getting too horny. Dumbledore, who was eating a big bite of his sundae, like a monster, spilled it all out in shock. Some of it even going in his nose, and starts coughing. He wipes his nose, and the tears in his eyes, and says, quite. I'd like to repeat that this kind of language is not allowed in Hogwarts. You will be punished if caught using such words. I shrug, not caring either way. I'm not going to be using my adult language in front of kids. Bigger kids, probably, but not 11-year-olds. We finish eating the sundae. And pretzels, with Dumbledore paying for them both, and then I drag the trunk, walking beside Dumbledore. He says, now, time for your wand. After which, we'll go look at pets. Do you need a pet? I understand why he asked. I only have Muggle guardians, and even that's from the orphanage. They're probably not allowed to know about magic, or he'd have told them. So I can't get an owl. As for the others, I don't even want to get a cat, or God forbid, a toad. I already have Sly, who is definitely not my pet, but I don't want to mention him. Don't want to color his opinions before I even know for sure that he isn't an evil Dumbledore. I shake my head, and answer, for now, no. If I need one, I'll simply get one. Let's go get my magic wand. In barely a minute, we reach the door to a posh store. The name board outside AYS, Olivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. So what did wizards use before that? Someone else's wands, staves. I'll find out later anyway. But the question will eat at me again and again. Dumbledore opens the door, and waves me inside, while he stays outside. That confirms it. Wand selection is a private affair if not even teachers stay there. Wonder why Draco's mom went for him. I walk in, to a twinkle of a bell. Shouldn't it have rung when Dumbledore actually opened the door? Whatever. Magic. I'm coming. An old voice shouts from the inside. I shake my head and walk forward, waiting at the front desk. Barely a few seconds later, an old man, that looks disturbingly similar to the Olivander from the movies, is standing in front of me. Staring creepily in my eyes. Mr. Avs. Yes, I did not expect to see you here. The old Olivander says, you know who I am. I blurt out, taking a couple steps back. I did not feel him entering my mind. So how did he know my name? And what did he mean he did not expect to see me here? Olivander chuckles and says, of course. I knew your grandfather, when he was alive. Harrison Avs. 11 inches, aspen. Phoenix feather. He brought his first wand from me, you know. As for his father, well, my father handled the shop then. Okay, this just got weird. My grandpa, my mum's father, was a wizard. I did not expect that. I thought he's just a noble that was ashamed of his bastard child or something, and not this. And I realize why he didn't raise her. Most probably, he abondo. Ned my mother because she was born a squib, bloody bastard. I'll kick him when I see him, without hesitation. Olivander looks at me again, creepily, and offers his hand. He says, Gervais Olivander. Pleased to meet you. I shake his hand and greet back, Mason Avs. Pleased to meet you as well. A question. What happened to my grandfather? Where can I find him? Gervais looks outside, at Dumbledore, waiting patiently with his back to us, and says, well, he died. Some 30 to 35 years ago. It was an accident. The Aurors said something about your uncle experimenting with fiendfire. Unfortunately, no one survived the event. And even their house burned down. You should visit the goblins later, if you want more information. The Ministry's Department of Inheritances. I nod, and speak up, One last question. How did you recognize me? Do I look similar to him, or something? Gervais chuckles and says, no, my boy. And be thankful about it. You look like your uncle. Your uncle had his mother's, your grandmother's looks. Harrison was as ugly as they come. He laughs at his own joke, making me even more creeped out. Seriously, laughing at the looks of your dead friend. Right in front of his grandson. Granted, the man was probably a right bastard, as he abandoned my mother, no matter the reason. But now, I have a new short-term aim. Find out what actually happened to my family. What luck. My father's side of the family is batshit crazy, and all made up of rapists, while my mother's family died in a fiendfire accident. Or was it? I need to find out. Let's get to it then. Gervais says, rubbing his hands together. And then pauses. He looks behind himself, and shouts out, Garrick. Come here, you lazy cunt. Match this young wizard with his wand. A loud thud is heard, following which, a man in his 20s or 30s comes out of the back room, rubbing his head. Garrick Olivander, the one who gave Harry his wand. Huh, he grumbles something, to which Gervais slaps his head, and then says, huh. Get used to it. Who will do this once I'm gone, Garrick rubs the sleep out of his eyes, and looks at me. His eye color, which was brown just a moment ago, turns silver, and his stare turns creepy. Your eyes. That's how you match wands. I shout, triumphantly pointing at the wandmaker, and turn to Gervais. Got you, you old bastard. Creep me out with your creepy silver eyes, will you? He glares at Garrick, making him sweat, and say, I did not mean to do that, father. That was a mistake. Your birth was a mistake. Gervais states, gritting his teeth. Apparently that was a bigger secret than I thought. I just hope they don't obliviate me or something. Damn. I raise my hand, making the two look at me, and say, if it makes it any better, I'm not going to tell anyone. Nor am I planning on opening a wand shop. Although, I wouldn't say no to a lesson or two. Gervais grunts, says, we'll think about it, and waves Garrick to move on. Garrick clears his throat, and looks at me with those creepy eyes again. And says, which is your wand hand? I raise my right hand, and barely hold myself from jumping in surprise, as the measuring tape zooms in, measuring the length of my hand, fingers. The distance between each finger, my height, and literally everything. Thankfully, the tape kept it PG, and did not try anything with poor old me. I let the tape work, and see Garrick going around the store, picking a few boxes, and building a stack in his hands. Once he's done, gathering about a dozen wand boxes, he says, that's enough. And comes back. Either the tape was to keep me distracted, or it was to determine the length of the wand. I know Hagrid had a 16-inch wand, while Harry's was 11. So there's definitely some relation. Garrick drops those boxes on the front desk, and opens the one on top. Without actually touching the wand, he offers the box to me, saying, Elder, Dragon Heartstring. 10.5 inches. Rigid. I gently pick it up, but don't feel anything special from it. So I look at Garrick. He motions impatiently, and says, give it a wave. I wave the wand, and a pulse of magic erupts from the wand, shooting at the vase, and breaking it. No, not that one. Gervais says, calmly sipping tea. You think, old man. I snark, that wand scared me. Garrick hands me the next wand on his list, acacia, unicorn hair, 12 inches, and I break the lights this time. 60 wands. And close to half an hour later, Garrick brings out another set of 10 boxes. The first 3 don't react, while the 4th one breaks the window. The 7th one, I feel something. As soon as I pick it up, I feel warmth. The feeling of home, happiness, belonging, coming from the wand in my hand, making me smile. It was an amazing feeling, and I instinctively knew that this was the wand that chose me. Looking at the encouragement from Gervais and Garrick, I raise the wand above my head, and wave it downwards. I swear I heard a hymn at the back of my mind. There was a golden glow surrounding me, and blue and silver sparks flew out of the wand tip, making the room light up. I feel my magic connecting to the wand. I feel the wand being intertwined with my magic. I feel myself, and my wand becoming one. And I realize, just why this ceremony is considered private. This was beautiful, and extremely intimate. I think I cried, a bit. I wiped my eyes with my left hand, while still smilingly staring at the wand in my hand. The wand has chosen you. It is a strong connection. Stronger than most of the wizards have matched. Gervais says, bringing me out of my happiness. I wipe my eyes again, and ask, what is she wand made of? Quote, she, Gervais asks, as Garrick opens his mouth to answer my question. I nod, and then shrug. I say, I somehow just know. Gervais says, looking at me in my eyes. I feel a soft pressure on my shields, which quickly backs off. I glare at Gervais, who waves his hands and says, just confirming, my child. You have stronger shields than most adult wizards. Your mental strength has helped you understand your wand better, and it will be even more apparent when you get some experience. I nod, accepting but not forgetting. Garrick breaks the uncomfortable silence, by saying, acacia wood. 12.5 inches. Quite bendy, and with a heartstring of a particularly old Hebridean black dragon, as a core. It'll suit you well, Mr. Avs. I nod, caressing the wand. I put it back in the box, and ask, how old was the dragon? Garrick shrugs, and looks at his father, who rolls his eyes, and answers, it was 1100 years old when it died. The second oldest known dragon. My father made that wand. It'll truly suit you. It's my turn to roll my eyes now, and I ask, how much do I owe you? Gervais answers, 4 galleons. I nod, and then ask, what else do you sell? Any wand holder or something. Gervais scowls at me and asks, do we look like cobblers to you, boy? I blush at that. I've read too many fanfics as Chinmay. God, I'm not even going to do the traditional goblin greetings I've practiced. Knowing my luck, that'll count as stereotyping or something. Heck, gobbledygook might be the offensive name that wizards gave their language. I quickly hand him the 4 golden coins, pick the box containing my new wand, and walk outside. I'll have to see if there's any books on wand lore in the store or something. But later, not right before first year. At least my trip ended so nicely. Acacia and dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches, bendy. Hebridean black dragon. I'll have to check the dragon out too. I hadn't read that much into the fandom Wikia to remember. I still have a smile on my face when I exit the wand store and meet Dumbledore. And I'm still smiling. My wand. 2 days after my trip to Diagon Alley, and wasn't that an amazing experience? I was sitting on my desk, reading my course books. My wand was kept in my trunk, in the box it came in, since I didn't want to break it by accident, nor did I want to risk breaking the laws while in a Muggle orphanage. So, books it is. And I have to say, I understand why Harry didn't study much, and why in the beginning Hermione was called a know-it-all by them all, directly or indirectly. These books are boring as fuck. Like, first of all, the tone of the books was sickeningly patronizing. I know, these books are for 11-year-olds, but they didn't have to be wankers about it. Of the 15 books I bought, of which 11 were course books, only 3 were not condescending. Out of 15. Secondly, you had to read these books in a particular order to understand anything. Well, not for me. Because I have actual experience under my belt, and know a lot about magic from my memories, but for an average child, they might just give up because they didn't read in the right order, and so, didn't understand. I mean, I understand that books need to be read in series, but you could at least tell that to the children, can't you? Like, Magical Theory by Adalbard Waffling, had to be read first. Because it actually explained what magic is, and how spells worked. But, this book was the most patronizing book in my small collection. It also contained boring laws and all that literally all magical spells follow. So, yeah, I'm still reading it, but I'm not happy about it. From what I did read though, my hypotheses were mostly correct. According to the book, there are 4 components to a successful magic spell. Wand movements, incantation, intent, and actual magic power. There is nothing about wandless magic until chapter 13, after which it is mentioned only once, to say that only most powerful and learned wizards can even hope to achieve wandless magic. I call bullshit, given I can already do it and I'm definitely not one of the most powerful wizards. After ch 14, the laws of magic starts, for 17 more chapters. which is what I was still to read. I sigh, turning the page, knowing that I have to finish this book fast, so I can start with the rest. Like fantastic beasts and where to find them. Or magical drafts and potions. Hearing something, I look underneath the table, to find Sly coming out of the hole in the wall. Sly, you sure took your time coming back, I say, smiling at him in greeting. Sly climbs the chair's leg, and onto the desk. He glances at the books, and asks, "You went to that wizard's place without me?" To be fair, I had no choice. A professor of my new school came to take me shopping. And you weren't here, I point out. And he was gone for 5 whole days. What kind of non-pet does that? Sly turns away from me, but I know he isn't upset. He's a snake, so emotions aren't his thing. He feels emotions, but he doesn't take anything too seriously. He then asks, "So, you got the letter then? You're going to that school?" I nod happily, and say, "Yup. We're going to Hogwarts." I look at him, and pat his head. As he hisses at me in warning, I say, "Yup, my dear friend Sly. You're coming with me, unless you have an issue with staying with me, that is." Sly stares at me, his golden eyes narrowed, and then nods. He says, "Fine, somebody will have to keep an eye on you, anyway. And Ash has too many duties here." Well, at least the name's stuck. Snakes don't usually have names. Not even for themselves. But, when I named them Ash and Sly, the names stuck. Good to hear, I say, looking amused. I can practically see the excitement within him. He was also excited to go to Hogwarts, knowing how majestic the place is. The bastard snakes had refused to take me to Diagon Alley before, despite having promised before. But that didn't stop them from going there themselves. Sly went there years ago, and like Ash, spied on people to hear about Hogwarts. But the dick didn't tell me anything. Other than the letter will come sometime around my 11th birthday, nothing. Did you find anything in those books of yours about us snakes? Or speakers? Sly suddenly asks, getting over my shoulder and looking down at the book. I shut the book down, and say, "Not that book. There is another which mentions speakers, and a lot of the books mention snakes. Granted, not all of them in the right way. Heck, the potions book describes how to use snakes, in a lot of creative ways that I hope Sly never finds. That'll break his heart, knowing what happened to his family." Taking the history of the whole wizarding world and not just Britain, I open the table of contents, and search for the relevant chapter. Finding it, I open the page, and point at a wizard in that picture. The wizard was bald, and ugly by today's standards. But, he had an impressive beard, and wore clothes that at least looked expensive. In his hand was a wand, about 10 to 13 inches long, while in his neck was the infamous locket. I say, "This is the speaker who helped found the school I am going to be studying at." They say that he had a pet snake that was the strongest of them all, but it is just a speculation. For some reason, the actual Hogwarts, a history book, does not show his face, and neither does the normal history book. Granted, they didn't contain the pictures of the other founders either, so there's that. I could take him. Strongest snake, my tail. Wait a few more years and I'll show you strongest. Sly hisses in equal amounts of pride and anger, making me snort. Sure you will, Sly. Sure you will, I say, keeping my amusement away from my face. But, I do wonder. The basilisk must still be there, right? Should I seek it out? I know where it is, and Tommy hasn't even started his terror yet. Heck, he probably hasn't begun terrorizing the kids yet, seeing that he's just about 3 right now. I'll decide when I'm there. But for now, I'll have to read as much as I can. Let's just hope that the books in the library aren't like this one. Opening the Fantastic Beasts book, I set it on the table. For Sly to look at the pictures, and continue with reading magical theory. This is gonna be a long month. About 2 weeks after the trip with Dumbledore, I was once again walking towards the leaky cauldron. Only this time, with Sly on my shoulder, sitting invisible to all the eyes. Are you sure they won't see you? Goblins aren't humans, you know. I asked, thinking back to the bold claims Sly had made just 3 days ago. Invisible even to goblins, is what he claimed to be. Sly snorts, looking around at the humans, and says, I have been there before, human. I've even been inside the caves of theirs. I shrug, and say, hey, just being careful. I don't want to offend them or anything like that. Well, at least not on the first meeting itself. Later meetings will depend on this one, obviously. Walking inside the leaky cauldron, I wave at Tom, who was manning the bar, and say, "Mornin', Tom." "Good morning, Mason. Right, you came here with Professor Dumbledore?" Tom asks, looking a little unsure about it. Nodding, I say, "Got that right. Just off to the alley. Do I go directly, or should I have to tell someone or anything?" Hey, that's a genuine question I had. Okay. They need at least some security to make sure that this place remains private but accessible. Dumbledore could have just been given a blanket permission or something. Tom chuckles, and points behind him towards the ever-open door that leads to the alley. He says, "Just go right down that door. You don't need permission or anything, unless you want to come here." After 9 p.m., pausing, he asks, "You did come here after telling your guardians?" "Right." I look at him in indignation, and say, "Of course, I did. I'm not that irresponsible." He sighs in relief, and says, "Just making sure. You can just walk to the back then. Remember the bricks all right?" I wave at him, and as I walk towards the back, I say, "Yup, sure do." That human asks too many questions. Sly says, once I'm at the back, staring at the wall. Taking the wand, my wand. From inside my sleeve, I say, "He's just afraid of sending a runaway inside without informing anyone. He's still new at the business, Sly, don't mind him." Tapping the 3 bricks, I once more marvel at the phenomenon that is magic. Even after all the spells I can already do, this all looks amazing. First things first, let's go to Gringotts. I have a goblin to meet with. I say, remembering what Olivander Sr. told me. Harrison Avs, my mother's father, was apparently a wizard. He's dead, but I just hope that he did not die penniless, and left me at least something. Some money would be appreciated. But what I'm hoping for is knowledge. If this meeting goes well, that is. Money can only get you so far in the wizarding world. Malfoy was rich in the books, and he still got arrested for his crimes anyway. If I become too strong, and someone tries to frame me or anything, I can just escape. I had no plans of becoming a Dark Lord, Light Lord, Grey Lord, or even get turned into a scapegoat. So, knowledge. Walking inside the 2 doors of the bank, I walk to the goblin manning the inheritance and legitimacy test dais, and stop, waiting for him to look up or down, considering that I'm shorter than the chair he's sitting on. I wait patiently, and do not move around, no matter how much my 11-year-old body wants to. I don't know how he'll react to getting interrupted in his work. But I'd rather not risk it, thank you very much. 5 minutes later, he looks up from whatever he was doing, bends down over the dais to look at me, and asks, "What can Gringotts help you with?" I nod at him, while looking up at him, and state, I wanted to know about my family. I'd heard they are dead, and so, I would like to make some inquiries about it. "Family name?" the goblin asks, looking bored. But at least not angry. Maybe that patience test did the trick, or maybe it's just how they talk. "Avs. My name is Mason Avs. My mother's name was Marigold Avs, and from what I know, her father was Harrison Avs." I say, giving the extra information, in case he needed it. He looks up, and squints his eyes at me, looking for something. I look back, and hold back the urge to listen to his thoughts. He shouts, "Snaphook. Take him to Gringotts. Tell him we found a possible heir." Snaphook, one of the runners standing near the wall, runs towards us, and bows to the higher-level goblin. Turning to me, he says, "Come," and starts walking towards a hallway. Despite being literally 3.5 feet tall, this little bugger has a fast pace when walking. Even I have to walk faster to keep up with him. And I just know that this Snaphook is enjoying it. 5 minutes of walking behind him later, I enter the office of Gringotts, the manager of the Avs accounts. This time, the chair and table are at normal heights, meaning I have to sit up just a little straighter to stay above the table level. Offering my hand, I say, "Nice to meet you, sir." He doesn't even glance at my hand, and just keeps staring at me. After what felt like hours, but was probably just a few seconds, Gringotts grunts roughly, and says, "So, you say you're an AVS and are entitled to the vaults that I look after." Nodding hesitatingly, I say, "Well, I am an AVS, Mason AVS. I actually came here to see if I can find any knowledge about my family, and Mr. Olivander told me that I should try to ask Gringotts." You do look like a young Clark AVS. But your proclamation is bold. Do you have any proofs about your identity as the AVS? Grungier asks, still staring at me. I shrug, and say, "I was raised in an orphanage." Mr. Grungier, and I always knew Mason AVS to be my name. It was only when Mr. Olivander told me to come here for inquiries that I did. I can bring my birth certificate, N.D. my mother's identity proof if you wish. Grungier snorts, and starts ruffling some papers on his table. Well, not paper, parchment. He hands one plain, normal-looking piece of square parchment to me, and says, "Bleed on the parchment. And prove your identity." I take the parchment, and just stare at it. How do I? I might not like it, but I do have to maintain an image of a normal 11-year-old. And normal 11-year-olds don't know wandless severing charm. Grungier sighs, and hands me a pin, silver in color. Taking it, I prick my thumb. This time, I don't even have to pretend that this hurt. Due to the fact that the damn thing actually hurt me. Gritting my teeth, I hold the now holy finger above the piece of parchment, and count the drops falling down. As soon as the 7th drop drops, Grungier snatches the parchment from me, and starts staring at it. Ignoring the urge to glare at him, I take out a handkerchief, and hold it around my bleeding finger. I should really see into a wall. Why to increase my rate of healing somehow? Magic has unlimited possibilities, so there must be something there. About half a minute of comfortable silence later, Grungier places the parchment on the table, allowing me to finally see what was written on it. I gasp, reading the names on the parchment, written in blood-red color. Just 7 names were there. My name at the bottom, underlined by a green line. Mason Lucas AVS. Above my name were the names of my parents, seeing that my mother's name was one of them. Marigold Lyanna AVS, and Morphin Marvolo Gaunt. My mother's name was underlined by a black line, while Morphin's was underlined by a green line, like mine. Above those names were the names of my 4 grandparents, Harrison and Alice AVS, along with Marvolo and Maurice Gaunt. All 4 of them were underlined by a black line. So, black line probably means dead, while green line means alive. Taking and observing the parchment for a while, I smile, not for the reason that Grungier probably believes. I know the name of my father, of the one that raped my mother. Morphin Gaunt. You will die. Oh, I won't torture him or anything. I'm not a Gaunt, but I will make his death painful. No Avada Kedavra for him. Grungier taps the table with his long-nailed fingers, and says, "Well, Mr. AVS, you are who you say you are. Lucky you. We were going to feed the dragon today." I blandly look at him, while rubbing the finger through my handkerchief. Bloody evil goblin. "So, what inquiries did you have with me, Mr. AVS?" Grungier asks, seeing me stay silent. I ask, "Is anyone from my family alive, other than me?" Grungier says, "For the AVS family, I'm really sad to say that you are the last living member. On your father's side, however, your father and your grandfather are alive." I frown, the implications not lost on me. My only living magical relatives are racist idiots. I ask, is Gringotts under any obligation to inform my father's side of the family of my existence? Grungier once more stares at me for a few seconds, and says, "No, we aren't anyone's messaging service, Mr. AVS. We're goblins, not owls. If the Gounts ask, then we will tell them, but we won't go out of our way to do so. And since they don't have much money, they won't come to Gringotts to make that enquiry. I'm as safe as I can be. But it's not enough. I'll have to pay a bribe or something soon." He continues, "Now, as for the estate. While you are the only possible beneficiary of the AVS estate, you can't claim it yet. The manor was destroyed 35 years ago, so there's no home for you to claim for yourself. There is a trust vault that was originally set up for your mother before it was found out that she's a squib, but never reabsorbed, so that vault has been directly passed on to you." I nod, listening, and ask, "How much do I have access to? And when will I be able to claim the lands in my vault?" Grungir turns a few pages, and answers, your trust vault contains G20,000, due to the family vow. Lieutenant depositing G500 on the 1st of August every year, since your mother's birth, and you have access to all of it. I drop my jaw, I shit you not. G20,000, I was rich, I school my face, and control myself enough to not look like an overexcited brat. I ask, what about my lands in the family vault? 17. That's when you can claim them, when you turn 17. You are very lucky to approach us. Usually claimants lose any claim to any monetary contents of the family vaults to the bank if 100 years go by without an heir approaching. It's only been 35 for you, so, good for you. Grungir says, and then smirks at the end. I can imagine how many vaults they've swindled money out of. Wait a minute, he said monetary. I resist the urge to smile wide. So there are probably a lot of vaults with no claimants, and no money in them. But probably a lot of objects, judging by how the Lestrange vault looked in the movies. So, hypothetically, I could still claim the vaults I'm entitled to, even after the 100-year deadline. Let's hope I'm the heir to Slytherin, and his family actually had vaults here. I just won't be able to get any money out of it. But books are good too. Ancient books. I mean, I already have G20,000, so books are preferred actually. Or my hopes will go down the drain, and the goblins also have a claim to the books and all the objects within. Or the ministry. Gods, I hope not. Well, thank you for your time. Oh, I almost forgot. My key, to the trust vault. I ask, smiling at the goblin in front of me. While he is my manager, he is still a goblin and works for Gringotts, Prophet. Scowling at me, Grungir slams the key on the table, and says, Vault number 689. Now leave, I have work to do. Don't approach me before you turn 17, unless you have actual business with me. Leaving the bank, with 100 more galleons worth of money. In all 3 currencies, I almost skip towards the bookstore. Entering an alleyway, I use my metamorph magic and change my face to look similar to my face as Chinmay. From a black-haired, white-skinned boy, I turn into a black-haired, brown-skinned boy. Leaving my face and skin color, I still look the same as before. Why are you hiding your face? Sly asks, still invisibly sitting on my shoulder. As I start a walk towards Flourish and Blots, I say, I don't want to even chance someone seeing me buy books worth more than the money I have left from my trip with Dumbledore. Too many uncomfortable questions. I don't want anyone to know that I'm from the Avs family. If anyone already knows it, then I don't want them to know that I know. At least, not before I'm able to defend myself good enough. And showing my new money pouch off is counterproductive. Call me selfish, but I'd rather have the free yearly money that I get as an orphan in the Muggle world. Plus, I'm not exactly sure why, but my family's deaths sounds suspicious. All of them died in a fiendfire accident. Really, all of them, and not a single soul survived by apparating away or something. Yeah, I don't buy it. But well, what can I do now, other than not show off my heritage and die like my family? In the bookstore, I buy a few books way above my current knowledge level. Wasnt, their cores, Gerald Olivander, was one that was really a surprise. I didn't think the Olivanders shared knowledge like this. It had nothing about actual wand crafting, no. But it had the knowledge. Of what ingredients can and can't be used as wand cores and what woods work how, as wand woods. Truly marvelous. This Gerard Olivander wrote down a whopping 1,000 animals, and which of their body parts can be used. Along with the most common woods. Acacia wood, which my wand is made out of, are usually very picky. They don't just bond with anyone. I was special. They were so picky, that once bonded to a wizard, it won't show its true strength unless the wizard is truly exceptional. I'll see if I am in the future. Also, acacia wands don't work for anyone other than their wizards. Meaning, if another wizard stole and tried to use my wand, the magic simply won't work. I love my wand, I truly do. Along with that one, I bought a book written by Fleemont Potter, detailing the preparatory stages of each potion and its ingredients. So, what potion making actually is what I'd learn in that book. There were a few more books, like the Pureblood Directory, and I bought them too. And then, Once my curiosity is satisfied, I return back home, to my orphanage. London. The 1st of September 1930. After a very boring, study-filled month, the day has finally come. The 1st of September 1930. The day of the train. After a short 20 minutes bus journey, while pulling my trunk behind me, I was standing in front of a normal-looking pillar, just staring at it. Thank God that I had the trunk shop owner add wheels to the trunk, or I'd have looked like an idiot. Sly was sitting on my shoulder, invisible, and was staring at the wall along with me. What now? Why aren't you just going through that magic thingy? Sly asks, licking my ear with his tongue to get my attention. Annoyed, I flick him on the head, ignore his indignation, and say, I have waited for this exact moment for a very long time, Sly. Way more than even you know. I need to savor it. 5 minutes later, and after a lot of students have passed through the wall, I finally square my shoulders, and walk through the pillar, pulling my trunk behind me. Finally, Sly exclaims, and starts looking around at everything, just like me. It wasn't much, platform 9N. It looked like a normal train platform, with a single train standing on the track. In the far right was a wall that had 3 fireplaces. If I didn't know about flow, I would have been really confused. Along the platform, many families were saying their goodbyes and meeting with their friends. A few students were grouped together, and I could see even from here that inter-house friendship is really rare. There was still half an hour before the train leaves, so I glance at the wizards in their robes and board the train. Keeping the trunk in the overhead rack, I pick out the potions book, the Potter one, and start reading. Sly looks at the book too, although he can't read, and gives completely helpful comments once in a while. Why the hell would they cut a frog? Just swallow it whole. Your necks are so wide, and you still cut frogs before eating them. Sly exclaims, momentarily making me twitch. I look outside, and say, firstly, our necks might look wider from the outside, but we can't swallow like you do. We need to chew first, and chewing an entire frog is not possible for us. Secondly, this is for a potions recipe, and not for eating, Sly. We don't eat frogs. Pity. That frog looks tasty, Sly says, and once again stays silent, allowing me to read. Oh, this is going to be a long journey, isn't it? Hello, can I sit here? A voice brings me out of my focused reading, as I was ignoring Sly's constant hissing comments. I was sitting alone, in a compartment in the back of the Hogwarts Express, reading the book called History of the Whole Wizarding World, and not just Britain. It is an interesting read. I look at the person who disturbed my reading, and look them up and down. While they're wearing trousers and a button-down shirt, I'm pretty sure that's a girl, or at least born a girl. I nod at her, and say, please, come in. The girl walks inside, dragging a trunk behind her. Obviously, like the gentleman I am, I help her with putting it in the rack above, right beside my own. I offer her my hand, and introduce myself, Mason Avs. She takes my hand, shaking it quite firmly, and says, nice to meet you. My name's Darla White, not a surname I recognize, from even the book about known purebloods. So probably Muggleborn. What are you reading there? Darla asks, sitting down in the empty seat. I sit down in front of her, and show her the cover. I say, History of the Whole Wizarding World, and not just Britain. It's a good read. The author knows his stuff. Darla looks at the cover, and nods. She says, I haven't got that one. Where are you from? She looked curious, and a bit talkative, so I answer, London. It was a shock, I tell you, when Professor Dumbledore came and told me I have magic. Oh, you're like me then. You have no one magical in your house too, then. Darla exclaims out, suddenly smiling. I shake my head and say, well, I'm from an orphanage. I know my mother was not magical. Don't know about my father though, or their families. Oh, I'm sorry, Darla says, sounding a bit ashamed. Waving my hand, I say, don't worry about it. I'm used to being an orphan. How about you? We talked more then, for a few hours, telling each other about ourselves. Her parents are religious, and almost didn't want to send her to Hogwarts. It was after a lot of convincing by Professor Dumbledore that they agreed. Turns out, old Dumbledore is a Christian as well. Who'd have thought? Although I have no problem with Christianity. The extremists of every religion piss me off. Even my old religion. Calling anyone different than normal people demon spawn. That's plain evil. Dumbledore did still have to convince them though. By repeatedly explaining that this magic was given to us at the time we are born, and not through deals. So no, we are not, as they said, demon spawn. Her mother owns a flower shop, while her father is in the police. So they earn enough money. And instead of sending her to some finishing school or something, they sent her to Hogwarts. Cool parents, got over their fear of everything magical pretty quickly. If I do say so myself. I'm thinking Dumbledore did something. But, not my problem. If it helped a witch come into her powers, all the very best. Darla was pretty cute girl, like kids are cute you weirdos. She was a tomboy, loved to play cricket, and was a bowler in her group. I couldn't bowl for shit, not even in my old life, so I was like every other kid out there, a batsman. Along with that, she played the violin, or was learning to play, but was sad she had to keep the violin home. She was not that studious, as far as I can tell, but did well enough, as she would tell. But, I'm sure she'll be a good enough friend. My first friend, Darla White. We talked for a while, and then I went back to my reading, while she brought out a textbook from her own bag to read. The train ride had started while we were talking, and it took 8 hours of a very comfortable silence, mixed in with some talking here and there, to get from London to the Hogsmeade station in Scotland. I'll have to look up where the train track is, and where it goes from. There's no way this track is connected to the Muggle lines, or they would have discovered Hogsmeade already. Too bad there's no internet yet, or GPS. Damn. An hour into the ride, Sly says, I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up. I just nod, since I cannot speak right now, and telepathy is useless with animals, for now. With enough practice and training, I know that I'll be able to at least talk with Sly in his mind. I've noticed that minds are minds, doesn't matter if they're animals, birds, insects, or humans. I can feel the minds. But I cannot interact with anything not humans. It's like, our minds exist in a spectrum, and while human minds exist on one wavelength, the animal minds are on another. So, until I completely master my own wavelength, I don't think I'm going to move forward. After 8 hours, we changed into our uniforms after an amazingly beautiful black-haired Slytherin prefect told us to, while frowning at the Muggle clothes we had worn. The girl might be gorgeous, but the expression on her face told us that she's a bigot. Meh, I'm still young anyway. Too young, I mean. Thankfully, Voldemort was a 4-year-old kid, so the racism, while there, was nothing serious, hopefully. While changing, as Darla was outside the cabin, I wake Sly up to a lot of his hissing. I say, get inside and sleep in your pocket. I won't wake you after this. I'd had the tailors add an extended pocket on the inside of all my robes, in my chinmay face, to avoid warning anyone. The pocket was extended on the inside, allowing space for a 3-foot-long Sly to sleep comfortably in. It still touched my belly, though, so Sly will have warmth enough for his sleep. As Sly crawls inside, once again grumbling about me, I allow Darla inside. And we once again speak a little while eating the candies I bought for us. FYI, never eat any bean from the Birdie Bot's every flavor beans. You'll regret it. Doesn't matter if some flavors are actually good. You'll still regret it. Anyway, during the whole ride, I'd kept my telepathy to myself, for a couple of reasons. First, it's a bad habit to have, listening to everyone's thoughts. I mean, I'm not a goody two-shoes, but still, I might get too dependent on it. Secondly, they are kids, teenagers at the oldest. Their thoughts are literally either disgustingly childish, or about how horny they are. I'd rather not experience it, thank you very much. So, I'm keeping my telepathy usage down while in the school. Unless I really have to. Or there's a good enough reason. Anyway, after the boat ride with the keeper of keys and caretaker, who did not bother introducing himself, we met with a female professor near a big door. She told us to wait there on the stairs, and went back inside to probably get them all to prepare for us. What do you think? Do you know how we're sorted? Darla asks, getting worried. There were a few kids making up theories of their own. ranging from solving a riddle, a quiz, to fighting different animals, including a dragon. Why do you think Hogwarts' motto says, "Don't tickle a sleeping dragon"? I'm telling you, mate, we have to fight a dragon. The kid exclaims, sounding a lot afraid than the compatriots hearing it were. Shaking my head, I whisper, I don't think it'll be anything harmful. We're children, and no wizard parent looked worried at the station. It's probably something small, like a test or something. Or just random selection. Darla sighs, probably realizing my logic, and nods. She says, "You're right. I hope." Knowing that the children here are focused on a single topic, sorting, I decide to try telepathy on them. Until now, even the occlumency of the adult wizards wasn't able to stop it. Although, those wizards definitely weren't amongst the strongest. So I'm still not trying anything on Dumbledore or any of the teachers. But the kids are currently distracted themselves, and I won't go deeper. Call me two-faced, but I'm still curious about my telepathy. And I don't think I can train my telepathy without actually using it. This qualifies as a good enough reason, I think. So, getting in, I'll listen to their thoughts, one by one. Then, I'll go in just deep enough in their minds to know their names, and get right back out. Don't want to mess up experimentations on children's minds. You see, your names are one of the most recognizable things for you. You see your name written in a book, you immediately feel happy. You hear it, you immediately try and find who called you. Heck, sometimes you try and find someone even if no one's there. So, while I think that trying to force Legilimency through my telepathy will have a chance of making anyone brain dead, taking their names from their subconscious probably won't. I hope. Soon, however, I internally sigh, and safely get out with the names of my classmates. There were about 80 kids here, all first years obviously. Of them, the purebloods, or recognizable half-bloods, were more with a mixture of Black, Crabbe, Goyle, Abbott, Pruitt, Greengrass, Rosier, Crouch, Avery, and Bulstrode. These people were 37 in total. Then there were purebloods, whose families were ediblished just recently. Means they were the descendants of Muggleborns, or immigrants, but technically, purebloods. These were few, only 7. Then came the half-bloods with no noble name. Like a kid named Albert Jones, whose parents were both Muggleborns. Kids like those, numbered 22. The rest, 14, were like me. Either Muggleborns, or orphans. And there were 3 orphans, including me. Right at that moment, a few ghosts came in from the side, talking about something I did not hear. My main focus was one ghost, who looked disturbingly similar to my mother. Literally, it was like looking at my mother's ghost, if it wasn't for the very old-looking gown the ghost was wearing. There were 3 other ghosts, 2 male and 1 female. One male was fat, very fat, and if my guess is correct, then it's the Fat Friar. The other was lean, and looked like a fighter. But he was also covered in blood. The Bloody Baron. The last ghost was female, and was plump. She has a kind smile on her face, and I do not recognize her from anywhere. The 4th ghost, the one I think looks similar to my mum, was different. She was almost solid. While the 3 were a translucent white, and floating in the air, the girl was darker, whiter. And she was flying, staying a few feet behind the 3. Yes, I can sort of feel the difference. I think, if she wants to, she could walk on the ground too. I don't know, I just get the feeling. Wanting to see if my telepathy works on ghosts, I tried to connect with each of them, to listen to their thoughts. For the 3 talking white ghosts, I feel nothing. It's like, there's nothing there. Not that there are shields or anything, there's literally nothing. No thoughts, no memories, and no indication, other than my sight, that someone is even there. For the girl, now that's where things get interesting. As soon as I try to enter her mind, she stops in her spot in the air, and her eyes snap towards me. "You're like her," I hear in my mind, becoming shocked. She's the first person to notice my telepathy use, and she's a ghost. Holy fuck, this is weird. Her face being similar to my mother's is just the cherry on top. I look around, no one had noticed anything weird. And the kids were just wary of the Fat Friar, who was having a conversation with some kid. Darla was close to me, but she was also talking to a girl about something or the other. Like who? Who are you, and why are you so different from them? I ask her in return, thinking over the very few ghosts I know by name, within the Harry Potter universe. This universe. She glances at the other ghosts, and answers, later. I will find you and we will talk. I'm so excited, you're the first person like her that I've found. And she smiles, brightly. The other ghosts look at her in shock, like they haven't seen her smile before. While the Bloody Baron takes a step back, floats a step back. Well, you get the message. Wait a minute, Bloody Baron, a female ghost in her 20s. That's Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter. I'll have to meet with her later. So much knowledge, so much past. Simply, wow, come along, now, the professor from before says, coming through the door and opening it. Walking inside, we file in a double line, with no categorization, and stop in front of a stool placed in front of the teacher's table. Curiosity brimming, I take a look around the hall as the Sorting Hat sings a song. A talking hat, I bloody love magic. There were 4 tables around us in the Great Hall, and a 5th table for the teachers, on the stage. Professor Armando Dippet, the headmaster, was sitting in the middle, with Professor Dumbledore on his right, and his left side chair empty. And damn, Dippet was old. Old Dumbledore from the movies had nothing on Dippet. It looked as if one bad breath might give him a cardiac arrest. But, knowing magic as I do, he's definitely not weak. On Dumbledore's right was Professor Horace Slughorn, whom I recognize from the movies. He looks the same, only younger. He was about the same age as Dumbledore, so in his 40s 50s. Dumbledore was 50 but he looked like he was 35 at the maximum. Magic. After the hat finishes its song, we all wait for our turn. A talking hat. Again. Bloody brilliant. Let's hope my telepathy stops it from finding my old memories at least, because I doubt it'll stop the hat from seeing my new ones. Abbott, Charles, the professor says, and I realize I don't even know her name. Meh, I'll ask my classmates, or housemates later. The Abbott boy walks forward and sits down on the stool. In barely 5 seconds, the hat shouts, Hufflepuff. And he joins his house to a round of applause. Huh, when did his uniform change from plain black to black with yellow trimmings? Heck, even his tie became yellow and black. I could probably do it too. But not have it triggered by the hat's declaration or something. And not permanently, which this color change charm definitely is. Avery, Lucille. This time, it's the Avery girl, who walks forward. Slytherin, Avs, Mason. Taking a deep breath, I walk forward and sit on the stool. I see the professor dropping the sorting hat on my head, and see only darkness for a second. Difficult. Very difficult, the hat says, appearing right inside my shields. I close my eyes, and focus on my occlumency practice to go in, to meet it, and ask, what difficult? You came through the shields like they were made of butter. Thankfully, it did not hurt me. How though? I've been sorting students for 900 years now, boy. While your shields are good, I was made better. And to answer your questions, 1. I did not mean to harm your mind, merely enter it, and so I didn't. And 2, I meant that your sorting will be difficult. Very curious, the hat says, ignoring my sulking. He says, but, don't worry, boy. You are going on the right tracks. Rowena showed me her mind too, and you're almost as good as her when she was your age. Granted your protections need some working. Well, a lot of it. Rowena Ravenclaw was like me. A telepath, I ask, looking up at the floating hat. The hat nods, and says, but that word is not something she used. Her mind was simply built differently. She could move things with her mind, destroy them with the twitch of her finger, and even change the shape of the earth itself, all without using even a little bit of magic. And she could Legilimency and occlumency without magic too, just like you've begun to. Very few occlumency shields could stop her mind. You'll do her proud, boy. Why will I do her proud? And what do you mean begun to? I've been at it for 6 damn years. The hat looks at my frustration-filled face, and says, there's an artifact of hers, hidden out there somewhere, that was made to help those with superior minds control themselves. I think you will find it helpful. He then hums, and asks, now where to put you? You're cunning, and will thrive in Slytherin. That gift of yours will certainly help, and He snake in your robes is one even Salazar would have been proud of. Then again, you're also brave. Trying to do right by your mother. You also plan on joining the next war among the Muggles. Impressive. You'll also shine bright in Gryffindor. I shake my head, and say, while I am brave and cunning enough, those two houses don't exactly agree with me. I'm not goody two-shoes enough for Gryffindor. I will use anything to survive, and make sure to help out as much as I can. But, I also am not a politician, and the actual Slytherins will chew me whole and spit me out. So not Slytherin either. The hat hums, and I feel it sorting through all of my memories, again and again. But, weirdly enough, it does not go down to my old memories, as Chinmay. The hat even avoids the shelf in my mind. Library that my previous memories are hidden underneath of. It can't see those memories. The hat opens its mouth, done with the decision, and says, in that case, good luck, and make your ancestors proud in Ravenclaw. I hear the last word outside in the real world, and come out, just in time to see the professor take the hat off me. I numbly walk towards the Ravenclaw table and think about what I just heard. Ancestor. Helena looks like my mother. Now I think about it. My mother looks like Helena. Rowena Ravenclaw is my ancestor. Which means the Grey Lady is my ancestor. But didn't Helena die single? I'll have to check the rest of the history out, or ask Helena, if she agrees. I get back to my senses, in time to see White, Darla get sorted to Gryffindor. I smile and wave at her, as she was my first friend here. As I am hers, to reassure her that I'll still be her friend if she wants to, and then look around the table when she waves back, smiling wide. Along with me, the other Ravenclaw first years were Karis Black, Anastasia Greengrass, Tom McAvoy, Julian Jackson, Lucas Taylor, Eliza James, Harriet Owen, Ellis Dawson, and a few more. These were just the ones closest to me. We were 18 in total, with 10 girls. And 8 boys. After Darla, who was the last to sort, was sorted, the headmaster stood up in his place, and gave a welcoming speech, with some basic instructions like, don't do this, don't go there, it will hurt, etc. And then, food appeared in front of us, making us all gasp. Even me, and even those from the magical household gasped, and we all began eating in earnest. I gasped because I've never seen this much variety in food before, at least not since I got here. Muggle world is still suffering from the Great Depression, you know. We introduced ourselves to each other, along with a few details, while I asked the prefect sitting beside me about the professors' names. The 5th year perfect, named Marie Goldfinch, explained, the first-year students will have to deal with very few of all those professors. In the center you have the headmaster, Armando Dippet. He's currently the oldest wizard in the United Kingdom, at 293. To his right is Professor Dumbledore, the Transfiguration Professor. Until my 2nd year, he used to teach defense against the dark arts, but then, he suddenly stopped and began teaching Transfiguration. It was all really tedious business. On Professor Dippet's left, is Professor Galatea Merrythought. She's the defense against the dark arts professor. Previously, she was the Transfiguration teacher, along with the head of Ravenclaw House and deputy headmistress, but she gave that position to Dumbledore now. The deputy headmaster, I mean. Oh, if you have any problems you can either ask us prefects or Professor Merrythought. Then, there's Horace Slughorn, the potions professor, and he's amazing. He's the head of Slytherin House. He's really good at teaching, and is usually very fair to all. But, he does tend to favor talented students more. Then, there's Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the care of magical professor, but you won't have much contact with him for 2 years. Professor Herbert Beery is the herbal OGY professor and the head of Hufflepuff House. And he's really sweet. Professor Sinistra is the astronomy professor, and he's a bit strict. The others you won't have to worry about much. Lastly, there's Og, the groundskeeper. And old Pringle, the caretaker of the castle. They're squibs, but you better not insult them for that. They have a tendency to get really creative with punishments. We listened to his introduction to the teachers, and looked at each professor. Professor Merrythought, the one who was there with us when we were sorted, looked really serious and strict. We all will have the most contact with her. Being Ravenclaws, I pick up the sweet dish, which was chocolate cake today, and eat it after the dinner was over. It was a well-balanced meal, if you discount the pieces of fried chicken legs. They alone ruined the healthiness of the meal. Anyway, after the dinner, we all follow the fifth-year prefects to the Ravenclaw Tower, and I memorized the path we took. Thank you, eidetic memory. After many staircases and corridors, we finally came to a stop. I was in the back, with Tom, staying silent. Tom was a great guy, in the sense that he talked very less. Heck, he only spoke whenever someone talked to him first. The prefects had us stopped in front of a door without a handle. But there was an eagle-shaped knocker. The male prefect, something Vern, knocked it, which led to it speaking. It asked a riddle, which Anastasia Greengrass, a blonde kid, answered immediately, before the prefects could, and then the door opened. Keeping the door open, the female prefect, Marie from before, points at the door and says, "This is the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. You have to answer the riddle, like young Ms. Greengrass just did, and only then will the door open. If you can't answer it, you'll have to wait for someone to do it for you. Now, come on in." We all enter after her, and she shows us different points about the Ravenclaw common room. Right in the middle of the common room was a marble statue, depicting a woman. Rowena Ravenclaw. She looked similar to Helena, and my mom, but only a bit. Her statue also showed the diadem she wore, which the hat hinted might help me with mastering my mental powers. To the right of us was a stairway that led upwards to something I couldn't see from down here. There were also a few photo frames, moving ones, that might help if there's an emergency, to call for someone. Behind the life-sized Rowena statue was a hallway leading to our dormitories. The hallway separated into two staircases leading to the girls' and boys' rooms, with 4 students in each dorm. Each year had one floor for themselves, and the tower, being small enough, contained the year dorms and their bathrooms on each floor. I shared my dorm with Tom McAvoy, Lucas Tyler, and Julian Jackson, while the remaining 4 boys went to the other room. Our trunks were already near our beds when we got up, so there was no fighting over where we will sleep. The beds were kept at a healthy distance, so that we didn't feel too crowded. And on the right side of each bed was a table and a chair for study purposes. There was a lamp on top of each table, while the beds had curtains around them, charmed to block most of the noise. But, if someone was calling for them, the enchantments were temporarily disabled. Same for when a danger approaches the occupants of the room. It was mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. It was already 10 p.m., so as soon as we changed out of our newly blue and bronze-lined black robes into pajamas, we went to sleep. Well, they went to sleep. I waited until they slept, using my telepathy to listen to their thoughts. Dreaming people don't focus on one thought, but their minds are still active. Too active, in fact, for me to hear anything properly and make sense to it. So when their voices slowly disappeared, one by one, I understood that they were asleep. As soon as the last roommate was asleep, which I sped up using telepathy, I focused on my telepathy and began looking for Helena. It took a while, but since the distance wasn't much, I found her quickly enough. "Ghost lady?" I asked, speaking inside her mind. The ghost jumps in her place, but then relaxes. She asks, "You're that boy from before, Mason, right?" "Yup, Mason Avs. Nice to meet." Talk to you. Can we talk like this, or do you want to come and meet me?" I asked, wondering how Rowena could do all that. The powers don't sound as something wizards could do, in any point in time. Helena's voice then says, "Well, what do you think? Does this answer your question?" And now I jump, realizing that Helena was already inside my dorm room. Thank God the others were asleep. Putting a hand on my fast-beating heart to calm it down, I say, I'm not used to being surprised. My mind usually hears the intruders coming. Helena chuckles, and floats down to my chair. She says, "And since I keep my thoughts to myself, you didn't hear me coming. Tells you your limitations, doesn't it?" I nod, knowing she's right. I hesitate a bit, on whether to mention it or not, but Helena takes the choice from me, when she says, "Speak." I won't get angry about it. Sighing, I say, "You look like my mother, ghost lady." "Well, sorry. My mother looked like you." "Oh, That is unexpected, Helena whispers, her mouth remaining open. She then slowly looked. I nod, and say, yeah. My mother's dead, passed away right after giving birth to me. But the orphanage ladies had pictures of her, a lot of them, and she looked just like you. Well, not exactly like you, her cheeks were fuller. And her eyes a darker shade of gray. Nodding, Helena mumbles, I wonder. Then, snorting, she adds, I originally thought you were going to ask about my death. Why the hell would I ask that? I'm young, not an insensitive moron. I exclaim, making sure to keep my voice low. Helena shakes her head, looking towards the window in thought, and mumbles, not many take my feelings under consideration. Child, she's just a ghost, what does it matter? I nod, but don't extend on the topic. Instead, after allowing her a few seconds of silence, I ask, you said that I'm like her. Who was she? Helena chuckles, and then says, please, Mason. We both know that you have realized my identity, and of the person I spoke of. And the hat must have mentioned my mother already, didn't he? I blush, and say, yeah, I connected the dots after the hat mentioned Rowena. You didn't connect shit, a traitorous part of my mind whispers, making me blush harder. So what if I already knew it all? I still had to connect the dots myself, and I connected them. Helena smiles at me, and says, my mother was amazing. She was the one who taught me how to protect my mind, and detect intrusions by other users of the mind arts. You're the first one that used the mind arts similar to my mother. How so? I asked, bending down and resting my chin on my hands. Hey, this is literally a 900-year-old ghost. I'm listening to every piece of knowledge she gives. You two use the mind arts like the delicate art that it is. You're gentle, precise, and most of all, you don't have to use your eyes to use the mind arts. The others, they force their way through the mind, without any consideration for anyone else but them. Sure, some users have been known to be discreet, but even they have to train hard for years to reach that point, and they still need to use their eyes to make sure it works. You, meanwhile, just do it. As Helena finishes her explanation, I ask, and what about you? Could you use the mind arts like us? Quote, Helena nods slowly, and says, yes, but not as well as you two. I inherited the gift from my mother, however it was not as strong as hers, nor yours, I suspect. Why do you ask? I point at her ghostly body, and say, for starters, your spirit is stronger than the other ghosts. I was wondering if our gifts play a part in it. And secondly, your mind. I can't explain it to you. But our minds are similar. I literally cannot explain it. The best I can do is that our minds work on the same frequency, but different amplitudes. I could just feel, just by at one simple touch of our minds in the entrance hall, that we were similar. I'll have to ponder upon it, Mason. You have given me something exciting to think on. As for me being more solid, it could be because of our gifts, as you said, or it could be because I am my mother's daughter, and hence connected to the castle wards. Speaking of, how powerful was she, your mother? It's just, the hat expects me to make her proud, and I'd rather know what my target is. On that matter, how powerful were you? I say, scratching my cheek a little. Helena and the hat, they both told me that my mind is similar to Rowena's. And Helena's mind feels as if I found family. No, I don't mean it literally, it's just a figure of speech. This telepathy, which I previously believed to have been an accidental magic become permanent, is definitely something else, if even Helena and Rowena could do it. I wonder if this is like a Keke Genke or something, that just the Ravenclaw descendants can awaken. Helena smiles and starts speaking. Glad to change the subject. She says, I could do the same as my mother, only a lot weaker than her. I could hear the thoughts of anyone in Hogwarts, if I tried hard enough. And I could move lighter things with my mind alone. So she has telekinesis in addition to telepathy. Oh, man, I wanted telekinesis too. Well, never mind, I can use magic to imitate some of the effects either way. Well, for now that's just limited to moving stuff around, but soon, I hope, I'll get to add transfiguration to it too. She pauses for a while, and then has a very sad smile on her face, which makes me instinctively want to hold her hand. She says, my mother. She was amazing. She could move the whole castle with her mind alone, if she so wished. And she was able to make all the non-magical villagers of Hogsmeade to move away from the lands. She was also capable of sensing an army from hundreds of miles away, and then make them forget Hogwarts ever existed. Alas, I did not inherit her strength. Even if I did inherit her gift. Boy, Rowena sounds awesome. I would have liked to meet with her. I won't say that, because Helena is definitely at least a little jealous of her mother. I reassuringly pat Helena on her ghostly hand, surprisingly not passing through, and say, "You know, the hat said that your mother was my ancestor, which makes us related. If you want, you can help me in my training. While my telepathy doesn't need any help, I will need a lot of help in magic. What do you say?" Helena shakes her head, and smiles. She says, "You're not the first descendant of my mother to enter Hogwarts. Child, I won't help you every time, but if you want to learn something specific, or if you need help urgently, I will help you then, and only then. Understand?" I nod, still smiling at her. I just wanted to bring her out of her funk. I know why she's so sad, but this is not something that can be changed in a day. I'll talk with her every once in a while, and then I'll make her happy. She's the daughter of my great-grandmother after all, with a lot of greats. I'm still not sure that she's my ancestor. I'll save the diadem from Tom's hands this time. It's not an artifact that I'll let him desecrate with his soul, now that I know it technically belongs to me. After that, Helena leaves the room to go wherever, by shifting to a ball of light, while I just lay down on my bed, and sleep. Okay, for a ghost, that move is one heck of an escape move. But I have time enough to learn anything and everything. There's no rush here, I have 7 years of Hogwarts to go through. Is the ghost gone? Sly asks from where he was hiding in my robes, now awake from when he had slept, 10 hours ago. Chuckling, I say, "Yes, she's gone." "Why, Sly, she's a ghost, that's enough. I'd rather not be anywhere near her at any point in our stay here," Sly says, as he starts crawling towards me. He then asks, "Why were you even talking with a ghost? And is this going to be a regular with you?" Cuddling with Sly, as he sleeps beside me, I say, "Not for all ghosts, no. This one's special. She's the ghost of one of my ancestors." Sly hums, and says, "As long as you give me enough warning." She gives me the heebie-jeebies. Snorting, I close my eyes and go to sleep. My Hogwarts journey has officially begun. First year. Update. My mother is currently under meds, and is alright. The only symptoms she had was a loss of taste, and the test showing positive results. She wasn't actually sick, but we all decided to let her isolate at the COVID center so she can recover away from the stress of home. She isn't getting worse, but since she wasn't actually visibly sick, we don't know if she's improving either. Well, her oxygen levels are increasing, so there's that. She'll hopefully be home by the next week. Thank you all for your well wishes. I'll keep you all up to date. Thank you. The next morning at 6:30, I was standing in the Ravenclaw common room, staring right at a shelf in the in-house library. Sly had turned invisible when I came down, and left through an exit available for the pets for who knows where. He refused to stay inside my robes or stay with me during the lessons. The library itself was not exactly inside the common room, but a little above it. A small flight of stairs led to a second-floor balcony, barely 7 foot above the floor of the common room, which contained the bookshelves. There were 9 shelves, separated by a space big enough for a study table of 20 people each. Surprisingly, the size of the library was bigger than the size of the common room, but it perfectly fit within it. Shaking my head at this confusing feat of magic, I turned back to the shelves. 7 of them were clearly labeled for each year of Hogwarts, along with the 2 shelves for miscellaneous stuff. On those yearly shelves, the compartments were further divided according to the subject matter. The first year shelf only had our school study material, and so did the second year's, along with a few novels. Surprisingly, I could see a big Sherlock collection, along with all the Jules Verne books. The third year onwards, however, there were additional compartments for subjects that weren't offered in classes, but were safe to learn independently by those ages. I was staring at the last 2 shelves, and just reading what subjects were available to study, even if it is probably just a basic understanding of it. Ah, you're already up. The voice of an older person than me makes me look back towards the stairs leading to the library. It was the male prefect from last night, the one who led us here. Vern, right? I ask, holding my hand out to the prefect. The 15-year-old shakes my hand and says, "You got that right. Julius Vern, pleased to meet you." My eyebrows twitch involuntarily, and I ask, "Your name is Julius Vern, really?" The prefect smiles widely and says, "Ah, yes. You know Jules Verne. Our surname's the same as the author, and my father is a fan. So, naturally, he named me Julius to mess with people." Huh, I say, because what else can I say to that? I still say, I hope you are his descendant or something. My name's Mason Avs, by the way. I know, and I'm not a descendant. I mean, I checked, he says, and then turns towards the shelf I was observing. So, it is possible to check for ancestors then. How did you check for that? Is there a spell? I ask, showing my curiosity on my face. He says, "Well, you can go to Gringotts or the inheritance department in the ministry and have a genealogical record made. They use your blood to find out any ancestors up to 1,000 years ago." I widen my eyes and whisper, "Holy fuck. Yeah, drop those dreams, mate. There are no vaults in Gringotts left by our ancestors or anything. Hell, Jules Verne was a muggle who just had an amazing imagination. I'd thought his books were a sign of his magical heritage, but no. Completely muggle." He interrupts and shakes his head. Before I can ask anything, he says, "You had the same face I did when I found out about it. I too went in hopes that at least one of my ancestor must have left a vault full of books behind. Most of the vaults were aimed by the closest relatives of the time immediately, or sold in an auction if they managed to open it. But, who knows, you might just get lucky. And I suggest you go to the goblins. It's 10 times more expensive. But they keep the records to themselves, so you don't get hounded by reporters or something. That must be second-hand instructions. I'm going to definitely take the genealogy test, or whatever it is." I then ask, "Fine. Now what can you tell me about this library?" Julius smiles knowingly at the topic change, but still explains how the library is set up. He says, "Well, as is obvious, books are sorted by year. And then subject. Ravenclaw House is the only house in Hogwarts with its own private library, so be careful who you give these books to. Whenever you take one book out of the shelf, your name is noted down magically on the records book over in that corner." I glance at the corner, and sure enough, there was an halfway open book with a quill placed in the middle of it. "For the first 2 years at least, you won't be allowed to take anything but the magazines from these 2 shelves." Julius says, pointing the miscellaneous shelves out. He then points the compartments in the shelves one by one, and says, "Alchemy, beginner's warding, healing, enchanting, rune crafting, curses, rituals, all these have study materials beginning from the extreme basics to just over 7th year level. The rest of the stuff is in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. And don't even bother trying to sneak a book out, your names will be registered as soon as you take a book out." It was when he said that I realized that I'm no longer the only person listening. Tom McAvoy, Karis Black, Anastasia Greengrass, and a few more of the first-year Ravenclaw students were standing behind me, listening patiently. I listen carefully, as he explains some more stuff, like how alchemy needs us to pass our owls in potions, runes, arithmancy, and transfiguration, all with Aston exceeds expectations to gain access to even the introductory book. There were similar restrictions for the other subjects, other than healing. That just needs the school healer's permission. Soon, once every first year was gathered, and it was time for breakfast, Julius and Marie guided us back towards the Great Hall, with our book bags. They showed us recognizable portraits, or statues, or doors, so that we can make our way reliably to and from the Great Hall at least. Marie says, "For the first week, we will be guiding you to every class, and back, so that you have enough time to memorize the way. After that, you're on your own, so better pay attention." I was walking side by side with Tom, who whispers to me, "You think we'll have classes today?" I shrug, not knowing it, and ask out loud, "Ms. Goldfinch, will we have classes today? And if so, What subjects? Marie doesn't even bother looking back, and says, we all will have classes starting today, of course. It's Tuesday. As for the subjects, you'll know it when you get your timetable, which you will during the breakfast. There you go, I say, having found the answer to his question. During breakfast, we have our first meeting with Professor Merrythought, our head of house. Since the first years were seated at the end of the table, nearest to the teacher's table, Merrythought was walking one by one, talking to everyone individually at least for a few seconds. It wasn't much, just a small conversation about our summers. When she comes to me, she hands me the copy of the timetable, and asks, everything settled okay, Mr. Avs? I nod, smile at her, and say, yes, Professor. I slept almost immediately after getting on the bed. Good, good. What subjects are you most looking forward to? She then asks, skipping the summer question. Probably knowing that I'm an orphanage resident. I say, not one in particular, Professor. I've already read all my books, so any practical lesson is something I'm looking forward to. As she narrows her eyes at me, I say, that doesn't mean I won't pay attention in theory. It's likely that I've missed something, and the lessons will help me correct it. Professor Merrythought nods, and says, good. I don't want to find you slacking in any of the classes, Mr. Avs. And then she leaves towards the next students, leaving me to return to my breakfast. Eggs and toast, along with a glass of warm milk. Turning to my left, I see a conversation taking place over the recently given timetable, so I pick up my own copy to look at it. Boy, this is a light timetable. There wasn't a fixed time limit for each subject, but the entire academic day, so to speak, amounted to just 4 hours, not counting the breaks. Potions was twice a week, Monday and Thursday, each of these classes 2 hours long. Charms, Transfiguration, Dada, and History of Magic were each 3 times a week, with 2 of the classes being 45 minutes long, and 1 being an hour long. Don't know what for, though. Astronomy was once again, only 2 days a week, Wednesday and Friday. The Wednesday class was a theory class, 45 minutes long in the afternoon, while the Friday class was 2 hours long practical, at 10 p.m. Since weekends were off, it was manageable. Herbology had a 2-hour practical class on Wednesday, while the theory class was on Monday. And finally, on every other Monday evening, there was the flying lesson for an hour. It won't be the next Monday, but the one after that, and so on. Damn, this is light. I mumble, looking at how low the school hours actually were. 4 hours per day. That's it. The biggest day was Wednesday at 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think this is great. Anastasia Greengrass says from beside me. As I turn towards her, she says, remember, this is just classes. They'll expect us to do our homework, study additional information, and practice the spells. Good point. I accept, since I had completely forgotten that I'll be expected to do homework. Joy. Sighing, I ask, which one are you most looking forward to? Greengrass smiles widely, which throws the fanon-colored image of the Ice Queen Greengrass family out the window, and says, I love charms. My father is an enchanter, and I've seen him work it. How about you? Same. Along with transfiguration, and potions. Those 2 subjects sure sound exciting. I say, feeling it good in having a normal conversation. From in front of us, Karis Black sniffs, and says, what does a Muggleborn even know about magical subjects? I don't take offense to it, because she's literally 11, and answer, magic might be new to me as a fact. But as a myth, I've known it my entire life. Seeing the stuff from the books I used to read, in the real world, is an excitement of its own. Plus, as I told the professor, I've already read all my books. So I have at least some idea of what I'm going to learn this year. Karis opens her mouth, probably to try and insult me again, but Julius, who was sitting on my other side, says, that's enough now. We're ravens. The only thing that concerns us is knowledge, and definitely not people's ancestry, or lack thereof. So, I better not find you deliberately insulting your fellow students, Ms. Black. As Karis nods, looking down at her plate again, Julius turns to me, and says, and while it's impressive that you've managed to read all your books, don't get complacent. Ravenclaw as a house cares more about if you're actually learning, than your grades. Memorization is not tolerated here, you should truly understand your stuff before moving on. Got it, I nod, getting the point. I'll be expected to pay attention, and prove to my teachers that I am actually learning the subjects before I could get to the harder stuff. Well, I'll at least get that much practice in. Our first class of the day was charms, and we did not share it with any other house. That sure is a relief, as I did not intend to embarrass myself in my first class by being too excited. At least, not in front of other houses. Professor Thrud roll as the charms professor, and she was new at this school. At most 25 years old, Professor Roll was a newly awarded charms master, and was a pretty good teacher, if I say so myself. The first class wasn't anything special, obviously. After attendance was over with, Professor Roll explained us about the basics of magic, from the magical theory book. Side by side, she was also explaining what charms actually are. You might have wondered, what magic actually is, I'm sure. I know I did. Magic is the supernatural force that allows us to change aspects of our world. At the most fundamental of the levels, some arts use unnatural ways, that go against the nature of magic, to do it, which we call the dark arts. But most of the magic is natural, that goes hand in hand with nature. We do this by way of magic spells. Smiling, as we were listening intently, she continues, charms are magic spells that add properties to an object, or have an effect on the world without having much in the way of visual effects. Charms change what the objects do, rather than what the objects are. For the first week, you won't be allowed to use your wand in the class, until you understand exactly what magic spells are, and how charms work. Now, let's begin. After 45 minutes of charms, we were given 15 minutes to find the next classroom, and thankfully, the 2 fifth-year prefects came to pick us up. The next class was Defense Against Dark Arts. Professor Merrythought was as strict as I expected, and was a no-nonsense teacher. She too started us off with teaching us some magical theory for the first class. Then came the introduction to Dada, what it includes, and all that. Dada is not a single subject, but using everything else we learn in our defense. Charms, herbology, potions, transfiguration, everything can be used in Dada. But, since this was just our first year, we won't have much. From what I read in the book, the first year focuses mostly on distraction and getting away. If any spells come under this category, then we'll probably learn it. The same went on for transfiguration, which we had with Hufflepuff, and Dumbledore looked even more excited than us students. The class took place after lunch, beginning at 1 p.m. He started off with first changing the table behind him into a tiger, and had it roar loudly. He then said, "Transfiguration is a precise art. A single mistake can have the harshest consequences, so anyone messing around in this class will be barred entry to the classes until I'm sure they've learned their lesson." Like Professors Roll and Merrythought, Dumbledore also explained some magical theory, along with the basics of his subject. He explained what the bare basics of transfiguration, what it is, how the spells are cast, and limits. The final class of the day was History of Magic, and damn, it was the most boring class ever. And I've learned addition of single-digit numbers, while already having studied master's level physics. Professor Binns is a ghost, even this far into the past, and was far too focused on goblins for it to not be a vendetta. First class itself, he began with the Goblin Rebellion of 1689. That was the final nail in the coffin that is the International Statute of Magical Secrecy. He made the most exciting parts of history seem boring. So, I just read my history books during the 45 minutes class. I actually read over the Statute of Secrecy part, and Binns was only partially correct. While the Goblin Rebellion did hold a hand in it, the main cause was the Council. SS wizards and witches getting burnt at the stake by the church. The establishment of the statute, and the formation of the International Confederation of Wizards, was meant to protect the magical beings, wizards and others alike, from prosecution by the Muggles. It was interesting, if I'd managed to not sleep at all. And so ended our first day at Hogwarts. The next day came herbology, which was held at sharp 9 in the morning. The class was held in a classroom near the greenhouses. Again, the prefects guided us there, as they did for every class yesterday. Surprisingly enough, We shared the classes with Gryffindor. I was happy to meet with Darla again. Sure, we shared a few waves, hellos and byes in the hallways, and in the Great Hall, but talking wasn't possible as we didn't have much time yet. So, until the professor came, we spoke a bit about the classes. She was happy in school, and had already made a couple friends amongst her dorm mates. But, we had to stop when the professor came to start the class. Herbert Beery is a cheery sort of guy, and enjoyed his subject. He began his lesson by saying, "Good morning, lads, lasses. Sit down." Usually, Wednesdays are reserved for practical lessons. But since this is your first class of herbology, ever, we'll start with a long lesson. Chuckling at our faces, he says, "Don't be upset, I'm sure that you'll come to enjoy the subject just as much as I do." Now, who here has read the first chapter of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi? After 1 hour 45 minutes of a completely theoretical herbology lesson, came astronomy, Dada, and then history of magic. With the lunch break between Dada and charms, Thursday brought our first potions lesson, again, a lecture about different ingredients and the steps we'll have to go through to brew a successful potion. The class was held in the dungeons, with the Hufflepuff house once again, and was taught by the well-known Professor Horace Slughorn. And damn, he's an amazing teacher. At the end of the class, he took a small oral quiz, and almost everyone knew the answers to all the questions, even if not all were perfect. Our week ended with an astronomy lesson, a practical this time, on Friday night, at 9 for 2 hours. "What's got you so happy?" Sly asks, the lazy snake having skipped classes in favor of either sleeping or roaming around. Turning towards him, I say, "I'm finally learning magic, Sly. This is exactly what I'd hoped it'd be, and it's perfect. Tell me if there's anything interesting you've learned." Sly says, and goes back down to sleep. Poking him in his body, I ask, "What about you? Did you find anything interesting while roaming around?" Annoyed, Sly looks up at me, and says, "Other than many small pets, which I did not eat, you're welcome, there are many holes that I can go through. The forest is good enough, but there are more dangerous beings there than me. You did remember to stay invisible, right?" I ask, worries of being found out. While he can't stay invisible forever, and he refuses to anyway, I can't allow him to be seen by any teacher. Snakes are venomous, and Sly is a cobra. He won't bite anyone. Without reason. But his presence here is a threat to the students still. So, he goes to the forest to be free, be visible again. Sly hisses angrily, and says, "You're lucky that I understand the need, human. Staying invisible is tiring. You better find a solution for us soon, or I'll have to reconsider staying with you." Damn, maybe it's time to find Helena once again. As I go to sleep, I think over what else I did this week. I didn't do much, kept to the regular nightly practice of using my magic spells on my list, which were still just 12. Only this time, I also did them using my wand. The feel of my magic is different, when used through my wand. Easier, in some ways, but harder in others. Easier in the way that I don't have to focus as hard as I have to wandless, but hard in the way that I need to be really precise to use magic through a wand. Wand motions, incantations, and intent are the necessity when using my wand. While I can just use my focus and imagination to cast spells, with a wand I need to use the other steps too. Just the intent is not enough. At least for now. I expect that it'll get easier once I get used to a wand. But, even if I do, I won't stop using wandless magic. I don't want to get so used to my wand that I forget using wandless magic. That's entirely possible, I know. So, I still kept 2 hours for my wandless practice, including my metamorph magic, behind closed curtains. I have just been getting used to the castle for this entire week, so that I don't get lost or something, and just enjoying my classes. I won't even try to find the 2 best hidden secret rooms until at least next year. For now, I'll just study what I'm given. And some more. I just hope my stay here won't be as exciting as Harry Potter's was going to. Damn, time travel is confusing. Better put that on the list of topics to study. One thing I want to say, the 12 spells he knew wandlessly aren't the same as the wanded spells. You must have read something like will magic, or intent magic or something, it's something like that. His magic is doing its best to fulfill his expectations of what the spells should do, and does it. That's why he'll still have to try hard to do the spells with a wand. He'll slowly get better, but it won't be enough to have him master 6th year spells in 1st year or something like that. Also, Sly won't be a big part of the story. He's just there. He's a lazy snake, who just wants to roam and sleep around. That's it. Anyway, ta-ta, Black. It was almost Christmas now, with the holidays starting in a few days. I was sitting in the library, wanting to spend some time with Darla White. My first friend in Hogwarts before she leaves for Christmas. My first term at Hogwarts had gone on well enough, I suppose. Nothing eventful happened, not even on Halloween, to which I was eternally thankful. I just went to classes, aced the practical portions after 2 to 3 tries at most, and spoke with my small list of friends. Well, 3 acquaintances and a single friend, Darla. As for my classes, I am enjoying them all. Even History of Magic, if you can believe that. Charms was my favorite, and it's not at all because of Professor Thrudroll. She played a small part in my enjoyment, but not much. It's not like I can even do anything about it, I'm 11. Anyway, Charms was easy for me. Every spell I learned, I would read and try to understand the theory as much as possible before trying it. Not just for Charms, but for every wanded subject. Charms was just the one subject where I shined the brightest. Every spell I tried was successful in a maximum of 5 tries, and sometimes even the first try. Out of all the spells taught, I found the fire-making charm, Incendio, the hardest, and that took me 5 tries to successfully cast at the given candle. But I didn't stop there. After finishing my homework and daily practice, I would try and try, until I could get all the spells to come out wandlessly too. I was mastering spells as I go. I hadn't begun with silent casting yet, but I could keep my voice limited to a whisper, no matter the spell. This is the first year though, and later years might force me to raise my voice. The same thing for Transfiguration, which I found a tad bit harder than Charms. Where casting Charms had us twirling our wands in smooth, delicate motions, Transfiguration required rigid and decisive wand movements. I am good at twirling my wand smoothly, but not as good at making rigid movements. I think that my last few years of casting only Charms has had an effect on my magic too. Charms are easier for me, while Transfiguration spells are harder. That was even more surprising, considering that I'm a bloody metamorphagus, and should have been a master at this subject. Transfiguration isn't just waving my wand around an object and turning it into something else. You have to have sufficient magical power to force the object to change, focus on the transformation, including the final image, and also say the incantation right. And boy, are the incantations confusing. There are different incantations for different types of transfigurations. Even under inanimate to inanimate transformation, which is what we were going to learn for this year, there were a dozen categories. A few for when the original is of the same volume as the end result, a few for when the original is of higher mass, and a few for when the original is of lower mass. Among them, spells are further divided according to the actual mass the initial object has, and then according to the actual mass of the final result. The spells also depend on the actual mass of the object, the expected mass of the end result, and the difference between them. For now, we were just going through objects with same, or similar mass. For example, the matchstick to needle transformation, the first spell we learned. At the beginning of October. This might tell you how much theory Dumbledore first had us learn, before even beginning the practical. Before every new spell, Dumbledore Old first take at least one full class to explain it, with us taking notes. Then, 2 to 3 lessons would be spent trying the spell, until everyone gets it right. Yeah, it was extremely boring for the smart ones. Anyway, I still managed the transfiguration spells at least partially during each class. But I was still amongst the first to complete the spells. I'd tried using transfiguration spells wandlessly, but it didn't work, at all. And by now, in the 3.5 months that we've been here, we were only taught 5 transfiguration spells. 5. The spells were to transfiguration matchstick to needle, needle to matchstick, pincushion to matchbox, and back, and finally wooden plank to pillow. We hadn't begun reversing the last one yet. As for Dada, it was going superb. It was the only class where we had a form of physical exercise, other than the flying lessons, but they were just once a week. Other than learning simple spells like Lumos, Lumos Olum, Incendio, Aguamenti, and Petrificus Totalis. We were also put into a practice of dodging. Can't die of the killing curse if it never hits you. Potions was exciting, because it allowed me to see what kind of man Slughorn is. He was a pure Slytherin at heart, and was already beginning to cultivate the smarter students, which included me, Anna, and Darla. Our first practical lesson was the boil cure solution, 3 weeks after September 1st. All the previous lessons had us practice cutting, dicing, crushing, and every other action required during potions, and that was after a total 3 hours of lectures. Other lessons were not that interesting. Astronomy was astronomy, interesting, but not as exciting on the magical spectrum. Herbology was just magical gardening, with more chances of harm than the usual. But since we're first years, the harm was limited to scratches and cuts. The flying lessons were exciting in the beginning, but now, it felt limiting. There is no limit to magic other than the ones we give ourselves, is what I truly believed in. And so, the possibility that wizards could fly on their own was zero, is something I highly doubt. Plus, the school brooms would shudder mid-flight. Scary as fuck. Thankfully, I had gotten used to the castle now, so at least I didn't get lost anymore. That was an embarrassing experience, knowing that my pseudo-eidetic memory was useless in front of the magical maze that is Hogwarts. It keeps on changing every once in a while. The most annoying part of my school life though, was definitely parchment and quills. I practiced a lot during the summer. Okay, that doesn't mean it's not annoying as hell. Which is what brings us to now. Hey kids, what have we got here? Tom Dodderidge says, sitting on our table and taking my piece of parchment from under my hand. Darla and I were working on our potions homework. A 12-inch essay on the properties of Asphodel. Sighing, I say, potions homework, Tom. Could you please give it back? I still have to finish the transfiguration homework too. Shrugging, Tom hands it back. And asks, why are you two not out playing? It's the first snowfall. Darla looks up, finally, and freezes. Believing that it's because Tom is a Slytherin, I hold her hand under the table in reassurance, and tell Tom, believe it or not, we're getting our homework over with, so we can actually enjoy our Christmas holidays. I then look behind him, and finally see that he wasn't alone. Behind him was a beautiful girl, about 15 years old. Damn, I'm too old and too young for her, at the same time. Hello there, I didn't catch your name. I say, finally realizing that Darla had frozen after looking at this girl. And is that a blush I see, creeping up her neck? Oh, ooh, damn. The older girl rolls her eyes, and says, because I didn't give it to you, Avs. That is your name, right? I nod, wondering what she wants. Tom points his thumb at the girl standing behind him, and says, that's Cassiopeia Black, our 5th-year prefect. She heard your name from me once and wanted to meet with you. Don't know what for. Now suspicious, I use my telepathy and try to listen to her thoughts. She does have an occlumency shield, however, and I only hear a few snippets. She can hide her memories all she wants. I don't want them, but she cannot silence her thoughts completely. Avs. Too similar, definitely a descendant. Squib, hidden, marriage. At that point, I stop using my telepathy. She knows I'm an Avs. Well, from the Avs family. At least I know what hearing the thoughts of a weak mediocre occlumency user feels like. Smiling up at her, I ask, what can I do for you, Ms. Black? Cassiopeia is beautiful, no doubt, but I now know that she's going to try to manipulate me. So, I wasn't surprised when she says, come with me. And starts walking out of the library. I look at Tom, to which he just shrugs, frowning in worry, while Darla finally comes out of her shock and returns to her homework, red-faced. I gather my stuff, and say, I'll be back, but if I don't, I'll meet you here tomorrow at 9. Darla just nods, not looking up, while Tom gets up and leaves before me. Giving one last concerned and pitied glance at Darla, I go out to find Cassiopeia Black. Finding her standing right outside the library, her hands held in front of herself in a prim proper way, I approach her. Before I can even open my mouth, Cassiopeia tilts her head towards the corridor and says, "Walk with me, Avs." I join her, and after we're alone, I ask, again, "What can I do for you, Ms. Black?" Cassiopeia scoffs, and says, "Are you always this polite? Are you always this rude?" I ask, ignoring the politeness comment. "Dumbledore knows how polite I am. Ask him, lady." Cassiopeia smiles, stopping in an empty corridor, and says, "Well, at least you have some cheek. Good. And it's not about what you can do for me, but what I can do for you." Sighing, I ask, "Very well, what can you do for me?" Cassiopeia brings her hand to my cheek, and runs her nail over it. Shivering, I step back. As she whispers, "A lot of things, Avs. A lot. Okay. Get to the point, lady." I say, gritting my teeth at my hormones, and bringing my bag in front of me. Why in the hell did I have to start puberty this early? Smiling amusedly, Cassiopeia says, "I have an advice for you, in return you'll owe me a favor." "Yeah, I don't want it," I say, and start walking back towards the library. Owing a favor to a member of the House of Black is not something I'll ever do, let alone someone as crafty as Cassiopeia. I remember her, from the fanfics. If she's even half manipulative bitch the fanon version is, then I'll be screwed 5 times over before I even pass out of Hogwarts. Suddenly, my hand snapped to my side, and I freeze into place. The Petrificus Totalis. This bitch. I can't even open my mouth to yell. "I did not say you could leave, Avs," Cassiopeia says, and now she sounds annoyed. With the twitch of her wand, I float up into the air, and towards her. It is only now that I noticed something. There aren't any portraits here, so even the headmaster is blind. Damn it, she's crafty. Pointing her wand at my head, Cassiopeia whispers, "Confundo. Legilimens." At first, it calms my mind, and I wonder what I was doing. It was very confusing, everything. Who even am I? Next, I feel something slowly invading my mind. What is a mind? It was a light that was slowly entering through the useless rabble that was outside what looked like a dome. But then, my mind clears, and returns to its ever-present state of zen, as my telepathy fights of the external forces acting upon my mind. I allow the Legilimency probe to reach deep inside my clutter of useless memories, and keep it there. Meanwhile, I follow it to its source, and enter the mind of my attacker, Cassiopeia Black. Only this time, I don't just hear her thoughts. I'm right inside her minds, through the shield. It was as if I was physically there, but my experience in my mind palace building told me that I was currently inside her own mind palace, no, just a mind world. She didn't actually build anything. There was just a white picket fence, expanding over infinite distance as far as I could see. On both sides of what looked like an open gate, I was standing inside the door, and on the other side of it, was my own mind. This was just a small representation of me. As for her mind world, Cassiopeia's memories were spread all around, with no noticeable pattern to them. For fuck's sake, she hadn't even sorted her memories. What kind of occlumency is this? If this is the official wizarding mind protection, then I'll be terribly disappointed. Having no idea how long she'll stay ignorant of my presence here, I start my work and focus on my telepathy. Within a single moment, my telepathy finds out where everything is in the clusterfuck that is her mind, and take it within me. One by one, pages appear from everywhere around the messy mind world, and enter my head. As they do that, I see them getting thrown all around my mind palace, and just shrug. I'll sort them later. You see, I take my privacy very seriously. Someone trying to manipulate me with words. I can handle that. This is just how the world works. Everyone manipulates everyone, but using Legilimency on a first year, along with a Confundus charm to disorient him first. Yeah, I take offense to that. Not much, since I use telepathy on an almost daily basis too, but I do take it, when the first year is me. Well, I'll copy all of her memories as compensation. She's a black, she's bound to have knowledge of some secrets. In the middle of my job, I hear Cassiopeia's voice inside my head say, "You'll walk back to the library, and study with the mudblood. When you leave Hogwarts for the summer, you will go to Gringotts and ask for a complete genealogical record, and then bring it to me. You also owe me a big favor, that you'll feel you're magically bound to fulfill, which I'll call in when I wish. Okay, this is just messed up. Barely a moment after Cassiopeia finishes her hypnotic command to me, I feel myself slipping, and let go. Thankfully, I'd taken all of her magical knowledge, and almost half of her personal memories before I somehow lost my hold. Mind works faster when you're actually there, plus I'm literally a telepath. My mind is just different. Now knowing what the hidden command is. When I wake up and find myself alone in the corridor, I start walking towards the library. All the while, a camouflaged Cassiopeia kept on thinking how this was going to be so profitable to her, oblivious of her loud thoughts and foiled plans. As I enter the library, I sit back down beside Darla, and silently continue with my homework. Meanwhile, in my mind, a small representation of me starts sorting the newly acquired memories and knowledge. I don't hate Cassiopeia now, since I did have some satisfaction by stealing her secrets, but I won't ever trust this girl. Not a chance. At least, not entirely. But for now, I'll focus on sorting through the clusterfuck that is Cassiopeia's mind. Hello, Mason, the soft voice of Helena Ravenclaw says, as she appears through the wall. Today was the second day of the Christmas holidays, and I was the only person in the first-year Ravenclaw boys' dorms. In the entirety of Ravenclaw House, only 17 students had stayed in the castle, while the others had left for their homes. If those 17, 7 were the 7th and 5th year students, preparing for their eventual newts and owls, while the remaining 10 were just there to have some fun. Looking up from my book of spells, I stop scratching Sly on the head, and nod at Helena. Sly immediately becomes invisible, and speeds towards my robe to hide in his pocket. Hello, Helena, you sure took your time to visit me. Helena chuckles at Sly's fear of her, and says, it took time to find what you had asked of me, child. Mind arts is not something wizards usually write books about. It is mostly taught wizard to wizard. Helena had a hidden stack of books somewhere, I guarantee it. She would visit me at least twice a week, to help me understand anything I didn't. And there was a lot I didn't understand, even after all my canon knowledge. But that wasn't the point. When I'd first realized that Helena could still touch things in the physical world, unlike the other ghosts, I'd asked her for her help on enchanting something for Sly. To help him stay invisible, indefinitely, without causing him discomfort. Helena had disappeared for a week, after which she had returned with a book, an actual physical book, with her. With the title, Enchanting Leather Without Runes, by R.L. Solem. The book was written in bloody 1432, 15th century book, in mint condition, and Helena said, I found it hidden within the library books. I call bullshit, not to her face, but I do. Don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Which is a really weird phrase, now that I think about it. You should always look a gift horse in the mouth. The Trojans learned that the hard way. After a few days of memorizing the book, and a week of practicing the spells required, I enchanted a very thin strip of leather, that I found lying around in an empty classroom. The leather belt was then tied around a struggling Sly, who then immediately became camouflaged. It wasn't true invisibility, like Sly's own gift was, but it was like the disillusionment charm, which I was still practicing. But it was enough to give him breaks in between. More days of re-enchanting, and Sly could become camouflaged whenever he wanted, and become invisible if he so wished. He could also stay in that camouflaged state however long he wanted to, which could get really annoying sometimes. Anyway, after the debacle with Cassiopeia, where she used Confundus Charm and the Legilimency spell on me, quite unsuccessfully, I might add, I'd asked Helena for help in finding a book on occlumency and Legilimency. No matter how much I'd tried, I couldn't replicate the wonderful phenomena that is entering someone else's mind world. Listening to thoughts and entering the mind world are completely different, and I couldn't do it now, which I suspect is because I don't have a Legilimency spell to follow like last time. Which is why I was going to learn the magical mind arts, occlumency and Legilimency, properly, in the wizarding way. And now, 4 days after I had asked her for help, Helena returned, seemingly empty-handed. From experience, however, I know that her gown can still hide stuff, including books and daggers. Ghostly daggers. Brr. Anyway, I say, so. Did you find anything? Helena rolls her eyes, annoyance clear on her face, as she says, yes, I found a book. Be lucky that I want your mind to be more secure, for my sake if not for yours. I poke my tongue out at her, and counter, I know you like me, Helena. You can't hide that. Helena chuckles, and she did actually like me. But she was keeping her distance, probably because I'm mortal. While she's a ghost, Helena then puts her hand in a fold on the side of her gown, into a hidden pocket, and takes out a book. Well, a tome is more accurate, judging by the absolute unit that is the book. The book was thick, almost 5 inches thick. It had a hardcover, with black leather finish on it, and there were at least 2,000 pages on the book. On its front, the title was written in gold embroidery, saying, The Complete Mind Arts Compilation. I have no idea what this means, but judging by the title, this book is definitely detailed. Helena throws me the book, which I catch with my hands and chest, and drop back into the bed. It was that heavy. She says, before you start, you should know that you cannot show this book to anyone, under any condition. You also have until the end of holidays to finish reading all of it. So, she'll take this book away too then. To be fair, she wouldn't have a secret stash if everyone knew if it, and could read it. Thank you, really, I say, completely sincerely. This book was precious, and I know it. Helena nods, and says, I know that your mind allows you to memorize the entire book, but I'd appreciate it if you take it slow. Don't try the stuff from the later chapters until you've mastered the first ones. I roll my eyes, and say, that much is obvious, Helena. But I appreciate the Christmas present. Helena chuckles, and turns her back to me. As she turns into a silver glowing ball of light, which is unique to her I've noticed, she says, enjoy your Yule, Mason. And enjoy the tome. I wave Helena goodbye, and immediately discard the book of spells. I have just 10 days to read this entire book, while not seeming suspicious to the teachers. Joy, is she gone yet? Sly asks, for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes. I turn towards the robe, and say, yes. Sly, she's gone. You couldn't even stay silent when she was here, could you? What's the issue? She cannot hear me, Sly says, as he curls up in the corner of my bed. I say, I can, you idiotic snake. It was annoying the first time, and it was annoying the last. Who are you calling idiotic, you two-legged dumbass? Sly hisses, angrily rising up with his hood spreading around his head. Before the argument can get even more heated, a flash of light is created right in front of me, which makes me hide my eyes. As the light starts receding, I hear the hiss of my second favorite snake say, so this is the wizard's school. Not that impressive. Ash, I and Sly yell at the same time, both of us excited to see him after so long. Sly and Ash hug a little, after which Ash climbs my leg and sits on my knee. He says, hello, wizard. Are you enjoying yourself? Nodding, I say, yes, I am. And so is Sly, even if he won't say it. But he also misses the other snakes. There aren't that many snakes in the forest outside. I can speak for myself, human. Sly hisses, an annoyed tint to his voice. I know he isn't angry, that was just one of the occasional arguments of ours. Sly flicks his tongue out a few times, and says, unlike you, Ash, I cannot vanish from here to there in a moment. So, I could not visit the bush before. As the two snakes continue to talk, I pick up the heavy tome and let them have their reunion. In snake years, Sly has known Ash for years more than me, even if the actual difference is just about a month or something. I'll give them their space. But now, Mind Arts. Not just Mind Arts, the Complete Mind Arts compilation. I really hope it isn't too hard. He'll work with her if the time comes, but he won't ever trust her completely. How will that affect his eventual pairing? I haven't decided yet, it's still too far away. Wish me luck. Ta-ta. Summer of 31. Sorry for late upload. I was depressed for 2 days, and I took my first dose of Covishield yesterday. So, I'm going through a fever right now. My mum's back, by the way. She's in home quarantine right now, and has a few tablets that she's taking daily. Otherwise, she's fine, but we're still taking care not to get too close. She's the one who's suggesting it, so don't worry. Well, wish us luck, and thanks for all of your support. Thank you, really. Read on. Soon, the first year ended, without anything else happening. I progressed a bit in my powers, but not exceedingly so. On the telepathy and mind magic side of things, I'd completely memorized the 7,259-page book, Complete M. Art's compilation in the 10 days of Christmas holidays. But I hadn't actually understood it immediately. My telepathy and the jury-rigged occlumency allowed me the ability to recall anything to the most minute detail. However, it doesn't happen instantly. I have to focus to bring that particular memory to the front. So despite having memorized the book, I hadn't understood it completely then. I was slowly gaining an understanding of the book. That needed me to go inside my mindscape, and read the memorized book there. Again, only this time at the usual pace. I was just about 3/4 of the way through the book, having taken to practice the instructions as I read them. Occlumency is the subject I had studied the most, since Legilimency will only come after I've mastered my own mind first. Granted, I've already mastered my mind, I think, but I'll have to do this the wizarding way. The last quarter, which I've just begun learning, contains the detailed instructions on Legilimency. I tried using Legilimency on a few of the older students, and boy did I have some revelations. Occlumency shields are strong enough that my telepathy has some trouble going through, undetected. It means they're really strong. But the point is, they're only that strong right behind of the eyes. Honestly, it was so shocking, having that revelation, that I had to stop and just stare at the wall for 10 minutes. The shields around the mind aren't weak, don't misunderstand, but when you compare it to the telepathy shield that I put up when I was literally a child, that is a disappointment. Compared to my bulletproof glass shield, the occlumency shields are Corning Gorilla Glass 3, not even 5, let alone Victus. And then I remembered that Cassiopeia's mind literally had a door at the front, the rest of her mind was surrounded by a wooden picket fence. Granted, one had to first go through the useless distracting thoughts that the defender must have put up. But still, this made it possible for me to just go into the minds of any student in this school, and get their memories and knowledge, as soon as I learn how to use Legilimency properly. I don't, however, think that the teachers' minds would be this easy. If I cannot listen to the thoughts of the goblins of Gringotts, while keeping my telepathy active, then I definitely can't do it to actual competent adult wizards. At least, not while I'm a kid. Cassiopeia was just new at occlumency, and so were the other students I tried it with. Speaking of Cassiopeia, it was a disappointment as well. Her knowledge was precious, no doubt, but it wasn't extensive. It was her memories, only the last 5 years of which I have, that was impressive. Her cousin Arcturus is the current heir of the Black family, and she was literally his favorite. So, he shared a lot of the Ma and family's knowledge with her. Good for me, but it's not that extensive. She knew a few dark curses, which I'm definitely not using this soon, and more than a few protection spells, which were appreciated. At least I was now able to stop anyone else from reading the books Helena would sometimes bring me, which were of a level suitable for a first to second year student. And I can now cast a privacy ward if I so wished. Surprisingly, privacy wards give a form of invisibility. The spell I learned from Cassiopeia's mind created an illusion around you, that made everything you want invisible, silent, and odorless. But it was also easy to detect and remove. Even a finite incantatum works, for fuck's sake. As for my magic, my progress was just as fast-paced as when I was in the orphanage. Along with the spells I learned in the classes, I also tried to learn a few additional spells. Like the stunning charm, Stupefy, the snake conjuring spell, Serpensortia, and the disillusionment charm, Silo. These were the most impressive of the spells I've learned that were beyond the first year syllabus. I got all 3 of these spells from Cassiopeia's mind. Well, I already knew Stupefy, but I had to learn it the proper wizarding way someday, right? Other than that, I've learned about 5 charms and transfiguration spells from out of syllabus, but within the capabilities of a normal first-year student, and 5 more from the second-year syllabus. Those I learned from the Ravenclaw House Library, so the teachers probably know that I know those spells. It was a calculated reveal. Since a Ravenclaw studying ahead wasn't unexpected, and they must have already noticed I'm bored in classes, but since my magic control wasn't that impressive yet, I kept to the first 2 years. Don't want to become blind or something because I tried the Patronus charm in the first year or something like that. Hey, it's magic, anything can happen. Speaking of magic control, I still kept with my exercises. But now, only kept to the more useful spells. Disillusionment charm, Silo Alohomora, Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis, Incendio, Aguamenti, and Defindo. I was hoping to completely master them until I can cast them on instinct. What about the levitation charm, Accio, and Depulso, you might ask? Well, this is my best accomplishment of my entire life. I have managed to make my body, and my magic, so used to the 3 spells, that I can now cast them all without a wand, without speaking, and sometimes, without even pointing my hand. The spells were completely mastered according to wizarding standards. But not by mine. My end goal, in regards to the 3 spells, was to completely combine them and every other such spell to mimic telekinesis. It was still a work in progress. And I still had a long way to go. I'll consider it mastered when I can fly on my own. The reason my progress was relatively small, other than my mind arts and telekinetic spells, is that I was actually taking it slow. First of all, I have homework too, as annoying as it is. Plus, I have to complete the exercises for 3 wanded subjects, and read up on 2 non-wanded subjects, herbology and potions. Secondly, I literally have 6 more years inside the castle. I have no reason to speed things up too much. So no, after my exams were done, and the end of the year feast was over with, I was sitting in a train compartment. With Darla in front of me, waiting for the train to start. Beside Darla, was Anastasia Greengrass, who had somehow become better friends with Darla than with me, her housemate. They had met through me in the first place, when we had gotten together to study in the library. And beside me was an empty seat. Sly was once again sleeping inside my robe, preferring to sleep through the journey. "Hey, Mason," Tom says, walking into our compartment and sitting down beside me. Nodding at him, I ask, "What happened to James and Lucas?" Tom scowls, and says, "They bro. UGHT their Gryffindor friends in and began arguing about Quidditch. Again, as if we don't tolerate it enough in our dorms." Darla snorts, and says, "You say that, but imagine sharing a common room with 100 Quidditch fanatics. It gets really annoying, the way they get so excited, and shout over a sport." I dryly point out, "You're one of the Quidditch fanatics, Darla. You were literally yelling at your team's captain for losing the match last month. In the Great Hall, that too. Doesn't mean it's not annoying when someone else does it." Darla says, not bothering with denying the accusations. "Hey, even I love Quidditch and flying. But I don't, and can't, speak about it every time I'm free. I also don't know why they're all so bloody obsessed with the professional flyers." Tom says, defending Quidditch a little. Good thing he mellowed out a little. At the beginning of the year, he barely spoke 1 sentence per day to us. Now look at him, seeking us out so he can talk freely. I snort, and just shake my head. Sure, flying is wonderful. Even if a broom is the one to support us, there's a sort of freedom in flying, which we don't get to experience outside of our flying classes. Thank God. Flying lessons will continue on for the next year too. Only the first and second years have flying lessons. The others are expected to just use their breaks to fly around Hogwarts grounds, if they need to. Back to the point, despite somewhat liking flying a broom, I did not like Quidditch much. I was a dude who played basketball, and seeing Quidditch, where the players literally carry the ball, quaffle, close to their stomachs, right to the goals, was blasphemy for me. I watched the games, but would internally scream in outrage the entire time. Soon, the topic turns to our exams, and Darla shakes her head and asks, "How the bloody hell did you manage to get O's in every paper, without studying a single page?" I look back at her, confused, and say, "But I did actually study." "Not for the exams, you didn't. You were practicing some other spells, playing chess with Goldfinch and her group, or reading that Charms magazine the entire time." Tom points out helpfully, the Charms magazine as what I would pick up whenever I wanted to read the Occlumency book in my mind. Chess was just a hobby that I crossed over with. Nodding, I say, you're right. But did you know that every day, I would practice my spells? Without breaking the pattern, I would practice every spell, go over every potion, and even read through all of the notes before going to sleep. So, I didn't even need to study, because I already knew everything. Plus, my pseudo-eidetic memory helped with recalling the theory perfectly. I only lost a few points in herbology practical, and potions practical, where I made some personal errors. Otherwise, I had almost perfect scores all over. Theory-wise, I felt as if I was writing an open book test, but I did refrain from copying everything down from my memories. Darla whistles, impressed, and asks, "And you didn't think to tell us this? Hey, if I'd have told you to study 3 hours after dinner, every day, you'd have stopped talking with me." I say, leaning back. For 5 seconds, no one speaks. After which Tom says, "Yeah, probably." Darla nods, and says, "Fair enough." While Anastasia says, "Definitely what would have happened, yes." Shaking my head, I smile, thinking what these next years might bring. The Harry Potter universe, the wizarding world. Who would have thought, this would be my next great adventure, to quote the young old coot. Once back at the orphanage, I was suddenly bored and back to my pre-Hogwarts schedule. Waking up, helping out in chores, taking care of the new baby that was found abandoned, etc. Only now, I didn't have school to take up 6 hours of my time. Plus, the food had gotten worse, somehow. I will definitely make use of my fortune here at least. My mother was raised here, died here, and gave birth to me here. I owe them this much, but I can't give them money, or the children will see only a fraction of it. I'll give an anonymous donation of food and clothes. That'll be all right, I think. With that decision made up, and kept on the TDL, I return to my desk to draw a sketch on the slate, while my mind is busy reading the Legilimency part of the complete Mind Arts compilation. I'm not good at sketching, never was, but it helps relax my mind. It takes me about 10 days of reading 10 hours a day, for me to finish the book, and about 20 more days of mental conditioning later, I decide to try the Legilimency attack. Well, not exactly. I'll use my telepathy to try and replicate the Legilimency spell. What is Legilimency? It is the use of magic to go through someone else's memories, and visual thoughts by use of eye contact. What is telepathy? It is hearing the loudest thoughts of other people around you, without using eye contact. At least, it is the definition of my current telepathy. So, my thought was, can telepathy be used offensively? Like Legilimency, by using the practices of Legilimency. And can Legilimency be used by using a telepathy probe as medium? My mind is my own, and I can control my magic inside my body pretty well. So, can I do what I want to? Only one way to find out. It was dark outside, the clock having crosses the 12 a.m. mark some while ago, and I am sitting on my bed. I've found hat while I can use my telepathy in any position, it works best, and has the longest range, when I'm calm, meditating, and sitting down. Once I'm calm enough, and in the Zen, I expand my mind and search for a victim. If I fail, then there's a chance that the mind will become a vegetable. So, I don't want to try this on good, honest, respectable people. Which still leaves me about 80% of London, to be honest. But I'm not going to experiment on them either. I'm looking for the worst of the worst criminals, who wouldn't be missed much. It doesn't take me long before I hear the trigger words that immediately bring my focus to him. His mind was pretty loud, when it says, "Ha. That bitch cried a lot, but it was worth it." The screams even set the mood. While he didn't think the word rape, the intentions were what triggered my telepathy into finding him. And now, I have him in my grasp. All his thoughts were mine, and boy were they so many. He's a criminal, from what he's thinking, a crook in one of the many gangs that plague London in these harsh times. In the 2 minutes that I've listened to his thoughts, he's killed 17 people, robbed houses, raped women multiple times, and took part in kidnappings. I scowl, and think, yeah, I think I'll have to fail this one. It will be quite painful for him, in fact. So unfortunate. Thinking back to my experience in Cassiopeia's mind, and all the mental training I did in this last month I've been here, I mentally call out, Legilimens. Just for the sake of intent. As my telepathy already had a hold on his thoughts, my magic goes through it. Instead of the eye contact necessary, and I tear through his meager mind shields and land in his mindscape, which makes me confused enough to call up his memories of any mental training. Oh, he wasn't a wizard or anything like that. He was just trained to resist torture, for some reason, which resulted in a paper-thin shield around his mind. If a normal human practices enough, they can even stop normal telepaths from looking at some particular memory they want to hide. But this one's just a beaner, and not even that when compared to me. Just like what happened in Cassiopeia's mind, pages start coming from all over his goon's mind, forming into books. Only this time, I don't send them to my own mind, but keep them in front of me. One by one, books start stacking up in front of me, while disappearing from their initial places. When the books stop coming, I look at the 35 stacks of 12 books, and one stack of 4 books in front of me, and frown. His mind was useless, if all he has is these books full of memories. This dude was just a crook, but I have no need for the memories of a criminal. Pointing my palm at the stack, I focus on the rage I felt after hearing his thoughts, really focus on it. And shoot flames out of them. The flames catch one book on fire, and it starts spreading from there. Soon, the entire Mincape is burning, with the flames taking the shape of a Nemo's to burn anything and everything they might find. The only place unburnt is the one I'm standing on. Satisfied with the result of my first experiment, I retreat to my body and open my eyes. Meanwhile, the crook, who had just been walking towards his house from the house of his rape victim, suddenly stops and drops down on the ground. AAARRGHHGH. AAARGH. Arg. He keeps on yelling in pain, while holding his head and pulling at his hair, waking the people up. Fearful people wake up to see a man screaming in the middle of the road, rolling around on the ground, without any visible reason. Some good soul takes him to the hospital, where they sedate him to stop his screaming. Finally, when the doctors conduct whatever tests they can, they conclude that the patient suddenly suffered a brain aneurysm and went into a coma. When he wakes up, months from that night, they will realize that he has forgotten everything. He doesn't even remember who he is, what he is, and he can't even talk. He essentially becomes a baby in the body of a 36-year-old man. And it is just because he raped a girl minutes before a telepath was looking for someone like him. Bad luck, even if it happened to the right person. A few days after the incident with the crook whom I played judge, jury, and executioner with, I had concluded that my offensive telepathy, or let's just call it Legilimency, wasn't harmful. Unless I actually meant it to be. That was a relief. If I do want them to hurt, I can use what I'm terming as mental energy to do anything. Erase their memories, change the memories, kill them. Anything. The first crook. I burned his memories, but burning isn't the only way to erase memories. It's just the most satisfying, and the most painful for the victim. So far. Anyway, I'd used Legilimency on many more people. Because practice makes perfect, and I've noticed something. My mind is different. I knew that, but I just didn't know how different it was. How to explain? Imagine he mind is an object which gives off radiation, and all of the radiation, no matter which mind emits it, are contained within the light spectrum. It's not like that, but just suppose it does. Human minds are fixed to one band, animals to another, and insects to another, etc. But I haven't tried animal minds yet. It's bound to be disorienting, and I'd rather have a lot of experience with human minds first. So, let's say muggles have their minds at the top in terms of wavelength, between 600 and 700 nanometers, making their minds the easiest to be sensed, or heard amongst humans. Then, the wizards come right below them, between 500 and 650 nanometers, and yes, there is bound to be a considerable overlap. This is just my assumption, however, so take it with a grain of salt. If we assume all that, I've found that my mind is based in the 300 to 500 nanometers range, and this is spectacular. My mind is literally out of the limit allowed for minds. In the billions of human minds that are contained in the visible spectrum, my mind borders. And sometimes even goes to the ultraviolet region, and I have a range of almost twice that of others. I'm definitely not the only one like that, but I do like to feel special sometimes. Keeping to that scale though, I've noticed a few minds that are in the 400 to 550 nm range, and they are easily noticeable. It's as if my mind just automatically finds them if I want to. In the city of London itself, there were hundreds of people like that, with their minds running on higher frequency than muggles and wizards, but far lower than mine. I haven't tried hearing their thoughts yet, nor have I tried Legilimency with them. If their minds are better than wizards, then there's a high possibility that they could feel me in there. I was just observing them for now, by using the other minds near them. Invading privacy. Yup, definitely, but I need to know this. If I didn't need this information, I wouldn't be spying on one of these different-minded people right now. I was currently riding the mind of an old woman, looking through her eyes. She was still in control, and I'm not going to change that for now, but I was also there, sitting right behind her, figuratively. This woman is completely normal, with nothing different about her mind. The old man in front of her, however, was different. In front of us was a man of about 50, the woman's husband. He was reading the newspaper, like he did every day since I've begun observing him. I didn't have to look through her memories to know that he followed a fixed routine. I have no idea why his mind is different, but since I refuse to enter his mind before knowing why, I'll just have to keep observing. Thankfully, my mind has been able to multitask for years now, so looking through the woman's eyes and ying on with my own daily routine wasn't a chore. This man also wasn't the first person I'm spying on like this. He's the third, actually. The first two were siblings, so I just possessed the mother to observe them. Nothing exciting happened though, for the 10 days I was there, so I switched the target to this man. The man was called Fergus McCallan, who lived with his wife, Anna. They had no children, and weren't rich either. They belong to the category of man goes to work, while the wife handles the house, and they've been doing it for 30 years, ever since they married. And now, for the last 3 days I've been observing them. Spying. To be honest, it was all going just like normal, for hours and hours. I kept following the man, Fergus, using different normal humans as my personal TV sets, Nothing was different than the last 2 days I've been observing him. He walked into town every day, to work at the office of Daily Mail, and then went home after a drink or two. While returning home from the bar, however, something changed. Fergus was just walking towards his home, a little bit tipsy from the drinks he'd had today, while I was looking at him through the eyes of a man, sitting in his veranda. I just had to prompt the man to keep looking at Fergus. Suddenly though, Fergus finds himself at the wrong end of a knife, 4 young people surrounding him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, so I switch minds and go into the mind of one of the knife wielders. Any money, please, I just want to go home. Fergus pleads, choking at the end, terrified for his life. One of the young men, their leader from the looks of it, takes a step forward and puts the knife on Fergus's neck. Suddenly, however, the leader clutches his stomach, and goes to the side to start vomiting, the knife dropping to the ground. Fergus looks at the remaining 3 men, who look concerned and grossed out at the same time, and as I was observing him through the eyes of one of them, I clearly see his eyes glow a sickly yellow. Suddenly, I feel the need to vomit, and get up, instinctively coming out of the crook's mind and running towards the toilet. Blow. After having vomited for a full minute or so, thankfully reaching the toilet before doing it, I lean on the tap, looking at the mirror. My eyes are red now, and wet, thanks to all the vomiting. Even after washing my face, I still felt the effects of whatever happened. What the fuck was that? I mumble, still feeling a bit sick. Whatever Ferris did, made me feel sick, and the effects still haven't gone away completely. Mason, are you all right? The concerned voice of Sister Laura asks from outside the door. Rinsing my mouth once again, I say, I just felt sick, Sister Laura. Last night's food mustn't have agreed with my stomach. Am I all right though? That is the question. I don't remember anything like this in the books, nor the thousands of fanfics I've read. At least, not the ones pertaining to Harry Potter universe. If there was something like this, I'd have known. Oh, other media definitely had something or the other like this, but by just one example I cannot make a solid decision. Sister Laura says, very well. Come do. WN to Sister Agnes's room once you feel up to it. She'll look you over, Opening the door, I smile at Sister Laura, and say, I will. I need to lay down for a bit. And that's nothing on the vomiting. I need to know, what kind of world did I get myself into? Last book, my revelation about mutants was hella fast. Like one paragraph he was a telepath, and then he immediately knew he was a mutant of Marvel. That's not realistic. No one will make that jump even after having the exact talent known from some other fandom. The first instinct will be, I have this power in this other universe. Sweet. So, yeah, he's now realizing, slowly, about where he is. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta. Evolution. I haven't set the pace of this story yet, and am currently writing 4th year. Hopefully, chapter 20 to 25 will begin with World War II, but I'll tell you again when I've actually written that much. Thank you. Read on. 3 weeks after the vomiting incident, I had come to a conclusion. Fergus has a power. That much was apparent, sort of like me. He isn't a telepath, and neither is he a wizard. He just had a power. This power allowed him to make anyone feel sick. He basically causes anyone he glows his eyes at to vomit uncontrollably, for at least 5 minutes. I know from personal experience that it can last full 5 minutes, once it gets hold. Doesn't matter if you weren't physically there. I didn't observe him much. But I did finally decide to try and look into his memories. Turns out, Fergus could do this since he was 15, but he was afraid of being branded a witch, or a demon. So, he kept it hidden. And didn't train in it, at all. He only caused the accident that day, because he panicked and used it on instinct. Counting this time, he had barely used his power for a grand total of 50 times. In his entire life. After that, I went back to the mother of the siblings I observed, to see if the mother could remember them doing anything weird. Nothing had happened weird with them, though, while either of the parents were around the two. So, then I went to the next target, and the next, and the next. Only this time, I was more desperate for answers, and went through many of their memories. For most of them, even adults, they hadn't ever used any power that might classify them as weird. But some were like Fergus, and me, I suppose. One lady could bring life back to dead plants, or help them grow. Which is damn useful in the current years. Another lady has complete control over any water that she touches. But she has to touch the water to control it, which is a bummer, to be honest. A man, who was 90 years old, could smell and hear things from very far away, and he had used it to rob people back in his day. And one man could lift more than 10 times his own weight. There were many more, that I found in the 6 days that I was scrolling through Stan Lee's superhumans in real life. They ranged from as useful as super strength, super speed, to as useless as always know when some food is going to go bad, or the power to detach your limbs. It ranged from useful as fuck, to useless as fuck, and there was no fixed pattern to it, as far as I could see. Right now, I was in the mind of someone I've spent the last 10 days observing. Why so long, you might ask? Because this is the one power amongst all the 47 people I've observed, that I could actually benefit from. The 27-year-old man named James Snow could learn to read, write, speak, and understand any language within a few minutes at most. I discovered him purely by accident, but once I found his amazing brain, I did not leave. I know, okay, I know, this is wrong, and so much immoral. But this was too good an opportunity to pass up. I had copied his memories within the first day itself, like I did to Cassiopeia. And his mind was way better organized than hers, making it a lot easier for me. 13 languages, including Sanskrit, and I had the memories necessary to learn to understand it. But I wanted more. I wanted to know how he does it. How does a human brain learn to completely understand a new language within minutes of just staring at it? I need to know this, so I can understand what is happening here, in this world. So, I stayed with him, doing my damned best to make sure I don't give myself away, somehow. For 9 days, I've been studying the way his brain makes the connections with the language. And I can say with full guarantee, that I have no idea. It is on the 11th day, that something happens, different from the daily routine he'd gone through. James was walking through the town of London, shopping for some groceries, when he encountered an unusual scene. 5 men, about in their 20s, were surrounding an old Japanese woman, who was terrified out of her mind. They were yelling at her, throwing slurs again and again, and just bullying her. People did see all of that, but most of them ignored the scene, content with minding their own business, while the few that did try to get in between were discouraged by the knives the men were wielding. So no one was there to save her when she was pushed to the ground by one of the men, when he tried to take her purse. James, however, was the son of a police officer, and knew a thing or two about fighting. Within half a minute, he had the 5 men running with their tails between their legs, and helped the lady stand up. She repeatedly said, "Arigato gozaimasu," for more than a few times, and then spoke some sentences in Japanese that neither he nor I understood. At first, suddenly though, it was like a button was pressed in my mind. And I understood everything she was saying. She says, "You have been very helpful, young man, please come with me. I'll give you some sweets as thanks." Obviously, she said all that in Japanese. But I fucking understood it all. I didn't know Japanese beyond the few phrases I learned from subbed anime. Fuck the dubs. Chuckling, James answers her, in Japanese, accepting her offer for snacks, while I smile widely. I think I have what I came from. Slowly, I retreat to my own mind and open my eyes in my own body. Just to try, I call up an episode of Naruto Shippuden from my mind, to see if I actually understood it. Hey, Pain vs. Naruto is one good fight, one of the best, I think. And sure enough, I can completely understand every sentence in the episode, even without looking at the subtitles. Just as an experiment, I take a notebook out from the drawer, and pick a pencil. Slowly, I try to draw the character for Kai, and my mind draws blank. So, I can only understand Japanese speaking now. Well, this is a bummer. But at least better than nothing. I mumble, and then pause. Can I speak it though? With a shrug, I open my mouth, and start. What the fuck? Hell yeah, I can speak Japanese. Wait a minute. Did I just copy a gift? Or did I just learn this one language because of being in James's brain at the time? Only one way to find out. The Sans It book on ancient Indian history is still waiting for me in the library. Soon, the months passed by, and the Hogwarts letter came to me via a small brown owl. It was cute, but I don't see the appeal in having an owl as a pet. And Sly didn't appreciate me not allowing him to eat it either. Why do you even care? It's not your bird, Sly asks, as I slap his head when he tries to jump the poor bird. Taking the letter, I just throw the owl out of my window, and say. The school will know that the bird went missing near my house, and I don't want them snooping around any more than they usually do. And it's already annoying having to hide my talents whenever a wizard is close by. I'd occasionally seen a wizard or two in the region, who stood too rigid and vigilant to be anything but Aurors. It was their vigilance that gave them away, ironically enough. Plus, they stood right around the corner every Wednesday since the holidays had begun. I think they were here to make sure I'm alright, and that I don't break the statute of secrecy by some accidental magic. They were probably also there to detain me in case I break the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. But there's no way I'm using my wand while no one's watching. I know from experience that wandless magic isn't counted in the decree, as I would have been arrested hundreds of times before if it was. But I didn't mind them much. They were here to protect me, and if they even think about harming me, I'll hear it anyway. They weren't that good at mind arts, and their puny occlumency might hide their memories from me. But not their thoughts. Telepathy rules. As I look at the book list, I think over the new development that had shown itself after that day in James's mind. A second gift had awakened in my mind, or I guess James's own gift had been copied in my mind. But the effectiveness of my own version of his gift was a little lesser than that of James. He could read, write, speak, and understand the language within a minute of either reading or hearing anything spoken in that language. Whereas, I can only read and write the language if I had begun learning it by reading, and I can only speak it if I learned by speech. It also takes me about 5 minutes to do that, and I can't just stare at the same word of a language for 5 minutes, hoping to understand it. I need to really try reading. Looking over all the characters I have access to. My mind makes the rest of the connections on its own, and it also provides me with the missing characters straight to my mind. Anyway, I hadn't gone back to James's mind, since I had more than what I had thought I would gain. I wanted to learn languages from his mind, and he literally gave me his entire gift of languages. He deserves his privacy now. It looked tasty, Sly says, bringing me out of my thoughts, showing that his thoughts were still on the blasted owl. Rolling my eyes, I say, I can still see the bird you ate yesterday, in your gut. You have no need to feed yet. Sly flicks his tongue, and lays back down. He really is lazy, isn't he? Gods, what kind of pet did I get? Poking him softly, I say, I'm going outside to the magical district. You want to come, or would you rather sleep? Sly just waves me goodbye with his tail, making me lightly chuckle. Yup, lazy. Climbing down the stairs with my Gringotts pouch in my pocket, my expanded backpack on my back, and my wand in my sleeve, I seek out Sister Agnes, and ask, can I go out to London? I was hoping to go buy my supplies. Sister Agnes happily nods, and pats my head. She says, sure, go on. But be back before 6. It was 10 a.m. now, so the curfew is way more than I expected. But, she is happy right now. You see, in the beginning of July, the orphanage received an anonymous donation in the form of sacks of grain, boxes full of bread, a dozen chicken, fruits, vegetables, some spices, and a few boxes full of new clothes, including innerwear and some toys. God bless the wizarding world. Despite the official exchange rate being £3.97 per galleon, the actual value of the galleon is much, much more. And they aren't even going through a financial crisis. There are farms within the wizarding world, for almost all types of grains, fruits, and vegetables. And if they don't have anything, they just trade with other magical countries. And it didn't even cost a fortune for me to buy all that. One sack of wheat, weighing 25 kgs, cost me a little shy of 15 galleons. So, for buying all of that, taxes, and paying the goblins of miscellaneous services to do everything, including muggle delivery, I had paid only 3,000 galleons. I won't be able to donate every year, obviously, but I should be able to do it if the times get too tough. But, the look of happiness and Sister Agnes's face was totally worth it, not counting the various other smiles flashing all around, and the excitement the children had at getting new stuff. Heck, some kids even volunteered to take care of the chicken. Because that was something new for them. As I walked towards the leaky cauldron, my thoughts once again go to James, Fergus, the completely normal kids, and me. The ones who had gifts, powers, had gotten them after experiencing extreme emotions. Hey, alliteration. Some of the gifted had gone back to live normally, some tried to use them openly and were chased out of their homes, while some turned to the life of criminals. What the man with detachable limbs could do in the mafia, I have no idea. For so long, I wondered where my telepathy came from. Because I know it's not a product of my magic granting me wishes. My magic and my telepathy are completely different, I know that. And then, I spent 11 days in James's head, witnessed him use his power quite closely, and awakened my own tiny gift in languages. While a good side effect, it wasn't the most important detail. The people awakened the powers while either angry, afraid, or really distressed. And I know of a universe that is not my own, where stuff like this happens. Sure, accidental magic also happens during emotional distress, but they weren't wizards. They're muggles, completely. And so, I'd come to the conclusion. Marvel mutants. The most likely answer to my question was that the universe I'm in right now is the Marvel universe, which also has Hogwarts. Don't know which Marvel universe though. And really God, a crossover universe. Couldn't you have just dropped me in just one of them? Now I have to worry about surviving from thousands of threats instead of just the 2 Dark Lords. Voldemort is a kid, right? Can I just get a rope and... Nah. 2 dark thoughts, Mason. This ain't DC, I hope. I barely know anything about DC. So, yeah, mutants. I'm a mutant wizard, and so were Rowena and Helena Ravenclaw. But what Marvel universe? Aren't there like thousands? I only know the most about the movie 199,999. The rest are just glances of Wikipedia pages, or fandom articles. Well, at least I won't be caught off guard by anything. I've read a lot of useless trivia about Marvel on the fandom, and hundreds of fanfictions. I'll survive, no matter what. I think. Soon, I reach the leaky cauldron. And after a nod to Mr. Doddridge, Tom's father, I go towards the back. Tapping the necessary bricks, I smile at seeing the amazing phenomenon that is the entrance. Really, I have magic, and telepathy. What am I even afraid of? It's not like the threats are going to drop down on Earth tomorrow. There's literally decades for that. Heck, I might even be dead before that. Hope not, but still. Shaking my head, I banish the thoughts for now, and go towards Gringotts Bank. Once inside the bank, I walk towards the money withdrawal goblin, and wait for my turn. When he looks down at me, I pull the key to my trust vault out. And say, I need to take money out of my vault. The goblin takes the key in his hands, and boy are they pointy, and then examines it properly. He then says, Master, Grungir has informed me that you're expected in his office, Mr. Avs. Grabnail will take you there, and then to your vault. With that, the goblin runner called Grabnail runs towards me, and with a single, come, starts leading me towards Grungir's office. Wonder what he wants. As soon as I'm seated in front of Grungir, he slides me a piece of parchment, and says, sign it. No way I'm doing that before reading it. What do you think I am? A moron. So, I read, and immediately facepalm. I'm a moron. I should have realized that either Hogwarts, or Dumbledore himself will know that I have money now, and am no longer a broke orphan. Well, I am a orphan, just no longer broke. Fucking idiot. Here I was, confident in my ability to see through any plans anyone can come up with, and Hogwarts bowled a googly. The parchment basically was a form for the return of the funds I'd gotten from the school last year, and an acknowledgement that I am able to fund my schooling myself. Stingy wizards couldn't let go of G125. Rereading it, and once again for good measure, I sign the form with the quill Grungir provided me with, and mumble, stupid wizards. Which also counts me right now. Grungir just grins, and says, us goblins have been saying that for centuries now. Good to see a wizard finally come to senses. I scowl at him, and ask, anything else? Or can I go on to my business? Grungir just points me towards the door, which opens to show Grabnail waiting for me. I follow Grabnail towards the caverns, and wonder, does this mean everyone knows? Or is it just the higher-ups of Hogwarts, and possibly the Ministry? Damn. The probability of this news getting to my family's killers if they actually died by murder, and not just killed themselves in a fire accident just increased exponentially. Fuck. Soon, I begin buying the items in my school list. I had put a budget of 100 galleons on myself, knowing that this second year won't have as many purchases as the first year. I already had a telescope, cauldron, gloves, trunk, bag, and my hat. I just needed to buy new robes, thanks to my growing body, stationery, and my books for this year. It is as I was buying my second year books, and seeing if I find anything interesting, that I hear her coming. Oh my, what a coincidence. I wonder if he's been to Gringotts yet. Cassiopeia Black, the manipulative, mind magic using bitch, thinks to herself. Her thoughts loud as ever to me. I keep moving, reading the titles of the books I was browsing, when she interrupts me, this time, not by her thoughts. She says, hello Avs. Already done with your shopping? I still, and then look up at her, looking annoyed at being interrupted, and judging by her twitching eyes, she caught the annoyance. I put the book I'd taken out back in its place, and say, yes. And I'm leaving now too. I had already paid for my books, and was just shopping for some extra stuff, so I could just walk out and there would be no issue. Oh, but what's the rush? Have somewhere to go to. An appointment at Gringotts, perhaps? Cassiopeia asks, leaning down as she stops me from going. Looking in her eyes, I feel the Legilimency probe, and allow it to. Shish. Out her the sight of me walking out of Gringotts. I turn away from her and finally notice that there was another person standing there, trying quite awkwardly to seem unbothered. Looking at the girl behind Cassiopeia, I say, no. I was just going home now. Cassiopeia sees me looking at the girl, who was most definitely another member of the Black family, and says, That's my sister, Doria. She'll be starting Hogwarts this year. Doria smiles nervously, and says, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Avs. Cassiopeia mentioned you a few times, you know. Mostly about some vault or." "Doria," Cassiopeia says, sternly, as I just snort. Doria's a cute kid, and looked fairly similar to Cassiopeia. Curly black hair and gray-blue eyes seem to be the theme here. Most of all, she's not at all manipulative like her sister, from the looks of it. And even her thoughts confirm that. She's just nervous about meeting new people, which is understandable. "Nice to meet you too. And what's this about a vault, Cassiopeia?" I greet Doria, and turn to Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia has a glint in her eye at that, and says, "I don't know, Avs. You tell me." I put my finger on my chin, and say, "Nope. Nothing comes to mind. Anyway, nice to meet you, Doria. I have to go back home for lunch. Goodbye," Doria says, as her sister just watches me leave. I'm not going to be completely antagonistic with Cassiopeia, despite the anger I feel at her. Sure, I use mind arts liberally, and probably won't stop. But I don't use them to take advantage of people I think are naive. And definitely not children. For my advantage, yes. If it also causes them misfortune, no. Of course, general assholes don't count here, they're fair game. Soon, we're back at the second year of Hogwarts to study some more. Doria gets sorted to Slytherin, as expected. And that somehow caused Karis Black to call her a lucky bitch. Don't know what she's complaining about. Ravenclaw House has a library. The only thing better would be for the kitchen to be closer, like Hufflepuff. Not like I can do anything about it either. For now, time for another year of boring studies mixed with hopefully exciting experiments. I wave at Cassiopeia during our first dinner back, smiling cheekily. By now, she must have realized that I had either broken the spell she cast on me, or I was never under any spell anyway. Ah, the image of her scowling while trying to remain a stuffy bitch will remain forever in my mind. Depending on my mood while writing. A new surprise. Second year was looking to be just as boring as the first year. Whatever they had to teach me for this year, I already knew. Both theoretically and practically. Every second year spell, I had already mastered with the wand at least. Some, I was in the middle of mastering wandlessly. Charms, transfiguration, defense against dark arts, hell, I'd even learned all the potions that I was required to learn this year in the first month itself. There were some transfiguration spells that I haven't mastered though, thanks to the lack of the source material. Plus, transfiguration spells are way harder to cast without a wand. Helena had shown me a room that was left abandoned, originally meant for teaching rituals. Rituals was a subject that hasn't been legally taught for at least 200 years. I say legally, because every wizard worth his salt knows at least how to conduct the few basic rituals. Unfortunately, the room was completely cleaned out, so there were no mysterious ritual books that had been left alone for centuries or anything like it. The room just had a few desks thrown to the side, a table for the teacher, and a giant table in the corner meant for brewing potions. Because, you know, rituals might require potions. I had claimed the room for myself, and cast the few warding enchantments that I know. Thanks to Cassiopeia's generous donation of her memories. The wards won't stop a determined 7th year student, let alone a teacher, but it was a start in learning warding. I hadn't begun learning the theory behind it though, because I didn't have the sufficient knowledge of runes, arithmancy, or charms yet. I still have time to do all that. For now, however, I was learning languages. Lots and lots of languages. In the 3 months that I've been to Hogwarts, I have managed to master reading 7 languages, and 3 spoken ones, not counting the 3 I already knew from before I was reborn. The reading languages part was easy. I just had to borrow a book in that language from the library, focus on trying to understand it, and within a few minutes, 15 at most, I will gain a complete understanding of the language's written word. Every character, word, phrase, rules, and literally everything regarding that language would somehow take hold of my mind. I'd noticed that whenever I mastered another language, a new book was added to my mind palace, titled, Complete Mastery of the Language, followed by the language name. Obviously, I was keeping the memories from James's mind alone for now. I had already seen those memories once, but that was before I had somehow copied the mutation. Anyway, back to school. Mary thought had noticed me being somewhat distracted in classes, and had taken to glaring at me. But, since I actually produced what was needed, she didn't say anything. Transfiguration had moved from inanimate transformation, to animate transformation. First, we began by learning to transfigure a beetle to a button, and then a rabbit to a slipper. The first one was easy, and barely took me 10 minutes to figure out, and then master. The second one was a tough spell to master, and I had to practice for an hour before I could get it. As for charms, Professor Roll was as beautiful as ever, and even if I knew everything, I made sure to pay attention in that class. Damn hormones. Other than going to classes, I was also regularly roaming everywhere inside the castle, and sometimes outside, to see if I find anything interesting. And boy, are there some interesting places. Like the secret path that leads to the village of Hogsmeade, right beneath Honeydukay's chocolate shop. Or the stairway hidden behind the illusion of a portrait, that goes upwards, but drops you from the 7th floor, to the ground floor. Of course, I had also seen the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, and the wall in front of it, but hadn't proceeded further yet. There hasn't been a need to go there yet. I'm still a noob relatively, so I can't even look for advanced topics yet. Maybe next year I'll be ready, but not yet. Right now, I was standing in the dungeons. Very close to the Hufflepuff dorms. So close, in fact, that I could actually see the barrels that make up the entrance of the common room. If it wasn't for the disillusionment charm currently hiding my presence, I would have been caught by the 17 students that passed by here. Looking at the painting in front of me, a still life painting of various fruits, I raise my hand, and tickle the pear. Hee hee. The painting giggles, which makes me jump even if I knew it was going to happen, and the painting turns into a door, with the pear shifting to form the doorknob. Very slowly, I touch the handle, and when nothing happens, I turn the knob, and push the door in. Without a single sound, the door opens, and then there's a cacophony of noise. Clinking of plates, spoons, and the cooking utensils, yells in squeaky voices. And a lot of banging. The voices belong to tiny creatures, barely 3 foot tall, with pointy ears and nose, and big round eyes. House elves of Hogwarts. I smile sadly at the sight, feeling bad for them. An entire race of beings, enslaved by the people that think they're the superior race. Nothing good ever came to those who thought like that, and nothing will. But sometimes, even the enslaved race doesn't get their peace back, even if they stop being enslaved, as evidenced by the current situation of those of African descent. Which just makes me pity them even more. Can't ignore that so many countries are currently under the rule of England, my current country, including India, my former country. I shake my head, since I can't even do anything yet. One of the house elves, a being with a tattered pillowcase around its body, and green eyes, finally sees me standing at the door, looking at them all, and freezes. It then drops the bowl it was transferring somewhere, and yells in squeaky voice. "You shouldn't be here." I raise my hands, and say, "I'm not here to cause any trouble, I just heard about the kitchen and wanted to see it myself. Sorry, I'll let myself out." As I take a step back, still facing them, I see the one that I just spoke to still once more, and widen its eyes. It speaks in a distinctly female voice, as it asks, "You say sorry to Dippy?" "To house elves." And then, the elf begins to cry, loudly. This gathers the attention of the other house elves, who look at me weirdly. Well, fuck, I'm going to try and free them, aren't I? If just a sorry can cause them this many emotions, then the situation can't be good. Patting Dippy the house elf on her head, I grimace when she flinches, and say, yeah. Dippy, right." As she nods, sniffling, I continue. "I just wanted to meet the ones who do everything for us. I read about the house elves in my books, you know." "Yous did?" Dippy asks, wide-eyed. And now, even the other elves had stopped what they were doing, preferring to watch us talk. Nodding, I look all around, and say, "Yeah. Many books wrote about you, about house elves. I wanted to thank you, for everything you do around here. Cleaning, cooking, repairing stuff, and even Processor Binz's homework. I think people appreciate you a lot less than they should." I also think that they shouldn't be enslaved in this day and age, and freed immediately. But I'm not going to say that before knowing more about how they came to be enslaved in the first place. Dippy smiles widely now, her eyes once again tearful, and says, "Young sir is too kind to Dippy. What can Dippy be calling you, young sir? Damn, this language will take some getting used to. And I don't think my language mutation will help here." Smiling at Dippy, I offer her my hand, and say, "My name is Mason, Dippy. You can call me that, if you wish." Dippy looks at the hand with fascination clear on her face, and whispers, "Dippy can shake Mr. Mason sir's hand like an equal." Considering that she's better at wandless magic than me, her calling me an equal is an insult to her. But, baby steps, I nod, and say, "This is how people introduce themselves, isn't it?" As Dippy shakes my hand, I smile at the exhilaration emitted from her, and the shock shown on the faces of other elves. Yup, I'm rescuing them, even if it takes me literally years to do so. Enslaving is bad, and it's way past time. Wizards also know that. "Where did you get so much cake?" Darla asks me as soon as I bring the box full of cake out of my expanded bag. I take one out, hand the box to Tom, and while winking at Darla, I say, "A secret." Anastasia hands the box back after all four of us have one piece each, and says, "As long as you don't harm any of the books here, bring as much cake as you want." Darla snorts, and says, "He loves books more than you do. There's no way he's harming a single book here even by mistake." I chuckle, realizing that it's true. We were currently in the library, working on our homework. Darla was the sole Gryffindor amongst us Ravenclaws at this table. She wasn't studious, nope, but she liked us as friends, and this was one of the very few hours we get for ourselves. Sometimes, her friends from Gryffindor would join us, Mary Pruitt and Bernadette Jones. Jones is a Muggle-born like Darla, so they had bonded over being on the same boat. Hewitt was just too friendly and they couldn't resist her charm for too long. But, I was also her first friend, and the one she spent the least amount of time with, which is why at least thrice a week, we got together. Sometimes, Tom and Anna would be with us, when we were focusing on homework. Other times, it would be just the two of us, and we would roam around or just relax. A few days later, Helena makes her weekly visit with a book on charms. I ask her, "What do you know about house elves? Do you know how they were enslaved?" Helena hums, floating down to sit on my chair, and says, "I'm afraid not. House elves have existed for as long as I can remember. Even when I was alive, they had existed for hundreds of years." "Why do you ask?" I look at the cover of the book she gave me, the Idle Reading, Basics of Enchantment, in Anglo-Saxon, and say, "I was just curious. I met them today, and the little people made an impression on me. I think it's just better to keep my goals to myself for now. At least, until I'm able to defend myself properly. And Helena, no matter how much she might help me, is still a witch and a ghost. She might find it offensive to her culture if I don't explain it all properly." Helena chuckles, and says, "Yes, the elves of Hogwarts have always been an amazing breed. Auntie Helga made sure to buy any and all elves she could, to bring them here, and Al so frequently asked the freed elves if they wanted to work here. They get a lot of work, good quality food, and we get to rest from all the work." I just frown, the casual talk of buying elves baffling me. Shaking my head, I drop the subject, knowing that this is not an argument I'll win right now. Plus, it's not like I don't have any time to complete all my goals. There's literally years, even the summer's revelation about the universe. Mutations, honestly, well, at least I won't be without any advantage in this universe. A minor talent with languages. Yup, I'm mastering runes. ASAP. The next couple years pass by before I even know it. My second year passed just like my first, with no problems whatsoever from Cassiopeia, beyond the glares she sent in the beginning. I'd thought that she would try something or the other after I didn't listen to her, but she didn't. She just stopped bothering me altogether, but she did try and sweet-talk me a few times a month. Well, thankfully, even if my hormones might disagree, I was too young to do any of it. And then, she passed out of Hogwarts last year, so there was that. However, Doria did somehow make her way into our group, to the open chagrin of her cousin Karis, who was also my classmate. According to her, the fact that I managed to not fall prey to Cassiopeia's flirting was an impressive feat and that prompted her to befriend me. She was trying to be manipulative with a lot of the students, but unfortunately for her, she's just too damn bad at it. She scares other students, just like Cassiopeia, but she hasn't gotten the trick to asking them to do stuff for you. In my third year, our classes had a sudden jump in difficulty. Charms had gotten more fun too. We learned the Scourge spell, which cleaned up the ectoplasm that ghosts create if they stay in one place for a long time, and the freezing spell Glacia. Transfiguration had us move on to inanimate to animate transformation, which was way more difficult than the animate to inanimate transformation. Making a dead thing mimic life has to be one of the most astonishing things I've managed in Transfiguration class. Same with every other subject, we were doing more written work. And our work had gotten harder. Except for history, but that was a fee period, as far as the students were concerned. As for electives, I selected ancient runes and arithmancy. Sure, I could have selected care of magical creatures too, but I didn't think that the subject is entirely necessary for me. I can just read the books later, if I need the subject. Runes was the most disappointing subject in the entire curriculum. The first term literally had us learning the history of one runic language, the Elder Futhrak. The second term at least included using runes to create magic. You can carve them on objects to enchant it, or you can use them on paper to carry on different effects. But we weren't allowed to carve runes yet. Our third year ended with us learning how to write runes on parchment to create the Lumos charm. So, yeah, disappointing. Unfortunately for me, my language mutation did not work on runes, no matter which type they were. Nordic, Futhrak, the Lost Greek runes, and even the runes of Atlantis. My mutation either doesn't recognize them as languages at all, or it has limits. Could be either, but the result was still the same. But I had other avenues, like actually studying them, which I was using. It's not like I had a shortage of time. I slept 6 hours a day, did my homework within an hour, and had classes for 4 hours. Even with all the goofing off I did with my group, I was still able to have a few hours for independent studies. As for arithmancy, it has quickly become one of my favorite lessons in Hogwarts, right behind charms and potions. Arithmancy is the study of numbers, and how they relate to the world. With the right variables, one is able to predict the future itself, so yeah, pretty damn interesting. There are complicated number charts, formulae, and even theorems in arithmancy. Obviously, just like every other subject, I was studying ahead in this too. It was too interesting not to. I had also memorized the COMC book, and would read it in my mind, during lessons. And so, another year had ended, with me learning a few more secrets of the castle. I was currently at Hogwarts, in the room of requirements, while Sly was showing me a new gift he awakened. I'd discovered the room at the start of my 4th year, when I was just roaming around. Pure coincidence, I tell you, that I just happened to walk across the same patch of wall 3 times. I'd spent the last few months getting intimate with the room, checking its limits and all. The room of requirements can become anything the user wishes, that is true, but it also has limits. The dimensions of the room are not limited. I can literally create a beach within the room and it'll go on and on. But, at some point, I find myself back on the original position, but I don't even know it when it happens. Then, once I'm inside the room I created, I cannot change it completely. I can change minor things about it, but nothing major. To do that, I'll have to walk out of the room and repeat the process again. I also can't summon anything from the room of hidden things to any other room. I also can't change the room of hidden things in any way, not even to organize it. Lastly, the room cannot bypass the laws of magic. So no food, living beings, or potion ingredients can be summoned to the room. I still have to see if there are more limits, but I have time. Seeing Sly excitedly hiss, I bring my attention back to him, and ask, "So, what is this new magic you've awakened?" Sly looks pleased with himself as he says, "I learned yesterday that I can also do this." Which you can't. With that, he closes his eyes. And suddenly, A pitch-black horn forms over his head, pointed at the tip. Thinking that was it, I opened my mouth to congratulate him, but then suddenly stop. Sly was floating in the air, swimming as if the air was water. How the fuck is this possible? I whisper in shock, looking at the flying snake in front of me. He has no wings, but he was literally defying gravity. Wait a minute, you're a horned serpent. Like horny, I exclaim, finally realizing what his second parent was. As if, I'm far better than horny. Sly says, flying forward and coming to a stop in front of my face. The way he flies looks like he's swimming, using his tail to move himself forward. Amazing. I hold my hand forward, and as he climbs down on my arm, I say, true, he can't turn invisible like you can. You two must be of different types or something. Horned serpent, I really should have realized when he first became invisible. Very few snakes can do that, but when horny didn't show that power. I dismissed that talent as really rare. But now, after seeing him fly, and form the horn on top of his head, I'm sure. Sly is a horned serpent. Damn, he's going to get hella big, isn't he? I know, I'm awesome. Bow to me, human, Sly says, straightening up in pride. I snort at him, and silently, and wandlessly cast the levitation charm on my clothes. As I float above him, I say, see, I can do it too. You're not that special. Sly hisses in annoyance, and floats back down. Amused, I remove the spell on my clothes, and fall down, thankfully landing on my legs. The levitation charm can be cast on clothes you're wearing. However, it can't be cast on the person. And even if it looked like I was flying, I was fixed to just one spot, without moving either forward or backwards. The levitation charm just levitates, and doesn't allow me to actually fly. Not even using other spells like Depulso will push me forward. That was still a work in progress. Tempest, I whisper, summoning the misty clock above my right hand. Damn, it's almost 7. I should go before anyone tries looking for me. You're coming. Dinner's about to start, I ask, looking at Sly enjoying flying. Sly ignores me completely, so I leave him to his fun. And leave for dinner. Unfortunately, I don't get to spend as much time as I want to in the room of requirements, as I don't want to seem suspicious. I've noticed that teachers were observing me a lot. For some reason. Well, I know the reason. I'm suspicious as fuck. I have literally 3 friends, Darla, Doria, and Anastasia. Since Tom had just drifted off, I top my exams with barely a token of effort. And I disappear off the face of Hogwarts for hours at a time. And Grindelwald was still at large, so I could be a spy for him, you know. I had also felt someone scrying for me whenever I wasn't in public, which is really annoying. Scrying for people without their prior permission, or unless they're declared missing, is illegal. Really annoying. Thankfully, room of requirement cannot be seen by scrying, I think. And wasn't that a surprise, that I could actually feel someone scrying for me? It was like an annoying poke at the back of my head, continuously, until they stopped doing it. Inside Hogwarts Castle, I could allow my telepathy to show myself to the spell. Whenever I was doing something secret, however, I use my telepathy to hide myself. Telepathy rocks, I'll say. Sitting in front of Anastasia, I ask, why are you looking at me like that? She was looking at me as if I'm a puzzle to be solved. Anna says, Professor Dumbledore was asking about you today. He wanted to know where you disappear off to. Of course he does, bloody bastard. He's not evil, as far as I know, but he has a very annoying tendency to assume that everyone else is dumber than him. I shrug, and say, he can bloody well ask me himself, but even he knows that what I do outside of classes is not any of his business. I hear a snort behind me, as Doria comes to sit on the empty seat beside me. She says, I thought you'd be singing his praises, Mason. He does favor the Muggleborn over the rest of us. I point out, he's still a condescending wanker, though. I just know, even without using my telepathy, that he's trying to make sure I don't get too powerful. The librarian asking 100 questions before allowing me into the restricted section, even after I showed her the pass, clued me into that. But well, not my problem now. I can just go to the room of requirements and conjure a room fit to learn any subject I want. That night, after reading a book on runes Had I'd gotten from the restricted section, I go to sleep. The dream I have is a weird one. I was floating around Hogwarts, moving through walls and doors as if they didn't exist, invisible to all, while feeling drunk as hell. Well, all but one. The dream Helena saw me, and just froze. My dream self giggled, and did a backflip, and fell head first into the ground. It became even weirder then, when I kept falling underground, non-stop, and only stopped hours later, when I appeared in an underground cavern. The cavern had a pool of water, and the flowers on the cavern walls glowed a yellow light, giving me enough illumination to see everything. As I flew towards the pool, and impulsively jumped in it, I woke up. Huh, that dream was trippy. How did you do that? I hear as soon as I am done showering, and as I am about to put on my clothes. Jesus Christ, Helena, I yell, putting my towel back on in a panic. Helena sees the condition I'm in, and just turns away after rolling her eyes. She repeats, "How did you do that?" As I wear my clothes, I grumble, how am I supposed to answer that question if I don't even know what I did? Helena turns back, thankfully after I'm done, and says, "You were flying. As a spirit. But you're alive. People who are alive aren't supposed to become spurts and return to their bodies." I lift my hand and raise it in front of me. Looks solid. Just as an experiment, I put the hand on the desk near my bed. Definitely solid. I don't know how to break this to you, Helena. But I'm not a spirit. Yet. Can't discount me dying today itself, can I? Helena scoffs, and says, "Now you aren't. Just allow me." With that, Helena takes a floating step towards me. I let her, and close my eyes as she puts her 2 fingers of both hands on the 2 sides of my forehead. And then, I see it. I see me, drunker than Slughorn during the Slug Club meeting, floating around, transparent as hell, giggling every few seconds and just flying around. Helena had followed me a little while, and somehow, no one could see me. Not the paintings, not the squib caretaker, not Peeves the poltergeist, and definitely not the teachers. Hell, even the other ghosts couldn't see me, at all. Except Helena. But she was different, a mutant like me. How? I mumble, recognizing the state I was in at the time, but still not able to believe it. Helena shrugs, still worried, and says, "Whatever happened isn't supposed to happen. Wizards cannot just separate our spiritual forms from our body to go on a journey, and even if they do, they don't just return as you did." Hearing the slowly clearing thoughts of my roommates, who hadn't awoken when I fucking yelled, I say, "We'll discuss it later, they're waking up." Helena nods, and says, "Be careful. And don't experiment without me there. You were behaving like a drunkard in that state, and I don't know if it'll be safe to do it again." I nod, as she leaves the room, allowing me the time to think. Astral projection. Honest to God, astral projection. How the fuck is this even possible without the literal years of learning sorcery? Another mutation hacks. Could be, Xavier could do it, couldn't he? Well, whatever it is, I'll have to look it up properly. Sly is a horned serpent, but he looks like a normal serpent. His invisibility doesn't change his body, but when he wants to fly, he'll go through a temporary metamorphosis. Ta-ta, runes. A small announcement. I have managed to contract COVID, and am currently in recovery. Don't worry, I'm alright, mostly, but these meds are really fucking strong. They keep me awake, but just sleepy enough that I cannot write anything. Plus, the Wi-Fi here is shitty, which is the reason I hadn't posted in a while. I'm hoping to be fully recovered in about 10 days, so see you guys then. Until then, good luck. And take care. Don't forget to take precautions just because you're vaccinated. I had my first dose for 10 days before my RT-PCR came back positive. Take your bloody precautions. Anyway, good luck. Read on. I had noticed something about my astral form. Like the Doctor Strange movies, my spirit had a soft golden glow to it, as opposed to the silver glow that the ghosts have. And the white shine that Helena boasts. Our running theory was that it is because I'm actually alive. This way, I can at least distinguish which ghosts are living, and which aren't. Helena definitely isn't, even if she's more solid than the other ghosts. A few weeks after finding out that I can separate my spirit, or my astral form, from my physical self, I was practicing doing it voluntarily. In the first week, I could only enter the astral plane when I sleep. Meaning, I had to sleep while meditating, and only then would I become a spirit. And I also used to feel drunk most of the time, so there was that. 3 weeks after that, I could enter the astral plane while actually awake, and then a week after that, I stopped feeling drunk. It was a slow progress, but progress all the same. By now, I'd at least managed to go to the astral plane and back, if only for an hour or two at a time. I can't do much for a couple hours now, can I? By the rate I was going, I could probably stay in the astral form for the entire night by the next week, or the week after. As I was reading a book on rituals that I got from the Room of Requirements, while in my astral form, Helena floats in through the door. She sees my body sleeping peacefully, and says, "Good to know you're not slacking off." Snorting, I say, "I never slack off. Mostly because I know that slacking off will mean my death, or worse. Not expulsion, but complete destruction. At least death can mean rebirth, or entering the afterlife, whatever the hell it might be." Helena smiles, and says, "I know. How long do you have till you have to go back to your body?" And it still sounds weird whenever I say it. I look at the time on the pocket watch I found in the ROR, and say, about an hour and 15 minutes. Why, I expected it, but it was still disappointing to find out that I cannot use magic while in the astral form. Not even a simple Lumos charm works, let alone a relatively complex Tempest charm. Helena smiles, a little bit sadly, but a bit proudly, and says, "Come with me. I want to show you something." Curious, I float up into the air, and fly after her, through the wall. Thank God gravity doesn't work here. Flying in the astral plane didn't take much effort. You just push yourself once, and then move to adjust the path. Helena takes me flying through walls, portraits, and even a few suits of armor. And then, she stops in front of a blank stretch of wall. Since I wasn't actually used to flying this much, I'm a bit out of breath. I ask, "Why are you showing me this? I already know about the Room of Requirements, you know." Helena chuckles, and says, "What you've seen, although an impressive piece of magic, is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait, and see." As I absorb what she just said, and the come-and-go room is just the tip. Damn, what more secrets could the room be hiding? Helena floats towards the wall that usually shows the room, and stops in front of it instead of pacing. She then places her left palm on a seemingly random part of the wall, fingers close together. Pausing a second to allow me to watch, she taps her right hand's index finger on the patch of wall right above her left middle finger. Then, one by one, Helena taps the wall in 16 more spots, seeming random to me. She then slowly whispers to the wall, "Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena." And then, the wall shimmers the way it always does, and shows a plain wooden door. Helena turns towards me, and says, "I really hope you remembered what spots I tapped, because you will have to do the same." I snort, thankful for my perfect recall of memories. Helena takes the reaction with a smile, and says, "Now, after I go through, put your hand on the handle, and whisper your name, and your relation to my mother. After that, you'll be able to enter the room." And then, Helena holds the doorknob, twists it, and then floats through the open door. As soon as she's through, the door snaps shut, and the wall reappears. Now, I would have tried going through in my spirit form itself, but I know from experience that the room doesn't work like that. Those on the outside cannot enter inside through any means save the door. I can exit the room in my astral form, but I cannot enter the room, since it needs me to tell it which room I actually want. The one Helena just went to won't cut it. Placing my hand in the exact same spot Helena had her left hand just a few seconds ago, I tap the required 17 spots with my other hand, once again thanking my perfect recall, and then whisper, "Mason Avs, descendant of Rowena." I feel wind blow in my face, as the door emits magic towards me, and then the door appears. Twisting the handle, I enter the pitch-black room, and then gasp, suddenly able to see everything. Books. As far as I could see, books, books, and more books. There were shelves as tall as the room, mountains of scrolls, and even a few boxes full of pieces of parchment all around. And the best part, there was no end to the room in sight. It went on as far as I could see. What the hell is this place? I whisper, looking around to have my fill of all this knowledge, in one spot. This is like paradise. Did I die in my sleep or something? Helena looks at the books with fascination in her eyes, and says, this is my mother's legacy. Her library. I turn to look at her, and see her staring at a book with sadness clear on her face. I let her have her time, and browse the books closest to me. Greek, Latin, Anglo-Saxon, Norse, Egyptian, there were books in many different languages, but they were sorted. The ones on my left related to household spells, while the right one contained memoirs of different wizards. All of these books were probably one of a kind, or really, really rare. I think a few must be even banned outside the room. But the weirdest part was, I recognized some books. Some of them were as new as 50 years old, while some looked to be literally 1,000 years old. How the hell did Rowena manage to add the 50-year-old book to this library, if she's been dead for 900 years? Helena comes out of her sadness, and then explains, my mother was a complex person, with as many good things about her, as there are bad. One of her quirks, is something that is good or bad, depending on your own morals. What? I asked, coming to stand beside Helena to look at the book she was staring at. My Life Rowena Ravenclaw, written in Latin was the title of the book. Well, no wonder this book makes her sad. Her own mother's life story, written by herself. It also shows why she's reluctant to show this place to anyone. This is dangerous knowledge. Helena turns away from the book, looks at me, and says, my mother, like you, was hungry for knowledge. She wanted to know everything, about everything. Gods, demons, mortals. Didn't matter to her who you were. If you had some knowledge of magic she didn't know of, she would try her hardest to get it. But she didn't show it publicly. She gained the knowledge through the mind arts, or by stealing it. But after Mother and her friends built this school, she had to show restraint. Helena chuckles, remembering something, and then adds, it was really amusing. Seeing her act the all-knowing woman everyone now knows of, when you've known her as a knowledge-hungry witch for 5 years of your life. Hey, who'd have thought? Rowena Ravenclaw was a thief. Well, I understand her theft of only knowledge though. I have also used telepathy to gain some advantages, and didn't care about the morality much. James the language mutant comes to mind. Helena continues speaking after a short break, and says, well, despite the fact that she had to keep a benevolent, strict but kind face on, her hunger for knowledge stayed the same. So, she created this room. Smiling wide, Helena spins around herself, her arms spread apart. She says, this is the original room of requirements. The room of knowledge. Everything that has written word upon it, that has passed through the wards of Hogwarts, is here. Every book, scroll, grimoire, tome that any visitor to the castle has ever brought with them, is copied and added to this room. Holy shit, this is way more than what I expected. No wonder there are newer books as well as older ones. How the fuck did she manage that? I whisper, looking at the already impressive collection in new light. Helena chuckles, and says, do not underestimate the hunger for knowledge, Mason. If Mother wanted something, she got it. She then gets a bit sad, and says, her stubbornness had even forced my sister to run away. But Mother still didn't stop going for her goals. Her sister, that's the first I'm hearing of her. My ancestor perhaps, because I know Helena died childless. She's mentioned that part a few times now. Shaking her head, Helena says, to be honest, even after all these years of trying to study this room, I haven't found a single secret regarding to it. I don't know how the room works. I don't know how it stays hidden from those not of our direct bloodline, and I don't know how the room does this. Before I can ask, Helena closes her eyes, and I find myself somewhere else. Room I find myself in is smaller than the one before, and was more a study than a library. There were 2 shelves, standing side by side, a pair of comfortable-looking chairs, and a burning fireplace that warmed the room. Helena just gestures me towards the 2 shelves, smiling and standing back. Curious, I walk towards the shelves, and pick out a hardcover book in random. Opening it up, I see it's written in Greek in a flowing handwriting. Reading the first page, I freeze, and look up. You wrote this book? I ask, surprised at Helena. The title of the book, written on the first page, in Greek, said, "Mind Enhancement Rituals and Overview." Helena nods, looking at the shelf fondly, and says, "These are all the books that either I or my sister authored. That one was written when I was 7. You can just see how young I was from my writing. I keep the ritual book back, and take the one she pointed out. It was a small book, barely 50 pages long, and looked more like a notebook than an authored textbook." Chuckles sound out as I see the magical drawing that portrayed a log catching fire and burning. It was a moving drawing, so it was just funnier. I smile at the title reading, Fire Conjuring Charm, and ask, "Your sister? You have mentioned her a grand total of 3 times, and 2 of them were today. Was she my ancestor?" Helena sighs, and says, "I knew I would have to explain THS sooner or later. But, you have a right to know. Please, sit down." I sit on one of the chairs, while Helena takes the other one. She says, "Morgan was my older sister by 5 years. She was just as smart as me, and just as knowledge-hungry as our mother. Alas, even she could not handle staying in our mother's shadow. And mother's own behavior did not help matters." Smiling morosely, she says, "We were both always known as Rowena Ravenclaw's daughters, not Morgan and Helena. Ravenclaw. Our accomplishments were never our own to celebrate. Of course she can apparate at 13. She's Rowena's daughter, after all, they would all say. And mother? Well, she had us practice writing grimoires since the age of 6, so you can judge how much she loved us." Shaking her head, Helena says, "Morgan enough of being compared to our mother, even by the ones we called friends, and ran away when she was 17. I was 12 at the time, and Hogwarts was still in its 7th year, so still new. I didn't know at first where she went off to, but then, when a girl named Melanie Abs came to Hogwarts, almost 50 years after my own death, that I knew. My sister had created a family for herself, married, most likely, and took on the name Abs. So, yes, Morgan was your ancestor." All through the tale, I sit in silence, just listening. Rowena sounds like a real piece of work, but it could be the fact that Helena herself told me this. That's coloring my opinion. Did the fact that her daughters didn't inherit her psionic talents cause Rowena to push them harder? Could be, those days weren't exactly as calm as they are now. Let alone in the future. Women were branded witches by the church left and right, and the need for protection was really high. Rowena could have been trying to help the girls protect themselves or something. I wouldn't know. I change the subject, and ask, "So, what can the Room of Knowledge do?" Helena gives me a look, having caught the topic change, but says, "Well, there are different parts in the bigger library. Depending on what subject you want to learn, you can switch rooms. Whatever subject you can think of, chances are, there is at least one book here related to it, probably more. So if I wanted to study apparition," I say, and just before I even finish the word, we find ourselves in another room, still sitting on the chairs. The room had a single shelf, but was almost twice as large as the previous room. On 2 sides, there were 2 circles drawn on the ground, probably for target practice. I haven't tried apparition yet, so I don't know if the anti-apparity on ward that surrounds the castle grounds will work in here or not. Probably not, since the room was made by Rowena herself. Helena explains, "Whatever subject you want to learn, you will get almost all the stuff you'll need. Of course, for potions, rituals, and alchemy, you'll have to bring your own ingredients. Same for herbology. My mother wasn't able to break the laws of magic, you know." I nod, amazed at the capabilities of the Room of Knowledge. The Room of Requirements could do it, but I don't think it could circumvent the wards of Hogwarts, or call the books from the rock. "Helena," I say, making her look at me. And when she does, I say, "I know it's not my birthday, but this makes up for each and every birthday I'll ever live through. And Christmases. But, I have to ask, why did you show this room to me? I don't think you showed this into every one of my ancestors. It's not that I don't appreciate the room. Heck, this room will give me everything I'll ever need to survive in this wild world, and I'll still have a lot left. But, this is literally her private space, her mother's room. I wouldn't show this to me. If I was the only person to know about this room, then I would never even mention it to anyone. let alone invite someone there. Helena smiles at me, strangely looking at me, yet not, at the same time. She says, "You might not believe this, Mason, but you're a lot like my mother." Gee, way to insult a guy, Helena. You could have directly called me a bitch too, you know. Seeing me scowl, Helena laughs a little, and says, "You're not as bad as her, yet, don't worry. But you are a lot like her. You have a hunger for knowledge, you don't mind using less than moral means to get it, and you also won't allow any harm to come to your friends. My mother was like that, even if a little distant. She didn't think twice before helping me deal with something hard, or protect me from the occasional kidnapping attempts." Wow, that was spoken way too casually. I nod, slowly, and say, "Thank you. I guess I know why I have a hunger for knowledge. Before, I wanted to make a life for myself, be actually successful in life. Fighting in the war would have made me a better person, more disciplined. And given me some amount of public respect. Fighting Grindelwald and Voldemort, meanwhile, would have ensured the same in the wizarding world. But then, I found out that fucking Marvel is also mixed in. And my goals became one of survival. Could I survive as a simple wizard at the level of, say, Severus Snape? Hell, no, I'd die by the hands of the wannabe sorcerers themselves. So, the hunger for survival, for knowledge, was so I can better myself, train better, improve my body, and just get to relax later in life, without fear." Helena then asks, "Do you think you can finish reading the entire room of knowledge within these 3.5 years you have left?" Snorting, I say, "Not a chance. But I'll figure something out. Now, I'll have to leave to my body now, but I'll be back soon. My astral projection just took over everything else as the first priority. Spending entire nights here, yeah, I'm doing it. I still have 3 years anyway. The next few months, I spend almost all of my nights in the room of knowledge, in the astral form, studying runes. You see, I had to do the unlocking thing on the wall just once, while in the physical form, and I could just enter it after just placing my hand upon the wall the next times. But, when I go there in my astral form, I have to do the entire tapping sequence each and every time. Thankfully, it barely took a minute, so I wasn't wasting too much of my time. So, yeah, runes. They're not easy, that much was apparent even in the beginning, but I underestimated just how complex it was. And my mutation doesn't even allow me to master them within minutes. How unfair. I'd memorized most of the different runes, and their meanings that I'd found in the introduction books in the room of knowledge. But using them was a lot harder than just writing what you want to happen and hope for the best. There are 3 main varieties of runic script: early, or common, Germanic, Teutonic, used in Northern Europe before about 800 AD. Anglo-Saxon, or Anglian, used in Britain from the 5th or 6th century to about the 12th century AD, and Nordic, or Scandinavian, used from the 8th to about the 12th or 13th century AD in Scandinavia and Iceland. But, there are other varieties that are variants of the main 3. Like, Nordic runes evolved into the Halsenge runes, Manx runes, and the Stungner runes. They are somewhat similar, but have different meanings. All in all, I had memorized about 5,000 runic letters, and their meanings, and was just beginning to use them in casting magic. Runes are the letters of the old languages that have been used for so long. That magic has seeped in them. Any wizard, or sorcerer, with a good enough concentration and knowledge of runes, can use runes instead of spells to create magic. A group of runes creates a runic array, and a group of runic arrays creates a rune cluster. Rune clusters are what makes magic possible using runes. If I had waited to go the normal school speed, I would have passed out of Hogwarts with learning just the first year spells in runic format. But now that I'm studying individually, and with the help of this room, I can hopefully master runes completely before 7th year. Alas, it's really hard to get the right results. The parchment that I wrote my runes on to experiment can have spectacular effects ranging from burns to electric shock. And those are just the mild ones. Hopefully I won't have to experience the more severe ones. Stop, Helena says, as I was writing another runic array on another parchment, my 32nd of the day. It was Sunday today, and I had spent the entire day in the room. My friends are definitely wondering where I am, but they've gotten used to me going missing for a while. I stop immediately, since Helena is a master at using runes that makes the current smartest masters look like thumb-sucking morons. She says, "Look at Perth, you wrote the stroke from the opposite direction. Make it a clean stroke, without lifting your hand. And keep your focus on what you want to happen. Don't just write, feel what you're writing, so that you don't make mistakes." Sighing, I crumple the parchment and throw it in the fireplace behind me. Until I actually activate the rune cluster, they're completely harmless, so burning them doesn't make the parchment explode or anything like that. Trying once again, I begin writing with a quill, thankful that I'm now used to using a quill as well as a pen. Once done, this time without any mistakes, I check the cluster over, allow it to dry, and hand the parchment to Helena. She does the same, checking it over, and then hands it to me. She won't tell me if it's wrong, though. Can't learn runes without getting hurt a few hundred times, she'd say. The next step is crucial. Placing the parchment on the ground, I kneel down near it, leaning my head back just in case, and focus on the intent of the spell that I'd written down. Touching a finger to the rune that will charge the entire thing, Sowilo. I inject my magic into it like I'd do with a wand. For a second, the runes written on the parchment glow in a white light, and then there is heat. The entire room had gotten hotter, just as I'd wanted, and there was no explosion. Now excited, I lean forward and try to pull the parchment off the ground. Nope, it was stuck. I succeeded, I yell, excited to finally create the warming enchantment using runes. Helena chuckles, bringing my attention to herself, and says, "There's still a few steps until you can say you've succeeded, Mason. Don't forget, the rune cluster is only success FULLY used if you can control everything you've designed it to do." Nodding, I focus on my magic, and snap my fingers. Immediately, the enchantment drops, making the room as cool as it was before. Snap-ing my fingers again turns the enchantment on again, without me touching it. Going towards the wall, I touch a stone with my index finger, and then drag the finger upwards. As my finger rises, so does the temperature. And when I drag my finger downwards, the temperature drops. So, the on-off switch works, and so does the temperature control. Now, the final part. Can you try raising the temperature, Helena? I ask, turning towards Helena. Nodding, Helena floats towards another wall, and does the same as I did before. Her snaps do nothing, and neither does her finger dragging. I sigh in relief, and drop down, exhausted. I whisper, "It worked. I created my first ward." Well, recreated. The temperature control ward already exists, but I did it using different arrays than the ones already used in the standard one. But still, my first actual ward. Looking at the parchment, still stuck on the ground, I raise my hands, and clap thrice. Immediately, the parchment burns in its place, not even ash remaining in its place. The ward was designed so that only the one who provides the magic can control it. Others cannot change the temperature, turn it off, or remove the ward entirely. Turning to Helena, I smile, and say, "It worked." See, Helena chuckles, and says, "Congratulations. 5 more years and you'll be a certified master." I drop my head and groan. Damn, I'll have to figure something out for returning here after Hogwarts. No way I'm losing a collection such as this one. And that's all with today's agenda, from me. Anything else? Headmaster Dippet asks, looking at the 4 heads of houses sitting in his office. It was usual for the heads of houses to meet with the headmaster every Saturday, while the full staff meeting was called every other Sunday. It gave them time to decide over management issues, and the progress reports on the students. Professor Merrythought speaks first. "I would like to offer Mr. Avs a chance to give his owls this year. Mr. Avs is just a 4th year, Galatea, no matter how smart." Dumbledore says, before Dippet can even say anything. Merrythought rolls her eyes at his condescending tone, and says, "Don't forget, Albus, that I was the one who taught you how to hold a wand. I know when one of my students is smart enough to pass the owls, and Mr. Avs is smart enough to pass his newts if I have him take them tomorrow." "Truly?" Dippet asks, to which Merrythought nods once. Dippet rubs his chin for a second, and says, "What do you all think of this? Should he be given this offer?" Herbert, Professor Herbert Beery, the head of Hufflepuff House, straightens up, and says, "I'd say it's T's decision, Avs being her student, and none of our business." He pauses to glare at Dumbledore, who frowns, and Merrythought nods thankfully at him. Slughorn chuckles a bit uncomfortably, and loosens his bow tie. Beery continues, "But, since I've been asked my opinion, I'd say what I've seen. Mr. Avs is an exceptional student, and he's a genius in anything he studies. He has most definitely studied ahead, and already knows most of the 7th year material, and some of it even more than that. That said, he doesn't show any interest in herbolo. GY beside the plants that might be used for potions and healing." He pauses, again, and continues, "A thing to note, is that despite not having taken the care of magical creatures elective, Sylvanus M. Enchant seeing Mr. Avs near the animals. He particularly enjoys spending time with hippogriffs, thestrals, and the nifflers." Dippet nods at the detailed explanation, and turns to Slughorn. He asks, "Horace." Slughorn gets excited, glances at Dumbledore, and starts rambling praises, "Genius. I'd say he could take the newts in potions, right now and still pass with distinction. He is simply an amazing student, and even helps others sometimes, if he notices anything wrong. But, like Herbert said, he does seem to favor healing. Just last week, I caught him brewing a Wiggenweld potion. And he made it perfect. I'd say let him." Dippet nods, and turns to Dumbledore. He says, "Your turn, Albus, but be honest." Albus nods, and sighs. He says, "Mr. Avs reminds me of myself. I too went through my studies as fast as I could. And look at how I am now. Forced to stay here and not even say one word, while my former friend tries to take over Europe. I simply don't want Mr. Avs to turn out to be like me. It's a no from me." He slumps back into his chair, looking somber. Everyone is concerned for his feelings, knowing about the blood pact he'd stupidly made when younger. Merrythought finally sighs, stands up, and says, "I understand your feelings, Albus. But he's getting bored in his classes. How long do you think before he turns to the dark arts, simply because we had nothing left to teach him? And he had nothing to learn while in school. I'm not saying he will go to the dark arts, but as his head of house, I can't ignore the possibilities. So, it's better that we offer him the chance to give the exams. And maybe pass out of school. He can apprentice under some distinguished wizard, and even the Flamels would pay for a chance to take him under their wings." Merrythought says, and sits down, finished with her argument. Dippet hums, pulls up a parchment, and starts writing on it. He says, "Very well. Galatea, you are permitted to make him that offer. I will write to the Department of Magical Education, and inform Griselda of an additional student appearing for this year's examination." He finishes writing, and stamps it. Waving a hand, he summons and melts sealing wax, and eels up the letter with the signet of Hogwarts. He gives the letter to a elf that appears without being called, and turns to the 4 heads of houses. He says, "While I would like it, Mr. Avs studied at Hogwarts for 3 more years. He's, as you say, a genius. He wants to be a healer, so let's do our best to make him one. Horace, can you talk with your contacts at St. Mungo's and get him an apprenticeship if Mr. Avs agrees?" Slughorn nods, getting excited. He says, "Oh yes, Mia owes me a favor anyway. If Mr. Avs agrees, I'll send him right over to them." Dippet nods at that, satisfied. He says, "Good. Galatea, talk to Mr. Avs. I need an answer tomorrow." Dismissed. The 3 heads of houses stand up, and immediately leave, with only Dumbledore staying. Dippet begins working on another letter, and says, "You've already been dismissed, Albus." "But Armando," Dumbledore begins to argue, keeping the same tone as before. Dippet slams his hands on the table, pushing Dumbledore back into his chair with a wave of magic, and freezing him in place in the same instant. He glares at Dumbledore, and says, "Do not presume to be superior to me, Albus. I've been a professor here for 250 years, and headmaster for 25. If Galatea says her student is ready, he's ready. Now, you've been dismissed. Get out." Dumbledore finds himself loose and walking again, before he even realizes he's walking. He walks out, barely managing to nod at Dippet, and hiding his fear of the old headmaster. He never would have guessed the old man still had it in him. He pushed me aside like I was a fly. Dumbledore thinks, calming his heart. This was the day that Dumbledore learned the importance of being old, and looking frail, and kind. Everyone underestimates you, always, just like I did with him. Dumbledore thinks, grimacing a bit. He makes a motion with his head that says, I get it now. And thinks, at least now I know why Herbert was so afraid of him during my first year of teaching. He must have made the same mistake I did. Finally calm, Dumbledore walks towards the kitchen, intent on having some soothing lemon tea. Maybe with a splash of whiskey. Preferably something stronger. Updates will be slow, since, well, read the announcement. Just. Please understand if the updates are slow. Okay. I might not pair him with Doria either. But, if I do pair them, it'll be in the future. Probably after the war or something. Anyway, ta-ta, Chamber of Secrets. Welp, I'm back home, back to being as miserable as ever. Vacation's over, even if I was in a medicine-induced sleep for the most of it. I'm alright, no symptoms as of now. My smell and taste have returned, so don't worry too much. I'm fine. Anyway, read on. I beg your pardon, I ask, looking at Merrythought incredulously. I had just gone through the Dada class. When Professor Merrythought asked me to stay behind. Dada was the third period of the day, after charms and potions, so there was lunch after this and I didn't have to hurry for my next class. She frowns and says, you heard me quite right, Mr. Avs. You're being offered the opportunity to sit your owls 1 year early, and if you manage to keep up, your newts next year. I had to use all of my control to not freak out. I literally just got so much new knowledge and my time here is being shortened even more. FML, I haven't even mastered one subject yet. Not showing all that on my face, I ask, why me? I don't think this has ever been done before. It has been done before, a lot of times. But the practice of moving students up was abolished once the ministry came into being. And you're being offered this, because, and let's be honest here, you're bored Mr. Avs. 4th year studies are too easy for you. Every professor thinks so. So, what say you? Merrythought says, in her Irish accent, and asks. I nod, and say, I don't have any issues with it. I can sit the exam tomorrow, and still pass, I know that. But can I think on it? Professor Merrythought nods, and says, very well. But, I need an answer by the end of the day. We need to inform the DME of our decision regarding your attendance before 9. But, also consider this, there's an apprenticeship offer waiting for you. In St. Mungo's after you've passed your newts. Think on it. I nod, and go out of the classroom. Once I'm out, I scowl. Bloody nosy teachers. They already know I'm interested in medical magics. So they've prepared an apprenticeship for me, which, while good for me, is also annoying. Granted I wasn't hiding my interest, I did have to request Madam James for access to medical books. But still, it is annoying. Why the hell do they have to keep such a close eye on me? Probably Dumbledore thinks I'm going dark or something. Bloody manipulative old coot. Well, young coot for now. What did Merrythought want? Tom asks. As I sit down for lunch, I start eating, and shake my head, saying, later. I'm going to eat first. 25 minutes later, my group, with the addition of Tom McAvoy, was sitting in an abandoned classroom. Because there were so many of them, and I tell them of the offer I just received. There was just me, Tom, Darla, Anna, and Doria in here. Tom didn't spend much time with us anymore. Since breaking all expectations, he had joined the Quidditch team last year. He was our chaser, and was pretty good. We weren't winning the cup every year, but we did win last year. But this meant he had to spend more time studying and practicing Quidditch than he had to spend with us. We didn't have a fight or anything, he just drifted off. But well, since he asked, I was including him in this discussion. Do you want to take the exams? Darla asks, once I've finished explaining, while Doria looks upset for some reason. Tom and Anna were just thinking. I nod, a bit hesitantly, so Anna says, well. Then go for it. The last one to give their owls early was a student in the 14th century. That's 200 years before the ministry restricted this practice. You won't get a chance like this again. Plus, if they're serious about the apprenticeship in Mungo's, then you have nothing to worry. I sigh, and look at Tom and Doria, who haven't said anything yet. I ask, what about you two? What do you think? Tom shrugs, and answers, no offense mate, but I always knew you were a genius. You take this chance, or not, you're still smarter than the whole school. But, I'd rather you take this chance. As Greengrass said, you won't get an opportunity like this again. Then, as a joke, he adds, plus, it might give me an actual chance with the girls out there. I just chuckle, having seen him fail to get a girl to go out with him to Hogsmeade, just last week. I wasn't the best looking in our class, but for some reason, Ravenclaw students found my intelligence attractive. Who'd have thought? Yeah, I didn't date anyone though. Feels too weird, even considering dating these kids. Maybe once I'm 20 or something, I'll start dating. I'm comfortable remaining a virgin till then, not like it's a new experience for me. And I mean dating those of my age then, not now. Doria sighs, looking sad, and says, you're already 1 year ahead of me, and you'll go even more ahead. I snort, and shake my head. Damn her and her crush. She is cute, but she's literally 13. She's still the annoying little sister of Cassiopeia the bitch for me. At least she accepted when I said I won't date while in school, which was a relief. That doesn't stop her flirting though. For her, I'm the guy that somehow defied her sister, whom she thought to be invincible. And that makes me an attractive target. Her thoughts are really loud. You know. Patting her head, I say, I'm 1 year ahead of you and we're still friends. What makes you think we won't be if I'm another year ahead, Doria? Doria pouts, which still only feels cute on her, and mumbles, what if you get a girlfriend from the upper years then? I look at the others and they're almost laughing now. Controlling my own laughter, I answer, well, I'll make sure to tell you all about her then. Each and every detail, not leaving a single thing out. That does it. Doria blushes red, while Darla and Anna laugh at her expense. Tom just shakes his head, and mumbles. Is he blind or is he doing it on purpose? I wink at Tom, who chuckles, and hug Doria close. Purely platonically. While this opportunity for passing out came out of nowhere, I can still take advantage of it. I'll have to take care of the room of knowledge sooner now. Damn, what can I even do? That night, after telling Merrythought of my decision to accept the offer, and going to the dorms, I make sure everyone's asleep and walk towards the 7th floor corridor. Putting my left hand on the wall, I turn the knob as it appears immediately, and enter the gigantic room of knowledge. Time, I state to myself, because for now, that is what I need the most. Time. Suddenly, I find myself in a new room, with a little over 100 books kept in shelves. Either the study of time isn't as expansive as I'd thought, or I'm really underestimating these 106 books. Picking the first book at random, I sit down on a chair that forms behind me, put my legs on a footstool, and mumble, let's get to it. Time, according to this author, is a fundamental concept very closely attached to space. She literally said that time and space cannot exist without each other. Where there is space, there is time, and vice versa. The book was written in 15th century, so this is really surprising. A witch hypothesized space-time before it was a concept in the Muggle world. The first few chapters were just an introduction, while the others gave some stories of people trying to mess with time. She had even personally met with a few wizards that had successfully traveled through time. One of them, unfortunately, tried to something he really shouldn't have. The wizard went back 200 years, and tried to prevent his family losing a property that would have been burned down in an attack by a mixed army. There were wizards, as well as muggles in that army, and he stood alone, against them. The house was empty, his family having evacuated when they got the news of the approaching army. Well, he quickly realized something when he used fiendfire against those attackers, to stop them from burning it. Yeah, the fiendfire went out of control and took the house with it, meaning that he caused the tragedy he was trying to prevent. When he returned to his time, nothing had changed, but he was a lot more miserable than before. The others had the same stories. Either nothing they tried worked in changing what they wanted to, or they were the reason it happened in the first place. No matter what magical method of time travel wizards use, it won't work in changing anything. For us wizards, time is a closed loop. It has already happened, so of course it'll happen again. Our magic ensures it. Well, there was one witch who went back to stay indefinitely, just to study. She went back from the year 1472, to the year 616 AD. She stayed there, and lived there, for 856 years. And you know the best part. She didn't age a single friggin' day. She couldn't even die there by any physical or magical means. The woman claimed to have survived a killing curse to the chest, and being stabbed, burned, drowned, all while in the past. Each and every time, she found herself waking up far away from her death site. Naked as the day she was born, or so she claimed. Sure, she could be lying, but what's the need? Plus, the room would have erased any false parts thanks to whatever enchantment Rowena cast here. Conclusion. The magic that allowed us wizards to travel through time also allowed the wizards to retain their age, as well as prevent their deaths. Well, at least until they returned to their own time. Because the woman died 30 years after her return, of old age. But, it also prevented wizards from changing anything. Everything that you caused to happen, has already happened. There were no names mentioned. For the sake of protecting the time travelers, and no methods were given to even the author, but she had her theories. She mentioned how the first time-traveling spells were inspired by the invention of portkey charms. Then, the discovery of a mystical dust that they named the Sand of Time, brought forth a multitude of rituals meant to turn back time. Obviously, no ritual was shared with other wizards, since the time, was not a very happy, or safe one. The author of the book didn't know of any other methods of time travel that'll allow for a change to happen, and what effects it'll have on the timeline. But I know, the time stone can definitely send someone back in time, and change it. Then there's the quantum time machine that the Avengers built in Endgame, that definitely changed time. These two did not, or is it will not, follow the closed loop of time travel. They literally changed a lot of things, to a lot of consequences, that I wasn't alive to see. Speed. Reading the first book takes me barely 15 minutes, and I keep it back, knowing just a little bit more about what time is. Time is rigid. It follows a single timeline, according to magic, and no one see. And change what's already happened in the past. You can go back, observe events, but you cannot change anything. Heck, you can talk with the people of the past, but nothing you do will change anything. It has already happened. There's bound to be loopholes, probably depending on the methods of time travel, but I'll have to keep reading to find them. Maybe in other books in this room, I'll find something that'll allow me to time travel. Until I know what methods they used, and where I can find them if they're not in this room, I'll have to keep on reading. A few days later, the month of March starts, which brings with it an increase in workload. I had been given time off from my classes, so that I can prepare for my exams. I took this to mean that I had more hours to do my own research in my different projects. There was the time room, which I was learning every Monday and Tuesday. Runes came next, for 3 days, and the weekend was for anything I want, which is usually looking through. The room of hidden things for hidden treasures. Just an FYI, I did not find much. I had spent this entire day in the school library for once, studying up on the Patronus charm. Hey, if I'm being forced to sit my owls, I'm impressing the examiners as much as possible. Being able to cast the Patronus is something that'll show my charm's genius. You know, just in case the healer, doctor thing doesn't work out. I am keeping my options open. When night came, however, I exited my dorm, with a skip in my step. I was finally going to do something that I had delayed for as long as possible. The mythical Chamber of Secrets. Well, not so mythical, since I know it exists. I'd even confirmed it once by sneaking into the second-floor girls' bathroom, obviously at night, when it isn't in use. Which is where I was now. Invisible, thanks to the disillusionment charm I'd cast on myself, and with a subtle telepathic field around myself that discouraged anyone from looking too closely. This wasn't a new development, but I realized that I had it. Embarrassingly late. The passive mode of this ability allowed me to seem like I belonged there. I could be standing in the middle of this bathroom, in the middle of the day, while girls are using it. And no one will find it wrong. Obviously, I don't use it for that. I'm not that desperate, nor that immoral. Plus, this ability is not infallible. Like the Notice Me Not charm, which Dumbledore had used during our trip to Diagon Alley. If someone was really vigilant, or really tried to find something that didn't belong, they can definitely see through it. Which is why I had an enhanced mode of this ability. The Forget-Me-Not mode, as I called it. Inspired by the mutant of the same name, that I remembered reading about, I purposely use my telepathy to make people's minds completely ignore my very existence. They don't see me, hear me, nor do they smell me. Completely broken, if it wasn't capable of being defeated by the simple use of the mind arts. Anyway, entering the second floor girls' bathroom, I first use my telepathy to listen if anyone's there. Hearing no thoughts for at least 100 meters, I approach the tap which I'd checked out before. Like the book said, one of the taps didn't work at all. It didn't matter how many times they tried to repair it, both magically and physically, the tap didn't turn on. Using my hand, I feel for the side of the copper tap. And sure enough, I could feel the very tiny snake etched on it. It was so small, that one might even dismiss it as a scratch. And it probably did fool everyone else, since despite the tap not working for literally centuries, no one bothered to find out why. I wonder what the entrance was like before the pipes were installed. Hogwarts plumbing was installed in the year 1765, you know. Feeling Sly shift on my shoulder, visible for once, I asked, "You ready to meet the biggest, most dangerous snake we might ever see?" Let's be honest, the basilisk might be the most venomous. But it's definitely not amongst the most dangerous snakes in this world. Jormungandr the world serpent comes to mind, along with all the mythical snakes like gorgons and all. And every myth has to have a little bit of fact behind it. Sly hisses, angrily, and says, "Like I told you that day. I'll show this one who's the strongest." Snorting, I mumble, "Sure you will, Sly, sure you will." He does understand English, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't understand sarcasm much. Turning towards the tap, I focus on Parseltongue, thankful that I at least managed to distinguish my two main language categories, human and snake. And command, "Open." At once, the tap glows in a brilliant white light, and begins to spin. Then, the entire sink begins shaking, grinding, it sends a lot of dust flying. Making me wonder when the chamber was last opened. It must have been decades, if just opening it is sending so much dirt flying out. I cast the bubble head charm on myself, and do the same for Sly, wandlessly. While I do use my wand while in school, sometimes, I like to use my hands so that I don't get used to the wand. Don't misunderstand, I love my wand, but wandless magic is freeing. The arm covers my head with a protective bubble that provides me with a continuous supply of fresh air to breathe in, and can withstand amazing pressures. So much so, that even if I directly punch the bubble head charm, it won't break. But it will send some of that pressure onwards to my head. "Take it off at once," Sly yells, trying to bite the bubble around his head. That makes me snort, since his mouth doesn't even reach the bubble. No matter how much he tries. Sly glares at me, and slaps his tail on my neck. "Ouch, that fucking hurt, you moron. Then you shouldn't have laughed. Now take this." "Magic off. I can't smell anything," Sly yells back, hissing angrily. "Oh, right, his tongue. Sorry," I say, and with a bashful look at my favorite snake, I remove the bubble head charm cast on him, by using the finite spell. Turning towards the sink, I see it sink into the floor, showing a hole in its place. Watching the newly formed hole, where the sink used to be, I ignore Sly's anger, and approach it. Being careful of falling down, I peek through, and see no end in sight. There was just a wide pipe, that could fit me horizontally too, and then darkness. Holding my left hand out, I cast the Lumos charm, and hold the orb of light above my head. Still darkness. With the twitch of my finger, the orb moves away from my hand, and goes down towards the opening. Now I can see a little bit deeper, and see that the pipe is slowly inclining away from the steep drop. So, even if I drop hard, I'll slide through quite safely. Sly was observing the hole from beside my head, and says, "See you down there, you flightless wizard." And the fucker jumps from my shoulder, and floats in front of me. He sticks his tongue out at me, and it's definitely for teasing, and then flies towards the opening in the floor. I gape for just a second, and then shake my head. Bloody bastard snake. Taking my wand out, I transfigure the wall within the pipe into a platform. Jumping on it, I order, "Close." Because there's no guarantee the chamber won't stay open. And then, as the sink begins closing again, just to try it out, I order, "Stairs." Nope, nothing happened. Thank God I bought a broom this year. If I don't find another exit, preferably with stairs, I'll have to fly with the broom. With a leap of faith, and a prayer to all the gods, I jump down the platform I transfigured for myself, and into the pipe. For a couple seconds, I just fall down, without touching anything, but then, my butt touches the still inclined wall of the pipe, and I just feel my clothes getting wet. Slowly, the incline gets less and less steep, and I find myself sliding along with the pipe. But my speed was still too damn fast. I don't have to worry about me turning into a pancake, however, as I automatically decelerate, despite the still significant slope. Probably some enchantment on the pipe, I muse, as I observe everything that's in the pipe thanks to the Lumos orb following me. Grime, worms, and a lot of fungi. And my shirt and trousers would have been covered in all of it, if I hadn't cast the impervious charm on them as soon as I'd felt the first wetness. There were also more pipes, branching out from this one. But none of them were as wide as this slide. They were at most half the size. Soon, I find myself seeing the exit of the pipe, right in front of me, and before I can prepare, I crash down on the ground, sending a lot of rat skeletons scattering about. Thankfully, my lowered speed meant that I only slid a little bit away from the exit, and did not crash into the slimy wall that I could see. Ha ha ha. Again, do that again. I want to see you crash once more. Sly yells, laughing to himself to my accident. Groaning, I stand up, ignoring the bones for now, and remove my wand from my wrist holster. With a single twitch downwards, I cast Tergeo, which vanishes the grime that had gotten on my pant in the beginning, along with anything that might have gotten through the impervious charm. The entire cave was damp, which means I was definitely under the lake. How far? I have no idea. Hey, magic can make it so this cave is 2x 2 inches in dimensions, from the outside, and I wouldn't know. Seeing Sly enjoying himself, I say, yeah, laugh it up. Not like you could fly until a few months ago. I can fly now, and that's more important. Sly counters. I look at the only direction the cave extended in, and say, shall we? Sly simply starts floating forward, finally allowed to be freely visible, and unhidden. I can't help but smile, seeing him float everywhere in excitement, even if he doesn't show it on his face. As we take many a turn, my Lumos orb preceding us to show the light, I try to see if there's anything else recognizable. Unfortunately, there were just damp walls everywhere. The first look at least doesn't find any secret entrances, or something like that. I'll check more extensively later. Soon, we reach a point in the tunnel, where the end is blocked by a metallic gate that has 2 snakes entwined on it. The snakes were also made of the same metal, and had emeralds for eyes. Damn, if I didn't trust Salazar Slytherin to at least curse the emeralds, I might have tried to remove them. Shaking my head, I once more order, open. The emerald eyes of the 2 snakes glow once, in an eerie green glow, and once more, the sound of grinding occurs. The 2 entwined snakes separate, as if alive, and slither out towards the edge of the metallic door. One at the east, and the other at the west. Once at the edge, both the snakes start circling in counterclockwise direction. And as soon as they touch the other snake's tail, the door unlocks with a hiss. Rolling my eyes at the dramatic flare just for the entrance, I pull the heavy metal door open, and walk through. I look around, and just stop in awe. I was in a dimly lit chamber, that was a bit gloomy and awe-inspiring at the same time. The chamber floor was of stone, and there were high pillars supporting a ceiling that I couldn't see from here. The pillars had snakes carved on them, but these ones didn't look enchanted like the ones outside. There was a pathway that led to the end of the chamber, surrounding which were pools of water on both sides. The water looked clean, but I'm not dipping there anytime soon. Finally, at the end of the chamber, was a Phalear statue of the creator of the chamber. Salazar Slytherin. Walking silently, I look up at the bust, allowing Sly to do what he likes. Standing about 15 feet high, the statue was made only of his head. It wasn't anything noticeable, but since I knew his mouth opened to allow the basilisk an entry and exit point, I could see the place where it might detach. The mouth was also just a foot above the ground, so I won't have any trouble going in. Will just opening the door call the basilisk? I don't actually want to meet it, since I have no idea how I might be received by it. Wouldn't know unless I try it, right? Open, I command, looking at the mouth of Salazar Slytherin. This feels weird, no matter how I phrase it. Damn Salazar, and his weird ego. Unfortunately, nothing happens, even when I repeat the order a few times. Sighing, I say, 4. Hogwarts 4. Greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Nothing. Hey, it was worth a try. Not like I only have 3 tries before my access gets locked or something like that. Tom Riddle could have been arrogant enough to assume that the only possible password is, "Speak to me Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4, while the password was just the last word. Looks like I'm going to have to say this. I mumble to myself, and then order, "Speak to my Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. At once, the familiar grinding sounds, making me wonder how long it took for Tom Riddle to figure the password out, and how he did it. And the statue's mouth slowly opens. But that wasn't all. With the opening of the mouth, I hear what sounds like a giant being moving inside there. Sly immediately flies towards me and settles down on my shoulder, both of us staring at the opening. Remembering that this is a basilisk, I run backwards a few dozen steps, to the other side of the chamber, and close my eyes. I ask Sly to do the same. And wait. I don't have to wait too long, before a soft thud sounds, as the basilisk falls out of the mouth, head first. It was about 50 feet away from me, so I barely hear the first hissing whispers. It starts crawling towards us, and then I hear it: food, kill, rip, tear, blood, food. Stop, I yell, stopping it in its place. Still with my eyes closed, I say, "We are not food. We came here to speak. I'm a descendant of your master." I hear a hiss of annoyance, as the basilisk says, "Food, lies. No. Master, kill." Frowning, I ask Sly, "Can you try and talk to it? I don't want to be eaten, you know." Sly, in response, jumps in my shirt, and curls up in his pocket. I hear him say, "Nope, I was wrong. He's the strongest, good luck." Before I have to pay attention, on to the now once again moving basilisk. "Fuck you, Sly." Turning my head downwards, I open my eyes and focus on our shadows. Thankfully, my Lumos orb was still hovering above, casting a very bright light into the chamber. And showing really clear shadows on the floor. Seeing the basilisk coil around itself, I remove my wand, and with a small spin around myself, I yell, "Praesidio Totalum." The Praesidio spell is a variation of the shield charm, but where the Protega stops most mid-level spells, and only a limited amount of physical force, the Praesidio stops all the physical force thrown at it, and only the low-level spells. Doesn't matter what hits it, if it's a physical object, and not a magical spell, then it's stopped. So, when the basilisk snaps at me, hoping to either swallow me whole, or to inject its venom in me, it gets stopped by the shield. I look up for a moment, to see that its fangs had actually managed to pierce the shield. Clearly, it has a few weaknesses, besides the magical spells. "Bloody basilisk venom," I mumble, and put my hand in my pocket. When my hand exits the pocket, I bring my broom out, a Comet 110. It almost slips out of my hand, thanks to the sweat on my palms. But I manage to clench it tight, and bring it out. The venom of the basilisk starts destroying the shield from the inside, as the basilisk struggles to force its jaw to close. Before it happens, I mount my broom and fly high up into the air, while canceling the shield, sending the snake crashing into the ground, head first. "I don't want to kill you, basilisk, but I will if I have to," I say, preparing myself. My fast-beating heart almost deafening me. It feels like it's literally beating in my ears. The gigantic snake snarls in anger, throwing a lot of venom flying, and looks up. I had not forgotten the fact, however, and I managed to close my eyes before it can look up, let alone in my eyes. Food flies. The basilisk hisses, almost surprised, and tries to snap at me again. Since I was floating up, however, it doesn't reach me, calming me down somewhat. So be it, I say, resolved to do what needs to be done. The basilisk is old, 900 years in the least. I am definitely reluctant to kill it, since it's the only snake of its kind, I think. But now, it's crazy. It thinks I'm food, and I don't think convincing it otherwise is possible. Flying higher, I avoid being caught in the basilisk's jaws, and focus on my telepathy. I know I can use it to control humans, the criminals. Come to mind, but animals, I hadn't tried yet. With a focused expansion of my telepathy, I enter the snake's mind, and order, stop attacking. You blasted snake, I am not food. The basilisk doesn't stop, and keeps attacking me, failing to reach me thanks to its limited height. Frowning, I say, sorry for this. It seems you're beyond even mind control. Pointing my wand at the water in the pools, I cast a spell that summons a blob of water from the pool. The water then moved according to my wand, and I send it towards the basilisk. It hits the basilisk on its head, and gets dispersed thanks to the magic-resistant hide. But, instead of just falling down, the water rises up again, and reforms into an orb of water. Only this time, it is smaller, and denser. I send it at the basilisk, throwing it back from the force. With the twirl of my wand, a few more such orbs, all of them bigger than me, rise from the pools, and start getting thrown at the basilisk. It gets angry, and starts attacking the orbs instead of focusing on my, which proves to be its downfall. Keeping an eye on the basilisk, I keep a water orb near me, and transfigure it into a stone spear. And then, I wait. You see, transfiguring water to stone is not hard, but it is very rare to find someone doing it. Why waste perfectly good water? The spell needed me to just tap my wand on the water's surface, and it'll be transfigured according to my wishes. The basilisk, still repeatedly calling me food, gets tired, with the multiple water orbs hitting its body again and again. Head, tail, body. There wasn't a single spot that wasn't wet. Finally, the snake is enraged beyond measure, and it swipes its tail, destroying most of the water orbs. The snake catches the next approaching water orb in its mouth, and bites it. Which is what I was waiting for. As the water orb bursts like a balloon, the giant, 30-foot-long snake finds itself impaled on a stone spear. Right through its brain. I had taken the opportunity of an open mouth to send the stone spear flying with a depulso charm, right through the water orb, and into the brain of the snake. With a thud, the basilisk falls down, and twitches for a few seconds, after which, it dies. I sigh, having regretted killing it. It was necessary, but the snake is a beautiful specimen. Too bad, its old age had made it crazy. Wonder what Tommy was going to do to make it listen to him. Well, not my problem now. The snake is dead, he can't use it to kill anyone now. Pointing my wand at the ground, I burn the runic cluster necessary for a preservation ward into it, around the basilisk, and activate the ward. I'll deal with the body later. But now, I'll explore the mouth of Salazar Slytherin. Yup, still gross. And then, I drop down on the ground, my hand on my chest, hoping that my heart doesn't give out after everything I've just been through. Oh, the shame I'll have to go through. Survived a basilisk, killed it. ND then died because his heart gave out. Goddamn, that was frightening. Those fangs look bigger than my fuck NG head. I'd ignored it as well as I could, but I'm fucking terrified right now. I should have planned this all more extensively. One single cut would have had me dead, with no one to know what happened to me. Oh, you survived, Sly says, coming out of the pocket he was hiding in. I pinch my nose, and say, you could at least pretend to be relieved, you dumb snake. Sly climbs my shoulder, and says, too much work. Now, the big one is dead, huh? Good job. I remember someone saying they'll show this snake who the strongest is. Wonder what happened. I say, entering the tunnel. I don't remember. Must be Ash, or Horny, Sly says, turning his head away from me for some reason. I just snort, and stand up, having calmed a little. I have an entire chamber of secrets to explore, and just about 6 hours remaining. Until everyone wakes up, I can get by one day without sleep, but I'd prefer sleeping a few hours at least. At least no more monsters to fight now. Well, anyway, enjoy. Ta-ta. Exploring the chamber. 15 minutes after having begun exploring the tunnel inside Salazar's mouth, I rubbed my forehead in frustration. There was nothing here that could require the basilisk as a guard, which makes me wonder why the chamber is even known to be of secrets, and not secret. The tunnel went for about 100 meters, leading through a few turns, towards what was obviously the nest of the basilisk. There were a few rocks enchanted to stay warm in a hall, covering about 100 sqft. And Sly stopped there to enjoy the bigger nest. There were a few more tunnels from there, that led to other pipes. The pipes were too steep for me to climb, which means they were only for the basilisk to climb. And not for Salazar's own use. Which is what I'm currently assuming, since it's possible he figured something out to walk on walls. Other than that, nothing. N tried a few spells meant to detect hidden magic in an area, but nothing came up. Not even a supply closet. But, considering that I knew only a few spells that I learned only recently, just for this purpose, there's a very high possibility that there could be something else hidden in there. Walking out of the last tunnel, I enter the basilisk's, Sly's new nest, and say, "Welp, I'm done here." "You coming out?" Sly doesn't even raise his head, and says, "No, I'll make my own way back." The last path also a failure. Well, that one leads to a steep drop, so that's different. I say, and walk towards Sly to rest my own back on the warm rocks. This is really nice. No wonder Sly loved it here almost immediately. Sly raises his head from the rock he was resting on, and says, "Why didn't you try using your broom? You wingless human." Rolling my eyes, I say, flying brooms were invented in the 11th century, and the carpets weren't a big thing outside the Arabian countries. I have no idea where that is. Sly interrupts, to my annoyance. You don't have to know. The point is, it's highly unlikely that Salazar Slytherin would make his secrets accessible by just some flying equipment. I explain, and getting up, I start making my way back to the outer chamber, and let Sly have his rest. Plus, I didn't have enough time to explore every tunnel here to where they go. Maybe next time, I'll search more thoroughly, but now, a quick look is all I'll have. Walking back into the outer chamber, I have a look around, and sigh. This chamber was big, and it would take me days to examine every corner of it with spells, if I want to be thorough. So, I won't use spells. I have a look around, and finding a suitable spot near Salazar's mouth, I cast a few Scourgify charms, and sit down with my back resting on the wall behind me. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath, and get out. With a sound that reminds me of dipping my head underwater, I find myself in the astral plane, my body sitting in front of me. I float forward to see my body from the front, and smile. My breath was slowed down. It was as if I was breathing half as fast as before. I've noticed this only recently, and, man, it was a very pleasant discovery. Time is relative in the astral plane, that much was true. But it all depends on the person too. A better understanding of time means a better control over the flow of time. And since I've been reading about time for a few months now, my understanding of it has been improving slowly but steadily. I have been able to slow down the flow of time to half its speed, and that's evident by the slow-moving ripples in the water. This has also been terribly helpful in reading books, and I was almost done with runes and enchanting. Then, I look around. Only one thing left to do now. Use my astral form to pass through walls. If there's a hidden room, I'll find it pretty easily. Is it possible to block the astral form from entering? Nothing I've read has told me otherwise. If Rowena can block ghosts from entering her room of knowledge, then it's highly likely. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Bending my knees, I push off the empty air, and fly through the wall behind my physical body. Finding the tunnels from before, I speed up and fly everywhere. Again and again, I go through different walls, and back, searching for a room that was hidden from my physical form. Left, right, front, back, top and bottom, I fly through every wall, pillar, and even the lake, to see if anything resembles a secret room. But for over half an hour, all I find is either rocks and water everywhere I see, or an empty cavern that has nothing special about it. Heck, I even find the cave I recognized as the one I first accidentally astral projected into. It was beautiful, a small pond, bioluminescent plants, and a few insects that also glowed. They all were definitely magical, but it's better for them to be left isolated in their ecosystem. Don't want to destroy it, or myself, by changing something. Hey, it could have poisonous air, you know. The only thing of interest was the stairway that was hidden behind an illusion of a pillar. It took me over 3 minutes of flying T. Oh, find that it just leads to the dungeons, 2nd floor, and the 7th floor. As I was checking near the statue of Salazar Slytherin, I am stopped suddenly, and quite forcefully, by a solid wall. Ow, I wince, rubbing my head. That shit hurt. Slowly, I raise my hand forward, and tap the rock in the exact spot where I hit my head. Still solid. Moving my hand a bit to the left, I tap it, and see my hand pass through it. A few more taps reveals that there was a small patch of the rock, about 1 foot at most, that was solid to my astral form. It was placed about a meter above Salazar's head, which means about 25 feet above the ground. Well, at least I found another secret. With a whoosh, I dive back into my own body, and open my eyes. Smiling wide, I get up, get rid of the kinks in my body, and summon my broom. Open, I say, after reaching the height of the solid wall. Well, that was a bust. Speak to me, Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Still nothing. Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin Salazar. Pureblood. Godric's a bitch. Oh, for fuck's sake, just let me in, you old cunt. Finally, this gives me a reaction, and a click sounds from the rock. With that, the rock changes its form from a rough rock to a plain wooden door. At most 2 meters in height. Seriously, I whisper, shocked at all this, and astonished at the password. Opening the door with my hand, I close it once again, and see it change into a rock once more. A few more tries allows me to know what the exact password is. It's, let me in, you old cunt, in Parseltongue. Salazar was creative, that much is apparent. But I wonder what inspired this password. Keeping the door open, I float back down, and go into Sly's nest. Seeing him still lazing on the ground, I say, I found something possibly interesting, Sly. Wanna come? Sly sighs audibly, and drops down from his rock. Slithering towards me, he says, can't even let me have a few minutes of rest, can you? Always. Sly come here, Sly go there. Learn to be independent, human. Yeah, we both know you want to see it too. Now, get on, I say, and offer him my hand. Scoffing, Sly starts floating in the air, and swims out of the nest. I follow after him, and once more mount my broom. There was a way to reach there on foot, but it wasn't even, and I am too lazy. As Sly flies towards the basilisk body, I fly towards the door, and open it, leaving it open for Sly to come in whenever he's done. Observing the dead basilisk, the first thing I find is a living room, from the looks of it, with a couch, a human-sized fireplace, and a pot of flow powder on top of it. Which is really weird, since flow wasn't even invented until 13th century. I shrug it off. Maybe one of his descendants put it up, highly possible. I can't be the only descendant to have found this room. There was a hallway going towards the back, and I follow it, making sure to keep vigilant. Salazar was from a time when muggles knew about magic, and attacked wizards for it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were traps here to kill them in one swoop. Thankfully, I find nothing of the sort. The next room was on the left side of the hallway, opening the door to which showed a potions lab, and through the potions lab itself was the kitchen. I really hope there are spells to prevent contamination. There were a few ingredients and potions on the shelves, but I ignore them completely. Even with stasis charms, enchantments, and wards, the shelf life of potions is very low. The most a potion can stay okay to use is 10 years, after which it starts losing its magic. Doesn't matter what type of stasis effect you try on it. Then came a ritual chamber, which was highly appreciated since I actually planned on going through a few rituals. I haven't decided which yet though, since I still have time. This way, I can do it away from the room of requirements, which the headmaster probably already knows about. Finally, the last room was the bedroom, with a single 4-poster king-size bed, and a table beside it. Within the bedroom itself were 2 doors, one leading to a bathroom and toilet, and another to a small library. The 200 or so books in the library look alright, with no sign of aging, which was fortunate. Walking closer, I squint my eyes, and sure enough, the shelves had a lot of Norse runic schemes carved. At least the preservation ward's work on books. Ignoring the bed, I wave my wand at the bedside chair and cast a few Scourgify charms, just to be safe. And then, I start looking over the books. Taking a random book in my hand, I look at its cover, and frown. There were just squiggles on the cover, with no pattern to denote an alphabet. But I could read all of it. Not read, but understand. I have no idea how something like this could be possible. To be able to hide knowledge like this is amazing. It's like the book was enchanted to be seen in only squiggles and lines, and read by a select few people. Probably Salazar's own descendants, or something. Is this an actual written language? Or is this just the effect of an enchantment to protect the knowledge? The first book was about rituals, but it was too complex for me. So I pick another book, and another, keeping them back almost immediately. Well, the entire library was too complex for me right now. I'll have to visit this library again, after mastering the basics. Keeping the latest book back in its spot. Owing to my lack of completely understanding the material, I pick the next book, and freeze. My journey in learning the mystic arts of Kamar Taj, the title of the book said, written in the same script. Well, this was unexpected, but not unappreciated. I thought the wizards and sorcerers, if they actually existed in this universe, would have been ignorant of the other's existence, since I didn't find anything related to it in the library. But this disproves it. Jamino, I whisper, casting the copying charm on the book. This creates another physical copy of the book, which is similar to the original in encryption. Wonderful. I wonder if I'll be able to learn how to do this. Jamino was originally a curse, but a few decades ago, a charms master managed to create a charm based on it. It was useful as hell, but most of the stuff found in the current market is charmed to resist the spell. Those books cannot be copied that way, they just turn out blank. Thankfully, Salazar was from a time before that. Putting the book in my pocket, I remove my pocket watch, and see that it's 4 a.m. right now, and I need to go back. I'll have to sleep a couple hours at least. After which, I'll have something to entertain me. Chuckling, I have a once-over, and finding nothing, walk out. Sly was still near the basilisk's corpse, now on the ground, staring at it. I ask, "What are you staring at the snake for?" Sly says, "Thinking, how long would it take for me to eat it?" Shrugging, since I already know that snakes are cannibalistic in nature, I answer, "A long, long time, Sly." "Well, it isn't going anywhere. So you can just return later and eat it, one piece at a time." Here's hoping he doesn't become too fat. Sly slowly nods, and then turns away from the basilisk. He then climbs my shoulder, and says, "I'm glad this one's dead. He was a threat to my title as the superior snake. You're a good pet, human." I just shake my head, and ignore Sly. I don't mind it, since I have a new subject to learn. Hey, mystic arts and Salazar, who'd have thought? Mystic arts, sorcery, magic, only this one, even muggles are capable of learning. This made sure that wizards either hated them, or left them alone. Salazar first learned about these sorcerers in the year 786 AD, when he was just about 40 years old. No, he wasn't born in 8th century, but he was born in the year 920 AD. What does this tell us? Yup, Salazar Slytherin was a fucking time-traveling wizard. This is getting old right now. He had figured out how to travel through time through a ritual he created himself. It did not stop his aging, like the other methods. But it did allow him to travel to the future and back, which the time turners didn't allow. Time turners, and the spells that came before it, could only be used to go to the past, and not the future. This did explain the inconsistencies with the Chamber of Secrets. I think that he meant the chamber, or at least the hidden room, to be for his sole use, and never told any of his heirs about it. But He must have died someday anyway, and that put the chamber into disuse. Anyway, sorcery. In 786 AD, Salazar encountered a minor demon trying to make a deal with a muggle, and attacked it. Not because he wanted to save the muggle, no, but he wanted the demon so he could study it. His subject of speciality was rituals, you know. Well, he failed to capture it, and was forced to kill it to prevent his own death, so tough was the minor demon. And then, the sorcerers walked out of their glowing magic portals, to find the demon already dead, and witnessed Salazar Slytherin pushing the 8-foot-tall, red-skinned demon into a wooden trunk. That must have been hard to explain. They allowed it, as all he wrote in regards to the demon. Salazar, being a pursuer of knowledge, asked them about their magic, and then requested to be taught, which they accepted. And then, he learned from them, a lot. He stayed with the sorcerers, at Kamar Taj, for 10 years, and then left for his own time, with new knowledge in tow. Amongst the knowledge he brought back, was something he devised by himself, for his students, which was going to be really helpful for me. He devised a ritual, that will allow his students to begin learning the mystic arts. Mystic arts can be used if one has access to at least 2 of the 3 kinds of magic: personal magic, universal magic, and dimensional magic. Since most sorcerers are muggles first, they need to borrow magic from the universe, or other realms, before they slowly, very slowly, evolve to produce their own personal magics. The rate of this evolution might be the reason why only some muggles have an affinity to it, but never mind that. Wizards are different. Wizards already have personal magic, and they already take IR magic from the planet underneath them, which can be a less potent replacement for universal magic. As for dimensional magic, wizards cannot use it, or so Salazar said. Our magic doesn't allow us to take any magic from any other dimensions, but our own, as he explained it. I think he was just afraid of the dimensions, because why would having personal magic get in the way of dimensional magic? Merlin was a sorcerer too, wasn't he? And I remember some gods being sorcerers in the comics too. But I understand his fear, if it is fear. Giving some omnipotent demon god access to your own magic. Your own soul. No thank you. I'll stick to using my own magic. Anyway, planetary magic. Since it doesn't actually count as universal, wizards, like muggles, need to go through an initialization ceremony to ensure their connection with the universe. A stroll through the dimensions, which you generally need a master for. Traveling through the dimensions, no matter how briefly, ensures that your connection to your own universe is strengthened. But it's really easy to get lost in the realms, and for someone else to capture us mid-transit. A master ensures our return to our universe, and they can control where we go. Salazar's ritual was a replacement for the master. It will anchor us here, and make sure we don't go into realms too dangerous for us. Well, he did try the ritual on a few of his students, and it worked. Going through with the ritual allowed them to learn the sorcery spells that they couldn't do before. But it did change a few things, just like it did for Salazar himself. The universal magic began changing their magic, evolving it. Their sorcery spells had no effect, but their wizarding spells, ooh boy. Salazar said that just the connection to the universe had a startling effect of doubling the potency of his magic. Every spell he tried, he had to tone back his efforts because he would always overload the spells. Wands still worked, since they evolve with the wizard, but his control was a bit shot. A minor setback, in the grand scheme of things, I'd say. Which is why I was back in the Chamber of Secrets the next Sunday. Only this time, I was in the ritual chamber. Helena was with me, due to my own insistence. Hey, a rune's master is a necessity when dealing with rituals like this. No way I'm risking a mess up, because I wasn't observant enough. Helena sighs, looking around, and says, Sal was always so secretive about this chamber. Even 900 years of haunting this castle didn't allow me to see this. Thank you for this chance, Mason. I shrug, pausing in my rune drawing, and say, hey. I might be his descendant, but you actually knew the guy. I felt that you of all people, souls, should visit this chamber at least once. Helena smiles, and says, still, I appreciate this. How far along are you? I focus back down on the floor, and continue drawing runes with a brush, while using crushed charcoal, mixed with the ink of an octopus in a 1:4 ratio, as the ink. I say, almost done. Just half a circle left. Helena had already checked the ritual circle over, and had deemed it risk-free. But it was to be expected, since Salazar did claim to specialize in rituals. There wasn't a need for a potion for this ritual, but I did need a single ingredient. Cannabis, a medicinal plant, that has uses in various potions that mostly deal with the mind, or the spirit. For those who don't know, the plant is marijuana. It is also used in the Wiggenweld potion, which is used to reverse the effects sleeping potions, and a few healing potions. Guess weed is the answer to a lot of things. Finally done, I step back, and allow Helena to examine it. She takes her time, a few minutes of it, and then finally nods. She asks, "Did you do the strokes in the correct direction?" Nodding, I say, "I memorized it and then practiced writing, like, 50 times, Helena. I did not mess it up. Are the circles of the correct dimensions?" She then asks. I roll my eyes, already. Having checked the circles before even beginning the next part, and nod. Helena then nods, and says, "Very well. Now, we wait." Sighing, I take my clothes off one by one, keeping them outside the ritual circle. There was a square around the ritual circle, meant to signify the isolated part. Nothing magical other than the ones taking part in the ritual are allowed inside the square. Even Helena will have to stay there. It was a bit embarrassing, being naked in front of what amounts to a great aunt, many times removed, but she was literally 900 years old. Plus, it was needed for the ritual, so yeah. Here I am, sitting in the middle of the ritual circle, with a glass bowl in front of me, with a single cannabis flower within. My wand was in my right hand, and my left hand was poised above the activating rune array. There was a clock hanging on the wall in front of me, showing the time to be just 11:59 p.m. As soon as there's just 3 seconds till midnight, I snap my wand, silently cast Incendio in the bowl. Slam my hand on the activation rune and chant, "Osten mihi regno et detrahet me indomum suum." At exactly 12 a.m., my hand slams down on the ground of the ritual chamber, activating it. There's a brief flash of pain, which makes me gasp, coincidentally allowing the smoke of the burning cannabis to enter my mouth, nose, and eyes at the same time. And then, I feel a pull. Before I can even react, I feel my astral form get separated from my body, and thrown at very high speeds. I don't see my body anywhere, but I do see Hogwarts underneath me, getting smaller and smaller, as I'm pulled further and further away from it. Whatever was pulling me away from Earth, keeps taking me up towards the skies, and doesn't stop. The pull was too strong, and it took me high up, above the ritual circle. And through the walls and wards of Hogwarts, all within a single second. Fucking hell, I shout, at the speed with which I am being pulled. And I can feel every moment of it. I keep going up, and up, until I reach space, and even then I don't stop. Thankfully, I don't feel the need to breathe, nor do I feel the effects of the lower pressure, but the movement is still enough to make me sick. I am almost ready to hurl, when I finally stop right in front of the sun. I could see the surface of the sun, burning just a foot in front of me. Funnily enough, I don't feel the heat, nor do I get overwhelmed by the light. Is this actually real? I whisper to myself in astonishment, as I try and touch the sun. Before I can touch it though, I feel another strong pull, and I find myself thrown through various tunnels. First all black tunnels, then green and black tunnels, and then they become even more colorful, becoming rainbow-like. All the while, I'm screaming in excitement at the roller coaster ride I'm experiencing. As scary as this is, I can feel my blood pumping. Finally, I get out in a void filled with colors, and again start speeding up. This time, I can see clearly, as a few different colored magic strands float towards me, and enter my body. Purple, gold, green, yellow, blue, red, white, and even pink. All those colors combine, and surround my body, making a cocoon. It sort of reminds me of the dragon scale from Dragon Tales. Scene changes, again, and I'm now going towards a burning star, or is it just our sun? As I'm about to touch the sun, a tunnel opens up. Right in front of me, swallowing me whole, and then, there's an unpleasant itch. I feel my body being destroyed, and reconnected, again and again, but somehow, I don't feel any pain. What I do feel, along with the itching, is some more magic entering my body, and settling down within my heart. The next scene, as I screamingly exit the disintegration tunnel, is one I recognize. The quantum realm. I see organisms bigger than our buses, but which are actually subatomic. I see energy blasts happening a few miles in front of me, and I keep staring at them. This feeling of power, along with the feeling of content, is amazing. I could sit here all day, and just watch. It is awesome. But I can't. I have a home, people to get to. Doria, Darla, Anna, Helena, Sister Agnes, Laura. I need to get out of here soon. Immediately, I am pulled once again, and crash through a mirror, which I recognize as the mirror of Arised. I come out, and look around at only my own reflections. The whole place was surrounded by mirrors, and reflective surfaces. Is this the mirror dimension? I am pulled once again and pass through one of the mirrors, entering a place so bright, I had to squint my eyes to see. There was yellow light, and fire everywhere. Just being here for a few seconds felt so refreshing. I feel that I can take this energy for myself, and then live for millions of years. This feeling ends as soon as it came, and I find myself in the polar opposite of the realm from before. Where that one was bright, this one is dark as hell. Is this hell? It is dark. Oh, I can see colors. But the way the colors looked to me, I only had one word. DC. A giant eye staring at me breaks that misconception, as I recognize it. The eye was purple, and as big as a planet. The being it belongs to was even bigger. Dormammu. And the dark dimension. Fuck. Oh, whatever mysterious force, pulling me everywhere, take me away from here please. I don't want to encounter Dormammu. Not now, not ever. I pray to myself, frozen in place because of fear. A lot of fear. Dormammu doesn't do anything, though, he just keeps staring at me with his giant eyes. Does he even see me? I'm literally smaller than an ant for him, right now. After what felt like hours of him just staring at me, I feel myself slipping again. Once again, I pass through the mirror dimension, and end up in front of a bright nebula. Peace, that is all I feel, looking at the spectacular view in front of me. Just me, floating around space, with no need to eat, drink, or breathe. Just peace. I then feel myself being pulled once again. And before I can even object, I find myself in front of different places. Planets, stars, asteroid belts, everywhere I go, I stay for barely a second, before the mysterious force pulls me away. I even see a planet with a giant face on its surface, before finding myself facing what's definitely a white giant sun. And then, finally, I find myself teleported back over the planet Earth, before its gravitational force takes a hold over my soul. Hey, wait a minute. I yell, before I start dropping down, my speed increasing by the second. Within a couple minutes, I see Hogwarts getting closer and closer. And then I land down, harshly. Cough, cough. I cough, gasping hard for breath, using my hands to support my body. Are you all right? Helena asks, floating towards me. I raise a single finger towards her, and cough some more. Once done catching my breath, I summon my clothes towards me, and start putting them on. I say, that was the best and worst experience of my lifetime. Helena chuckles, evil witch, and says, you knew what would happen, didn't you? Doesn't make it any less traumatizing, standing still in front of a gigantic evil being. I shudder, remembering Dormammu. I'm going to avoid him. Forever. Doctor Strange can handle him. Tell me everything, Helena says, ordering me to sit down on a chair, as she brings out the tea. Taking the cup graciously, with shaking hands, I begin telling her about the realms. Maybe I should actually read the primers now. Or try and find them, at least. Salazar only wrote the titles of the books he'd read, but he did not have the books themselves. Hopefully, the Room of Knowledge has them. I'll try them tomorrow. For now, I'll rest. Sorcerer. I'm a sorcerer and a wizard. Brilliant. Time-traveling Slytherin does not have a magical portrait, though. And his library doesn't contain anything basic. Mostly journals, and a few high-level books. Thank you for reading. Ta-ta. Untitled. A few days after my first ritual, the one that gave me a better connection with the universe, I was sitting in the room of hidden things. In front of me, standing innocently, were 2 trunks, filled with useless junk. There are literally hundreds of trunks in this room, and I just chose 2 at random. These 2 were special, though. These 2 trunks were 2 of the very few trunks that had lost all the spells cast on them. They were so old, that right now, the trunks were just plain wooden trunks, which meant they were perfect for me. Waving my hand, I levitate the trunks and walk outside the room of hidden things. I'll go through it more thoroughly later. But now, I have an experiment to carry out. Summoning a new room by walking across the corridor 3 times, I open the door and walk through, keeping the 2 trunks on the ground of the almost empty room. I remove a pair of glasses from my pockets, and put them on. These glasses were my own invention, based on a few pre-existing enchantments. There are enchantments that can help the glasses focus on a distant object more clearly, or on a closer object. Sort of like telephoto and macro. I combined the 2 charms to give me both. One tap on the left side turns the telephoto feature on, while another tap 5 mm below turn the macro on. A single tap on the right turns the glasses into normal glasses. The activation of Hominum Revelio and the Specialis Revelio was also just a tap away. Taking a rune carving scalpel out, I tap the frame of my glasses once, and then drag my finger backwards to zoom out. And then, I get to work. You see, in these few days, I had finally finished reading everything the Room of Knowledge had, on runes. I was about halfway through the time room, but I'm just a couple weeks away from finishing that too. After that, I'll have to experiment to learn more about time. Anyway, runes. Runes are amazing, and that's me saying after reading just a few languages worth of it. God knows how many runic languages we've actually lost forever. I'm not a master yet. At least, not at the level of Helena, or the wizards of old. But, by today's standards, I'm as close to a master as I can get, without earning an actual mastery. And it's just my experience holding me back. I had already finished designing and verifying the rune scheme I was going to use here, using arithmancy. If my prediction holds true, and if I do everything right, I'll have 2 trunks connected internally. An hour later, I put down the scalpel and remove my glasses. Rubbing my eyes, I stretch a bit, and then check the runes once again. Both the trunks were entirely identical, and now, even the runes were the same. Taking a step back, I let a breath out, and spread my legs. As I bring my arms closer together, wrists touching, I focus on my connection to the universe, believing with all my heart that I can do this. And then, with a snap, I separate my arms and bring them in front of me. When the arms separate, I smile. On my palms were 2 Dao mandalas, with Sanskrit writing floating in circles, glowing an orange glow. Not losing my focus, I slowly step towards the trunks, and tap my left hand on one trunk. The trunk glows for just a moment, and the runes flash orange. As the Sanskrit writing on my hand transfers over to the trunk, and gets absorbed completely in the wood. Similarly, I place my right hand on the other trunk, and watch the same happen. This way, I don't have to worry about the enchantments losing power, since the universe itself is powering them now. I turned my artifacts into relics. Almost giddy now, I open the left trunk, and seeing just darkness inside, jump in. I had full faith in my enchantments, so I didn't worry. Without prompting, my Lumos orb floats out of my body and gives me light, as I land on a hard ground barely 10 feet after the jump. Looking up, I can still see the ceiling of the room I was in. I'll have to add some stairs, or a ladder later. Then, I turn around, and see that I was in a corridor similar to the ones in the school. Cobblestone made up the ground here, in looks at least. I simply pick a direction at random, and walk forward. Within a few seconds, I reach a dead end, and look up. Sure enough, I could make out tiny pinpricks of light coming from up. Bending my knees, I jump up, a depulso towards the ground throwing me further upwards, and with a silent Alohomora, open the door. As I drop down on the ground, back outside, I smile widely. My test was a success. I created a gateway between 2 trunks, like the vanishing cabinet. This This will definitely help me finish my studies even after I'm out of Hogwarts. Progress might be slow, but it's good. Soon, the months go by, and I leave for the summer once again. I had sat my owls with the 5th years, and aced all of them. Runes and arithmancy were easy. I had had a lot of practice with them in these last few months, while experimenting with my vanishing trunks. I definitely got the top marks in those 2 papers. Charms was easy too. Along with Dada, I showed off the Patronus charm for both of them, which definitely guaranteed me a few extra marks. As for transfiguration, I was amongst the top. I didn't mess anything up. But even the examiner could see that transfiguration wasn't my best subject. Potions was interesting, but not anything I worried over. I had practiced every owl level potion at least for 2 days each, continuous. So, yeah, I'm passing. And now, I was in the train, on my way to London. I had kept one of the vanishing trunks in the room of knowledge, thankful that it stayed there, and brought the other with me. The summers were going to see a lot of use for them. I was done with runes, at least on the theoretical side. The only thing left now was practicing everything I know until I master them completely. Right now, I was going to be focusing on time. While the issue of not having enough time to read everything was solved, with the invention of the vanishing trunks, I.H. Avenue found time an interesting subject to study. And what's not there to find interesting? It's time. I was even almost ready to create my first spell related to time. It's nothing complex, not like turning time back or anything like it. I'm aiming to speed up the flow of time. Cast the spell in a room, and the time inside will pass faster than the time outside. Like time dilation, only on a higher scale, and without going anywhere. It's still a work in progress, but I'm getting there. So, what are your plans for after Hogwarts? Darla asks, holding my hand. This was unusual for her, showing affection. Don't get me wrong, we're good friends. We've held hands before, and even hugged. But it was very rare for her to initiate it. We were the only 2 people in the room, Doria and Anna having gone to meet with their own friends for a few minutes. Shrugging, I say, I had planned on going back to the Muggle world, to become a doctor. But now, Slughorn has offered me an apprenticeship at St. Mungo's, which is a really big deal. So, I'm still thinking. Why? Darla looks up, and I finally see how upset she looks. Her eyes are tearful, as she says, you were my first friend, you know. Even when I was in primary school, I didn't have any friends. And now, you'll leave school, 2 years early. I'll miss you. Smiling softly, I hug Darla towards me, and say, you're an idiot, Darla. If you think just because I won't be in school with you, that I'll stop being friends with you. You're my first friend too, and I won't just leave you. Plus, you have Doria, and Anna, and what's her name? The Pruitt, Mary. Darla mumbles from my chest. Yes, Mary, you have her too. You won't be alone, Darla. Don't worry. I nod, and pull her away. Looking her in her eyes, I say, plus, I'm just a letter away. 1 letter, and I'll come meet you during Hogsmeade weekend. I can sneak in during classes, too. You know I can. Darla smiles at that, knowing that I have many ways to sneak out and into the castle if I want to. And we still have a year for us too. It's not like I won't even return this next year. Tell you what, give me your address, and I'll come to your house this month. We'll go to Diagon Alley, my treat. I say, hoping a trip to Diagon would cheer her up a bit. Really, no offense, but do you even have money for that? Darla asks, which just makes me realize that I never told her about my heritage. Rubbing the back of my head, I say, about that. You're telling me that you're a rich pureblood, and you still stay in the orphanage. Why? Darla exclaims, once she's heard of my parents. She's 14, almost 15, so I forgive her for the narrow-minded thought. I shrug, and say, I don't mind the orphanage. It's the only home I've known. The extra money is a help, sure. But I can't just abandon my home, Darla. Darla nods, accepting the answer, and says, sorry. So, you're rich. I nod, and explain, not as rich as the Blacks, not even close. But yes, I am rich enough to live out the rest of my life in luxury. My children won't have anything left for them, though, if I do that. You know I love you, right, Mason? Darla asks, twirling her hair, and batting her eyes at me. I scoff, and say, stop that, your family, just don't. Make that face again. Darla is gay, I'm sure of that. But, I don't think she wants anyone to know that. And I'm not mentioning it until it's needed. She can pretend to be straight until then, I'll just make sure she doesn't hurt herself in between. Darla laughs, and I chuckle with her. When Doria and Anna return, Doria scowls at me immediately. I don't get it at first, but then I realize that Darla and I were still as close as we were before, while hugging. I just chuckle, and go back to reading the book on time turners. Time turners were invented in the year 1857, and the wizards who did it stupidly brought their journals to Hogwarts to show their charms teacher. Good for me, I guess. They returned many times, after that, and I got to know what happened. The Department of Mysteries recruited them after their invention, and had them inducted in the Time Department. Their knowledge from then on belonged to the department, and the study on time became restricted to only the department. The inventors of the time turner were the last people to publicly experiment on time, just because the Department of Mysteries recruited a group of 25-year-olds. Thankfully I have all of their research, thanks to the wonderful Room of Knowledge. So, theoretically, I can build a time turner for myself, if I want to. Practically, it isn't possible right now. Time turners use glass created from something called the sand of time. The sand isn't found just anywhere, and the creators found a few big rocks of it in Norway, which are now in the hands of the department. So, unless I find a few chunks of this time sand rock, my time turner is just a pipe dream. A few days after the summer holidays began, I and Darla visit Diagon Alley, just the two of us. As I promised, I let her buy a lot of stuff, and paid for it. She'll already have a hard enough time in this world, thanks to her blood status and her sexuality. I can at least make sure she has enough enjoyment to balance the hurt. I helped her buy a broom too, by adding 20 galleons to her savings. As we left for our homes, I gave her a copy of the Mind Arts compilation book. So she can defend herself. Am I doing too much for her? Probably. Does she deserve it? Yup, definitely. Anyway, a month into my summer, I get my owl results, and that brings a cause for celebration with the gang. I came second in the entire year, because one Hufflepuff girl had taken owls in every subject offered. But my mark list had O's all over. Doria once more tried flirting with me, as we were sitting in the Three Broomsticks, drinking butterbeer, and I just shrugged it off. But she did stop once I stopped her advance the first time for the day. So, Mason, now that you're a Newt student, will you continue to grace us juniors with your presence? Anna asks, taking a sip of her drink. Laughing, I say, let's see, I'll have to study for my Newts. Additional homework, my extracurricular studies, and make sure to keep some time away for broom cupboard activities. I think I can make some time for you lowly juniors. Seriously, I reckon you won't even spend one night in the broom cupboard. Darla says, leaning forward. I look her in the eyes, and ask, oh, and why is that? Smirking, Darla says, because you don't like these girls. You're a guy who likes older women. You're kidding, Doria says, sounding shocked. Well, damn, maybe Darla does pay as much attention to me as I do to her. Shaking her head, Darla says, Mason here is a bit careless when he's ogling Professor Roll. Her eyes glinting, she whispers, you should have seen him in the charms corridor that day. Roll had bent down to pick up some fallen parchment, and our boy Mason couldn't keep his eyes off of her ass. Anna nods along with her, to my embarrassment, and says, your sixth-year prefect, the not what's her name. Even she dropped something in front of Mason, and she had 2 buttons open. He didn't even glance at her. Groaning, I say, please stop discussing my likes with someone as innocent as Doria. Completely ignoring me, Darla whispers, she wasn't even wearing any undergarments, and he still ignored her. Although I do detect some fascination in her voice, I don't point it out. Doria pouts, and says, damn. No wonder he doesn't look at me, I'm too young for him. Pausing, she asks, what about Professor Merrythought? Does he like her too? I'm literally right here, you can't just ask them if I like Merrythought. She's literally our grandma, I whisper, hoping no one else overhears. Nah, he doesn't like her like that. He respects her actually, Anna says, shaking her head. I just sigh, wondering when they decided to just ignore my celebrations and keep embarrassing me. Glad to hear you respect me, Mr. Avs, and allow me to say that I'm thankful your eyes don't wander when talking with me. We suddenly hear, making us all freeze. You didn't cast the privacy charm. Darla furiously whispers to me. I whisper back, just as furiously, I didn't feel the need to, because we weren't discussing my lack of love life before. Oh, I'm so screwed. Doria whispers, while Anna is just frozen in her place, both of them looking behind me. Thanks for the warning, Anna. Doria. Stop that, now. Ignoring a lady is considered rude, don't you know, children? Merrythought says, her voice making us sweat now. Slowly, I turn back, and see Merrythought standing behind me, along with Professor Beery, the herbology professor and the head of Hufflepuff House. Good morning, Professor. We all call out in unison. Our voice is clearly forced. Surprising us, Professor Merrythought smiles, while Beery just chuckles in good nature, and they both sit down at the table next to ours. Celebrating Mr. Avs's results, I presume, Professor Beery asks, while Merrythought starts talking with the waitress. Nodding, I say, yeah. Got straight O's. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, professors. The three girls sitting at my table, meanwhile, become silent and focus on the snacks in front of them. Merrythought waves her hand, and says, nonsense. You deserved the chance, Mr. Avs. Your marks are your own. What subjects are you going to take, may I ask, for your Newt years? I shrug, and answer, I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking of taking most of them. The only ones I might drop are history of magic and astronomy. Good, but I hope you'll keep your studies up just as diligently as you did these 4 years. Professor Merrythought asks, raising an eyebrow. I nod rapidly, and say, of course. Professor Merrythought, wouldn't dream of letting this opportunity pass by just because of my own negligence. Merrythought stares at me for a few seconds, and then stands up, Beery right behind her. She says, very well. I'll leave you to your celebrations. And Ms. Black, maybe next time, don't ask such stupid questions. At least, keep them limited to places no one can overhear you. Doria, who had tried to remain unnoticed, groans silently, and says, yes, Professor. The professor hums, and then leaves for another table, giving us a measure of new privacy. Immediately, I remove my wand and cast a few privacy charms. One for sound, one for recognition, and another for lip reading. I slap my face, and say, thank you Darla, for embarrassing me in front of my head of house. Hey, I wasn't the one who asked if you liked Merrythought. Darla defends herself, smiling a bit, although I do sense her nervousness. But you were the one who spoke up about him ogling Roll. Doria points out. Before I can, she then gasps, and whispers, you think Merrythought will tell Roll about this conversation? I scoff, and say, we'll find out soon enough. If I survive my first charms class next year. She didn't mention it to Roll. Anna just snorts, and asks, can you imagine, though? She might not kill you, but every time she bends over, she'll be thinking of you. Doria has a horrified look on her face, while Darla laughs openly, now not afraid. I shake my head, and say, not in the way I'd want, Anna, never in the way I want. Soon, we finish our food and drinks, and I pay for all of it. It was my treat, you know. And then, we all leave through the flow. Darla and I go to the Leaky Cauldron, from where I take the bus home, while Darla takes a different bus for her home. All in all, it was a good day. Patronus. 2 chapters today. This is the first one. My 6th year of Hogwarts. Well, 5th year of learning, but the 6th year of the Hogwarts curriculum. It had begun with just introduction to Newt level classes, and in the middle of December, we had begun speeding things up. It was February now, and my 6th year was just a few months shy of ending. My last summer had gone just like usual, only this time, I used the vanishing trunks to move between Hogwarts and my orphanage, learning different things. I brought the trunk with me, obviously, I don't want anyone to find it and use it. The rock won't stay hidden if anyone does. Granted, the protection spells might delay them some, but there's nothing like a perfect defense. Other than the Fidelius charm, which I can't cast yet. So, yeah, I learned a lot. I finally managed to create my first time spell. Well, I modified an existing time spell, but same thing. It's just as exciting. The original spell was one I had learned to study for 5 to 6 hours inside the room, while only half an hour passed outside. Damn useful when I had to study different sorcery primers from the Room of Knowledge for 9 hours a day. And still have 6 hours of sleep. That was an enchantment ward, called the Time Slowing Ward, and was basically a charm that you cast on the room you want to affect. My own spell, L, was a runic ward combined with a charm. The runic scheme had to be carved in metal, and worn around any single body part. But the thing is, the metal ornament had to be enclosed, and not stay open. I had found a set of gold bangles, uncarved, in the Room of Hidden Things, after a lot of searching, and used them for the ward. A really weird thing to lose in Hogwarts, really. The owner must have gotten punished when they returned home. Carving runes wasn't hard, I just had to heat the scalpel, a lot, and cast a metal softening charm on the unenchanted gold. 11 errors, and 4 melted bangle. Is all it took for me to carve the runes perfectly on the bangle currently around my left wrist. The bangle was too eye-catching though, and the runes visible, so I covered it by rolling a strip of leather around it. And shrunk the bangle till it fit perfectly around my wrist. I could have carved runes on the inside, I suppose, but I didn't exactly mind doing so on the outside either. I'll figure out a way to completely hide it later, though, or improve the enchantments. Once the time slower is activated, it makes you twice as fast as everything else. Or everything else moves half as fast as you. So, it's practically useless in public, unless you want to be known as a speedster or something. But, for learning, it is a godsend. It can also be used in parallel with the time-slowing ward, meaning I got 10 hours every half hour. I've already managed to learn to access the astral planes through sorcery, with the help of my time slower. My telepathy allowed me to only enter the astral plane, travel to places, and stay awake without needing to sleep. Sorcery, however, allowed my astral form to do a lot more than that. Searching for specific magical signatures, possession, and entering dreams of other people. I could also now use my magic while in the astral form, which happened only after I connected with the universe. Plus, I was now learning to bring my astral form in the physical realm. Although it'll only be for a short while. Before that happens, though, I'll need to master the mirror dimension, for which, I'll need a sling ring. Slytherin, for some reason, didn't have an alternative for the sling ring. Or if he does, I haven't read about it yet, even if he did say that after some time, wizards can stop using them. Which still meant I had to actually use one before getting used to the feel of creating portals. Yeah, it's on the back burner for now, since I don't want to be stuck in the mirror dimension, even astrally, without a sling ring on hand. Portals will be handy too, I'm sure of it. So, my personal magic was currently limited to astral projection, mind arts, and the now slowly developing telekinesis. Yup, my constant use of the Accio, Depulso, Wingardium Leviosa, was finally getting paid off. The control over those spells was slowly, but surely evolving. Soon, in a few years, I won't even have to cast the spells to use the spells. Meanwhile, for the universal energy, I was just practicing different spells for sorcery, and hand-to-hand fighting. The second was needed, because a lot of spells were actually dependent on my footwork, hand gestures, and my physical form. The strength of my shield depended on how well I can hold a physical shield to defend myself. Unsurprisingly, this also makes my wizardry spells better, who'd have thought? But it wasn't just shields I was using. There were other mystic spells to create weapons like whips, swords, fans, threads, chains, etc. Then there were the elemental spells, which don't summon elements like wizarding spells do. But they can help you manipulate the elements. There are actual spells that can conjure the elements, but that's only possible if you make a pact with another dimension related to those elements. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not doing that. Like Salazar wrote, a wizard's magic is his own. Another being cannot be allowed to access it. And I agree with it. I'll use my own magic, and the magic of my own universe. Other than that, if I do somehow end up becoming the ruler of an entire dimension, then I'm using only that dimension's energy. Sidorak, Ragador, and the rest can depend on the sorcerers to use their magic. Finally, there was transmutation, but I was waiting to completely master the other sorcery spells available to me, before trying transmutation. Plus, I think, learning wizarding alchemy before that will be helpful. There were a lot more spells, rituals, and other practices in sorcery, but most of them depended on getting magic from other dimensions. And we all know how I feel about that. Along with that, however, I was trying to learn something else. Apparition. The magical art of disappearing from one place, and reappearing at another. Every 6th year, student has the option of taking the apparition classes, and the classes start in February. Luckily enough, age is not a constraint here, at least now. So, just being in a newt level class is the requirement for taking the apparition lessons. Which means, despite being just 15, I couldn't be barred from apparition lessons, thanks to their own laws. Granted, I couldn't apply for a license until I turned 17. Or pass my newts in at least one subject, which immediately makes me eligible to emancipate as an adult wizard. But that was okay. There's no way I'm waiting another year to learn teleportation, so obviously, I elected to take those lessons this year as soon as the notice was put up. You sure they'll let you? Anna asks, incredulously, seeing me sign my name on the sheet. I shrug, and say, there's nothing in the laws that prevents me from taking the lessons. They can, however, prevent me from having a license before I turn 17. Right, and they're not exactly stupid enough to have a wizard capable of apparition go out there without a license. Which means they'll be forced to give you a license too, if you pass the test. Anna says, and shakes her head. The need for apparition license is twofold. 1. It allows you to legally apparate wherever you want, other than the places specifically warded against it. And 2. It helps the ministry determine which one of the license holders was there near a magical crime scene. The license given to you can track your apparition, if the ministry tries it within a few minutes. After that, the trail goes cold, and the spells fail. But they can only do it in cases of crimes. Public won't trust the government at all otherwise. There's an entire sub-department in the Department of Mysteries, that works together with the DMLE to track apparition in cases of crime. So, no robbing banks by apparition when you have a license. They can, and will track you down. And refusing to get a license isn't an option. The punishment for apparating without a license is 5 years in Azkaban. Along with a 5,000 G fine. That's if they catch me. You might say, but don't forget, they have time turners and an entire army of Aurors. That's not even mentio. Ning that splinching in Muggle areas incurs even more fines and punishments. I put my 12 galleons in the pouch provided for the apparition lesson fees payment, and say, the only thing the ministry might try is making sure that I don't pass my test this year. But they're not stupid enough to fail me without any cause, so they'll have to find a valid reason to fail me. Well, that's assuming that they allow me to sit my newts this year. If I don't pass my newts, I'm not an adult, and I don't get to even try the test. Which means, I'll have to convince Merrythought that I'm ready to sit my newts this year itself. Skipping another year at Hogwarts should be easy, given my owl results. Anna just shakes her head, and goes back to writing on the parchment in front of her. We were currently sitting in the Ravenclaw common room, on a table near the walls. Looking at the parchment, I ask, what are you working on? Sighing, Anna says, Roll gave us an assignment, to write 9 inches on the Patronus charm. I've gotten 3 inches, and I don't know enough about it to write more. The Patronus charm. You're hoping I teach it to you, aren't you? I say, seeing Anna discreetly look at me. Her quill just poised over the parchment. Anna just pouts, seeing me smile in amusement, and says, can you blame us? You haven't even told us what your Patronus takes the form of. Aha, so, it's not just you then. Doria and Darla too, I ask, because of course it's them. Shrugging, Anna says, we offered Karis. Well, Doria did, but Karis refused to study under a privileged cheater like you. I blink, and then snort. Karis Black is a Ravenclaw, the same age as me. She had taken the offered time turner to study all the classes in the 3rd year, and managed it pretty well. But in 4th year, she was forced to give it back after some psychological issues she faced. Not getting enough sleep was one of the major reasons for that, along with her snapping at a teacher out of frustration. And she absolutely hated how, without even a time turner, or hours and hours of studying, I was offered the chance to give my owls early, and how I came second in the entire year. My marks were at the top in every subject I sat, but I simply did not bother with Muggle studies, divination, and care of magical creatures, which ensured the Hufflepuff girl came at the top. God forbid, she burns herself out again, and blames me. Anyway, when's the assignment due? I say, deciding to finally let them in on some of my secrets. Next Monday. Anna immediately answers, straightening up. Looking around, I ensure that no one's paying attention to us, cast a simple notice me not on us, and say, come on, I'll show you something. Ooh, an adventure. I feel like a Gryffindor right now, Anna says, whispering to stay silent. Shaking my head, I start walking towards the Gryffindor common room to get Darla. On the way, I stop in an empty corridor to Anna's curiosity, and call out, Dippy. Almost immediately, a loud crack of apparition sounds in front of me, and a pillowcase-wearing house elf stands in front of me. Dippy the Hogwarts house elf. Young Mason Sir calls for Dippy. Dippy says, happily looking up at me. My heart aches for her once again, at how much the wizards have messed with their psychology. My studies haven't gone well, when it comes to house elves. Not even Rowena knows about how they came to be. Bending down, I pat Dippy on her head, and say, thank you for coming, Dippy. I wanted to ask for a small favor, if you will. Dippy rapidly nods her head, excited, and says, Dippy always be ready to do small favors. What can I be doing for young Mason Sir? Anna giggles, which I ignore, and say, I need you to send a message to a girl in the Slytherin common room. Doria Black is her name, and she should be in the 4th year dorms, or the common room. Can you do it? Dippy nods again, rapidly, and bangs her fist on her chest. She exclaims, of course. Dippy be sending the message secretly. Sighing, I say, thank you, Dippy. With the wave of my hand, I summon a piece of parchment from my bag, and with another wave, cast a spell to write on it. Come to the 2nd floor girls' bathroom. And wait MLA. Handing the note to Dippy, I see her apparate once more, and marvel at how powerful they are. Wizards have been trying to stop their apparition for centuries now, and the only one successful was whoever built the Azkaban prison, which no one now knows how it works. Nothing wizards tried ever worked in stopping the elf apparition, not even the darkest of the wards. Well, they do harm the ones who aren't allowed in, always very darkly, but they can't be stopped. Anna's voice brings me out of my fascination, as she asks, since when do you have a house elf? I thought they'd all died in the fire that killed your family. I correct her, and say, Dippy isn't my house elf. She's a free elf, who has bonded herself to the castle of Hogwarts. This is only the 2nd time I've ever asked her to do something for me. You're a weird wizard, Mason Avs. Anna says, shaking her head, and starts walking agate. While better than most, Anna still has some prejudice against elves. She thinks of them as servants, and nothing more. Racist, yes, but she's mostly a product of her raising. I'll change her opinion, slowly. About a minute later, Dippy pops back in front of us to tell us that she delivered the message, along with the order, young Mason Sir be coming to eat dinner tonight. To repay the favor, I really need to teach her how favors actually work. She just asks me to spend time with the elves. I just nod, and agree to it, as Anna looks on in open amusement. Soon, we reach the Gryffindor entrance hall, and stand in front of the portrait that hides the common room. The lady in the portrait looks at us 2 Ravenclaws in distrust, and asks, what is it? Anna takes a step forward, and says, we're here to meet our friend, Darla White. She's in the 5th year. Narrowing her eyes, the lady turns around and walks away from us, going deeper into the painting. Soon, she returns, and a few seconds later, the portrait opens. Darla steps out, sees us, and sighs. She says, I won't even ask how you found out about the entrance, bloody Ravenclaws. As we begin walking towards the stairs, Anna snorts, and points her thumb at me, and says, "This one here's hiding a lot of things, it seems. Did he agree to teach us?" Darla asks, ignoring me, even if I was standing in between them. I say, he can answer for himself, and yes, I did. "When's your assignment due?" "Wednesday." Darla nods, lifting her shoulders in an apology. After some small talk, we reach the second-floor girls' bathroom, and see Doria standing there waiting for us. I cast another notice me not around us, and wait for the bathroom to become empty once again. Say what you will, but Myrtle's death would have been really helpful in keeping this bathroom unused. Hope she doesn't die this time though. While waiting, Doria asks, "So what are we waiting for? You aren't going to perv in there, right?" I look at her with disbelief, and say, "No. Gods no. Where I'm going to take you has its entrance inside the bathroom." They look at me as if they don't believe me, so I say, "I promise. I'm not being a pervert." "If you say so," Doria mumbles, while the two nod in acceptance. Bloody hell, what's taking those girls this long? Sighing, I extend my telepathy, and without entering their minds, prompt the subconscious minds of the girls inside to leave. One by one, the three girls leave the bathroom, and the bathroom becomes empty once again. Entering it, I go towards the main sink, while the girls look on in curiosity. Since they are not that close, they don't hear me whispering in parcel tongue to open the entrance, and only see the sink sinking into the ground. And then, without any warning, I jump into the tunnel, happy to hear three simultaneous yells of my name. "Mason." The three girls yell, a lot of fear in their voice. Within a few minutes, I drop down on the cushioned ground at the end of the tunnel, and look around. I'd changed this cave a lot since the first time I'd found it. Now, instead of a rough ground completely covered in skeletons of different animals, mostly rats, the ground was covered in a smooth cobblestone-like pathway. The spot of ground, along with the patch of the wall right in front of the pipe opening, was softened with the help of runes, to break the fall. Although, it's not needed much, thanks to the enchantments on the pipe itself, which causes us to slow down at the bottom. Above us hung a few of my Lumos orbs, which I'd enchanted to always stay lit. I just had to renew the spells every few years. I'd done nothing to the walls, other than the initial softening and cleaning, because they did set the mood somewhat. Soon, I hear the screams of the three girls, not of fear, but of exhilaration, and they exit the wall with a slowed-down speed. They land on the ground, and laugh a little. The adrenaline goes away, however, and they turn to see me smiling at them. I say, "You lot sure took your time." As one, the three girls jump at me, and hug me together with a yell of, "Mason. Well, aren't I a lucky guy today?" I quip, to soften the blow I'll inevitably face. The punch on my chest dissuades me of the notion, however, as Darla yells, "How dare you? You bloody prat, you scared us." Anna takes a step back, and folds her hands in front of herself. She says, "You could have given us a warning, Mason." Doria stays in my hug, and I say, "You can let go now, Doria." 5 more minutes. Doria mumbles from my chest. Sighing, I use my minor telekinesis and gently push her away. Ignoring her complaints, I say, "Well, I wanted to surprise you with this. Plus, tell me you didn't enjoy it." "We did." The three girls in front of me mumble. Darla says, "We were just going to leave to get a teacher, but the sink started rising again, and we had no choice. We had to jump, you twat." I chuckle, remembering the nifty little piece of enchantment. It was already there, I just didn't know about it. As soon as the first person enters, a countdown starts. 30 seconds later, the sink starts closing unless specifically given an order in parcel tongue. Just be thankful that I clean the pipe frequently. You wouldn't believe the types of fungus that's born in them. One mushroom tried to eat my bloody shoes. I exclaim, and start walking. As the girls follow behind me, Anna speeds up to stand beside me, and asks, "What is this place anyway? I don't think I've ever heard of such a place." "In a minute, Anna. You'll soon find out, don't worry," I say, and pat her head. Anna pouts, and starts looking around, joining Darla and Doria in examining the cave. A few minutes later, we come across the second door, and this time, I loudly say, "Open," to the shock of the girls, and walk through. Inside the room was the still mostly intact corpse of the basilisk. And lounging in its empty eye socket was Sly. "Welcome, ladies, to Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets," I say, walking inside. The three girls just remain shocked, staring at the corpse of the basilisk in fear. Ignoring them, I walk towards the basilisk, and poke Sly awake. I'd taken the eyes out, along with the venom glands, and the tongue, after I'd read about a few rituals that could use them. The meat was practically useless for humans, since the venom inside the flesh is too potent for us to eat, and there's no ritual that uses them. So, Sly was using the basilisk corpse as a home that he can eat. I did plan to keep half the meat stored away, just in case. Sly spent most of his time in the chamber, nowadays, and only came up through the various tunnels if he needs something. Or to crawl around the forest. "What?" Sly asks, annoyed at being woken up. As he yawns, I say, "I brought guests," and point him towards the frozen girls. Frowning, I walk towards them, and snap my fingers a few times. Jumping in place, the girls come out of their shock, and immediately start firing questions. I smile, my heart feeling a little bit lighter over the single shared secret. A group of secrets. I'm a parcelmouth, I'm a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and I have access to the fabled Chamber of Secrets. Other secrets might come out in their own times, but there's one secret that won't ever come out. Not to them, not to anyone. The secret that I'm a reincarnated soul. The Patronus charm is one of the purest forms of magic. The spell, when cast correctly, forms a shield of light in front of us. A shield of happiness that can stop dementors as well as lethifolds. When cast perfectly, however, the shield takes the form of an animal. I explain the next day, standing in the Chamber of Secrets with Doria, Darla, and Anna standing in front of me. The last day had gone into explaining my Slytherin heritage, along with what I've found till now in the chamber. They also met Sly, but he didn't like anyone of the girls touching him, so he was just a sight to see for them. I'd also shown them the room above Salazar's head, but since they couldn't read the books in his library anyway, we mostly stayed in the main chamber. I didn't need to worry about them inadvertently sharing my secrets, since the chamber highly appreciated its secrecy. Turns out, Salazar Slytherin made it so no one can share the secret of the chamber, other than a Slytherin, which I am. It's not Fidelius, but it is enough for now. The corpse of the basilisk was in the back of the chamber, close to the exit door. While the part of the chamber near Salazar's head was used by us for our lessons. I'd brought a few chairs, and a few mattresses down, so the girls can rest in between casting. Anna raises her hand, and asks, "What does the animal depend on?" I smile wide, and say, "Haven't a clue. No one knows, but speculations are aplenty. Some say it depends on personality, some say it depends on what we think will protect us, while some say it depends on our spirit animal, our potential animagus forms." Waving my wand, I focus on a happy memory, a very personal one, and chant, Expecto Patronum. Immediately, the tip of my acacia wand glows white, and a glowing white mist starts coming out of it. Within a second, the mist condenses and forms into a ball, which then begins taking shape. I was purposefully keeping the process slow, so the girls can observe it happening and they can get an idea of what is expected of them. The orb of white light first forms 2 legs, and then wings, immediately cluing them in that my Patronus is a bird. Slowly, the shape becomes more defined, and the orb of light starts flying around us with its wings, showing itself to be an eagle. My Patronus eagle had a white head and breast, while the top was completely gray, although on the darker side. The underwings were black, and its eyes were golden. White-bellied sea eagle was the breed. The eagle screeches a high sound, and looks around for any threats to itself, or its caster, me, and then finding none, comes towards me. I raise my hand to allow it to land, and smile. I turn towards the girls, and see them looking just as fascinated with it as I am, and say, just being in the presence of a Patronus is enough to bring a tiny bit of happiness to everyone, as you can feel. Seeing them all staring at my eagle, I gently dissipate it, and ignoring their disappointment, I say, you all can learn how to do that too. It took me 3 days to learn it, and then 2 more to master it. So, Let's see how long it takes you. Shall we? Doria eagerly nods, while Darla looks at me expectantly. Anna was smiling, still staring at the place my eagerly had dissipated from. Taking a step back, Avenue them stand an arm's length away from each other, wands out, and say, first, close your eyes, and begin by digging deep into your mind. There has to be one memory, could be anything, that makes you happy as soon as you think of it. The happier the memory, the better. Once you do find it, keep that memory in your mind, don't think too much, just let it play out. The girls close their eyes, and I see all of them smile one by one. Softly, I say, now, say the incantation. Anna is the first one to try, and she raises her wand hand in the air. Smile still on her face, she opens her eyes, and yells, Expecto Patronum. The wand tip glows white, and for a few seconds it stays like that. Unfortunately, not even a wisp exits her wand and she drops down, exhausted. Be careful, the spell takes a lot out of you. I say, handing her a cup of hot chocolate I'd already prepared. Chocolate wasn't actually a cure for magical exhaustion, but it did provide a bit of placebo effect. Chocolate is good after Dementor exposure. And wizards quickly connect Dementors to feeling tired and drained. Now discouraged, even Doria and Darla fail their attempts. I sigh, looking at the three girls silently staring at their cups. Maybe I should have had them learn it one at a time. That day, I have them try 2 more times, both of which only cause their wands to glow at the tip, and then take them back up through the stairs. I do have them meditate at night, so they can calm their minds, and tell them that the spell is difficult. Doesn't mean there's a reason to discourage yourself. The next day, Anna and Doria manage to produce a transparent wisp of smoke, but Darla still stays stuck on the wand glowing stage. The day after that, Anna produces a shield, but no matter how much she tried, it didn't progress from there. Already knowing the solution, I say, try another memory, maybe something happier than this. It should immediately fill you whole being with happiness. The next day is Saturday, where Doria manages to produce a shield, while Anna's Patronus stays in the shield form. Although, it did look like it will start taking shape soon. Seeing them have another go at it, I say, remember, this isn't a test. Many adult witches and wizards fail to cast this charm. Heck, many Aurors can't cast this spell, and they're the ones protecting us. But don't let that discourage you, ladies. If I, a 15-year-old can do it, you can do it too. Darla sighs, dropping her wand on the ground after another failed attempt at even a wisp, and says, easy for you to say. You're a bloody prodigy at everything you learn. Frowning, I nod at Doria and Anna to continue, and approach Darla. Sitting down on the ground, I look up at Darla expectantly. She drops down on the chair in front of me, and says, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yup, you shouldn't have, but I get it. Picking her wand, I hand it to her gently, and say, do you know why I find magic so easy? Compared to you lot. Darla shakes her head, so I say, because I didn't get used to it. I didn't get used to the novelty of magic. What do you mean? Doria asks, sitting down on the ground beside me, while Anna joins Darla on the chair beside her. Great job continuing your practice, girls. Seeing them looking at me in expectance, I purposefully keep my wand on the ground, to the curiosity of the girls, and say, I've been reading about magic since I was a child. Legends of Arthur, Merlin, Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz. For years, I've wanted to be a wizard, use magic. And then, I found out I was actually a wizard. I wasn't just a normal kid that lives in an orphanage. And I was so damn excited. It was the first time I'm speaking about my life like this. They knew the basics, but not my actual thoughts at the time. I say, but then, I found out that magic isn't all it's cracked up to be. There are rules on how spells can't be cast, rules on what can't be done, and rules on what shouldn't be done. And you know what? Most of them are actually true. Food cannot be conjured, nor transfigured out of anything but food. There's no coming back from the killing curse. You can't create permanent matter out of nothing, etc. Smiling, I say, oh, but there's so much more wizards are entirely wrong about. Like the fact that only the most powerful, most learned wizards can use wandless magic. You must have learned that, right? The girls nod, To which I smile. I'm nowhere near the strongest wizards. Heck, a newly anointed or with barely any training can outperform me in every way, when it comes to magic. Nor am I the most learned, because obviously, there are teachers who have forgotten more magic than I have ever read about. I say, and see them nod once again. Standing up, I ask, so how is it that I can do this then? Without any prompting from me, the water from the pool behind me rises into the air, scaring the girls into standing up. I lift my arm up, and the water rises even more, now completely in the air. The orb of water then freezes, starting from the inside, and once the surface is frozen, it starts melting back to water. Behind the girls, the ground transfigures itself into different miniature animal shapes. And they start circling around us, which prompts the girls to huddle together. My eagle Patronus comes out of my back, and joins the transfigured animals in circling us. Out of my left hand, fire starts pouring out, and forms into a circle. The circular halo of flames rises up and stays in the air, with no fuel to burn it. I ask, how can I do this, you may ask? Let me tell you, I don't believe anything is impossible, until I've actually failed to do it. I used to believe transfiguration can't be done without a wand, and now look at me. Okay, you made your point, Darla says, and then yells, looking at the animals in fear, and me in a new light. I drop my hands back down, and immediately, the spells dissipate. The water falls back down with a splash that soaks us all with a heavy shower. While the flames just dissipate in the air, the transfigured animals, meanwhile crumble to dust, which is then washed away by the water. I snap my fingers, and with a plop sound, the water gets sucked off our bodies along with any dirt that stuck to it. I prompt the girls to sit back down, and this time, Doria sits on the chair, glaring at me. I say, my point was, if you believe something to be impossible, or even hard, you won't ever succeed in doing it. You need to let go of the notion that there's anything impossible. When it comes to magic, everything is possible. You just need to try it yourself. Now with a new zeal, Darla stands up and lifts her wand. She opens her mouth to cast the spell, but before she can do that, I stop her with my hand on her open mouth. She glares at me, so I say, good thing you're motivated, but maybe try it tomorrow. Preferably, do it with another, even happier memory. Darla pouts, but I just shake my head. She was tired, I could see it in her eyes. Doria and Anna were all right for a few more attempts, but it's better to stop now itself. We still have a weekend before the assignment is due for them. When we exit the Chamber of Secrets, and enter the castle proper, Doria immediately joins me at my side, while Anna pulls Darla away. I look at her in curiosity, but Anna just says, you guys go on. I and Darla have to go over our assignment once again. Okay, that's a lie, but anyway. I nod, and raise an eyebrow at Doria, who watches them go with barely hidden joy. She says, well, looks like fate has some plans, doesn't it? I snort, and say, you already know what I'll say, Doria, don't even try. Doria pouts, but drops the subject. Instead, as we start walking towards the Slytherin common room, she asks, I was always curious. What went on between you and Cassie? Why'd you ask? I ask, wondering why it took so long for her to breach the subject. Shrugging, Doria says, she kept asking me about you this summer. Wondering if you've gotten rich all of a sudden or something. When I asked her why, she scowled and dropped the subject. I know she tried something against you, which failed, but since you never did anything about it, I thought it to be just minor. But now, after knowing about your Slytherin heritage, I wondered if it's related to that. I shake my head, thinking if this is the new plan of Cassiopeia. Try and get her sister to find something about me. I trust Doria not to share my secrets, and Cassiopeia is not the kind of girl to try the mind arts on her own sister though, so maybe I am actually safe. Still, better start the girls on mind arts training, Ravenclaw style. I say, Cassiopeia tried to manipulate me, not with talks, but with spells. It failed to take hold on me however, and I managed to fight her spells off. That's illegal. Oh my god, if father, or God forbid, Uncle Sirius finds out, she'll get thrown out of the family. Doria exclaims, slapping her own forehead and holding her head in frustration. I dryly point out, I hardly think Sirius Black will punish your sister for using mind arts against a Muggleborn. She can just say, I thought he was a mudblood, and the topic will be dropped. Well, she might be punished for failing in her goals. You have a really weird image about my family, Doria says, frowning. Well, I did get most of it from Cassiopeia's mind. So I wonder how Doria remains so sheltered. I say, I am a Ravenclaw, researching is my thing. And after Cassiopeia tried that shite with my mind, I sought everything related to your family. No offense. Doria shakes her head, so I continue, your sister didn't like that I defied her orders, and I didn't appreciate her trying to mess with my mind. But, since I was a little first-year student at the time, I let it go. And since what she did was a crime, she let it go, in case I told anybody. She did try to obliviate me, but obviously, it didn't stick. I shrug at the end, in a, what can you do? manner. Doria looks at me in disbelief, and asks, my sister's obliviate charm, failed on you. What the fuck did you feed your brain? Knowledge. Lots and lots of knowledge. Oh, and learning meditation helps. My mind cannot be messed with, without my knowledge. And I know that to be a fact. I boast, with some additional fake pride thrown in. I'd originally planned a soft revenge against Cassiopeia. But Doria began seeking me out at the time, and then the teachers began looking too closely, so I had to drop it. Not like I haven't done something like this to others, although not to someone so young as me. She'll get her due, but not yet. For now, I'm just happy with learning at Hogwarts. Smith. The next day, when we gather in the Chamber of Secrets again, Darla is the first to try the Patronus charm. Curiously enough, she first throws a look at Anna, and then raises her wand. Taking a deep breath, Darla closes her eyes, and we see her smile wide, her face slowly reddening. Okay, now I'm definitely curious. Expecto Patronum, Darla says, very softly, and almost immediately, white mist starts pouring out of her wand tip, which then starts to form into a shield. The shield holds for a few seconds, and then, it slowly starts dissipating. Darla, now tired, immediately sits down on the chair, sipping on the hot chocolate, leaving us to look at her, impressed. Good job, Darla. See, nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it. I say, patting her on her head. Anna has a proud smile on her face, which makes me realize that they really must have had some talk yesterday. Soon, Anna has her own attempt at the spell, and in the first try itself, her Patronus takes the shape of an animal. An Arctic wolf was her Patronus. Doria managed to form her own corporeal Patronus that day, albeit after a few attempts. With hers being a lynx. Darla, meanwhile, just manages to form her Patronus at the end of the day, taking the form of a lioness. When we leave the chamber that day, Anna and I walk Doria and Darla to their house common rooms, and start our walk towards the Ravenclaw common room. While walking, I cast a privacy charm around Anna and I, and ask, did you force Darla into anything she didn't want to do? Anna snorts, and mumbles, oh, trust me, Mason. Darla wanted to do a lot more than what we did. Sighing, I say, Anna, in a warning tone. Anna stops in her place, making me stop too, and looks up at me. She crosses her hands in front of her, and says, what, Mason? You think that I will force myself on Darla? How low do you think of me, Darla is my friend. She needed help in remembering a good memory, a happy memory, and I gave a new one to her because her family didn't give her enough of them. Is there anything else? I keep staring at Anna for a while, and then just drop my head. I say, I apologize, Anna, I was out of line. Damn right, you were. Anna says, none too quietly. Nodding, I say, Darla is my friend, my first friend. I don't like her getting hurt. And she already has it hard in the Muggle world because of what gender she likes. I don't want her to face the same problems here. And you think I don't? Mason, it might be hard to believe, but I don't like just boys. I like girls too, and I will have to hide it from everyone for the rest of my life. Like it or not, wizards and Muggles agree on this one thing. Anna says, and starts walking towards the common room alone, leaving me to think. Same-sex relationships aren't common in the wizarding world. I'd go as far as to say they're rare. They don't openly get cursed at or anything like that, but everyone always looks at them differently. Anna has it a little bit easier, since she's a bisexual, by her own statement. But I don't think anyone would like to hide half their identity for their entire life. I care for Darla a lot, but even I can admit that I was a dick to Anna right now. Sigh, I'll have to talk to both of them. A few days have gone since that incident, and I apologized to Anna, once again. Along with that, I spoke with Darla about her sexuality, and told her that she has a home with me, if things don't go right with her parents. Well, as soon as I have an actual home that is. She cried. We hugged it out, and then I teased her about getting it on with her secret crush. Right now, I was in the potions lab, with Professor Slughorn standing in front of us. I was with the 7th year students, listening to him talk. Newt classes don't divide the students by the houses, since so few of them manage to get into the classes. My own class just had 15 students, of all houses. Usually, I do this at the start of your 7th years, but some things had come up, which caused me to postpone this. Slughorn says, happiness oozing from his body. How one person can be so smiley, God knows. Pointing at the 3 cauldrons sitting in front of us, he says, these 3 potions are all above your level, but you should be able to recognize them if you've read chapter 79 as I told you to. Now, who can tell me what this first potion is? The first potion was easy, and just by looking at it, anyone should be able to identify it. The potion was a gross green in color, and even without being on the fire, bubbles were erupting on the surface. Polyjuice potion. That's the Polyjuice potion, Professor. Some girl from Gryffindor says, without raising her hand. Slughorn claps a few times, and says, wonderful. Ms. Tofty, take 5 points for Gryffindor. Although, I'd appreciate if you raise your hand first. Soon, the other 2 potions are also identified, as a Mortentia and the Wiggenweld potion. Which I identified. I'd already managed to brew it a lot of times, one of which I allowed Slughorn to see. Hey, I might not have planned my early graduation, but I did plan to be in as high image as possible. When it comes to the Slug Club founder, the Wiggenweld potion is a cure for all sleeping potions, and it is also the only known cure to the Draught of Living Death, and the Draught of Peace. Both of which put the drinker in an unbreakable sleep. Draught of Living Death puts them in the false death state, with every test showing them as dead, while Draught of Peace just puts them to sleep. After that, came the part one was looking forward to. A 4th cauldron, sitting inconspicuously behind Slughorn. The sly smile on his face, when the same Gryffindor from B4 pointed at the cauldron told me that he was waiting for someone to mention it. Ah, that is a bit above your level. I'm not going to lie, it'll take you being a certified potions master to even attempt brewing that potion. Can anyone guess what it is? Slughorn says, and then looks at us expectantly. Seeing no one take the leap, I raise my hand, and once he nods at me, I say, that's the Felix Felicus. Liquid luck. It gives the drinker an hour worth of good fortune for every drop they consume. Of course, repeated use is harmful, and large quantities of the potion can cause recklessness and extreme bad luck. Correct. Take 5 points, Mr. Avs. The Felix Felicus was invented in the 1570s by Zygmunt Budge. I've only taken the potion once in my entire life, when I was 23. I'd brewed it myself, and I drank 7 hours worth of the potion. Best 7 hours of my life. Slughorn says, and then stares at empty space, lost in thoughts. Someone clearing their throat brings him back, and he says, ahem, yes. Sorry for that. Today's task for you is to brew the Draught of Living Death. The best attempt at the potion will win them a single vial of liquid luck, but be warned, the use of Felix Felicus is banned in any form of competitive sport, as well as your exams. So, I better not find out you've used it to cheat in exams. Now, you have 1 hour and 20 minutes. You may begin. Well, that was easy. I say to myself, entering Salazar's room and keeping the vial of the golden potion on the shelf. I wasn't yet good enough to try brewing this potion, which is why I was waiting for Slughorn to offer it in his competition. Every consecutive year, he offers it as a prize to the 6th and 7th years. I can only guess that he must have had something important come up that prevented him from brewing the potion earlier this year. What's so special about this potion? Sly asks, flying around my head. You know, I liked him a lot more when he couldn't fly. Bloody annoying noodle. Turning my head towards him, I say. This potion makes you lucky. Doesn't matter what you try to do, you will have only good luck. So, I can drink it before fighting a big snake, and I'll win. Sly asks, looking at the vial with undisguised greed. Slapping his head, I say, don't even try it. It doesn't work the same for animals. Even a single drop will be like an overdose for Sly, or any other small animal. Bigger animals might get some benefits. But what do they even need good luck for? Pity. I wanted to eat the squid in the lake up there. Sly says, and lays down on the king-size bed that once belonged to Salazar. You know those kids, who are smaller than everyone around, but want to fight every single person around them. Sly is like that, except he wants to kill every other dangerous animal, and eat them. Ignoring Sly, I enter the library, pick up the next book needed for sorcery and sit down on the chair. At first, I'd ignored the other books, thinking that My Journey in Learning the Mystic Arts of Kamar Taj would have everything I'd need. But then, I found out that it was just a journal, and was mostly focused on Salazar's own personal experiences. He did have primers though, some of them handed into what I'm calling parcel script, since only parcel mouths can read them, while some were written in other languages. I'd also found many primers in the Room of Knowledge Sorcery, which I'd copied and brought down here. Few of them I'd already memorized, and read in my free time, while others I read whenever I come down here, or go to the Room of Knowledge. The book I'd picked up right now, was a thin book. Barely 50 pages long, it looked promising. Portal Rings and How They Work Saraswati, the title page said, in Old Sanskrit. Honestly, this makes me want to slap myself really hard. I can't believe I dismissed this book just because it was thinner than most. Sighing, I lean back, rest my feet on the footstool, and start reading. The one thing that'll make my life extremely easy, and I ignored it for so long. Well, I won't make that mistake again, that's for sure. Now, better find out how sling rings work, so I can either create one for me, or find an alternative. A few days later, I'm in the Room of Hidden Things, Helena with me, and Sly hiding in the chamber. Both of us were staring at the heaps of junk in front of us in contemplation. I was just staring at everything that amazed me. Why do you even need silver for? Helena asks, making me turn away from the amazing marble statue of a woman holding a clay water pitcher above her head. I need it for my sorcery project. And I don't need just silver. I need goblin silver, I say, wondering why I'm wasting so much time. Right, because I get distracted by all the different things I keep seeing here. Helena sighs, and says, Mason, I don't think anyone is stupid enough to lose goblin silver, let alone in Hogwarts. I shrug, and say, doesn't hurt to look for it, does it? Plus, I don't need much, a few rings worth of it is enough. Creating sling rings, or as the Sorceress Supreme Saraswati called them, portal rings, is fairly easy. It does need a highly magical metal, though. Lady Saraswati used orichalum, but she wrote that other magical metals worked well too. Orichalum was just the one she had easy access to when she invented the rings. But, even still, I know that just any magical metal won't work. It has to be something that's right at the top, something that can conduct universal, and probably even dimensional magic, if needed. And what metal do I know, that can even adapt to something like basilisk venom? Helena frowns, and asks, do you even know how to reforge goblin silver into rings? I've read a book or two about the process. How hard could it be? I say, distractedly waving my hand at her. Helena just shakes her head at me, and says, maybe one day, you'll regret asking this question. Maybe I will, but as I said just a few days ago, nothing is impossible. Plus, I have memorized the entire process of reforging goblin silver magically. I won't even need to touch a single hammer to do that. Let's get this over with. I say, more to myself than to Helena, and point my two hands towards two directions. Sending as much magic to my hands as they can handle, I yell, Accio Goblin Silver. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Did you seriously think this would work? Helena asks, looking at me incredulously. Slapping her face, she groans and says, the Ravenclaw bloodline is doomed. I drop my head, and groan myself. I actually thought this would work. I really should have considered. The fact that almost every goblin weapon is enchanted to resist the summoning spell. And goblin enchantments don't just go away. Shut up. I didn't see you coming up with a better plan. I grumble, kicking a dust bunny away from me. Helena humps, and says, as a matter of fact, I do have a good plan. But for that, you'll need to find something that actually has goblin silver. Find goblin silver to find goblin silver. Geez, really helpful plan, but if it works, good enough for me. You sure? I ask, because finding one goblin silver item won't be as hard as finding every goblin silver item here. I think. Helena waves me away, and removes a solid chalk from her robes. What the hell is this? She's a bloody ghost, and she has a solid chalk in her gown. She begins writing runes on the ground, and says, yes. Find me a single goblin silver piece, and I'll give you everything that's in this room that has it. Don't get your hopes up, though. As I said, people aren't stupid enough to lose goblin silver. Sighing, I sit down with my back to the wall, and enter the astral plane. With a single glance at Helena, who was moving half as fast now, I jump into a heap a few piles behind the first one, and start looking. If someone lost goblin silver, or if they wanted to hide it, it won't be at the exact forefront of the room. 20 minutes and 7 piles of different junk later, I return to Helena with a single broken armor plate, made of goblin silver. The armor plate was just a couple inches big, and had a crack right down the middle. It also had brown blotches of blood, which leaves no doubt that it was purposefully hidden here. Someone took a school fight really seriously, methinks. By now, Helena had finished writing the runes on the floor for whatever she wanted, and was waiting for me. Taking the armor plate from me, she says, go back to your body. I need your blood. Excuse me, I yell, taking a few steps back, floating a few steps back. Helena rolls her eyes, and places the armor plate in the center of the rune scheme. She points at one rune, and says, don't be a Jessie. You want to find a lot more goblin silver to satisfy your hoarding tendency, yes. Then drop 5 drops of blood on the outer edge of that sowilo. Grumbling about the bossy ghost lady, I float back into my body, and then walk towards the rune scheme. Looking at it, I can tell that it is a higher level summoning charm. But, this one needs a sample of what you want to summon, along with a small sacrifice of blood. No wonder rune spells are almost unused, right now. Whether I'll use them or not, depends on how this spell goes. Pointing my right index finger upwards, I conjure a burning orange dagger around it, using a sorcery spell, and nick my left thumb with it. Carefully, I drop 5 drops of blood on the outer edges of the rune, so as to not ruin it completely. Helena nods in satisfaction, looking proudly at me, and says, now, stand back. Can ghosts use magic like this? I didn't know that. I mean, I know Helena is a different kind of ghost, thanks to her mutation, I think, but using magic as a ghost. That's literally supposed to be impossible. Without saying anything, as I walk a few steps backwards, Helena floats towards the back of the rune scheme, at the point closest to the door, and places her hands on the same rune where I poured my blood. Closing her eyes, she intones, Accio Argenti. Quote, almost immediately, things from all around the room start rising up into the air, and come shooting towards the rune scheme. Banging my fists together, boom boom whoosh. I create a single orange Dao mandala shield in front of me, stopping a single dagger that overshot its target. Don't you already have a spell to stop physical objects? Helena asks, still kneeling in front of the rune spell. Rolling my eyes, I say, I've got to get used to using both kinds of magic, Helena. Just because I'm a wizard first doesn't mean that I'll completely rely on wizardry spells. I can't use sorcery spells in public though, at least, not the wizarding public. Sorcerers are hidden, and there's almost no likelihood that the normal everyday wizard knows about them. The government, Department of Mysteries, or the ICW, however, most definitely know about them. Fighting demons and evil sorcerers in Muggle world doesn't make them inconspicuous, and it probably do. Saint increases the workload for the Obliviators. Speaking of, the government probably hates the sorcerers. Suit yourself, Helena says, and focuses on the stuff flying in towards her, and sometimes even through her. Swords, daggers, rings, necklaces, a crown, cups, plates, shields, and even armor. All in all, once the things stop flying in, Helena and I have in front of us about 30 various items, all made of goblin silver. Most of them were broken beyond repair, which is really surprising, considering that goblins advertise their silver is unbreakable, but there were a few items completely intact. And they were goblin silver. Not fake either. I could just feel how magical the metal is. Is this enough? Helena asks, waving at the pile of my new possessions. Rubbing my hands, I say, oh, yeah. This is definitely not. Helena, look at that sword. And that arrow. Sometimes I think wizards can't be too stupid, and then someone loses something as precious as this. And you say you don't have a hoarding tendency? Helena asks, shaking her head. I choose to ignore her, since I have a new item to study. And I have to repair the sword, because I want me a sword. About a week after I'd liberated a stockpile of goblin silver from the room of hidden things, I was once again in the room of requirements. Only now, the room was transformed into something else. A forge. I know nothing about actual metal working. But I have an eidetic memory, telepathy that I'd already used on a Muggle blacksmith a while back, and I've read Rowena Ravenclaw's notes on reforging goblin silver. But I'm not stupid enough to start metal working directly on something so precious as silver, let alone goblin silver. Which is why I was starting with steel. I'd returned to the room of hidden things to find a few items made of steel, and brought them here just for that purpose. Lighting the furnace with a simple incendio charm, I wince at the high amount of heat I immediately feel. The enchantments on the magical furnace ensured that the temperature would reach as high as you want them to, but it did nothing to prevent me from feeling the heat. Can't work with fire if you can't feel the heat. How the room of requirements managed something like this, I'll never know. Did Hogwarts once teach metal working? I'd have to ask Helena that, but I haven't seen her ever since that day. First things first, put the steel in the crucible. I whisper to myself, speaking out loud so the instructions reach my own mind properly. The first items to be melted turn out to be a couple of owl cages. Throwing them inside the crucible, I cover it up, and wait. A few minutes at the absurdly high temperature is all it takes for the 2 owl cages to melt completely, and I make sure of it by stirring them with a spell. Next, lift the melted metal out of the crucible, and shape it with your magic. I repeat the instructions from Rowena's manual. Granted, that her instructions were for goblin silver, but it can't be that different. Can it? Shrugging, I use a spell specifically required for metal working, called the upliftment charm. The only thing it can do is lift up completely melted metals, and nothing else. If the metal wasn't melted completely, only the melted part would lift, while anything that wasn't melted, or metallic in nature, wasn't lifted at all. In a way, this spell was also useful in getting rid of the impurities. Vitae metallum, I intone, pointing my wand at the crucible. Slowly, very slowly, the melted metal rises out of the crucible, and floats aimlessly in the same spot. Then, once it's steady, I focus my magic through the wand, again, stare at the slowly cooling lump of steel, and intone, Diffingo. This spell is what actually reshapes the melted metal according to the user's wishes. I had the image of a small dagger in my mind, since the steel was just enough for that. Again and again, I cast the same spell, Diffingo, and the melted metal slowly starts changing shape. From a shapeless lump of molten steel, the steel becomes elongated at first. At the next spell, it becomes pointed at the top. At the next, it takes the rough shape of a dagger, handle and blade. And finally, just before the steel completely cools down, I cast the final spell to give it some detail. Now, in front of me, was a dagger 10 inches long, pointed at the tim, with a steel handle and steel blade. And had 2 edges. The problem was, the blades were blunt, the point was crooked, and the handle was twice as large as the blade. It's a good first attempt, I'd say. I speak out loud, trying to convince myself. The upliftment charm stops working, now that the steel has completely become solid again, and the roughly shaped first attempt of a dagger falls down on the stone floor of the room of requirements. With a clang, the dagger drops on the ground, and almost immediately breaks into 10 different pieces. I just stare at it, some part of me amused, while the bigger part of me relieved. Well, thank God, I didn't use goblin silver directly, I whisper, gathering the broken pieces of my first project, and keeping it away. I'd read that failed projects cannot be used again immediately. They need to be kept as is for a week or so. Not like I have a shortage of time with this handy bangle on my wrist. Time slower, baby, and now, I could slow time for me to the quarter. For every second that passes for anyone other than me, 4 seconds pass for me. An entire month, I took, to learn how to successfully reforge metal, and then reshape it into anything I want. Kinda arrogant, when I say that I expected it to take a week at most, doesn't it? It is a magical process, so I did actually expect a lot less time than a month. Most of it was a game of focus and intent, but a lot of it also included my magic's behavior. At first, my magic was not being used to metalworking, and so, despite my perfect focus and focused intent, the daggers failed, almost a dozen times. I'd almost given up hope. But then, on the next try, the dagger came out better shaped, looking exactly like what I wanted to look like, except its handle was still a bit on the larger side. A few more days later, it became perfect, and then came the hard part. Sharpening the dagger. There was no spell for it, to my great sorrow, although there were spells to grind a whetstone on a sword dagger without you doing it. But that needed the dagger to actually be sharp. There was even a spell to sharpen the quill tips, but nothing for steel weapons. So, I had to jury-rig a wheel grinder, using a penny farthing bicycle. Transfigured stone wheels enchanted to stay that way, and a lot of charms to keep the wheel spinning, and to prevent the stone wheel from breaking. A few more spells air used on the bicycle to prevent the cycle parts from breaking too, but that was pretty much a given. A week after that, I managed to successfully sharpen my first dagger, and a week after that, I became adept at sharpening weapons. And while I didn't actually need it for my sling ring project, it was too useful to not try to learn while I had the opportunity. I also practiced hammering the items I'm making, just for that purpose. And so, after I'd gone a week without messing up a single thing while creating spoons, daggers, kitchen knives, rings, toe rings, helmets, and literally anything that caught my eye that day, I moved on to trying reforging goblin silver. You know how I said the magical furnace maintains a temperature according to your wishes, and you just need to cast the incendio charm once. Well, that plan got thrown out the window almost immediately. Goblin silver needs a temperature of 4000 Celsius, while the maximum temperature that my furnace can give out without exploding is 2000 C. So, I had to create a new furnace, all by my own hands and magic, and enchant it myself using the old Atlantic runes that I was learning. These runes are a lot better at achieving extreme things than the Nordic runes. So of course I'm using them. 5 days were taken up by building a forge in a tunnel in the Chamber of Secrets, since if I'm going to build a forge, I'm making it only for myself. I'm a Ravenclaw, we're selfish. The chosen tunnel was under the basilisk's sleeping area, and I had to use my broom to fly down to reach there. At the end of the long tunnel, there was just a single cave. With no secret about it. It was just a tunnel, that I repurposed for my forging needs. The cave was expanded to the size of the Great Hall, with one corner taking up the furnace, while another taking up the hammering and grinding area. The opposite side had the rack, where I kept all my finished projects from before, most of which were just for show. The room was also enchanted to purify the air and provide me with oxygen, so I don't suffocate and die because of the fumes, or because of a lack of oxygen. Another vanishing trunk was placed there, connected to the network of first 2 trunks so I can come and go as I please. And then, I began working on goblin silver. The first thing I did, was create another artifact for myself, that allowed me to regulate the temperature I feel. I still allowed some heat to seep through, but nothing close to the 4000 C that was needed for goblin silver. The first few attempts were failures, since my magic was not used to reshaping goblin silver. And I had to allow it to get a feel for it. And, when I finally succeeded in creating a small butter knife, perfectly shaped, made of goblin silver, I became ecstatic. Oh boy, I whisper, looking at the butter knife in fascination. Goblin silver, even without hammering, was a naturally durable metal. But just how much stress it can handle, can only be determined by a durability test. What are you doing? Helena asks, suddenly making herself known. I definitely did not yell in fear, and I ask, what the hell, Helena? Can't you give a guy a warning? Helena gives me a look, and says, you've been here for hours, Mason. It's almost time for breakfast. Did you even sleep? I wave my hand, and say, sleep is overrated when it's night. Now, day sleep, however, that's the stuff. Quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, are you okay? Helena asks. I actually don't think I am. I haven't slept in 2 days. I'm just so excited to finally create a portal ring, Helena. I exclaim, looking at the knife in wonder. Eager to start my tests. Helena sighs, and says, today is Sunday, believe it or not, so you're extremely lucky. Now, I'd like to see you sleeping in your room before your roommates wake up. Sleep for 10 hours and no less. I open my mouth to complain, but Helena glares at me like I'm a bloody child, and says, no buts. You're burning yourself out, and it's not just the effects of the furnace. Take a break, and then return to your tasks. But don't forget to do it in moderation. Too much fire, even if you don't feel it, will mess with your head. If that's true, no wonder the goblins become this grumpy. Gasping, I ask, am I turning into a goblin? Helena shrugs, and says, if that works, then yes. Now, get going. The dagger will be here when you get back. Sighing, and agreeing that she's right, I snap my fingers, extinguishing the furnace, and start my walk towards the rack that holds my loving creations. A complete set of armor, completely non-magical, spoons, daggers. A useless giant spoon, 2 swords, a shield, and a steel cage. And along with all that, was the vanishing trunk. Helena floats outside the forge, while I go towards the trunk. The forge was already hidden behind an illusion of a solid wall, that needs a parcel password to reveal itself. There were also wards there that will warn me if anyone enters the forge, or tries to do so. As I leave the forge, the wards activate all on their own, and I exit the vanishing trunk in my dorm room. The 7th year dorm room, since I do actually sit my classes with them. I fall asleep as soon as I rest my head on the pillow, leaving me just enough time to conjure a simple note for my dorm mates. Too tired, too sick. Don't wake me up. Thank you for your support. Ta-ta, apparition. 2 chapters today, again. This one's the first. Focus, focus, focus. I keep chanting in my mind, while wearing the enchanted goblin's silver ring on my finger. This ring was made according to the instructions of Lady Saraswati, the first sorceress supreme of this universe, and the second sorcerer supreme after Agamotto himself. Agamotto, being a literal god, didn't need any device to create 8 portals to everywhere in the multiverse. Saraswati, however, was just a priestess of Oshtor, and hence she needed something to facilitate her teleportation. Sure, there were spells, but they were too drawn out. And took too much energy out of her, and the other mortals. God, it feels so weird to know that gods actually exist here, or existed. At least, Saraswati wasn't the goddess from Hinduism that I was familiar with. She was just another human with the same name. Although, she must have been an impressive one, to be named the Sorcerer Supreme. Anyway, Lady Saraswati devised the first portal ring, that allowed her to create portals to anywhere in the universe, and if one becomes capable enough, even out of this universe. Her ring was meant to be worn by 2 fingers of your non-dominant hand. Preferably the index and middle fingers, and was enchanted to connect to the universe. This connection, the universal magic, along with the enchantments allowed the ring to create portals. It wasn't enough to just wear the rings after the enchantments were cast. You need to have an image of your destination, do the required hand gestures, and actually be good enough at channeling universal magic. You need to be actually good at sorcery. Which, I pretty much am. I mean, I'm not the most powerful, nor the most knowledgeable, when it comes to sorcery, but what I do know is I'm good. Enough to channel universal magic without a problem. Taking a deep breath, I raise my left hand up, straighten it in front of me with just my index and middle finger raised, while the other fingers were half closed. Then, I lift my right hand and hold it in the same position as the left hand. Focusing on the destination I'm hoping to reach, and focusing on the intent of opening the portal there, I channel my magic into the ring. And start moving my right hand in a clockwise direction. My right hand moves in a circle, barely 1 foot in diameter, as the left hand stays in its spot, at my chest height. For the first few seconds, nothing happens. Slowly, however, sparks start forming in the air in front of me. I smile, immediately becoming ecstatic, and then scowl, as the sparks disappear. Well, no one said it'll be easy. Lifting my hands once more, I continue to practice. Until the apparition lessons reach their practical portion, which will happen beginning next week, I'll have to rely on portals for traveling. If I succeed, that is. A week later, I fly through the wall of the Room of Hidden Things, in my astral form. I couldn't sleep today, and so, left my body to rest on my bed, and came here to try and find something interesting like I usually do. Since I could now use magic while in the astral plane, thanks to the increased potency of my magic, I just kept what I found aside, to take later. I'd already mastered the use of the sling ring, which should make me a proper sorcerer according to the current rules of Kamar Taj, I think. After mastering the sling ring, and knowing that the enchantments were perfect, I did something else to it. I melted a little more of the goblin silver, and dipped the sling ring into it, so that other people don't manage to decode the runes. For anyone that sees it, it'll look like a normal ring, or so I hope. I wasn't going to hide the ring, but wear it always, since it was so damn useful. Really, it was literally a portal ring, why would I ever remove it? I even added a resizing charm, so it always fits me no matter how buffed up, or thin I get. Thankfully, resizing charms don't interfere with other enchantments. Anyway, the ring was already enchanted. Covering it with another layer of goblin silver did not mess with the enchantments even a little. Good thing I researched it though, or I'd have left the runes open for anyone to read and decode. As I drop from the 7th floor to the 6th, I suddenly freeze, seeing Headmaster Dippet looking out the window. This is weird, it's literally 3 a.m. right now, why is he still awake? I'm one to talk, I'm awake too. I watch him for a few seconds, but then turn around to leave, knowing that he probably wants to stay alone right now, for some reason. I've spent a lot of my days, both in this life and the last, staring out the window, crying, listening to music, just staring at the stars. He might not be crying right now, but his reflection does look a bit contemplating. As I turn away and float just a bit away from Dippet, he suddenly says, "Going somewhere, meavs." Well, fuck. I freeze in my spot, unmoving, most of it because of shock, but some of it because of fee. He's the headmaster, and almost 300 years old. I could be 10 times as strong as I am now, and I'll still be a literal ant in front of him. Seeing me frozen, in the reflection on the window, Headmaster Dippet turns around and looks at my astral form, top to bottom. He nods, for some reason, and says, "You've been practicing, I see, a lot. Good. Don't get complacent in the mystic arts, or the consequences will be dire." "You can see me," I blurt out, ignoring his weird tip, and still staring at Dippet with equal amounts of fear, respect, and curiosity. Fear, because I don't know the rules regarding using sorcery in Hogwarts. And I was literally just breaking curfew. He didn't say anything that might hint at me being punished, but still. Respect, because he was the first wizard that I've seen noticing my astral form. I've literally done the worm in front of Professor Merrythoughts' eyes, while she was teaching our class, and she didn't even twitch. And curiosity, because he wasn't immediately throwing spells or punishments at me. Dippet snorts, and says, "You overestimate yourself, Mr. Avs. Every spell can be seen through, you just need the determination to do it. No spell is perfect, and separating your astral form, as complex as it might be, is still a spell. It might come under sorcery, but it is a spell all the same. That makes sense. Nothing is perfect, no shield is a perfect defense. No sword has a perfect blade, and no spell is a perfect spell. Everything has a counter, and that's the one rule of magic that even I had forgotten to take into consideration. I'm just glad he didn't catch me doing anything embarrassing. I gulp a little bit of saliva, and ask, you aren't going to expel me, are you? I wasn't afraid of being expelled, but I was afraid of the consequences that come with it. I won't ever be able to sit my newts, and no newts means I won't go anywhere in the wizarding world. Granted, I can still find my place in the muggle world, but still. Contrary to my expectations, Dippet just laughs loudly, and says, expel you, my boy, breaking curfew is not that serious of a crime. Seeing my disbelief openly showing on my face, he laughs again, this time silently, and says, no, child. I won't expel you for learning sorcery. Hogwarts is a place for learning. And no matter what the Ministry stooges might want to happen, sorcery isn't forbidden to learn. He then winks at me, and says, besides, you aren't the only wizard who dabbles in sorcery. And with that, he simply creates 4 circular Dao Mandala shields around his body, without even moving from his place. That then spin around him at a steady pace, and then vanishes it into golden dust with the snap of his fingers. I simply gape at the spectacle, since I still wasn't able to conjure, let alone control more than 2 items at a time. I could either conjure 2 weapons, 2 shields, 1 weapon and a shield, or a single spell at a time of a different category. But I always need to use my hand to guide where I want the spells to go. He literally did it all without even moving. Seeing me gape at him, Dippet chuckles, and says, ah, the joy of exceeding your students' expectations and surprising them never gets old. Let's have a cup of tea in my office tomorrow, after lunch. The password is Draconis. And Mr. Avs, I'd appreciate if you don't break the curfew too frequently. It's not a good habit, you know. Before I can do more than nod at him, he appears from right in front of my eyes, bloody show off, leaving me with the extremely worrying revelation. Headmaster Dippet can see into the astral plane. If Dippet can, who else is able to do that? Can Merrythought, or Dumbledore? Hope not. The worm was the least embarrassing thing I did when trying the astral form out. Turning around, I go back towards the room of hidden things. I won't be able to sleep even now, not with this hanging over my head. The next afternoon, after lunch, I walk towards the headmaster's office, my hand clenching every few seconds, thanks to my nervousness. I know, after seeing yesterday's show of strength, that there's nothing I can do as of now to escape Hogwarts if Dippet wants to harm me or have me arrested. Portals are an option, but they don't work inside Hogwarts. The wards were just that good. I'll have to go down to the Chamber of Secrets first, and then create a portal from down there. Salazar, being a sorcerer himself, had made it possible to create portals while inside the chamber. Not exactly secure, since anyone who knows about it can come here, but it's the bloody Chamber of Secrets. Those who know about it, and are alive right now, could literally be counted on one hand. Doria, Darla, Anna, me, and the Ancient One. I'm not stupid enough to dismiss her knowing about the chamber. She might also know about me using the chamber, thanks to the bloody time stone she has access to. Fucking cheat. Soon, I reach the gargoyle that guards the entrance to the headmaster's office. And after giving it the password, I walk up the stairs. Knocking on the door, I wait to be called in. I don't have to wait too long, as within a few seconds, Dippet's voice calls out, "Come on in, Mr. Avs." Taking another deep breath, I push the door open, and walk into the headmaster's office for the first time in my life. It was similar to what I remember seeing in the movies, with the absence of the phoenix. Or even the perch for it. Some parts were different from the movies, because this wasn't Dumbledore's office. This office was Dippet's, who was sitting there staring at me with a lot of open amusement. Dippet was sat behind a table, and behind him was a wall that was covered almost entirely in portraits. The portraits were obviously of the old headmasters and headmistresses, going back about 600 years. They must have some stories, won't they? Dippet smiles at me in reassurance, snaps his fingers, freezing the portraits and covering them with a curtain, which does work in calming me down a little, and points towards the chair on the other side of the table. I sit down on the chair, and wait for him to talk, while looking at everything that catches my eye. Books. Lots of books. Many of them I've actually read in the Room of Knowledge. Didn't know Dippet was interested in rituals so much. An impressive collection, is it not? I've found these all over the world, and spent 200 years of my life collecting them. Dippet says, bringing me out of my observations. I nod at him, and say, yes, sir. Pausing, I ask, am I going to be punished? Dippet smiles, and ignoring my question, he asks, sorcery is wonderful, is it not? Wandless magic, pacts with gods and demons, there's something else altogether. I wouldn't know, headmaster. I haven't made any pacts, and don't plan on making them, I slowly say, wondering when he'll get to the point. Dippet claps, and exclaims, wonderful. Your teacher must have had a good head on their shoulder. Ah, fishing for details. I shrug, not answering the unasked question. Dippet smiles amusedly, and says, Mr. Avs, I'm not going to punish you for learning sorcery, because as I told you yesterday, it isn't illegal or forbidden. However, sorcery or not, breaking school rules is still punishable. So, you'll be spending 1 hour for the next 3 days with Professor Slughorn, cleaning his cauldrons for breaking the curfew. I sigh, a bit relieved. This could have been a lot worse. Nodding, I say, I understand, headmaster. I will take care not to break curfew again. Well, I'll take care not to get caught. Dippet chuckles, probably already knowing my thoughts despite not actually hearing them. He says, now, let's talk business. And then, turning entirely serious, he asks, who taught you sorcery, Mr. Avs? Would you believe me if I said no one? I ask, already knowing the answer. Dippet just keeps staring at me, and slowly says, this is no joking matter, Mr. Avs. In this entire school building, as of this moment, there are only 4 people who know about the mystic arts, and only 2 of them have learned it. Those 2 are currently in this office, and I know for a fact that no one in Kamar Taj taught this to you. And why do you still not believe that no one actually taught me, and that I learned it by myself? I ask in return. Dippet says, I learned the mystic arts at Kamar Taj, Mr. Avs. I spent 3 years there before my master deemed me ready to learn astral projection, and I was already 70 years old when I begun learning it. I know how hard it is to learn, with a teacher, so I know what I'm saying. And you can't just start sorcery without a master to guide you. I've seen better wizards than you. Get lost in the multiverse. I literally can't get away from answering him, can I? He's too knowledgeable for me to fool. I'll probably have to speak the truth, or as much truth as I can spare. Sighing, I say, I didn't learn astral projection on purpose. What do you mean? The headmaster asks, looking curious. But I can see he was also becoming a bit frustrated with me. Shrugging, I answer, I was sleeping one night, and I somehow instinctively did it in my sleep. I behaved like a drunk, and only after I returned to my body, I began learning sorcery. You're not lying, Dippet says, surprised. As I nod, he whispers, fascinating. This is unheard of. But still, someone must have taught you sorcery. Pausing, he softly asks, I beg you, Mr. Avs. Please, tell me who taught you, because this is the matter of our school's security. Okay, I can understand that. If a muggle has access to Hogwarts, it'll be a bad thing, sorcerer or not. Hogwarts was literally built to be a defense against the muggle armies of the time, to be a stronghold. I open my mouth to answer, but I don't need to answer. Because something else happens. Helena, appearing right in between us, rising from the ground, gives me a look that says, just go with it, and turns to Dippet, who had gotten a bit defensive. Jumping at her sudden appearance. What is the meaning of this? Dippet asks Helena, glaring at her. Helena looks at him a bit apologetically, and says, I apologize, headmaster. I came here to help my student, who was being illegally interrogated by you. I'm not interrogating anyone, Dippet says, frowning at her. Helena points her thumb at me, as I was just gaping at the going-ons, and says, this sure looks like an interrogation to me. Dippet frowns, his eyes getting unfocused, and then widens them. Turning to me, he says, well, this is awkward. I did not mean to scare you, Mr. Avs. It's just, I really need to know who taught you sorcery. I open my mouth to answer, but once again Helena gets in between us, and says, I think it's obvious, innit? I am the one who gave Mason the knowledge of sorcery. And I am the one who guided him through learning it. Dippet gapes, switching his eyes between us, and then asks, but, you're a ghost. Thank you for pointing it out, headmaster. Helena gracefully says, making even the headmaster feel ashamed. Nodding in satisfaction, while I internally laugh at how the tables have turned, Helena says, I didn't personally teach him, headmaster. I simply guided him. I helped him find the knowledge necessary for learning sorcery. I helped him connect to the universe, and I helped him understand everything that he might not. He is a smart boy, you know. That's all. No other being, wizard, sorcerer, god, or demon, had a hand in Mason learning sorcery. It was just him, me, and a lot of books. Dippet slowly nods, accepting the answer, although his face shows that he isn't completely believing it, and then asks, why would you even do all this? Helena smiles, making me realize that she's going to reveal something that I'd rather stay hidden. I pray, with all my heart, that she doesn't say what I think she's going to say. Proving my fears right, Helena says, that part's easy. Mason here is my sister's last descendant. I want him to get as strong as possible, so he doesn't die too soon. The sound of a slap is heard, as my hand reaches my face, while Dippet just keeps gaping at us. He's doing that a lot, is he okay? You're a Ravenclaw descendant. He softly whispers, in shock, because of course he knows who Helena is. By gods, this day just keeps getting better and better. Soon, the situation is all cleared up, and I'm allowed to leave the office, although my detention still stood. Cleaning cauldrons, all because I broke curfew and got caught. At least he didn't punish me for all the times that I didn't get caught. Dippet did warn me about sorcery, he said, remember, Mr. Avs. Some realms may offer you great power, beyond what both wizards and sorcerers know of, but the power always comes at a price. And it always, without any exception, corrupts. So, be careful of whomever you make pacts with. I'd just told him, I'm a wizard first, and sorcerer last. The only magic I'm using is my own. And by my own, I mean my personal magic, and the universal magic, both of which are completely non-corruptive. And sure, there are many realms out there that don't corrupt, some even ruled by literal demons that don't give a fuck, but I don't trust them, I don't like them. I'd rather just use my own magic, thank you very much, even if it might mean I'm giving myself a disadvantage. But, there were a few things that I learned in this conversation. 1. Not many wizards who know about sorcery actually learn it. Wizards don't like using anything other than their own magic, just like me. And they probably wrongly assume that sorcery is all about outer dimensions. And the number of people who know about sorcery are low in the first place. Maybe only just the higher-ups in the ministry, and a few obliviators, aurors, etc. But well, at least now I know that I'm doing nothing illegal, and so, I can continue with my daily routine. Without a single worry. Well, that was fun. I say, looking at Helena while walking towards the stairs. Floating right beside me, Helena says, yes, it was. Using my telepathy, I say to her, so when did you decide that I'm your student? I think I must have missed that discussion. Helena smiles amusedly, raising her eyebrow, and says, I was watching over your interrogation, and I knew that other than showing him the room, or the chamber, nothing would have convinced the headmaster about you learning by yourself. So, I made a decision. I nod. Impulsive decision it might have been, but it did save me from revealing more of my important secrets. But now he does know that there's a secret stash of books here, somewhere, that only you and I have access to. He might keep a closer eye on us now. I say, musing over the possibilities. Good thing I'm a guest of just a few days now. But I should probably get my friends started on Legilimency now. Can't dismiss any of the teachers, Dumbledore, using Legilimency on them. Helena smiles, and says, there's already a rumor of a secret library, Mason. But since I proclaimed you a descendant of my mother, the headmaster would rightly assume that the library can only be accessed by those of my mother's blood. Hey, true. Dippet did seem a bit disheartened while sending me off. Could be that, or it could be something else. The main thing is, I'm not in trouble anymore. I'm free to study again. My first practical apparition lesson begins with a small lecture, repeating what we were told the last time. The lesson before this one, the first lesson overall, was a purely theoretical one. And every other lesson from now on will be a practical one. The wards around Hogwarts usually don't allow for apparition or disapparition. You cannot apparate out of Hogwarts, nor can you apparate inside Hogwarts. That's just how it is, and that's how it's always been. Wilkie Twycross says, pacing in front of us. We were all 6th and 7th year students, with me being the only one not yet 17. Boy, everyone must be jealous of me right now, I know Darla is. We were standing in the Great Hall, inside small 2 feet wide circles that were drawn on the ground. Each circle was separated by a distance of about 8 feet between them. While every odd circle was left empty. That empty circle on the ground in front of us was going to be our target for apparition. Twycross turns round, pacing the other way, and says, the headmaster, however, has generously decided to lower the wards around the Great Hall, for the 2 hours that we will be here. So, don't waste this fine opportunity, or our efforts. Now, you know the 3 Ds. What are they? Destination, determination, deliberation. We all chorus together, many of us rolling our eyes, despite our nervousness. Nodding in satisfaction, Twycross says, good, now. You have your destination in front of you. Focus on it, and be determined to deliberately go there. Simple as that. And then, there's a sound of shuffling shoes, as diff. Errant students spin on their feet to no effect. They were probably the ones who just know that twisting feet equals apparition. Idiots. Closing my eyes, I calm myself down, and then open them. For a few seconds, I keep starting at the circle drawn on the ground in front of me, keeping the location as my sole focus. Then, holding my wand in my hand, pointed downwards, I send my magic towards it, and twist myself around my right foot. I feel a tug, as my body bends within itself, and then, I feel a pressure high enough to make me almost black out. It was similar to what I'd felt that day, when I done the ritual to go around the realms, only the pressure was way higher this time. Probably because it's actually my physical form this time. And then, the pressure disappears, and I come out of the very narrow tunnel, and drop down on my knees, breathing hard. I feel like puking. Bravo. A first attempt, although unsuccessful. Good job, mister. I hear the sound of paper shuffling as I focus on breathing through the mouth. And then, avs. He's not 17, that's odd. Next time, focus on actually going to your destination, and not just think about it. What the fuck is he talking about? I managed to apparate, didn't I? Opening my eyes, I find myself staring at the ground, still kneeling down on the ground, sweat dripping from my chin. Unfortunately, I was still in the same spot. So, I apparated to the same spot. How does that even work? Implications. Shaking my head, I stand up and stumble towards the table full of refreshments, to drink some water. I think I'd best rest for a minute or two. Didn't know apparition will be this hard. As I'm resting, I hear a loud crack, followed by a loud scream, and then more screams of fright from around the first scream. I immediately snap my head towards the sound, to see a girl from Slytherin had managed to apparate to her destination. Unfortunately for her, she had left her entire left leg behind, and was currently screaming out in pain. Ouch. That's painful to watch. Blake. This sound echoes all around the Great Hall, making me immediately close my eyes, and cast a bubblehead charm around my head. And there goes the lunch of half the class. This is going to be a long subject to learn. Sighing, I sit down on the table, remembering what had happened this afternoon right in this room. I didn't try apparating again, since I had felt a sliver of doubt creeping up behind me. And I know that apparating in doubt, even if it is unconscious, is a mistake waiting to happen. From beside me, Doria asks, what? Failed in apparating in the first try. While her question was asked as a joke, I couldn't help but snort. I say, yes, actually. I apparated in the first try, but I apparated to the same place. So it didn't count. Damn, Mason, you're just jumping steps 5 at a time, aren't you? She says, shaking her head. I smile at her, a bit half-heartedly, since my doubt was still in my mind, and go back to my dinner. I'll have to meditate tonight, a lot. Darla and Anna take that moment to enter the Great Hall together, walking as if they weren't just snogging somewhere 5 minutes ago. They weren't exactly dating, but they were snogging quite frequently, using the room of requirements, or one empty room or the other, depending on their mood. As Darla sits down in front of me, with Anna taking the seat to her left, I ask, "Did you have fun studying?" Darla blushes, and nods rapidly, while Anna answers, "Oh yes, we studied for a long time today." I think Darla left a mark on my shoulder though. Is it still there? And then, shamelessly, Anna pulls her robe a bit away to show us her shoulder, and sure enough, Darla had left her a love bite. Smiling amusedly, and seeing Darla turn even more red-faced, I say, "That's one hell of a stinging charm, Darla. How did you manage to get it this strong?" "Practice," Darla mumbles, still blushing. Doria looks impressed, having no idea what we're actually talking about, and says, "Damn, I really need to work on my offense, don't I? I've been using this spell since I was 8 and I still can't get the wound to be this pronounced. Can I join you girls in your training?" This just causes Anna and I to laugh, and Darla to blush even more, while Doria just looks on silently, not understanding what the joke is. Doria doesn't know about Darla and Anna yet, she's still too innocent, but opinionated. We don't yet know how she'll react. But till then, they're happy together, and that's all that matters. Now, if only the public was a bit more tolerant. Newts. Nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Usually, wizards and witches, and everyone else that counts as magical humans, have to study 7 years after they turn 11, or 2 years after they have completed their owls, before they're allowed to sit the newts. Not me though. Fucking wizards. Some teacher out there, probably Dumbledore, saw me having an easy time at school, and said, "Fuck you, in particular. You'll leave all your friends behind, study 2 years worth of magic in a single year, give some hard exams, pass them, and do it again the next year. And you'll be forced to thank us for it." And so, here I was, giving my newt exams, while others of my age were giving their owls, skipping 2 whole years in the curriculum. Not that I was having a hard time of it, no. On the contrary, I was having as easy as a time as ever. I didn't need to study for hours and hours to remember the theory. I already practiced a minimum of 3 hours daily, not counting the classes, so I already had the practicals in hand. What did that leave? Nothing. That was all. Charms, transfiguration, dada were already over, with me probably getting O's in all of them, and so was arithmancy. For runes, I had to show off a project I did within a month of the exam, along with cast any spell they give me, completely with runes. For the project, I created a ring to be worn, since they were the easiest to find in the room of hidden things, that could summon either a magical shield spell, or conjure a physical shield, depending on the spell coming at you. You just had to bend your arm upwards, like you're holding an imaginary shield, and voila! The shield will appear parallel to your forearm. The magical shield is as powerful as the Protega spell, while the physical metallic shield was another runic artifact made by me, that could stop any physical object in its track. If healing doesn't work out for me, I was going into artifact creation and enchantment. It was fun, and I'm glad I entered this field. Herbology was also kinda easy, but not that much. I just didn't click with the plants, magical or otherwise. I hadn't taken astronomy, history, or alchemy for my newts, since I preferred studying those subjects alone. Less chances to be taught colored opinions in history and alchemy, that way. Potions newt was the easiest. I had to brew 3 potions, one after the other, for the practical. I brewed the Wiggenweld potion, the Draught of Living Death, and the Org Grow potion. Each of those potions took 1 hour minimum, so you can tell that I was aiming to impress. The Org Grow was my own invention, and I am damn proud of it. As the name suggests, the potion helps in the regrowth of small organs. Nothing major, no, eyes, tongue, ears, muscles and tissues, a few fingers or toes, internal organs like liver, kidney, lungs, etc. Although, it has to be taken along with the skelegrow whenever bones are also involved. For smaller stuff, like a single finer, eyes, tongue, ears, muscles and tissues, just 1 small dose of 10 milliliters has to be drunk before sleeping, and it will work overnight. And while the potion doesn't hurt much while working, it doesn't let you sleep peacefully either. There's a constant itching burn in the place where it is working. For the bigger stuff, however, the 10 milliliters dose needs to be repeated every 6 hours, until the organ is fully grown. Once again, the itching burn will persist as long as the potion is working. However, my potion doesn't work on anything major. So, no replacing amputated limbs, or heart. It just doesn't work. Same for anyone who wants to regrow a chopped D. Yeah. It won't work, despite it being just flesh and muscles. It counts as a higher value, magically. Slughorn had already sent it to the ICW for patent registration, and I know he'll probably call favors or something like that later. Opportunistic bastard he might be, but at least his connections are useful. Patents in the wizarding world are really weird, you know. You apply, and if they accept your patent, then you get a lump sum of money every year, till your death. The recipe for your potion, meanwhile, is made public. Not that the potioneers can sell the potion, no. They need to ask for my permission, even if they have the recipe, and offer a percentage of their profits to me. So, anyone can make the potion, if they're capable enough, but I still make money. The ICW makes money by charging the apothecaries monthly taxes, some of which they pay as patent holders. Our descendants don't have any claim on the patent, however. Once we die, the patent is completely public. I didn't mind much, since my patent royalty was expected to be about 10,000 galleons by Professor Slughorn himself. It usually ranged between 2,000 and 15,000 G, so my payment was good enough for me. The highest royalty ever paid was to Fleemont Potter, the inventor of the Skelegro potion, at 23,000 galleons. My potion was a bit similar in effect to his, so I'll probably be in the higher range. And now, after sitting my final nude exam, I was sitting in the Great Hall, to celebrate the end of exams. Speak about yourself, we still have 2 owls to get through. Darla says, Gr. Owning after taking a long swig from the butterbeer in her hands like it's actual alcohol. Anna rests her head on Darla's head, both of them not even trying to be discreet about their relationship now. But, for some reason, other than a few observant girls, no one had managed to figure out that the girls are dating. Not even Doria, and say what you will, about witches, they have each other's back. Not one of those girls had even thought about outing my girls as gay, which is really good for them. Shaking my head, I say, your history owl is useless, because practically no one even takes it for their newt levels. And astronomy is a piece of cake. Darla throws a piece of chicken at me, and says, oh, piss off. Not all of us have perfect memories, Mason. We need to actually study before vomiting facts on parchment. I simply eat the thrown chicken, take a sip of my own butterbeer, and say, excuses, Darla darling. And please don't oversell the drunk act, butterbeer isn't nearly as alcoholic as you'd want. Darla pouts exaggeratingly, and asks, enough talk about exams, what are your plans now that you're finally free? Doria, who was sitting beside me, leans forward, and asks, he has that apprenticeship. Doesn't he? At Mungo's. Nodding, I say, I'm meeting the head healer of St. Mungo's on the 15th of September, so a month and 20 days or so after my results come in. They'll decide who I apprentice under. And under what capacity. Anna says, so you have a couple months of just nothing. Oh you poor boy, I snort, and shake my head. Anna had gotten it in her head, that I like to be busy. Busy with studies, exams, reading, practicing, etc. Well, I kinda did, but not like she thinks. My goal is to one day rest. I'm not the kind of guy to work 9 to 5, every day, for years and years to come. I'd rather just open up a farm, where I can handle my own needs from. And I'll have the patent royalty coming in for years and years. So I can now realistically do that, hopefully not too soon though. But, it wouldn't happen unless I'm strong enough to handle anything the world can throw at me, and come out on top. So, I'm grinding, until that happens, and probably even then. I say, not exactly. I have something in mind for the summer. Something exciting, super useful, and very difficult. Oh, does the great Lord Mason have another highly difficult subject for us to learn on top of our usual school? Anna asks, leaning forward, resting her arms on the table. I shrug, because I didn't say anything about them learning it. I say, you can join me, if you want. You did see the benefits of learning occlumency, didn't you? I had given them a book that I wrote, combining elements from the Mind Arts compilation book from the Room of Knowledge, and my own experience in using telepathy. That wouldn't give them too high of an advantage, but some advantage is still better than none. They're still learning, since it's only been a couple months since they began, but they've already noticed their brains becoming a bit sharper, faster to react. Other benefits will come with time, but only if they keep at it. Anna and Darla share a look, shrug to each other, and then they ask, "What's the subject?" I raise my eyebrow, looking at them, judging to see if they actually want to do it. Then, I turn to Doria and she raises her own eyebrow in question. Sighing, she says, "Fine, I'll join you too. Bloody wankers. The lot of you. Can't even let me have lunch in peace." Smiling wide, I hug the girl from the side, and say, "We all know you still love us the same." Releasing the now blushing Doria, I cast a few privacy charms around us, each to hide just our conversation, and nod us, and say, "What do you guys think of becoming animagi?" "Why are we here again?" Sly asks, knowingly poking his head out of my collar, while Ash silently stays around my shoulder. Sighing, I force Sly out of my coat, and drop him on the ground, ignoring his complaints. I'd already cast a notice me not, along with using telepathy to make everyone around me ignore us. Hey, what is the wrong with you? Can't even cuddle in peace these days?" Sly yells, and then says, as he starts curling up on my leg. Annoyed, I magically flick him away, and say, "You've gotten fat, just eating the basilisk meat and sleeping around. You need exercise, and we're here to meet with someone." Ash barely even raises his head at the noise. Since he was getting old, I'm hoping to also find a new home for Ash, since being with me is not good for him, and he doesn't even stay in the bush anymore. We were currently standing outside a small restaurant, waiting for my guest to come. This guest was going to, hopefully, give me an ingredient that is highly rare. You see, I'd found an old method of animagus transformation that was leagues better than the current method. Right now, if you want to become an animagus, you have to keep a mandrake leaf stuck to the roof of your mouth, brew a potion, keep it in a dark place until a thunderstorm, and then drink it. There were more instructions, mostly guidelines over when you should carry each step out, etc., but it was all annoying. The method I found was lost in the 12th century itself, with the Wizards' Council slowly destroying every copy of the method, and forcing the wizards to start using new methods. It was similar, in that you still need to hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a month, and you need a potion. But, where the new method needs a thunderstorm, the old one needs a lunar eclipse. The old method also wasn't as rigid as the new one, and you can get good results even with the small errors that are normal. And it was also more of a ritual than the new method. There are runes involved, along with the burning of cannabis. Wizards really love cannabis, don't they? The best part was that the old method gave you not one, but two animagus forms. Which is why the Wizards' Council destroyed almost every hint of it. The first one was the normal, completely non-magical animal, while the second one was the magical relative of the first one. This is the one I'm doing, since the wizards of old did this. Merlin himself was known to have two forms, one an owl, and the other a phoenix, both of them from the Avs class, while Godric Gryffindor was known to be a griffin and a lion. The others either weren't animagi, or they didn't make their forms famous. Smart. But there was one problem that I encountered. The potion that I have to make requires Graphorn Golden Horn, and I know of only one person who can provide me with that. Newt Scamander. But I don't know if he will grant me that, unless I have a rare animal I can bribe him with. And boy, am I lucky enough to have two such rare animals with me. Ashwinders are born when a magical fire, any kind, is left unattended. The snake then come out of those flames, and lays eggs in a dark place in the same dwelling they were born in. But, usually, Ashwinders die soon after laying eggs, meaning Ashwinders have a lifespan of 1 hour. And their eggs do not give rise to more Ashwinders, they give rise to more magical fire, which then if left unattended, give rise to another Ashwinder. And the cycle goes on and on. But Ash, while now getting old, was definitely at least 10 to 12 years old. Not that old for snakes, but definitely old for ashwinders. Which means, he was a crossbreed. An illegal one, since crossbreeding of magical animals wasn't allowed. So, I had written a letter to Scamander a few days ago, detailing what I wanted, what I can give in return, wanting to meet with him today. I had also met with Ash in these 2 days, wanting to see if he'll agree to help me. He agreed, as I was a speaker, and his human owner was the breeder. I agreed to take him down, and rescue all the other animals trapped there. Hopefully Newt comes today like he said he would. So, I was waiting in London, like I said I would, in a restaurant that I had mentioned in the letter. At sharp 2 p.m., I see Newt Scamander, looking just like I remember him looking during the movies, walking towards the restaurant I was waiting outside of. Great, he brought his American horror girlfriend. I wave my hand at him, calling the two towards me, and say, Mr. Scamander, it's wonderful to finally meet you. I particularly love your passage in your book about Diagon and Thunderbirds. And Auror Goldstein, nice to meet you. Newt shakes my hand, and says, it's always nice to meet a fan of my book. How do you know me? Goldstein asks, looking a bit confused. I snort, and say, your debacle in the colonies is quite famous in our school, Ms. Goldstein. Please, sit down. Would you like some tea? By now, we had walked inside the restaurant and taken our seats. A waiter was standing near us, waiting for our orders. Coffee. Black. No sugar. Goldstein orders at the waiter who just came, while Newt simply shakes his hand, and says, no thanks. I smile at the waiter, and say, a tea, please. Milk. 2 sugars. Once the muggle waiter leaves, I say, can you do the privacy charms? I'm out of school, and not allowed to use magic, you see. Newt nods, and immediately casts a few spells. While Goldstein looks vigilant, she was probably the security in case I attack. So, you want the golden horn. You contacted me, so you should know why I'm reluctant to just give it to you. Newt says, beginning the meeting, man he's a twitchy person. I smile at him, and argue, I'm buying it, but yes. I know why. There are only 3 to 4 Graphorns left in the whole world. The trolls killed the rest off. If you know that much, then why did you ask for the horn? Newt asks, honestly confused. Sipping my tea, I say, Mr. Scamander, you misunderstand. I don't want the whole horn. If possible, I would like it if you shave a bit of the horn, and then sell it to me. Graphorns can heal from that within a few weeks at most. But still, I don't expect you to do it for free. So, I'm going to give you some information. And a surprise. If you agree, that is. Newt keeps staring at me, so I go inside his mind, obviously undetected, and see that he's still hesitant. I offer, we can sign contracts, stating that I won't use the horn in anything nefarious, and I won't tell anyone where I got the horn from. The contract. Now, and then I'll give you the horn. But, I want to know what you're going to use it for. Newt says, while Goldstein stays watching us talk. I agree with the first part, but not the second. The use I have for the horn is not something I can tell you. I say, shaking my head firmly. Newt stands up, ready to leave, when I say, aren't you going to ask what information I'm going to give you in return first? Would be a terrible thing if a magical breeding ring gets off undetected. All the while calmly sipping my tea which the waiter had silently delivered while we were talking. Newt clenches his hand, and sits down. He says, fine then. Keep your secrets. I will have the contract now. Let's get on with it. Newt says. Goldstein interrupts, and says, whoa there, Newt. Think about it first. You don't know what contract he's having us sign. I'm not getting into a contractual agreement without knowing the exact wordings. I understand. My side will only include that you won't reveal to anyone, with not even hints, that I was the one who informed you of the breeding ring. And that you won't reveal any of my secrets I reveal during this day, to anyone, again, not even hinting at it. Is that agreeable, Ms. Goldstein? I ask, sliding a contract forward. Goblin contracts are very easy to get. Page E10, get a contract, and sign it. You don't need a blood quill, or even your wand for that. You simply need to write down conditions from both sides, and then sign at the bottom. Once signed, the contract cannot be changed in any way, shape, or form. I had already written my condition, as I stated above, and now, it was only time for Newt to write his. Then, all of us read it, and sign it. If we all agree with the conditions written, only then can the contract be considered valid. If anyone breaks it, the other party will get all possessions of the contract breaker. Even clothes. Goblins. Newt reads my conditions, sees that they are as I just said, verbatim, and sees the forfeit clause. Scrunching his eyes, he writes down his conditions, and passes the contract to Goldstein. She reads it, nods, makes a correction, and then passes it to me. I read the contract aloud, so all three of us can confirm. Basically, I will have to tell them where the breeding ring is based. And vow that I will never use the golden horn I get from Newt, in a malicious manner. In return, Newt and Tina will keep any secret of mine that they learn today, to themselves, and not even hint, tell, or even write down, my secrets, or the fact that I was the snitch that sold the breeding ring. All of us agreeing, we sign the contract, and watch as it burns to ashes. Going to the goblins for safekeeping. They will keep one copy in my trust vault, one in Newt's, one will go to America for the American goblins to store in Goldstein's vault, and one will stay with the goblins. Pleasure doing business with you. How soon can you get the horn out of that suitcase of yours? I ask, watching Newt stumble as I mention that suitcase. That was something I wanted to replicate, but it'll take time. The enchantments on it were phenomenal. And an hour. I'll have to talk to the Graphorns. Newt answers, looking at Goldstein in confirmation. She nods, and says, we'll stay at the Leaky Cauldron. I'll keep an eye on the kid, while you can go get the horn. You have everything you need on you. She asks the last question to me, so I say, yes. I can agree with you on that. I'll come to the Leaky. I have to go visit Gringotts either way. Good. Come on. Goldstein orders and starts walking. I drop a $5 on the table, and walk after her, while Newt stays with me. He asks, what is the secret you don't want us to mention anyone? Smiling at him, I say, later, Mr. Scamander. You'll like it though, I'm sure. We all walk towards the Leaky in silence. Once we get a room. While I made sure no one noticed me using telepathy and disillusionment charm, Newt opens the suitcase and walks in. Goldstein has a wand in her hand, as she keeps an eye on me. Rolling my eyes, I say, relax, Ms. Goldstein. I'm a student still, I'm not going to ruin my chances to get the healing apprenticeship by attacking either of you. Healing apprenticeship? Goldstein asks, looking at me confused. It was understandable, I just blackmailed Newt by threatening to let an illegal cross-breeding ring get by unpunished. I nod, and smiling at her, explain, my mother was a nurse in the Great War. She died right after my birth, so I never knew her. But, the tales my caretakers told me of her really had an impression on my mind. So, I've been preparing for learning healing for a decade now. I've even read Muggle books on the subject. I chuckle, when Goldstein says, fascinating. And yet, you felt no shame when blackmailing us. I smile widely, and say, oh, but Ms. Goldstein. I never said I'm not going to tell you about the ring, I just said it would be a shame if it was never found out. So, you bluffed, Goldstein says, chuckling a bit. Yup, I state, nodding at her. You're good kid, call me Tina, she says, shoving her hand forward. I shake it and smile, saying, Mason. And then, we wait in silence till Newt comes up from his suitcase. I do notice that Goldstein, Tina put her wand away. About hour and a half after he went in, Newt comes out of the suitcase, with 4 3-inch long horns, and a couple scratches on his face. What the hell happened to you? Tina asks, going forward to examine him. Nothing, Newt says, shaking out of her hold awkwardly. He later adds, the Graphorns did not appreciate me asking for their golden horns at first. He hands me the horns, which I examine, and keep them in my pouch, which immediately shrinks once I've done that. A moleskin pouch, Newt exclaims, looking at the vanishing pouch. Yup, now, my turn. Remember, you can't share my secrets. Not even by hinting. To anyone, not even Dumbledore. I warn them. What's wrong with Dumbledore? He's a great man, Newt exclaims, feeling second-hand insult. Both me and Tina roll our eyes, and I say, Mr. Scamander, I don't care if the Lord Almighty himself asks, you're not going to share my secrets. And, for your knowledge, not everyone trusts Dumbledore with their lives. Now, may I begin? Newt opens his mouth to argue, but Tina simply shakes her head, and says, yes. As the contract says, we won't tell anyone. We literally can't tell anyone. Smiling at her in thanks, I say, very well. Say hello to my little friend, Ash. As soon as I say that, the pair see the smoking Ashwinder coiled around my shoulders. And he was smoking, meaning some of his scales were bright red, and would burn constantly. Newt immediately comes close to examine the snake, as I put him down in front of us, while Tina takes a step back, pointing her wand at the suddenly visible snake. That's impossible, Newt says. He looks between the snake and me, and adds, Ashwinders can't live beyond the hour. And you've been with us for the last hour and a half. And you've been in the restaurant for who knows how long. 15 minutes. But, this one's older than even that. I've known Ash for 9 years, give or take a few months. I just didn't know what he was. Until I read the second edition of your book last year. I explain, partially lying. I knew he was an Ashwinder, yes, but I did not know about the part where Ashwinder only live for an hour at the most. How is this possible? Newt whispers, and picks it up for examining it. I shrug, not knowing definitely, and say, as far as I know, his owner crossed him with either one of the horned serpents, or a snallygaster. You can see the small horn there. But I'm not an expert in distinguishing between the two. Horned serpent. The markings here are similar to them. And the horn is more like a jewel, than a simple horn. Newt whispers, already in his own world. Despite me having a horned serpent of my own, Ash and Sly did not look similar at all. The horns were different as far as I could see, but well, Newt is the expert here. That's all well and good. But how will this help us catch that breeder? Tina asks, interrupting our conversation. I simply hiss at Ash, can you take us to the owner's house? This will help you find a good place to rest in, I promise. Ash nods, and slowly slithers over to me. As I help him up once again, he says, sure. But I can't smell it from here. I'll have to get to your dwelling first. Lo, looking at the shocked faces of Tina and Newt, both of whom looked odd too, I say, he can lead us to the location. I'll have to come with, but unfortunately, I'll have to stay invisible. Don't want my name to get out, you see. You're a parcel mouth. That's amazing. Have you had many conversations with snakes? What do they say? Newt begins rambling, excited at meeting a parcel mouth, who's actually pleasant to talk with. Let me stop you right there. First, I don't want anyone to know I'm a parcel mouth. And if I didn't need the Graphorn Golden Horn, I wouldn't have told you this. Secondly, snakes either talk about food, boast about their power, or they gossip about their owners. I say, stopping him from asking any more questions. But, why? You could become an amazing healer. Ilvermorny has books left first by Headmistress Sayer. Tina says, getting a bit hurt at not being able to share this knowledge. While Newt answers her, the Gounts. That's why you don't want to let anyone know, isn't it? I nod, while Tina turns to Newt, and asks, the who? Who are the Gounts? I answer this time, saying, Gounts are the last remaining family with the blood of Salazar Slytherin in their veins. Do you know what happened to the rest? Sayers are extinct, the Avanshades are extinct, and even the Slytherins themselves are extinct. Each of those families died off in the same century. Now, what does that tell you, Tina? Tina stays silent for a while, really thinking it over, but then she nods grimly, and answers, you're of Slytherin's blood, and you don't want the Gounts to know. And Unts killed the rest of the families with ties to Salazar Slytherin, so they can remain the only family with the claim. I nod, not bothering with lies, as they can't share it anyway. Not even Legilimency, or Veritaserum would break that contract unless done willingly, and if they do, all of their assets will become mine. I say, one of the last two remaining male Gounts, or at least I think it's two, is my father. I don't know which. I'm a bastard of the Gaunt line, and if they find out that I'm of their blood, they will have me adopted, and mind-controlled to be their slave, and with their morals before the day is up. Not that they'll succeed, but still. It'll be annoying. The atmosphere becomes a bit morose at that point, since they realize just what secret they hold in their hands. No, that the Gounts will ever pose a threat to me, but still. That has potential to become an annoyance of the highest degree. I understand. I give you my word that I won't even try getting out of the contract. And Newt here won't tell Dumbledore. Tina says, answering for both of them. Newt begins, arguing to defend Dumbledore again, and says, but. No, you might trust Dumbledore, but I don't. Surprisingly, Tina said that. She says, I know you said he's trying to break the blood pact, but Makusa thinks he isn't trying as hard as he could. I'm not asking you to stop trusting the bastard, I am asking you to stay loyal to your word. You signed a contract, you know the rules. Newt nods, and says, fine. I won't tell anyone. I won't even mention your name. Calling you had another goal behind it, Mr. Scamander. I want Ash here to find a good home for himself. He is old, and getting a bit frail. Can you do that? I ask, while scratching Ash on his head softly. Why does he get to be up there, and I have to be down here? Sly hisses in frustration, his giant tummy hitting Newt's leg as he crawls in. Newt jumps, but seeing another snack, he looks at me. I just nod and say, ignore him, He's been eating and sleeping for years now. He's gotten lazy. Newt and Tina look at Sly, and me, for a few times, and then shaking his head, Newt says, I can't promise a perfect home for Ash, but I can promise to try. My trunk already has enough space in it, that I can enchant something for him. Appreciate it, Mr. Scamander. I say, and then translate it for Ash's sake. No worries, Newt says, looking at Ash with a lot of fascination, and concern at the same time. Still looking at Ash, he says, giving creatures like Ash here a home is what I aim to make a life in. I already have a group of Okamis in there, so it's not like I can't help him. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Now let's catch those bastards. I say, turning invisible with a thought. How are you doing that? I didn't even see you move your hand, let alone your wand, Tina says, looking, or trying to look, at the spot I'm in. Smirking to myself, I say, now, that's one more secret I'm not telling. A warning. You should probably avoid telling Dumbledore about this raid. He looks in your eyes, and he knows you're lying immediately. And that brings another round of questions, that I just wave my hand to. While he's not a bad guy, he's tried to manipulate me a few times, and that pissed me off. If this burns a fire under his ass, I'll only be happier. At least I got the horns, and more than I needed. Now, let's go see about a breeding ring. Leaving Hogwarts. It's been a few days since our raid, and I have to say, Goldstein is a good Auror, and a good person. I like her, that's for sure. Ash and I led them to the breeding ring's house, which was alarmingly close to my orphanage. Fortunately for us, it was in the Muggle world, and the only place for literally miles, that had magical protections. Goldstein went in first, and then came back 5 minutes later, with enough evidence. Then, they called the British Aurors, and when asked by a pureblood Auror, how they knew it was an illegal breeding ring, she said, I'm an Auror. A competent one, unlike you. I have experience in these kind of things, and have an intuition for it. I enjoyed a small laugh, and then went back to Hogwarts, courtesy of my sling ring portal. Leaving Ash in the very capable hands of Newt Scamander. I was getting good at them, and the portals took barely 5 seconds to form for now. It's still too long, but at least the size of the portal. And the orientation didn't matter. Right now, I was standing in the Great Hall, along with all the other 7th year students. I, however, stood out like a sore thumb, thanks to my comparatively inferior height of just 5 feet 7, and my obviously young face. I was 15, almost 16, while all the other 7th year students were all 17 to 18, and a few almost 19 years old. But well, this was the year-end ceremony, and we have to do it this way. We were all standing near the teacher's table, for the last 5 minutes, while Headmaster Dippet spoke about this last year. The other students, meanwhile, were sat at their respective house tables, looking just as bored as us. I remember sitting there for the last 4 years, while the respective final year students stood like this, but I don't think the speech was ever this long. Taking a deep breath, Dippet continues, and while this year has ended, the adventures will still continue for our young friends here. Some of them will become Aurors, like Mr. Stevens there, while some will join the healers at St. Mungo's. But no matter what profession they choose, or what profession chooses them, big or small, they will know that they have a home in Hogwarts. Hogwarts will always be ready to help them in their greatest needs, as long as they are ready to ask for it. The students take the cue, and clap for a few seconds, with us joining in. Then, Dippet says, "Now, I'd like to congratulate a special student of 7th year. She has consistently been at the top of her class, and even managed to get a grand total of 18 owls. And now, she has attempted newts in 14 of those subjects, making it the second highest attempt at newts ever. Please, welcome to the stage, Ms. Thena Avery." We once again clap, as Thena, a girl standing 2 rows behind me, walks up the stage. Honestly, I have no idea why girls always are the ones that are able to handle the time-turner pressure. Must be something about the misogyny that forces them to want to prove themselves. Sure, every topper of each year is offered it, but almost always, they return it in their 3rd year itself. Those that do keep it till they're owls, give it back after. But these people are so few in number, that they're only found once every few years. And they're always girls. And then comes someone like Avery, who keep it until they're newts, using it to study 14 subjects for her newts. Granted, practical and theory counts separately, but still, I myself didn't bother with signing up for extra subjects, despite knowing that I could manage it. I have good memory, doesn't mean I want to overdo it. My newts, if they all come out the way I expect, will number in 12. 2 for charms, dada, transfiguration, potions, and runes, each, and 1 each for arithmancy and herbology. I hadn't taken any other subject, since I didn't want to. Once she's been congratulated in person, he sends her down and then says, "Now, this doesn't mean the efforts the other students took are any less. So give them a big hand for successfully completing their 7th year of Hogwarts education, and becoming full-fledged wizards." As the students clap, now for all of us, I smile, thanking God that Dippet didn't put me on the spot. By bringing attention to me being younger, I was already getting quite a bit, since it was apparent that I'm younger than my fellow pass-outs. I smile and wave my hands. When Tom catches my eye with a raised glass, Anna sitting right beside him. Turning to my left, I seek out Darla, and smile at her, doing the same for Doria on my right. Once I sit back down on the table, the speech over, and the feast beginning, I hear, "Bloody hell. I thought he'd never stop. I'm bloody starving." Chuckling, I see Lucas fill his plate with the magically appearing food, and say, "Dippet did take a long while. This year, didn't he?" As I start gathering food from the table for myself, Lucas says, "Yeah, but me mum did say he's getting a bit old." I snort, in the middle of eating, which causes me to choke. As I clean myself up, Anna says, "A bit old. He's almost 300. I think if it wasn't for the flannels he'd the oldest wizard alive." Gulping the food stuck in my throat away with the help of water, I say, "Nah, that's Barry Winkle, ain't he? Barry Wee Willie Winkle, the madman who tries to one-up his birthdays every decade. He's what, 700, and he doesn't even have a philosopher's stone." Anna hums, and asks, "Why do you reckon we don't know much about him? A man like him must have had something to his name, other than just being old, right? How do you think he survived this long? He only shows his mug every 11th year, to announce a birthday party that's the best the world has ever seen, has that birthday party, and then fucks right off to wherever he wants. That's how you stay alive so long. By not giving anyone any troubles, and staying away from the people. I wanted to become like this Barry Winkle. He literally had nothing to his name, no magical discovery, no invention, nothing. He didn't even write a single book, nor did he defeat a Dark Lord, or something else of the kind. Even Dippet has a Dark Lord in his past, from when he was in his 50s. But Winkle, despite being in his 7th century, has nothing remarkable to him. He has a vault in Gringotts that he uses to invest, definitely smartly, and he has a shop that sells potions, that I read one family to handle for a portion of the profits. Literally enjoying his long life. Good for him. Soon, the topic turns towards my next steps, and since it's only Ravenclaw students on the table, due to it being a feast, Tom is the one to ask. I swallow the chicken that I was eating, after having thanked the house elves for the food of course, and say, for now, nothing. I'm going to start looking for a place to make my home. And then wait for the ministry to give me my results. After that, Anna asks, tilting her head in thought. I shrug, and smile wide. I say, who knows, I might go to France, on a holiday. Or I might go to Ireland. I've never been to either place. Until the results come, and until I get a letter of appointment from St. Mungo's, I'm in the wild. I'm literally going to be free of everything. Well, I might just start my muggle school, and sit whatever exams I need to, in these months. I want to become an actual doctor in the muggle world too, alongside being a magical healer, and for that, I'll actually need a muggle graduate certificate, or something. Lucky bastard. Tom, Anna, and Lucas, along with a few other students sitting and eavesdropping, mumble at the same time, making all of us laugh. My journey at Hogwarts has officially ended. Although shortened, I did enjoy these 5 years that I was here. And it's not like I'll just stay away from here. I've already kept a vanishing trunk in the room of knowledge, for whenever I need to go there. And I can still apparate or create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets, as soon as I get to give my test, that is. I still am not an adult, you know. At the end of the feast, Dippet orders us to leave for the carriages, our bags having already packed and prepared for departure. But, as the other years leave for the carriages, he takes us 7th-year students to the antechamber. From there, he walks us down a few flights of stairs, and then, when we stop, we're in front of a familiar sight. We're standing in a cavern that slowly sloped downwards towards the Black Lake. Along the stone shore were boats, the same ones that we had sat on when we were 11. I'm happy to say that I wasn't the only one tearful at seeing them. This was an indication that we weren't students of Hogwarts anymore. And no matter what anyone says, Hogwarts is our home, and this feels like leaving home for the first time. Dippet smiles, pretending not to see many of us wipe our eyes, and softly says, you came here, when you were 11, by the way of boats, and Mr. Og led you to me. Now, it is upon me, to lead you to Mr. Og. With a few long strides, Dippet sits in a boat, which magically goes to take the lead, and says, well, what are you waiting for? Get on. No more than 4 to a boat. Laughing a little, I wipe my own eyes, and sit down in a boat. Now bigger, these boats were definitely small for us, and we had to bend our knees, and bring them together, to sit well enough. But we didn't mind, none of us did. This was the end of a journey. Us leaving our home for the last time. Even if I didn't know the boy sitting beside me, beyond his name, we were all together in this. Onwards, Dippet yells, raising his hand upwards, wand tip pointed up. As the boats leave the shore, and come out of the cave, I turn back to look at Hogwarts from the outside. Sigh, this won't ever get old. Remember children, you might have finished the Hogwarts curriculum, but you haven't finished learning. Dippet says, making me turn back towards him. He was looking at all of us, with a twinkle in his eyes, as he says, Hogwarts is a place of studying. And knowledge can always be found here. One just has to seek it. A few days later, a tall man, about in his late 20s, wearing a nice, moderately expensive 3-piece suit, gray in color, walks towards Gringotts. This was none other than me, having changed everything about myself, until I was no longer Mason Avs. Metamorph magic, baby. My hair, which was usually black, was now dark blonde, and my eyes, which were usually a shade that changed between sea green and gray, depending on the light, were now blue, and my height had a small bump of 4 inches, from 5 feet 7 to 5 feet 11. I'd learned to change my body mass and bone structure only this past year. I can now change my height by 4 inches, so I could be anywhere from 5 feet 3 to 5 feet 11, without changing my bone density. I can't, however, change my weight by more than 5 kgs. So now, while I'm taller, I look decidedly thin. Walking inside Gringotts, I nod at the goblin manning the miscellaneous services, and wait for him to acknowledge me. After a minute or two of waiting, the goblin looks down at me, from his high chair, and asks, what can Gringotts do for you? My name is Harrison Evans, and I want to talk to Someone about identification papers in the Muggle world. I state my need briefly, while not explaining too much. This is just a receptionist of sorts. Nodding, the goblin writes my request on a piece of parchment and hands it to the runner behind him. He then turns to me and says, "Wait there until you're called for. It may take a maximum of 5 minutes." Nodding, I look at where he was pointing, and seeing the familiar waiting R. I go and sit there. A few minutes later, the runner from before comes towards me, and leads me to an inside office, seated where was a lone goblin, definitely among the oldest I've seen here. We greet each other with a hello, and once I sit on my chair, he asks, "What can Gringotts help you with, Mr. Evans?" Smiling, I repeat my request and say, "My name is Harrison Evans, and I am in need of Muggle documentation." The goblin smiles wide, recognizing what I'm asking. You don't just approach the goblins because you need something done that is strictly legal. The goblin, whose nameplate says Larnot, leans back and says, "It'll be expensive. I'm ready to pay a reasonable cost." I say, looking straight at him. I had 13,000 galleons left in my trust vault, of which I'd already brought 5,000 with me, in case I needed it. Hopefully I don't, but can't say for sure. Larnot raises his brows, and then says, "The standard rate is G200 per identification type, along with G100 service charge. If you want a paper trail and obliviations to make it ironclad in the Muggle world, then it'll be G250 extra." Well, this is better than what I expected. How ironclad are we talking about here? I ask, wanting to know more about this. Larnot says, "The identification papers will be perfectly entered into the Muggle system, and then our employees will make to add a sufficient paper trail by going there themselves. Even if someone does a very deep background check on you, the identification will hold. You don't get to ask how. Well, this is probably because the technology isn't as advanced yet. The paper trail, I can guess. Time turners must be involved somehow, or a lot of mind magic." Nodding, I ask, "Have you done this before?" "It seems like you've done this before." Larnot just smirks even wider, which prompts me to ask, "What kind of documents would you recommend then?" "Advice and recommendations cost additional G10. Larnot simply says, making me scowl. I nod and wave my hand at him to continue. So he starts writing on a piece of parchment, and says, "Well, let's start with a passport, which I assume you don't have. Will a British passport suffice?" On and on the questions went, after which he had me click passport-sized photos in the same room. Then, he ordered me to leave, and return in 2 days' time, with the payment in hand. All in all, it cost me G1650 for a passport, the driving licenses for 2-wheelers as well as 4-wheelers, a birth certificate, and a school certificate to prove my secondary education. There were more documents, and some other charges for the paper trail, as well as for discretion, which is what increased the costs to this much. At the end of all of it, 2 days later, I had in my hand a British passport for Harrison James Evans, who had visited India and the United States of America in his 25 years of life. His birthday, the 28th of September 1909. He had just finished a secondary education with credit, and then decided to find work somewhere else after a few years of traveling. Which is where I am now. I might not find a job either way, I just needed these documents for something else. Buying a house. Another week later, Harrison Evans becomes the proud owner of number 1, Malburn Terrace, in the borough of Islington, at the cost of just £575. The real estate prices were damn low right now, so I might just invest in a few more houses just for investment's sake. The house was nothing too much. It had blue tiled roofs, a blue pebble dash walls from the outside, with a nice sturdy make. And it had a garden at the front and back. The worst part of this house was definitely the fact that it was connected to another house on the left. But well, this is London we're talking about. Every house here is like this. I'll have to find a place outside London for privacy. This is just going to be my public house. Well, as soon as Harrison Evans bequeaths it to Mason Aves, that is. There was a plan, that was still a few years away, to make it seem plausible. But for now, I'm living at the orphanage itself, until I can move here permanently. About a month after my return to the orphanage, I get an owl from the Department of Magical Education, with minute results. As expected, I had gotten 10 O's, and came third in class. Considering I had skipped 2 years, this was good. With my results in hand, I was currently in the office of the DMLE head, to discuss my emancipation. We'd already discussed everything regarding the need for it, and considering that I was already a full-fledged wizard. It wasn't a long discussion. Finally, he sighs, and says, "Mr. Avs, we really hope that you know what you're doing. If you're emancipated, you will be tried as an adult for any crimes you commit. You won't be able to play the, I'm underage card from now onwards." Nodding, I say, "That's not going to be a problem, Mr. Shafiq, since I don't plan on breaking any laws. I just don't think I can live 2 years without even using magic. Plus, I'll need the apparition license too, if I get the apprenticeship I'm hoping for. You'll have to speak with Mr. Twycross for that, I'm afraid." Mr. Shafiq, the head of DMLE, says. Finally, he stamps on the application form, and says, "Well, nothing I'm going to say is going to change your mind, I'm sure." With a tap of his wand, my application form folds into itself and turns into a paper bird. It then floats in front of his head, and only leaves when he says, "Melinda Edgecombe, Filing Department." As the paper bird flies out of the room, he turns back to me, and says, "You'll get a verification, and an emancipation certificate within a month, after which you can apply for the apparition test. Thank you for listening, Mr. Shafiq," I say, smiling at the bigger man. As we stand up, shaking my hand, Shakif says, "You're most welcome, Mr. Avs. But do be careful, emancipation is not an excuse to drink carelessly, or break any laws. I wish you luck in your future, Mr. Avs." Smiling, I walk out of the ministry, and towards the flow. The visitor's badge is summarily discarded in the bin specifically kept for that purpose, and I use the flow to go to the leaky cauldron. From the leaky, I walk towards an alleyway, and create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets. Walking inside, I'm met with an empty room, the basilisk having been hidden off. I buy me to avoid Sly becoming even fatter. Sly was currently in the Forbidden Forest, probably finding something to eat, but well, at least he's not eating the basilisk. With a wave of my fists, I see eight platform steps made up of the glowing orange universal magic, and walk up them to reach the hidden entrance to Slytherin's rooms. As I say the password, and walk in, I think over everything I've accomplished in these weeks I've been away from Hogwarts. Well, not too much away, since I was currently underneath Hogwarts, but still. I had a fake identity, complete with a license, and a passport. I am now emancipated, with my certificate coming in soon, and I'll also have the apparition license soon enough, since I can actually do it pretty well. And I have a house. Stopping in the potions lab, I check up on the animagus potion, to see that it was coming along nicely. Nodding in satisfaction, I take out my acacia wand, and with a few spins around myself, conjure 3 eagle patroni. With a soft whisper, I say, "Begin the process," and send the patroni flying away towards Anna, Darla, and Doria. As soon as the patroni leave, I take a mandrake leaf from the jar on the stands, and stick it to the roof of my mouth. Let the animagus process begin. Meanwhile, I did promise myself to visit France, didn't I? Well, better not disappoint myself. Shifting into the form of Harrison Evans, I create a portal to the London Victoria, hoping to find a night ferry ticket for as soon as possible. I'll need to pack for the trip too, all without spitting the leaf out on accident. Sticking charm should do the trick, I think. I'll just have to reapply it every few hours. France, here I come. This gets the official work out of the way, leaving the next chapter for moving the plot forward. Ryzen Evans won't be in any way related to the Evans family that birthed Harry Potter, don't worry. I'm not going to make him Harry's grandfather, or something like that. Just a coincidence, or intentional, I suppose. Harrison James Evans is an inspiration from the indie Harry fix. France. A beautiful country, with a lot of magnificent culture behind it. But, it's also not that interesting through a magical person's perspective. It was dreadfully boring for me, a pursuer of knowledge, at least in the Muggle world. I've been here for 2 weeks, and I'm already ready to go back to Britain. Thankfully, I was able to speak French. My secondary mutation helped in that. Plus, as long as I renewed the sticking charm on the mandrake leaf, I could speak without worry of the leaf falling out. It did, however, make me produce a lot more saliva than normal, so I spoke a lot less than I could. I spent the first week visiting the Muggle tourist places, like the Eiffel Tower, or the Notre Dame de Paris, and the Louvre Museum of Arts. It was an experience. At least I finally got to see the Mona Lisa. Yeah, I wasn't impressed. It's literally a painting, an old one, but still a painting. But well, it is a part of their history, and hence, important to the French. Then there were a few magical places, like the Pyrenees village, a village near the French Pyrenees Mountains, a little bit away from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. I obviously wasn't allowed inside, and I didn't even try, but I did roam a little bit around it. There were many other places that I visited, by way of either portals or by bus, like the Palace of Versailles, or the Sacré-Cœur, and many more. I didn't stay in one place for too long, however, since I was excited to finally visit another country. I didn't get to do that in my previous life, because I wasn't rich enough for that. And in this life, I never had the opportunity. I suddenly stopped, taking a moment to gasp out loud, and groan, realization settling in. While in the middle of a walk, I could have literally roamed around UK, by using the night bus, or my portals, or the normal buses. I could have metamorphed into an old person, who was just on the shorter side. And no one would have paid me any mind. Fuck, so many lost opportunities. I mumble, and continue my walk. I've decided, I'm going to visit the Stonehenge at least, as soon as I'm back in England. It's the most famous place I can think of right now, other than the Tintagel Castle. Of course, I have been back to England in these days, to check up on the Animagus potion's progress. It was just a few days away from being ready, now, and a few more processes to do. After that, I'll have to keep the cooled down potion underneath a water source that is out in the open until the next full moon when the Animagus ritual will take place. Still a long way to go, however. For now, I'll roam France. Right now, I was going to visit the magical district of France. Rue Girardin is a street located in the district of Grandes Carrières in the 18th arrondissement of Paris. Similarly, there's another street called the Rue Richer located in the 9th arrondissement of Paris. At the junction of these two, under heavy protection spells hiding it from the Muggles, stands a lone statue. And I was staring right at it. The statue depicts a woman, sitting atop a pillar of granite, wearing a skirt that partially covers the pillar. Usually, and when I see her from above the stairs, the statue is still, even if anyone approaches it, it'll still be still. But, when a magical person approaches it, as I am doing now by walking down the stairs, the statue turns her head to look at me, the magical person. And as soon as I'm near the pillar, the statue slowly slides her skirt to the side. With no hesitation, I walk towards the pillar, and through it, like it is the pillar at King's Cross Station. As I do that, the pillar becomes intangible, allowing me to pass through without any prompting from me. And just like that, I'm looking at the magical district of France, the place Cachet. Okay, first things first, Sly, you can come out now, I say, poking at the pocket he's sleeping in, while walking leisurely. Looking at sights, Sly pokes his head out, and then sensing the magic outside, probably, he just floats completely outside my pocket. He just stays there, in the air, floating at my head level. Looking at everything with fascination. Thankfully now, he looks a damn better sight than before, although a lot bigger too. Turns out, he was just growing up, but him eating a highly magical meat, of a basilisk, was getting in the way of his proper growth. It made his stomach bloat up, while the rest of his body stayed the same. It took a few days of forceful fasting to bring him back to a proper ratio, and now, he was a 5-foot-long snake, with a girth as wide as my own arm. The weight finally got properly distributed, and it took just 2 weeks to happen. Where are we now? Sly asks, looking around. A woman passes us by, and shrieks at seeing Sly flying near my head. Whoops, forgot about that. Désolé de vous surprendre, mademoiselle. J'ai un permis pour cas. I say, looking as sheepish as possible. Putting my hand in my pockets, I remove a blank piece of parchment, and show it to her from afar. She looks at it, and then sighs in relief. She then scolds me in French, as she says, "You should be more careful, young man." And then she walks away. Shaking my head, I put the enchanted parchment back in my pocket. It was an amazing invention of mine, made within the week that I had between buying the ticket and leaving for France. It shows them whatever you want them to see. If I wanted to show them a French passport, it'll become that in their eyes. If I want to show them a permit for a XXXXX creature like the horned serpent, then they'll see just that. I made it especially for Sly, since I didn't want to explain to everyone why I had him, and how I can control him. And sometimes, Sly just refuses to turn invisible, no matter what I try to bribe him with. A permit usually means that I know how to handle the snake, which makes her trust me immediately. Works like a charm, every time. We are in Paris, the same place where I showed you that tall tower. I explain to Sly, as we start walking towards a cafe that I see. Sly perks up, and asks, "Are we going to go there again?" Chuckling, I say, "Sure, if you want. But for now, I want to try a magical French breakfast." Sly really loved the Eiffel Tower, despite having to be invisible all the time while there. Well, not like he had any troubles doing that, since his invisibility band was still working. Don't know why he's being stubborn right now, though. Walking inside, I'm greeted with wide eyes, and a lot of scared people. Once again, I show them the fake permit, which makes everyone's stiff shoulders settle down. Really, too easy to gain anyone's trust with something like this, since it can even fool most Occlumency users. As I sit down on a two-person table, I pick up the menu from the table, and read it, letting Sly join me on my shoulder once again. Finding what I want to eat today, I flag down the waiter, and wait. "Ready to order, mister?" the waiter asks, almost as soon as he appears before me. I say, "I'll have the café au lait, and an omelette, please." The waiter notes it down on a floating notepad, and leaves, leaving me to look around awkwardly. It was a nice cafe, if a bit on the smaller side. They could have added expansion charms or something. Sly was getting some attention from a few men, and a woman, who were blatantly staring at the snake, which just makes me realize something. There were 17 people here, only 3 of them women. But something was off. You know, minds are in a continuous spectrum. I've said that before, even if it is a bit on the theoretical side. But this just means that I can recognize when there is someone in the same room as me, without listening to their thoughts. But here, I could feel the presence of 13 people, not counting the 4 people working here, but I can see just 11 people. I could hear the thoughts of just 8 though, 3 of them having pretty good control on their loud thoughts. But the remaining 2 people were completely invisible to me, in sight, and in senses. Discreetly, I tap the side of my glasses, activating an enchantment that allows me to see through most privacy, invisibility, and camouflage spells. Unfortunately, even that reveals nothing. According to my glasses, the only ones here are me, the 13 patrons, and the 4 cafe workers. The 2 invisible people are still invisible. I really hope they aren't going to cause trouble for me here. But this is literally my first time here, so I don't think they're here for me. Soon, my order comes, and I start eating, reading the newspaper that I have the waiter bring for me while eating. Well, Grindelwald was back in Germany now, having abandoned his Austrian base for a few months now. Probably egging Hitler on, or something. I remember he had a hand in Hitler's rise, although I'm pretty sure that Hitler would have carried on with his plan even if Grindelwald was a non-issue. Then there's the Americans, as always, believing that the entire world belongs to them. And this holds true even on the wizarding side. Their Auror force was raging through Germany, looking for any signs of Hitler, while another party, this one comprises of UK, France, and USA, was still looking for his Austrian base, wherever it might be. Very few people have ever seen it, since no one that Grindelwald doesn't want knows where it is. And his prisoners, they never come back alive, not like their bodies are sent back. And since only loyal people have access to the base, it was staying hidden. They just know it's in the Alps, but by God, it'll be hard to find. Hearing a clink, I look up to see something I didn't expect, nor see coming. An old woman was sitting opposite me, with a cup of tea. And a croissant beside it in front of her. "Can I help you?" I ask, because what else am I supposed to say? I don't recognize this woman, and I don't think she knows me either. Plus, I am getting nothing from her. No loud thoughts, no random memories flying away from her, nothing. It was as if her mind didn't even exist. I didn't even see her walk towards my table, which is really creepy. Damn, she's one of the two invisible people, isn't she? The old lady smiles at me, which makes me want to trust her. I simply close my eyes, and take a deep breath to bring my mind back into focus. I am grossed out right now. I just had the thoughts of kissing an old woman, and by gods the thought was disturbing. Avila. Of course, it's Avila. Just my luck. Really hope she isn't here to match me up, or something. I'm still underage. Opening my eyes, I glare at her, seeing her look amused, and say, "The next time you try that, I'm stabbing you." And I am actually serious about it. I don't mind Vilas, at least not the younger ones, I think. They get better with age, at using their allure, and this one was old. I can literally see her bones on her face, behind pale white skin. She is that old. Contrary to my expectations, the woman laughs a loud laugh, and says, "Oh, dear. You're just breaking all my expectations, aren't you?" "Excuse me," I ask, no, ticking that she had us surrounded by a privacy charm, one I don't recognize, nor did I feel it being Saw's. Her accent was also odd. She's speaking French, and the terms are mostly modern, but the way she speaks sounds ancient. As if she's here from the 10th century or something. The lady sips her tea, and says, "Oh, nothing dearie. Just an old woman," satisfying her curiosity. "That's a horned serpent, right? A hybrid, from the looks of it." I immediately pat my arm on Sly, feeling his familiar form on my shoulders, and stiffly nod. He was currently in his cobra form, which is normal whenever he doesn't fly. But she could have seen Sly when we first walked it, or flew in, for Sly. The lady picks a cut-off piece of the croissant with her fork, and after chewing for a while, she points her fork at me. She says, "I knew it." Nikki said, "No, it can't be a hybrid, hybrids aren't this small." Ha, take that. This lady is a bit off in her head, isn't she? Probably a bit demented too. Although I can't deny that she's a good witch. Her spells are too subtle. Like the babbling hex she just caught me with. Thankfully, my mind is above such spells. Dispelling the hex she cast on me with her fork, with the snap of my wand, I ask, "Well, anything else? Or is your curiosity satisfied?" The lady giggles, all the while continuing with her breakfast, and says, "Oh, there's loads. Nicky won't mind you stealing me from him for that long. You know." Sighing, I ignore this Nicky for now, lean back, and say, "What should I call you? If we're going to have a conversation, I need a name to go with it." "Call me Aunt Nellie," the lady says, and before I can even react to it, she says, "Now, the parchment you showed them all before. Did you just write the runes, or did you do something else? I have a bit of a bet going on, you see." At the end of the question, she's practically excited. Weird lady, but well, she is old. If by Muggle standards, she looks 100, then she's definitely at least 150. Plus, considering she's a Vila, add a few more decades. I pick up my own cup of tea, take a sip, and say, "Runes, and a few charms," after soaking the parchment in. "The Confundus elixir. Amazing. And you did it yourself." The lady interrupts me, with a lot of excitement within herself. What's even the point? Why am I even talking with her? Other than curiosity, was there something in my tea? No, I would have known it. I nod, and say, "Yes." I don't elaborate, because something's fishy here. This lady comes out of nowhere, asks me questions, and I'm just answering. There has to be some manipulation at work here. Because I seem to trust her too easily. Could her Vila charm have actually worked? No, it didn't. My Vila charm failed to catch hold. Don't worry, you aren't being forced to answer my questions. Really, is it so hard to believe that I have no other motive than curiosity? The lady says, making me even more suspicious now. I point out, that's exactly what a person with an ulterior motive would say. I don't feel threatened by her, but that's just making me more suspicious. Am I too paranoid? Probably, but I think it's a good thing. The lady chuckles, and says, very well, I give you my word. That you can leave if you want to. Please, try. I won't stop you from leaving, and I won't attack you in a place such as this, you know. I'm just curious. I decide to do just that, and stand up to leave. As soon as I exit the privacy ward, the lady becomes invisible once again, and I hear a loud cacophony of noise from the other patrons. Sighing, I take a step forward and re-enter the warded R. Fine, I believe you, I say, as soon as her smiling face comes back into sight. The lady claps her hands and says, wonderful. You just won me a bet. She then leans forward and asks, how old are you? 25. I immediately answer, having gotten used to being Harrison Evans in France. The lady clicks her tongue and asks, no, I mean your true age. How old are you? I don't mean to ask the age of your face. What the fuck? Never before has someone seen through my metamorph magic. Never. I don't think she can see my face, but she probably knows that there's something hiding my true face. Swallowing. More than a little afraid, but a lot more curious, I answer, 15. Why, you know, I confess, my curiosity will most probably kill me one day. Damn my Ravenclaw tendencies. Oh, the lady, Auntie Nellie says. And then shakes her head. She mumbles, I thought you'd be younger. Artifact creation, at 15, while impressive, is not too surprising. Excuse me. Oh, don't mind me. I mean, I have seen a lot of people who created something unique for themselves, at 13, 14, 15 years of age. Artifacts are rare, their creators rarer. But 15 is just about right time for you to start learning. She says, and goes back to her tea. Frowning, and more than a little insulted, I say, excuse me if I didn't have artifact creation as an elective for first year. Impressive or not, I don't care. I created all of my artifacts within a week at most. Quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, pissed. She tricked you. Sly helpfully says, like I didn't notice that. Ah, you just had the moment, didn't you? Where you found out you were tricked. Always a treat to see. She sighs in satisfaction, and adds, but well, it is impressive. Your rune work is solid, from the looks of it, and you have an amazing understanding of the mind. Judging by how you're able to affect them. You also felt us when you walked in, right? I'm assuming you're still in school. I shake my head, honestly impressed by her, and disappointed by myself. I really hate how much I'm trusting her right now. I say, I passed my newts this year, got a special leave for it. And immediately curse myself. Fuck, there's definitely something fishy here. Another babbling hex, or some type of subtle ward that makes you trust the person. The lady nods, and then her eyes widen, as if they gain an understanding. Damn, she knows about me, doesn't she? Not like the papers kept it any secret, even the French papers had it, a week after the results were declared. Ah, the Avs. No wonder they allowed you to give your exams. You're good at magic, aren't you? The lady says, stroking my ego with a smile on her face. Not falling for it again. I say, I know some stuff. She scoffs, and asks, I read the reports, child. But, you know a lot more than even that it seems. Your gift with languages, or artifact creation was not on the report, discounting the shield ring that you made. But that's more of an enchantment than an artifact. Neither was the fact that you own a horned serpent. Quote, I nod, but stay silent. I wonder who this is, and what she wants. My curiosity is fading now, and I just want to get the hell out of here. She creeps me out, despite looking like she'll die soon. Well, I will be sure to keep an eye on your progress, Mr. Avs. I won't disturb you any longer. Take care of your little friend, Horned serpents are really rare, and they're really hard to find mates for. Saying that, she just disappears. Sly flicks his tongue a few times, and says, she's gone. I nod, trusting my own senses over Sly's. She's definitely not here anymore. And neither is the other invisible person. It's like she was here one moment, and gone the next. Hopefully, I won't have to ever see her again. She looked old enough to die in the next 5 minutes. So hoping for the best. Was she a pervert? Sly asks, as we walk out of the cafe. I shrug, and say, probably not. She was just plain creepy, that's all. She literally emitted an aur. That said, trust me, which made me switch between trusting her, and not trusting her at all. Really, everything about her was creepy. From the way she just appeared and disappeared, to the way she already knew so much about my projects. And she spoke about a report. What was that about? Well, I'm guessing I'll find out soon enough. That looked like a recruitment interview, although she definitely didn't know who I was before. That's for sure. I'm just glad to be away from her. Soon, I return back to Britain, and to my lovely new house in Islington, the woman in France at the back of my mind. I'd hired a few local teenagers to move some furniture to the house yesterday, to get own good reputation. They got money, and free food for the 2 days, and I got my furniture set up, all the while looking like a posh rich man. And making a reputation as him. And then, after setting a few warning charms, along with a few basic wards, I returned to the orphanage. I'd told Sister Agnes about my trip, but she thought I was gone in a bus trip around England. Who was I to correct her? And I did plan a trip around England anyway, so I wasn't exactly lying. Now, a couple weeks after my visit to France, and the creepy encounter with whom I think is the wife of the immortal alchemist, I was back in the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for a Patronus from the girls. The animagus potion was ready, finally, and we were going to drop our leaves in it now. As soon as the girls show up, that is. What do you think your forms will be? Helena asks, floating around the chamber. I shrug, turn the page of the book I was reading, and say, probably some snake, or a bird. I'm leaning towards owls, bird of wisdom and all that. Helena chuckles, and says, yes, I think an owl will suit you. You'll finally manage to fly on your own though. Won't you? I scowl at her, for reminding me of that failure. I was trying, but other than casting runes on my clothes, all of them, I hadn't found anything to allow me flight. It was embarrassing. I say, shut up, I'll figure it out, you'll see. And I will, soon enough. But first, let's become animagus. It was as I was reading the part in the book about the actual animagus ritual, which is still about a month away, that the expected happens. A white spiritual lioness phases in through the wall, stops in front of me, and says, we're here. The voice that spoke it, was Doria's. At least they're learning how to send messages with the Patronus charm, finally. Getting up, I keep the book back on the shelf, turn towards Helena, who herself was reading a book, and say, well, you can stay here if you want. I'll be entertaining my friends down in the chamber. Helena nods, and says, be careful not to be seen by anyone. If anyone finds out that you lurk around here, they can cause troubles. Don't I know it? But, I have some methods of staying out of sight. Speak to me, Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts four. I say, once I'm in the main chamber, and in front of Salazar's statue. Walking in, I see Sly resting on one of the rocks, and leaving him be, keep walking. I'd found, that of the many tunnels here, 2 led to the outskirts of the castle. One came out right in the forest, while the other came out in a cave that's a little bit away from here. I had told the girls to wait near the 3 broomsticks, from where I was going to bring them here, via the cave. Thankfully, I'd asked them to bring their brooms, because this road is a long one. Hey, what happened to the giant dead snake? Anna asks, as soon as we return to the chamber. Huh, they haven't been here for so long. I hid it months ago. Sly kept on eating it, a lot. He basically became bloated, and I had to hide the corpse. It's safe, I say, not saying where it is. It's better that way, less chances of Sly finding it that way, bloody glutton. The journey here, with brooms, still took us 10 whole minutes, and we were already a bit tired. Thankfully, the potion wasn't that far away. It was in the main chamber itself, hidden behind a pillar. So, not exactly hidden. Soon, I divide the golden yellow potion into 4 vials, 1 for each of us. Then, with the wave of a hand, I write our names on each of the vials. And start handing them out to the respective person. I say, now, Slowly dip the leaf in, and then let it go. Don't drop it all at once. Like so. Saying that, I remove the leaf from my mouth, still wet from the saliva, and slowly sink it into the liquid. The leaf, instead of floating above the surface, starts sinking to the bottom of the vial, and stays there. Doria, Anna, and Darla do the same, and then hand me the vials. Putting the rubber cork on them, I say, well, that's done. Now, just have to keep them in an open lake, out on the surface, that is at least 50 meters deep. Darla asks, how long do we have to keep it there? Until the next lunar eclipse, which is in December. So, a long, long time. I say, remembering that the total lunar eclipse happened back in January. And a partial lunar eclipse happened last month, in July. Meh, doesn't hurt, having to wait too long. So, we just have to wait. That's boring. I was hoping for some excitement today. Doria says, pouting. Well, we can practice our magic, if you want. I'll just be gone for 10 minutes, have to keep these underwater. I raise the vials as emphasis, and add, or we can practice our occlumency. Doria scowls, and says, no thanks. I'd rather not do any studying in the summer. It's summer. We'll just have a girls' day out then, why don't we? Mason can do whatever he wants. And we'll have a short trip to London. Anna offers, already having one supporter in the form of Darla. Darla exclaims, yes, let's go to London, I'll show you good places to go to. And holds Anna's hand. Smiling in amusement, I start leading them back through the caves, once again atop our brooms. I could have just brought the potion outside, but the potion shouldn't see the light of day from the moment the process begins to the moment you drink it. And the chamber, even if well lit, is still not the light of day. Now, to find a lake suitable and secure enough for this. Don't want so. Me treasure hunter finding and running off with the potions. And then, it's a few months of break. Ah, finally I can tackle flight. Dash. Thanks for your support. Ta. Saint Mungo's. 2 chapters today. This is the first one. Dash. With a soft crack of displaced air, I appear in an alleyway out of a small hole in space, and look around to see if anyone saw me, as I start walking forward. But it's unlikely. Muggles are prone to ignore magic even when they're staring right at it. It was a small side effect of the Statute of Secrecy, although not a direct or purposeful one. Muggles could still see magical things. It wasn't anything like the mist from Percy Jackson. It was a psychological effect. Having spent centuries thinking that magic is a myth, something to tell stories about, Muggles now find it almost impossible to even think otherwise. They find an explanation for themselves, for whatever magic they see, and most of the time, the explanation is completely mundane. Of course, someone can still find it odd when someone appears out of nowhere, or if you do something completely magical out in the open. They tend to ignore it, but they don't always do that. And, something like apparition is more likely to catch someone's eyes than a glowing light. Still, I cast a notice me not charm around myself, as a precaution. Apparition. It was an amazing art, and now I finally have my license for it. You're at one spot, enter a very small wormhole of your own creation, and exit out of another wormhole at your destination. That's rad, even if I think portals are a bit more convenient, but that argument is not that important. The broken down department store in front of me is Purge and Dows, Limited, says the name board hanging overhead. It looks completely normal, if completely abandoned. The glass windows were broken in, and dust and broken dummies covered the ground. There was another banner outside, on the windows and the door, that said, closed for refurbishment, so that Muggles don't pay too close attention to it. Or at least, that's what you'd see from the outside. Ignoring the door, I walked towards the window that held a frankly ugly model dummy, as I was instructed, and approach it to touch the window. The window feels solid to me, so I turn towards the dummy, and whisper, I have a meeting with the head healer. Almost imperceptible, the dummy nods and the window gives in, becoming intangible. My hand passing through it. Looking back, to see if anyone saw through the notice me not charm, I walk through the intangible window, and come out somewhere else. St. Mungo's Ho. Spittle for Magical Maladies and Injuries is the main wizarding hospital within Wizarding UK. There were smaller hospitals in wizarding villages, but they were either private or for small-time treatments. St. Mungo's was government-funded, and had cures, or treatments, for almost any malady. I was currently in a reception room, from the looks of it. There were about 30 wizards and witches here, most of them looking normal. A few had abnormalities growing out of their bodies, and one even had a chair leg for a hand. How that happened, only he knows. A few were serious patients, one who was coughing, with visible large boils on his face, dragon pox, and another with blood flowing down from the head. They had a healer or two near them, to keep them stable before anything more could happen. Ignoring them all, I approach the reception desk, and smile at the blonde, plump woman sitting there. She looks entirely calm, even with all the excitement happening in the room. Looking at me, utterly bored, she asks, name and purpose. Well, you could have at least used the full sentence. I answer, Mason Aves. I have a meeting with the head healer. I got a letter informing me of an appointment. I hand her the letter to allow her to conform, when she asks for it. She looks it over, places it back in front of me, and then begins looking over a book. The finger going down the page clues me in on what she's doing. As I wait patiently, she pauses her finger, and says, yes. Mr. Aves, you do have a meeting with Healer Potter. Take those stairs, and go to the 3rd floor. Her office will be right in front of you. I'll inform her of your arrival. Taking the appointment letter, I place it back inside my coat, and nod at her. Smiling, I say, thank you for your help, miss. Good day. Have a good day. The lady calls back, as I start walking towards the stairs. The place looked all right, about what you'd expect from a hospital. It wasn't too fancy, and nothing too magical was apparent visible. If you ignore the patients and the magical portraits. The stairs were bland, with nothing magical about them either. Soon, I reach the 3rd floor, and walk towards the office of Healer Potter. I wonder if she's a relative of Harry Potter, or a would-be relative. I don't remember reading about anyone in his family being a healer, but JK did skip a lot of important stuff. Mainly family trees. I just know that the head healer's name is Head Healer Potter, and that she's a woman. Other than that, I wasn't told anything. Not by the receptionist, not by the appointment letter, and neither by Professor Slughorn. Who informed me about the specifics of the apprenticeship? I don't even know who I'm going to apprentice under. Before I can knock on the door that says Head Healer Potter, the door opens. And I am allowed to look inside. There was a table, with the expected files and folders stacked neatly, and a woman seated behind it. The woman looked to be in her 60s, and had a few patches of gray hair to show it. And had brown eyes. She was wearing the typical lime green healer's robes, and had a top hat that reminds me of Muggle nurses. As I take my first step inside, the woman gets up, and says, Mason Aves. I presume. Yes, I am. Master Potter. I ask, just to make sure. The woman nods, holds her hands together in front of her, on the table, and says, that's yet to be decided. I agreed to meet with you because I owed Horace a favor. I have not yet decided to accept you as an apprentice healer. Of course, ma'am, I say, nodding at that statement. I already knew that. Nodding at me, Madam Potter tilts her head towards the empty chair, and says, come in, sit. I don't have all day. Nodding graciously, I sit down on the chair, and keep my document file on the table. She starts writing on a form in front of herself, and asks, have you gotten your newt results yet? Nodding, I offer her my file, and say, yes ma'am. It's right there, behind the owl mark list. She takes the file, keeping the form she was working on to the side. It was a patient discharge form, I notice. What did you think of the newts? And the owls? It can't have been easy, giving them 2 years early. Healer Potter says, as she leafs through my file. I say, it wasn't difficult, ma'am. I've been studying ahead since day 1 at Hogwarts, and I could have sat my owls in 3rd year itself. The newts were a bit more difficult, but I did wonderfully, if I do say so myself. Honestly speaking, the only part of newts I had trouble with, was deciding which subjects to drop. O's all around. You topped the class, Healer Potter asks, looking up with a raised eyebrow. Why is she asking me this? Shouldn't she already know? I shake my head with a smile, and say, "No, ma'am." A girl from Slytherin, Thena Avery, was the one who topped the year. I came third, likely because I did not take as many subjects as the first two. Meh, not like coming in first had any advantage out in the real world. The only reason Avery might go far is because she has the family name to back her up, just like me, somewhat. She keeps the file down, closing it, and stares at me for a few seconds. I nervously look around, interviews still having a bad effect on myself, and blink as she asks, "Why do you want to be a healer, Mr. Avs? As good as your newts are, you could get any job in the ministry. I.e., expect you'll be the minister within 3 decades at most. If you go that route. You also have the family name to keep the purebloods happy." Nodding, I answer, "Yes, while that is true, I'm not interested in being a pencil pusher. I like to keep myself busy, and being a ministry worker will just keep my hands busy, and nothing else. Besides, my mother was a nurse during the last Muggle War, and that is what pushed me on this path. Originally, before I knew I was a wizard, I was going to become a doctor, and had even began reading pre-med books. But, being a healer gives me more range of people to take care of. Why not an Auror then? You can help people by catching dark wizards. Or maybe helping out with the Grindelwald issue. He's causing trouble in Germany, last I heard. Healer Potter asks, raising an eyebrow and staring at me. I blink, again, understanding what she's doing. She's judging my character, and I'm ashamed to admit it took me this long to figure it out. Snorting, I look a bit insulted, and say, "I'll be honest, ma'am. Our ministry is corrupt, we all know that. Aurors are obligated to follow orders of the corrupt politicians while healers are not. As an Auror, I'll be ordered to prioritize saving one person ahead of the other, which I do not like. And I am still going to help out in the upcoming war with Grindelwald. But until then, I'll practice my healing as much as I can." I answer honestly, but clearly. I see a minute twitch in her lips, but it wasn't enough to clue me as to what her feelings were. And I'm not going to use my telepathy on her. She's going to be my boss, hopefully. She taps her fingers on the table, making me glance at her bright green nail polish, and says, "Horace mentioned that you wanted to take a break after your apprenticeship is over. Why is that?" Scratching my head, since this was a bit of an issue, I answer, I wanted to study Muggle healing if possible. I think being a doctor will help me with my healing capabilities. It was an issue, because I'd literally be abandoning my post right after completing my apprenticeship. For a minimum of 5 years. That has a chance of becoming a deal breaker. Good, you've thought it out then. Very well, I'll accept you as an apprentice healer. You'll get 3 chances, 3 mess-ups, and I'll forgive them, depending on the severity. But a 4th one, and you will be kicked out. With a permanent ban on using healing magics, even on yourself. Healer Potter says, bringing up another piece of parchment, and starts filling it up. Smiling wide, I say, "Ma'am, I'll be sure to not waste even a single chance." "See that you do," Healer Potter says, without looking up. She then points her quill at the corner of the table, and says, "There's an ID with your name on it. You'll show up in my office at 7 a.m. every day, from the next Monday. Use these days to buy and read these books. You'll get them at Flourish and Blots, but you'll have to show them this ID to get the books. Any questions?" As I take the offered parchment, with the list of books, and the ID, which does have my name on it, I shake my head and get up. I say, "Thank you for this opportunity, Healer Potter. I won't let you down. We'll see. And call me Master Potter from now on. You will be learning directly under me, after all." Healer Potter, now Master Potter, says with a smile on her face. I smile wide, wondering if this is some stroke of luck that I'll have to pay for later with bad luck. Apprentice under the head healer. Damn, I'm lucky. Remember, if I'm not satisfied with the zeal I see within you, you will be removed as an apprentice. So, don't disappoint me. Master Potter says, making me smile. I say, "Don't worry, Master Potter. I'll be at my best. And I will, for sure." Finally, something shiny catches my eye, as I see a nameplate, hidden behind the files that she disturbed, making it visible again. Head Healer Euphemia Potter. Well, I guess I am lucky. My master is Harry Potter's grandmother. Is it good luck, or bad, though? We'll see. For now, I'll have to make sure to get my Muggle certificates in order, and start reading pre-med once again. Don't want to let Master Potter down. A few days later, I walked towards Gringotts, with a small skip in my step. I had finally received it, the Emancipation Certificate, from the Ministry. The bureaucracy processing speed of the Ministry honestly baffles me sometimes, like now. I got my apparition license 4 entire weeks before receiving the Emancipation Certificate. I literally had the apparition license in my hand before I was even declared a legal adult. Approaching the goblin manning the inheritance station, I wait in front of the goblin to be acknowledged. A few minutes of waiting later, it's my turn, and the goblin asks, "What can Gringotts help you with?" "I would like to take a bloodline test, and claim any vaults I am entitled to," I say, looking straight into his eyes. The goblin stares at me for a few seconds, and asks, "Name?" I answer, "Mason Lucas Aves." The goblin, whose name is apparently Gryffindor, says, "Snaphook will take you to Grongear's office. You can have your test done there itself. Be aware that you cannot claim any vaults that you aren't the undisputed heir of." Nodding, I follow after Snaphook, realizing that he was the one that brought me to Grongear the first time. "Hey, what a coincidence. Mr. Aves, I wasn't expecting to do this so soon. Aren't you just 16 years old? You still have a year before you can claim your vaults," Grongear says, as soon as I walk inside. "You know me, I don't do things on time. I do things early," I joke, sitting down in front of Grongear. He and I were not friends, not even close. But he has gotten a bit less stiff while in my presence. Handing him the Emancipation Certificate, I say, "Jokes aside, the Ministry of Magic just declared me a legal adult." Now, I know that goblins don't exactly follow Ministry law, but I think 20 galleons should change that, right? 25. I need to explain to my superiors why I allowed a child to claim his family vault a year early. Grongear counters, showing his teeth. I shrug, and count out 25 galleons from the pouch on my hip. G25 is not that much of a loss for me. Grongear keeps the money in a drawer, and hands me a parchment along with a parchment. He says, 7 drops, please. And just so you know, the Emancipation Certificate holds true in the bank. So, thank you for the generous donation. As he gets up and walks towards a locked cupboard in the back, I say, "You're welcome. And at Leah's tea, this way I won't face any troubles while claiming my vaults." Already knowing the procedure, I cut my thumb, and drop 7 drops of blood on the parchment. Meanwhile, Grongear closes the cupboard and approaches his chair once again. Keeping a small box on the table, he says, "We already know you're the sole heir of the Aves account, which the bloodline test will show. Now, let's see if you'll get any more vaults that you're dreaming of." I curiously look at the box. It was about 1 foot long, and half a foot wide. The box was probably wooden, but it was covered in a smooth acromantula silk, so I couldn't tell for sure. Taking the parchment from me, Grongear puts his pointy finger on it, and says, "Reveal." In the goblin tongue. I could understand it, thanks to my mutation, and I could read it too. But my throat just wasn't meant for speaking it, so I didn't even try to do it in front of a goblin. It contains a lot of growly throat sounds, along with more than a few snarls, and I would mess up within the first 5 words itself. Every time, just like last time, my name is written at the bottom, and my parents' names get written atop mine, followed by my grandparents. But then, the list keeps on going up my family tree. On and on, the names go, one generation to the previous, and I see a few surprising names up there. Dilys Derwent, a previous headmistress of Hogwarts, and a head healer of St. Mungo's, was one. While Josephine Claude Flammel was another. Josephine Claude was a potioneer from the 12th century, who had married out of the Flammel family, and into the Claude one. It was an extinct family now. The last daughter marrying into the Aves family itself. Hey, I didn't know I was a descendant of Nicholas Flammel's great-aunt. Well, judging by the intermarrying that is prevalent here, in the wizarding world. Most of the wizards in France are probably descended from the Flammel couple themselves, which I'm not. The names finally stop in the 11th century, when the building of Gringotts had first began. Gringotts, as a bank, was only established in the year 1474, but people would still hire them to protect their property in underground vaults that still stood to this day. Of the hundreds of names written there, I see that a few surnames were written in green ink, some in red, and some in black. The names, meanwhile, were all in black, which I know means they're all dead. Other than Morfin Gaunt, of course. This bastard is the only one of my ancestors still alive. Not for long though, if I have my way. I ask, what do those colors represent? Grungir keeps looking at the parchment, and says, green indicates the account is active, red indicates the account is deactivated, but still intact, and black indicates the accounts have either been sold off in an auction, or claimed by either the ministry or the bank. Did they do it often? Claiming vaults? I ask, leaning forward to see which vaults are still active, since those are probably not available to me. Grungir hands me the parchment to look at, and says, not that often. Whenever we manage to unlock an abandoned vault, we put up a notice. If the vault belonged to someone famous, we hold an auction. If the vault belonged to a criminal, we take all the money, and our silver, and give the rest to the ministry. Anyone else? Those vaults are all claimed by Gringotts. Alas, most of the old vaults, those that were here before Gringotts was a recognized magical bank, have not been unlocked yet. They are protected too well for us to claim as ours, even after the many tries from our curse breakers. Those are also denoted by red, as you'll see. Quote, well, so this is probably why not many heirs of the old houses are around, despite most people being descendants of them. Goblins didn't manage to unlock them yet. Quickly, I browse all the red surnames here, and see just a few. Slytherin was the most famous of them, along with Peverell, surprisingly. Hey, obviously, just like half the population of this world. I'm also descended from all four founders. This was expected, since the founders were so far into the past. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were all in black, telling me that the accounts have already been closed. Or they didn't exist in the first place. Slytherin, however, was in red, and so was Peverell. So, the account still exists, and I can claim them. I am a bit upset about the lack of a Ravenclaw account. But Rowena already gave me a library that has literally infinite knowledge. I think it's a fair trade-off. Say, Grungir, Slytherin and Peverell are still red. Does that mean I can claim them if I'm eligible? I ask, keeping the parchment down. Grungir snorts, and says, the Peverell vault has been closed for 400 years, and none of our curse breakers managed to open it. Then a few of their other descendants tried it, but nothing worked till now, so I suggest against it. As for Slytherin, the Gounts have already tried opening the Slytherin vaults, Mr. Avs. It didn't open for them. So I doubt it will open for you. Humor me, if I try, and if I open the Slytherin vault, will I be entitled to all within it? I ask, dismissing the Peverell vault for now. It seems the Peverell vault is literally closed off, if even the Potters failed to open it. As for Slytherin, I'd still like to try. Hopefully, the vault has more knowledge about Salazar's time shenanigans. Some more ritual knowledge will also be appreciated. Grungir blinks twice, and says, well, unless you want to pay the vault fees for the last 400 years, with interest, Gringotts will claim all monies from the vault, along with anything goblin made, and the rest will be transferred to the Avs vault. Speaking of the Avs account, here. Grungir slides the box from before towards me, as I ponder over the Slytherin vault. Not even a second later, I decide. Yup, I'm going to try and open it. I take the box, and try to open it. It doesn't budge, but it glows a bronze color for a second. After which, there's a click sound, and the box opens automatically. Inside the box, which is also decorated by expensive blue silk, are two items. One is a key, golden in color, while the other is a small ring box. I take the key first, and put it in my pouch. I open the ring box, to find a silver banded ring, with a blue sapphire adorning it. On the inside of the ring, written in Latin, were the words, Sapientium super omnes. Wisdom above all, a signet ring. Well, not like I'll go around calling myself a lord now, but the ring does show my status as a head of house. If anyone recognizes it, that is. Do you still want to try to open the Slytherin vault? Or shall I have someone take you to the Av's vault? Grungir asks, bringing me back to the bank. Smiling, I say, I'll try it, if only to satisfy my curiosity. Grungir stands up, and starts walking towards the door, surprising me. He asks, shall we then? I ask, you're coming. Isn't this, I don't know, below your station? Grungir scoffs, and says, like I'll miss a chance to see a wizard fail. The reaction is always quite amusing, from what I've heard. I don't know if I like him now. Shaking my head, I walk after him, towards the caverns that house the vaults. I say, can we stop at the Av's vault first? It isn't my job to show you everywhere, Mr. Avs. We'll deal with the Slytherin vault first, and then, I can have a runner take you to the Av's vault. Grungir says, not even slowing down in his walk. I accept that, since time is money. I'm just thankful I still have a couple days before I am to join St. Mungo's. Soon, we take the cart, deeper than I've ever been before, and stop in front of a dark cavern. Grungir stops, and takes the lantern, while I follow after him with another lantern in hand. It is forbidden for wizards to use magic in Gringotts, or I would have summoned my Lumos orbs. But it wasn't that dark, I could see in front of me, but the lanterns just helped us not be too blind. He starts leading me inside the cave, with us being able to see just a few dozen feet in the front. After a minute or two of walking, we stop in front of a metal door, that has a snake carved into it. Not just any snake, it was the basilisk. The basilisk had eyes made of emeralds, and it was staring right at me. I take a step to the left, and see it turn its head to look at me again. Curious. Well, I haven't gotten all day, you know. Grungir says, startling me. Damn, I'd forgotten he was still here. Taking a step forward, I say, open. Nothing happens, the snake just keeps staring at me. I didn't know you were a parcelmouth. But it isn't surprising, knowing your father's family like I do. Grungir voices, from the back. I mumble, loud enough for him to hear, I don't advertise it, since I don't actually want the bastards to find out yet. Then, I hiss out, speak to me Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts four. Nothing. I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Nothing. Welp, worth a try. So. That's 3 tries. I don't know what you said, but I'm guessing it didn't work. Are you done? Grungir asks, making me turn back. He was sitting on a rock, with his head resting on his palms. I say, just a few more. I promise I won't take more than a minute of your time, and turn towards the snake again. Taking a deep breath, I say, let me in, you cunt. As I'd expected, nothing happens that could indicate the door opening. However, something does happen. The basilisk carving glows its eye green, and I hear, you have been to his rooms SS. I literally jump, since I didn't expect the snake to actually be able to speak. Putting my hand on my chest, I say, yes, I have. Can you tell me how I can open this door? SSS's, the basilisk hisses, sounding happy. He then says, only one of Master's blood can open this door, and only if you've been to his chamber. Well, I actually didn't expect him to give me a clue. And what a helpful clue it is. Blood, and password, and the Gounts would have never guessed, let me in. You cunt, to be the password. Someone who already knows about the room is sure to try that password, which makes it extra secure. Putting my hand in my pocket, I take out my rune carving scalpel, and press it to the palm of my left hand. Placing the bleeding palm on the head of the snake, I say, let me in, you cunt. The emerald eyes flash with a bright light once again, and this time, I hear a grinding sound. What? How? I know the Gounts tried bleeding on it, and it didn't work. Grungir yells in shock, his voice echoing. Ow. I rub my ear, after casting a simple healing spell on my palm, and say, that's a secret, Grungir. Can't tell you everything now, can I? Grungir stares at me, wide-eyed, as the door finally opens completely, and looking inside, he says, I need to inform some people. You, wait here. As he starts running towards the cart, I ask, can I go inside? It does belong to me, you know. Grungir just waves his hand, without even turning around, and says, have at it. Before he disappears from my sight. Looking towards the dimly lit vault, that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. I walk in, the lantern left outside. As soon as I take my first step inside, the vault lights up, as a chandelier makes itself known above me. This vault was left alone for 500 years, when the entire Slytherin family passed away in a hunting accident. They were kissed by dementors that mysteriously showed up. I'm suspecting, as it was also suspected then, that the Gounts had them killed, but they didn't know about the dual password, and hence, they stayed poor. Alas, they weren't punished, since the Wizards' Council didn't care much. The vault was big, about as big as the Great Hall of Hogwarts, and it was divided in different sections. To my left was the armory, with a few weapons, armors, shields, and various items kept on shelves. The armors were kept assembled beside the shelves, like the empty armors at Hogwarts. Next to the armory was the money section, with piles and piles of the gold and silver coins, and a single small stack of bronze nuts. Right beside that was a small shelf with gemstones and precious metals kept. I could see gold, goblin silver, and a few more metals that I don't recognize. The most beautiful of the stuff there, however, has to be a single jar. The jar had sand inside of it, but it wasn't normal sand. The sand looked like powdered gold, but there were specks of green mixed in between. I had no idea it still existed outside of the Department of Mysteries. The sands of time. Fuck. The Slytherins were smart not to let anyone KNW about this. This is beautiful. Hearing the sounds of footsteps, I immediately pick the jar and place it in my moleskin pouch, the pouch expanding to accommodate it. Before shrinking back down, this is better left hidden. I'll keep it in the vault again, but later. Now, I'll have to talk with the goblins of Gringotts. I glance at the library, which was at the right of the vault, and the wardrobe, in the middle, and ignoring them for now, I start walking outside. Mr. Avs, an old-ish goblin says, walking towards me with guards surrounding him on 3 sides. And Grungdir standing behind him. Offering his hand, he says, I'm Uthgard, the current director of Gringotts. Let's talk business, shall we?